Su Chun, you're absolutely lawless. Starting now, you're permanently expelled from the national youth team. Pack your things and get the hell out. London, inside a certain star-rated hotel's conference room. A fierce roar shattered the peace. Wang Tao, the Chinese team leader of the youth squad, pointed at Su Chen's nose, spittle flying his obese face written with towering arrogance and contempt. On the table in front of him were scattered dozens of faxed newspaper copies sent from China. Bold black headlines struck the eye: national youth team, shocked by bully player. 18-year-old youngster Su Chun beat teammate in training. FA strikes, hard violent elements will not be tolerated. Permanent expulsion of Su Chun. Domestic club's joint statement refused to sign rogue player Su Chun. Facing this sweeping blacklist, Su Chun stood there, his face as calm as water. His angular face, radiating the unique heroic spirit of an 18-year-old, showed no fear, only dense sarcasm. Leader Wang, get your facts straight. Su Chun stared coldly at Wang Tao. It was that piece of trash, surnamed Liu, who first slide tackled me from behind, with both feet aiming to break my leg. I defended myself and beat him up. What's wrong? Still talking back. Wang Tao slammed the table. Do you know what identity young Master Liu has? What identity do you have? A poor kid who doesn't even know how to slip a red envelope. Getting into the national youth team was already a miracle, and you dare to hit someone. I'm telling you, Su Chun, your career is over, completely over. Hearing Wang Tao's vicious sentence, Su Chun clenched his fists tightly. Confusion, anger, despair. He was a transmigrator arriving in this timeline parallel to Earth. Relying on hard work far beyond ordinary and a little talent, he had finally been promoted by the foreign coach of the national youth team at 18 and came to the UK for training. He thought this was the start of his dream. Who knew that this so-called national youth team was nothing but a huge vanity fair? The head coach was a foreigner, but the power to select players was entirely in the hands of the Chinese team leader Wang Tao. No money, no gifts, no chance to even play. And that young Master Liu, whose nosebone Su Chun broke, was a connected insider, whose family had spent over $1 million to get him into the team. Jealous of Su Chun's standout performance in the warm-up match, Liu actually went for his leg with studs up during the team training yesterday. If that tackle had landed, Su Chun would have spent the rest of his life in a wheelchair. So Su Chun got up without hesitation and smashed Liu's nose with one punch. Regret. Screw that. If I had to do it again, I'd break his leg too. But reality was cruel. Expelled from the national team, blacklisted by all domestic clubs. For an 18-year-old professional player, it was a death sentence. Ding. Just as Su Chen's heart was burning with fury and he was about to slam the door and leave, a crisp mechanical sound exploded without warning deep in his mind. Detected that the host is facing a career dead end. Emotional fluctuation reaches threshold. Strongest green field system activated. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained the newcomer breakthrough gift pack Peak Kaka Ricardo Isaacson dos Santos Late attribute template. Do you wish to fuse immediately? Su Chen's pupils contracted sharply. System. The cheat code for transmigrators had finally arrived. And the newcomer gift was Peak Kaka. Who was Kaka? He was the last earthly mortal who rivaled gods before the era of Messi and Ronaldo. The one who strode majestically at Old Trafford, leaving Manchester United's entire defense in the dust, the silver-saddled white horse riding the spring breeze. The superstar with the most terrifying long-distance sprint ability in football history, the deadliest first touch, and the most elegant violent aesthetics. Fuse. Fuse now. Su Chun screamed in his heart. Ding. Beginning fusion of Peak Kaka template. Fusion progress 10, 50, 100. Congratulations, host. You have perfectly inherited the technical and physical attributes of Peak Kaka. Boom. In an instant, Su Chun felt an immense warm current sweeping through his entire body. His muscle fibers were restructuring, bone density increasing, every nerve ending seemed injected with explosive power. He subconsciously opened the system panel. Host Su Chun speed 98, lightning explosion 96, takeoff dribbling 95, man-ball combination, shooting 92, long shot master passing 90, lethal through ball. Looking at these monstrous stats, Su Chun's previously tense body completely relaxed. A corner of his mouth lifted into a wildly happy and confident arc. With this ability, the domestic blacklist was nothing. He never wanted to go back to that filthy national team anyway. What are you smiling about? Wang Tao, seeing Su Chun laughing instead of crying, felt deeply insulted. You think I'm joking? You'll never touch professional football again in your life. I'm laughing at what a frog-in-a-well idiot you are. Su Chun retorted without mercy. Expel me. Fine. Remember your words today. Even if you send a sedan share to beg me later, I will never look at you trash again. Having said that, Su Chun turned, kicked open the conference room door, and strode away, leaving only Wang Tao raging behind him. Rebellion. Rebellion. Notify the domestic media immediately. Write whatever you want. I'll destroy his reputation. Back in his hotel room, Su Chun had just stuffed a few simple pieces of luggage into his backpack when the door was pushed open. A middle-aged man in a high-end suit, slightly overweight, rushed in out of breath. Xiao Chun, what happened? I just heard the FA issued a blacklist. The newcomer was Su Chen's uncle Su Dahai. He had come to the UK early on to do foreign trade, and was now a millionaire businessman in London. During the youth team's training in London, Su Dahai had been running around taking care of Su Chun. Uncle, no big deal. I just beat up an idiot who wanted to break my leg. Got kicked out, that's all. Su Chen's tone was light, as if talking about a trivial matter. This is nothing. All the domestic clubs have disowned you. Su Dahai slapped his thigh in panic. I said that domestic cesspool is no place for you. With your stubborn temper, how can you survive there? Forget it. Su Dahai sighed, walked over, and patted Su Chen's shoulder. If you can't play in China, your uncle still has some connections in London. I'll get you into a good university, study, and later help me with the business. Su Chen shook his head, his gaze as firm as iron. Uncle, I don't want to do business. I still want to play football. Play football? With what? Su Dahai was anxious. Do you know how difficult it is to get a UK work permit? Without a national team record, you can't even play in League One. Su Chen was silent. Uncle was right. The FA's work permit restrictions for non-EU players were extremely strict. Without national team appearances, it was almost impossible to play professional football here. Just as Su Chen was thinking about how to break the deadlock, Su Dahai's phone suddenly rang. He answered, first frowning, then his eyes suddenly bulged, his mouth wide enough to fit a duck egg. You. Are you sure? Are you serious? Yes. Yes. I'll bring him over right now. Hanging up, Su Dahai trembled with excitement, grabbed Su Chen's arm, his voice shaking. Xiao Chen. Good news. Great news. What is it? Su Chen was taken aback. Arsenal. It's Arsenal. Su Dahai was incoherent with excitement. Just now it was Arsenal's youth academy director on the phone. He said the first team manager, Mr. Arsene Wenger, wants to invite you to Arsenal for a trial. What? Su Chen was truly shocked. Wenger. Arsenal. Yes. Next second, Su Chen fiercely pumped his fist, his eyes blazing with brilliant light. He suddenly remembered the warm-up match 2 days ago against Arsenal's youth team. He had only played 20 minutes as a substitute, but in those 20 minutes he ran desperately and gave his all to provide one assist. At that time he vaguely noticed a tall, thin old man in a long-down jacket on the stands. So the professor had really been watching, and he had seen his potential. The domestic coaches only cared about how much money was sent, but Wenger, he was one of the world's top tactical masters, the best scout for discovering young players. Uncle, to hell with university. Su Chen grabbed his backpack, his eyes burning like wildfire. Let's go. To Arsenal. Domestic FA blacklisted me. I'll go conquer the Premier League instead. Ding. Detected host triggering main storyline. Main quest issued within 1 week, successfully pass Arsenal's trial and obtain a first-team professional contract. Su Chen sat in the passenger seat of his uncle Su Dahai's Land Rover, and the system prompt once again appeared in his mind. Task reward: unlock the system shop and receive a €1 million starting fund. A first-team contract within a week. Su Chen looked at the London streets, speeding past the window, a confident and cold smile curving at the corner of his mouth. If it were a day ago, he couldn't have gotten a contract even for Arsenal's U18 youth team. But now, with the body and skills of Pete Kaka, not to mention a trial, even starting in the Premier League, he was absolutely confident in tearing the opposition's defense to shreds. Xiao Chen, don't get too excited too soon. Su Dahai, who was driving, glanced at the exuberant Su Chen and couldn't help pouring cold water. Professor Wenger invited you, but Arsenal is a giant club and the trial competition will be incredibly fierce. And Su Dahai paused, his face turning grim. Over in China, the media campaign against you has already started. With that, Su Dahai tossed his spare phone to Su Chen. Su Chen caught it and opened Weibo, the biggest social platform in China. 3 of the top 10 trending topics were about him. National youth team: Su Chen beat up teammate FA, permanently expels Su Chen. How did no talent Su Chen sneak into the national youth team? Su Chen clicked on the most popular long article published by a football influencer with 3 million followers, Li Wei. The article read like a tearful accusation. According to our exclusive inside information, Su Chen, who beat a teammate into severe concussion on the training ground, is simply a 0 speed, 0 skill, 0 physique player. The only reason he made the national youth team was because he took advantage of the foreign coach's unfamiliarity with Chinese football and engaged in shady backroom deals. This crude immoral tumor is the shame of Chinese football. The FA's decision to expel him is wise and heroic. I call upon all fans to boycott such violent elements. Below the article, the comment section had already been flooded by bots and angry fans. Fuck. No wonder Chinese football is getting worse. It's full of these backdoor trash. Severely punish this violent man. Kick him out of football. My heart aches for the beaten young Master Lu. I heard his nose bone was broken. How vicious. If this trash can still play football, everyone reading this is responsible. Kick him out of the team isn't enough. He should pay compensation. If he ever makes the national team, he'll be just another sea cucumber eater. If he ever makes the national team, he'll be just another sea cucumber eater. Looking at these malicious comments, Su Chen wasn't angry, but almost laughed in spite of himself. The thief crying stopped thief, turning black into white. It was clearly that young Master Lu who paid his way into the team, who first tried to cripple him with a dirty tackle, yet under the pen of these shameless journalists, he himself became the violent bully. No need to guess, this must be the work of that team leader Wang Tao behind the scenes. He wants to use public opinion to nail him to the pillar of shame forever. Uncle, these bastards really have no shame. Su Chen tossed the phone back to Su Dahai, his eyes icy cold. Can you swallow this? Su Dahai frowned. Swallow? That word doesn't exist in my dictionary. Su Chen sneered. They want to play the public opinion game. Then I'll play big with them. Su Chen closed his eyes, and in an instant his consciousness sank into the strongest football system in his mind. When he merged the template at the hotel earlier, he discovered a hidden function besides the attribute panel panoramic video replay. The system could automatically record all the host's football training and matches and replay them from a 360-degree omnipotent perspective. Originally, it was designed for the host to review tactics. System pull up yesterday's national youth team training ground footage. Ding. Retrieving yesterday's training footage. Instantly, a virtual playback interface appeared in Su Chen's mind. The picture was extremely clear, even better than a real 4K camera. Su Chen quickly pulled the progress bar to the moment of the conflict, then captured the crucial 10 seconds. In the picture, Su Chen was dribbling, while that young Master Lu sprinted from the side behind, not aiming for the ball at all, but directly showing bright studs jumping off the ground, viciously kicking at Su Chen's standing leg ankle. If Su Chen hadn't reacted quickly and jumped, that would have been a compound fracture. Then Su Chen landed, grabbed young Master Lu by the collar in anger, and punched him. System, can you export this video to my phone? Ding. Converted to universal video format and transferred to host's phone album. All system synthesis traces erased. Absolutely authentic. Su Chen opened his eyes, pulled out his own phone, looked at the incredibly clear video in the album, even able to see the ferocious expression on young Master Lu's face. And his smile grew more dangerous. Uncle, do you believe this video once posted will completely expose the FA's dirty laundry? Su Dahai glanced at the video during a red light and gasped sharply, then slapped the steering wheel and roared with laughter. Hell yeah? Post it. Post it now. I've hated those bureaucrats for ages. Su Chen didn't hesitate. He directly registered a new Weibo account, real name verified, former national youth team player Su Chen. Then he uploaded that video and wrote a highly provocative caption. Heard I'm a zero-skill player who only knows how to fight. Heard it was one-sided violence. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. Is this playing the ball? This is attempted murder. Team leader Wang Tao reporter Li Wei, how much black money did you take from the Lu family to turn black into white? Expel me. No need for you to expel me. That filthy garbage team, I quit. And as a teaser, I'm now on my way to Arsenal's trial. You said no Chinese club wants me. Sorry, I'm going to play in the Premier League. Click send. After doing all this, Su Chen directly turned off his phone's internet. He didn't need to check the online reaction because he knew that once this bombshell exploded, it would absolutely cause an earthquake in the domestic football world. Stirring up trouble. I'll uproot all you leeches. Meanwhile, back in China, Tsinghua University freshman girls' dormitory of the journalism department. Xinming, known as the most beautiful girl on Tsinghua campus, sat in front of her computer, eyes red-rimmed, as she pounded the keyboard. As a veteran football fan and a die-hard fan of Su Chen since his youth team days, she absolutely refused to believe that the sunny, hard-working boy on the pitch could be the scumbag the media described. Mumling stopped defending him. The whole internet is cursing him. Even the FA released a statement. Can it be false? A roommate advised from beside. Is an FA statement always true? Xinming bit her lip and retorted stubbornly. Those media haven't released any on-site video at all. They're just lying with their mouths. Su Chen is definitely being framed. Just then Xinming's special notification sound suddenly rang. She jerked her head toward the screen. The Su Chen you follow just posted a new Weibo. Xinming's hand trembling, she clicked on the video. When she saw the image of that Lu player jumping with studs out and flying into Su Chen's ankle, she covered her mouth in horror, tears streaming down instantly. This isn't football, it's attempted career assassination. Then when she saw Su Chen's defiant caption, especially the last line, I'm going to play in the Premier League, she froze. Xinming was stunned. Then she broke into tears and laughter, excitedly slapping the table. I knew it. I knew he wouldn't be defeated. Girls, come look. Reversal. A huge reversal. Within just half an hour, the high-definition, crystal-clear video with pristine audio that Su Chen posted spread like a virus across the entire internet. The fans who had been cursing Su Chen fell into dead silence after watching the video, then erupted in unprecedented fury. Holy shit. This is attempted murder. Studs out, flying tackle to the standing leg. If he hadn't dodged, his leg would have been broken and his career ended. He deserved the punch. If it were me, I'd kill him with a knife. Li Wei, come out. Is this the one-sided violence you reported? Are you blind or black-hearted? Team leader Wang Tao, come out and explain. Why expel the victim and protect the perpetrator? Public opinion had violently reversed. Meanwhile, at a hotel in London, Wang Tao, who had been celebrating with red wine, received a frantic call from China. Wang Tao, what the hell are you doing? What's this video online? The roar of the FA higher-ups almost shattered his eardrums. Wang Tao opened his phone in a daze, and when he saw the video Su Chen had posted, the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces. This? Impossible. The training ground was cleared. Where did he get that HD footage? Wang Tao was drenched in cold sweat. He knew he was finished. But what he couldn't believe even more was the last line of Su Chen's caption. Arsenal. Trial. How could that waste who couldn't even control the ball be scouted by Wenger? Bluffing. It's definitely bluffing. Wang Tao ground his teeth. Even if you clear the assault charge with your clumsy skills, going to Arsenal is just asking to be humiliated. When you get kicked out of the trial, I'll still crush you. A Range Rover glided smoothly through the streets of London. Inside the cabin, Su Dahai's phone rang incessantly. All calls were from domestic sports journalists who had caught wind of the news. Su Dahai hung up on all of them without a second thought. Su Chen leaned back in his seat. The back-end data of his newly registered social media account was skyrocketing exponentially. In less than an hour since the high-definition tackle video was posted, the number of shares had surpassed 300,000 with over 100,000 comments. It had also been reposted countless times on Douyin. Public opinion had completely exploded. In her dormitory, Shun Meng frantically refreshed the page, watching the tide turn. She mobilized her fanbase to tag and interrogate the influential accounts that had been spreading rumors. From the dormitory buildings of Qingbei University, the angry curses of male students could be heard from time to time. All their anger was directed at the Football Association and Wang Tao. In the capital city, at the Football Association office building, Zhao Jinqing, the director of the youth training department, sat in a wide leather chair, his face ashen. Watching the frenzied public opinion fermenting on his computer screen, he suddenly grabbed the teacup from his desk and smashed it on the floor. Shards of glass scattered across the floor. Wang Tao stood before the desk, cold sweat beading on his forehead, not daring to breathe loudly. "Look at the mess you've made." Zhao Jinqing pointed a finger at Wang Tao's nose. "I sent you to London to lead the team and get results, and you bring me this kind of scandal. How did that video leak? Didn't you say the training ground was cleared?" "Director Zhao, I really don't know." Wang Tao's voice trembled. There were only a few assistant coaches present at the time. Absolutely no one was filming with their phone. "That kid's video is bizarre. Even the audio is so clear." "Nonsense." Zhao Jinqing slammed the table. Now the whole internet is cursing the Football Association for shielding those with connections. That idiot Li Wei has also been cyberbullied into closing his comments. If this blows up to the general administration, both our heads will roll. Wang Tao wiped his sweat. "What do we do now?" "That ungrateful brat posted that he's going for a trial at Arsenal, and he's still fanning the flames." Zhao Jinqing snorted coldly, straightened his collar, and resumed his usual authoritative demeanor. An 18-year-old wet behind the ears kid who hasn't seen the world. How big a wave can he make? A flicker of disdain crossed Zhao Jinqing's eyes. He's making such a fuss because he feels wronged. He wants to blow things up to get an explanation, to get some benefits. I've seen plenty of these troublemakers. Deep down, they still want to eat from this trough. Zhao Jinqing took out his phone and scrolled through his contacts. A trial at Arsenal. What a load of crap. Zhao Jinqing sneered. If he can't make it domestically, he'll probably end up washing dishes in England. I'll call him myself, knock some sense into him, give him a way out, and tell him to take down the video. As long as he backs down, this will be easy to settle. In London, inside the Range Rover, Su Chen's phone vibrated. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number from China. Su Dehai glanced at it, his expression tensing. That area code. It's from the capital. Xiaochen, it's probably a high-ranking official from the Football Association. Answer it or not. Su Chen stared at the screen, a smirk playing on his lips. Answer it. Why not? Su Chen pressed the answer button and simultaneously opened a voice live stream on his social platform. This feature had just been in beta testing, but given the immense popularity of Su Chen's account, a massive number of netizens flooded in the moment the stream started. The online viewer count on the screen directly broke 100,000. Su Chen, is what you posted real? That guy surnamed Liu has no shame. How can someone like him be in youth training? I'm so damn furious. This bunch of bastards kicked you out and then slandered you, utterly shameless. Su Chen, come back, don't go. Yeah, we can't let these bastards play for the national team. Come back. Su Chen made a shushing gesture, switched his phone to speaker mode, and placed it on the center console. Hello, Su Chen. A deep, low, middle-aged male voice came through the phone. Speaking. Su Chen's tone was flat. I am Zhao Jinqing, director of the Football Association's youth training department. The other party stated his title directly, his tone carrying a sense of condescension. Is it convenient to talk now, eh? The live stream comments exploded instantly. Holy crap. A high-ranking Football Association official is calling personally. Record this. Everyone record this. These bastards actually dare to call utterly shameless. Dirty, so damn dirty. They're trying to settle this privately. Everyone be quiet, let's hear what they have to say. Su Chen glanced at the rapidly scrolling comments and replied, very convenient. Director Zhao, what advice do you have? Zhao Jinqing coughed on the other end of the line, assuming a measured tone. The Football Association has seen the matter online. Regarding the conflict between you and Liu Yang on the training ground, after investigation, there were indeed some misunderstandings. Misunderstandings? Su Chen gave a cold laugh. A tackle with both feet off the ground showing the studs, that's a misunderstanding. Director Zhao's understanding of football rules is truly unique. Having been openly contradicted by Su Chen, Zhao Jinqing's voice turned noticeably colder, but he still suppressed his anger. It's good for a young man to have a temper, but you can't be too ruthless in your actions. Zhao Jinqing switched to a tone of earnest advice. Posting that video online and causing such an uproar has done immense damage to the image of Chinese football. This isn't just your personal grievance, it's about the overall situation of national honor. Do you understand the bigger picture? No, I don't. Su Chen spat out two words bluntly. Zhao Jinqing was choked for a moment, his breathing becoming heavier. He glanced at Wang Tao standing before him, made a gesture, and continued, it's okay if you don't understand. I'm teaching you now. This matter ends here. You delete the video, immediately post a clarification statement saying it was a camera angle issue, and that you and Liu Yang have reconciled. The Football Association's expulsion notice, I will arrange to have it withdrawn. As long as you do as I say, the door to the national youth team will remain open for you. For the next friendly match against the England youth team, I can assure you at least half a game of playing time. Zhao Jinqing paused, lowering his voice. Not only that, Liu Yang's family is willing to offer 200,000 yuan as compensation for your nutrition. 200,000 for a poor kid from the grassroots like you, that's not a small amount. The netizens in the live stream were utterly enraged. 200,000 to buy off a leg. What kind of bandit logic is this? The bigger picture. So shielding the perpetrator is the Football Association's bigger picture. How disgusting. So this is their so-called clarification statement. It's all a transaction. Xinming, sitting in front of her computer, was shaking with rage. She directly sent a high-value gift using the prominent message feature to type a line, "Su Chen, don't agree to them. We support you." Inside the car, Su Dehai's face was also filled with anger, veins bulging on the back of his hand. If he weren't driving, he would have cursed out the other party's ancestors for generations. Su Chen looked at his phone, his gaze as cold as a blade. Delete the video, issue a statement, withdraw the notice, give me 200,000, and let me go back as a substitute. Su Chen repeated the other party's conditions, his voice steady, without a single ripple. Zhao Jianxing thought Su Chen was tempted, a hint of smugness creeping into his tone. Yes, this is the best way to resolve it. Young man, you need to understand, getting on the roster of the Domestic Football Association is an opportunity many would kill for. Don't ruin your future for a moment of pride. So Su Chen's voice suddenly rose, enunciating each word clearly through the screen. In this circle, as long as you have money and connections, even if you maliciously injure someone on the field, you can smooth it over for 200,000. But those without money or background, no matter how strong their ability, have to make way for this bunch of garbage. That's the rule of the Domestic Football Association, isn't it? Zhao Jianxing's face changed drastically on the other end of the line. Su Chen, what nonsense are you talking? Is this the attitude to solve the problem? Attitude? You're talking to me about attitude. Su Chen let out a cold laugh, his voice ringing like thunder through both the live stream and the phone. Zhao Jianxing, listen clearly. Keep your 200,000 to buy coffins for your bunch of cronies. You want me to delete the video? Dream on. Do you know who you're talking to? Zhao Jianxing was completely enraged, slamming the table violently. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You are challenging the authority of the entire football association. I'm telling you, if you don't do as I say, no professional club in the country, not even an amateur team, will want you. You won't set foot on a domestic pitch for the rest of your life. The cards were on the table. A naked threat. 100,000 netizens in the live stream had personally heard this high-ranking official's bluster. Their anger directly surpassed the threshold. Various comments frantically scrolled across the screen, demanding a thorough investigation of the Football Association. I was just thinking the domestic football scene was too foul and corrupt. Su Chen looked straight ahead, his gaze filled with absolute confidence and arrogance. By the way, let me tell you something, Director Zhao. I have a voice live stream running. Every single word you just said is being heard clearly by 100,000 netizens across the internet. A dead silence fell on the other end of the line. Then came the sound of a chair overturning and Zhao Jianxing's terrified, distorted roar. You're insane. How dare you broadcast this? You little bastard. Shut up, you old dog. Su Chen interrupted the other party without any courtesy. He reached out, picked up his phone, and spoke the long-contemplated words into the microphone. A national team like this, I'd rather not be a part of it. His finger pressed the red end call button. The conversation abruptly ceased. It was as if the whole world had become quiet at that moment. Su Chen casually closed the live stream. He didn't need to see the subsequent reactions. He knew that this single call had completely stripped away the hypocritical, corrupt facade of the Domestic Football Association's high-ranking officials. What a relief. Su Dehai slammed the steering wheel and roared. This bunch of bastards, someone should have put them in their place long ago. Xiaochen, well done. Your uncle has your back. Su Chen leaned back into his seat and let out a long sigh. The pent-up frustration in his heart dissipated with this phone call. From today onwards, he was completely severed from that rotten circle. The sea is vast, allowing fish to leap. The sky is high, letting birds fly. Domestic. The Beijing Football Association office building. Slap. The latest model iPhone was hurled viciously against the wall, shattering into pieces. Zhao Jianxing's eyes were bloodshot, his chest heaving violently. He never imagined that the poor kid who usually didn't dare to utter a single fart in the national youth team would actually have the audacity to trick him into speaking on a live audio stream. Those threatening words had been heard clearly by over 100,000 netizens. The landline phone on the desk began ringing frantically, all calls from media and higher authorities inquiring about the situation. Half an hour later, in the top-floor secret meeting room of the Football Association, the air was thick with smoke. Several core executives sat around the round table, their expressions darker than the next. Cheng Yuan, the vice chairman of the Football Association, seated at the head, stubbed out his cigarette and tossed a report onto the table. Enough. This has blown up and the higher-ups are very displeased. Zhao Jianxing, look at the mess you've made. Cheng Yuan's voice was icy. Dealing with a mere brat, yet your methods were so crude you left him a handle to grab. Zhao Jianxing sat to the side, not daring to breathe too loudly. Chairman Cheng, the online public opinion is already out of control. Many fans have even gone to the General Administration's official website to leave comments demanding a thorough investigation into the youth training department's fund flow. And that Liu Yang's family background has been completely dug up by netizens. A staff member beside him reported. Then control it. Cheng Yuan tapped his fingers on the table. Send letters to all major platforms citing the need to maintain the national image, to implement full traffic throttling. Remove all related trending topics. Close the comment sections. Then what about Su Chun? Zhao Jinqing asked cautiously. Ignore him. Chung Yuan let out a scornful laugh. You don't actually think he can succeed in his Arsenal trial, do you? What are Wenger's standards? How many players in all of Asia have ever caught his eye? You all know Su Chen's level back in China, don't you? Zhao Jinqing nodded repeatedly. No speed, no physicality, he could trap the ball 3 meters away. If the foreign coach hadn't seen his stamina and ability to run aimlessly all over the pitch, he would never have made the national youth team. Chung Yuan clasped his hands together and leaned back in his chair. Exactly. Netizens have a 3-day memory. As long as we take a low-key approach, stay silent, and offer no response, this storm will pass quickly. Tell those big-shot influencers and media outlets we tipped off earlier to all play dead. No one is to provoke that Su Chen again. In a few days, news of him being kicked out of Arsenal will come back. That kid's halo will shatter on its own. Then we'll find a few hired pens to write articles exposing how he ended up on the streets in England. The netizens will understand that a player without the support of the Football Association is nothing but a stray dog abroad. The tone was thus set. A once vigorous nationwide condemnation began to cool down. At Qingbei University, inside a female dormitory, Shenmeng sat in front of her computer constantly refreshing the webpage. The trending topic, Su Chun Arsenal trial, which had been firmly at number 1 half an hour ago, had suddenly vanished. The accounts of several bloggers she followed who dared to speak up for Su Chen all displayed, violated community guidelines, account suspended. The high-definition video of the sliding tackle that exposed the truth had been completely scrubbed from the entire network. Clicking on any link only showed, page does not exist. This is too dark. These people are absolutely lawless. Shenmeng slammed her palm on the keyboard in anger. Her roommate poked her head out from the top bunk and tried to console her. Mumming, just forget it. With their influence, it's far too easy to silence someone. Now the whole network is throttling him. Even if Su Chen really goes to Arsenal, there won't be any coverage domestically. He went to Arsenal to play football, not to perform for these parasites back home. Shenmeng bit her lip and opened the school's internal academic system. She typed Overseas Exchange Program into the search bar. Soon an entry popped up. Qingbei University and Imperial College London Exchange Student Program, 3 days left to register. Shenmeng's eyes lit up. Xiaoya is Imperial College far from Arsenal's stadium. Shenmeng turned around and asked. Her roommate was stunned for a moment. They're both in London, probably just a half-hour subway ride. Why do you ask? You're not thinking of going to London, are you? Why not? Shenmeng grabbed the registration form on the table, her tone resolute. I'm going to watch him play in the Premier League live. I want to tell him that even if the domestic media all turn a blind eye, there are still real fans supporting him. London. Su Chun had already been holed up in the star-rated hotel arranged by his uncle for 3 full days. During these 3 days, he hadn't stepped out of his room even once. Su Dehai had the hotel staff deliver 3 meals to his door every day. Watching his nephew lock himself in his room day and night, he was burning with anxiety, assuming Su Chun was crushed by the domestic censorship. In reality, Su Chun hadn't wasted a single second these 3 days. He had been immersed in the full reality green training field attached to his system. This was an independent space existing only in his consciousness. On this virtual pitch, he could set up defenders and training drills of various difficulties according to his needs. As a football fan in his past life, Su Chun was all too familiar with the power of the Kaka template and also all too familiar with its weaknesses. Prime Kaka was the most terrifying counter-attacking monster in football history. He didn't need complex tricks. He only needed to knock the ball forward and rely on his absolute speed and astonishing stride length to blow past the entire defensive line. But this style of play placed an immense strain on the body. The wear and tear on the groin and meniscus in particular was absolutely devastating. This was precisely why Kaka's form had taken a cliff-like nosedive after suffering a major injury following his move to Real Madrid. Because a mortal body simply could not withstand such an extreme, transcendent aesthetic of violence. But now this problem had been completely resolved by the system. Su Chun discovered that in the virtual training ground, no matter how extreme his sprint training was, no matter how sore his muscles became, the moment he clicked exit, his physical functions would instantly return to 100% peak condition. Lactic acid buildup, non-existent. Muscle strains, non-existent. Meniscus wear, even more non-existent. This meant Su Chun could recklessly expend this body's explosive power in reality, without any consequences. He would become an ultimate form of Kaka forever at his peak, never injured, with endless stamina. Boom. Inside the virtual training ground, Su Chun unleashed a powerful shot from 30 meters out. The ball turned into a blur, curling straight into the top corner. The goal net was lifted high by the force. Ding. Host has completed 10,000 change of direction acceleration drills. Ding. Host has completed 10,000 powerful shots on goal while in motion. Peak Kaka template integration increased to 70. Host's current physical functions have fully adapted to the template's force application method. Su Chun let out a long breath and exited the system space. Opening his eyes, feeling the explosive power within him, he clenched his fists. These 3 days of hellish training had completely ingrained Kaka's techniques into his muscle memory. Now, even if several top Premier League defenders were placed before him, he was absolutely confident he could blow past them so fast they wouldn't even see his taillights. He glanced at the clock on the wall. 8 in the morning. It was time for the Arsenal trial. Su Chun changed into a clean tracksuit, slung his simple black sports bag over his shoulder, and pushed open the door. Su Dehai had been pacing anxiously in the corridor. Seeing Su Chun come out, he quickly went over. "Xiao Qin, you're finally out. Let's go, let's go. Your uncle will drive you there himself. Whether it works out or not, just think of it as broadening your horizons." Su Dehai patted his chest encouragingly, but in his heart, he had no confidence. After all, Arsenal was a Premier League giant. Their youth academy was filled with prodigies from all over the world. Su Chun had struggled, even in China. Could he survive the first round of tests at a place like that? Su Chun didn't explain much. He just patted Su Dehai on the shoulder. "Uncle, just watch from the sidelines later. That's all you need to do." Coney Training Centre, North London. As one of the most modern training centres in world football, its grass was even more pristine than the pitch at the Emirates Stadium. Steve Bold, the head coach of Arsenal's U18 team, sat in his office sipping an espresso and watching video footage on his computer screen. The video playing was from the friendly match a few days ago between the Arsenal youth team and the Chinese national youth team. Standing beside him was the fitness coach John. "Steve, is this the Chinese boy the boss personally requested for a trial?" John pointed at the Asian face running tirelessly across the screen. "His name is Su Chun." "Yes." Steve pressed pause, freezing the frame on Su Chun passing the ball. "The boss said this kid has good movement awareness and a positive attitude. He wants him to train with the team for a few days to have a look." John curled his lip. The boss always likes to dig up cheap lottery tickets from all over the world. "But honestly, Steve, I'm not impressed." Steve nodded in agreement. "Look here." Steve used a red pen to circle a spot on the screen. "His center of gravity is too high, his stride frequency is too slow. Although his running distance is long, his absolute speed is very average. Look at that sprint down the wing just now. Even our backup fullback could easily catch him. And these few touches, his ball control is far too poor. This means he's very likely to lose the ball when facing high-pressure pressing. In a fast-paced, high-intensity league like England, attitude alone is far from enough." As Arsenal's youth development chief, Steve's judgment was exceptionally sharp. His analysis was completely correct. But that was Su Chun from 3 days ago. The Su Chun who hadn't yet integrated any template. "Regardless, since it's the boss's arrangement, we have to go through the motions." Steve turned off the computer and stood up. "John, take him to the medical room for basic physical tests, then to the indoor track to test his explosive power and absolute speed. If the data doesn't meet the standard, just send him home immediately." "Understood." John picked up his record sheet and walked out of the office. 20 minutes later, Su Chun, accompanied by Su Dehai, arrived at the registration office of the Coney base. John walked over with a cold expression, sizing Su Chun up. His physique was on the lean side. Although he was 182 meters tall, his muscle definition wasn't prominent. He looked like an ordinary Asian high school student. John felt even more disappointed. With a build like that, he would probably be sent flying by those strong, physical defensive midfielders on the pitch. "You are Su Chun. Follow me. Your uncle can only wait in the rest area," John said matter-of-factly. Su Chun handed his backpack to his uncle and followed John into the testing center. First came the routine tests for height, weight, and body fat percentage. The data was mediocre, nothing outstanding. John ticked boxes on his record sheet and yawned. "Go put on your cleats on the track over there. We'll test the 30-meter sprint first, then the 100-meter speed. Run as hard as you can understand." Su Chun loosened his ankles, walked to the starting line, and nodded. The 30-meter sprint was one of the most critical assessment indicators for a football player. Space on a football pitch is extremely limited. Most overtaking and shaking off defenders happens within 30 meters. Even if you can run 100 meters in under 10 seconds, if you can't gain an instant advantage in the first 30 meters, it's useless on a football field. The world's top stars like Messi and Ronaldo in their prime had a 30-meter sprint time of about 3.8 seconds. John stood at the finish line with a stopwatch. "Ready, go." The moment the whistle blew, John only felt a dark shadow shoot forward in front of him. He even heard a distinct whoosh of air. Su Chun's legs pumped against the ground, each step unleashing an incredibly violent force, leaving deep spike marks on the special rubberized track. "Start, lift the head, accelerate." No unnecessary movements, just pure straight-line violent acceleration. The nonchalant look on John's face instantly froze. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as his finger instinctively pressed the stopwatch. Click. Su Chun crossed the finish line, decelerated smoothly, and stopped in the buffer zone. He wasn't even out of breath. John stood dumbfounded, looking down at the stopwatch in his hand. On the stopwatch screen, a red number was flashing. 3.71 seconds. "How is this possible?" John blurted out, his voice echoing loudly in the empty indoor training facility. What did 3.71 seconds mean? That was nearly as fast as the short-distance start times of professional track athletes. Even Theo Walcott, currently the fastest player in Arsenal's first team, had a best 30-meter sprint time of only 3.79 seconds. This seemingly thin Asian kid had just broken the entire Arsenal club's short-distance sprint record. "Coach, is your stopwatch broken?" Su Chun walked back, his tone very calm. This was the result of him holding back. Kaka's template had an explosive starting power of 96. If he had pushed off with full force, running under 3.7 seconds would definitely not have been a problem. "No, it's not broken." John swallowed hard. "Go test the 100 meters. Right now." 3 minutes later, Su Chun stood at the 100-meter starting line. He started again. This time John clearly saw Su Chin's terrifying sprinting ability in the latter half of the race. Long strides, high frequency. Those legs were like they were equipped with a V8 engine. In the second half, not only did he not slow down, he actually accelerated. He ran faster and faster, until he crossed the finish line. John glanced at the stopwatch. 10:29 seconds. A sharp intake of breath. John felt his scalp tingle. An 18-year-old football player running 100 meters in under 10.3 seconds. Was he here to play football or to prepare for the Olympics? Without saying a word, John tore off the record sheet and ran like a madman towards the head coach's office, leaving Su Chin behind without a care. In the office, Steve was planning the lineup for the afternoon's youth team friendly match. The door was slammed open with a bang. John burst in, panting like a bull, and slapped the record sheet hard onto the desk. "Steve, this is a ghost in the machine. A real ghost." John was red in the face with excitement. "Where the hell did the boss dig up this monster from a track team?" "Calm down, John." Steve frowned, picking up the report. "Are the physical test results out?" "Too slow. If he's slow, just kick him out." "What's the big deal?" His eyes scanned the rows of numbers on the form, when his gaze stopped on the bold sprint data at the bottom. Steve's hand holding the report jerked violently. His office chair let out a harsh screech. Steve jumped straight up from his chair, knocking over the coffee cup on the desk. Brown liquid spilled all over the table, but he couldn't care less. His hands clutched the paper tightly, his eyes almost glued to the numbers. 3:71 seconds. 100 meters in 10:29 seconds. Steve's head snapped up and he yelled at John, "Are you sure the measuring equipment wasn't broken? This is a time that a human being can run. I used 2 different brands of stopwatches and tested him twice. There's absolutely no error." John gasped for air. The explosive power in his start is like a cheetah's. "Steve, we completely misjudged him." Steve's mind was buzzing. The image of the friendly match footage from 3 days ago flashed through his mind again. That Asian boy with average speed who could barely control the ball. How could his physical attributes have undergone such a terrifying mutation in just 3 days? Had he been hiding his true ability all along? Steve paced in a circle, then slammed his palm on the table. "Let's go. To the training ground immediately," Steve said, urgently, walking quickly out the door. "Having track speed is useless on a football pitch. I need to see his ability with the ball. Get a football. Have him do the dribbling through cones test right now." On the second pitch at the Coney base, Su Dehai stood outside the wire fence, his hands sweating profusely. Just then he saw the youth team head coach Steve along with a group of assistants rushing onto the pitch in a flurry. John quickly set up a row of orange cones on the grass. The distance between them was extremely short, requiring the player to weave through at full speed while dribbling. Steve stood on the sidelines watching Su Chin, who was stretching, and shouted loudly, "Kid, use your fastest speed dribble past these cones, and then put the ball into that small goal. Show me what you're really made of." Su Chin tested the grass with his foot. The feel of this top-tier pitch made his blood begin to boil. He flicked the ball up with his toe and cushioned it perfectly on his instep. He looked up at the row of cones ahead. No unnecessary preparatory movements. Su Chin sharply pushed the ball forward with the top of his right foot. Thump. The ball shot 3 meters away in an instant. Steve frowned, cursing inwardly. Too big a touch. In a match, that ball would be stolen by a defender immediately. But the next second, Steve's pupils contracted to their absolute limit. Because Su Chin moved, he was like a white flash of lightning catching up to the ball just before it slowed down. No slowing down to change direction. No tiny adjustment steps. At full sprint, Su Chin gently swept the ball with his left foot, and it curved tightly around the first cone. Then he pushed it again with his right foot. His body swayed widely from side to side, each touch using only the smallest surface area of his instep or the outside of his foot, knocking the ball past the defender, taking huge strides. On the green field, that figure kicked up a gust of wind as it swept past the row of orange cones. The 2 middle cones were even knocked over by the powerful airflow he generated rolling across the grass. 15 meters from the small goal. Without any further adjustment, Su Chin met the rolling ball, swung his right leg back like a whip, and struck the lower middle part of the ball with immense force. Boom. A crisp, clear sound of impact echoed across the entire training ground. The ball turned into a straight streak of white light, skimming the underside of the crossbar and smashing deep into the back of the net. A dead silence fell over the entire scene. The wind stopped. Only the black and white ball continued to spin and burn furiously in the back of the net. Steve's mouth hung open and the tactical board in his hand fell onto the grass with a clatter. Was this the rumored national team reject who couldn't even control a simple pass? Steve stared at the ball still spinning and rubbing violently inside the goal, net his mouth agape for a long while. As the youth academy director who had cultivated talents at Arsenal for over a decade, he had seen countless so-called football prodigies from across Europe, and he knew full well what the most supreme innate talent a player could possess truly was. Technique could be honed through relentless daily practice. Awareness could be nurtured through years of accumulated match experience. But speed and explosive power, those were gifts bestowed by heaven, an absolute barrier etched into one's very genes. A 100-meter sprint time of 10:29 seconds. A 30-meter acceleration time of 3:71 seconds. What did that even mean? In terms of pure linear speed, even if this kid never played football, he could spend a few days training on the track and breeze through the Olympic sprint trials. But on the green pitch, the most crucial 30-meter burst was a striker's greatest weapon. In football, the starts, overtakes, and escapes all happened within that narrow 30-meter space. Being half a body length quicker off the mark meant a decisive, match-winning opportunity. Bloody hell. With such terrifying acceleration data, those idiots at the Chinese Football Association actually gave him a verdict of average speed lacks physical confrontation. Steve grabbed his own hair in frustration. Are those pot-bellied bureaucrats sitting in their offices completely blind? They labeled a once-in-a-century monstrous talent as a useless nobody. What a colossal waste. A sheer waste. If this rough gem had entered Europe's youth system a few years earlier, he would undoubtedly be a multi-million euro superstar in the transfer market right now. Even if they only taught him one move, charging down the wing and bulldozing past fullbacks, with legs capable of running under 3.7 seconds, this kid would absolutely secure a rotational starting spot on a top Premier League team. John swallowed hard beside him. Steve calmed down first. John rolled up the physical test sheet in his hand. Having straight line speed is fine for track, but that dribbling around the cones earlier was impressive, incredibly fluid. Still, it was just a rigid test without defenders. The intensity of competition across all levels of English football is the highest in the world. In real match play, facing tough physical man-marking and low slides, if he can't shield the ball, all his speed is useless. Steve nodded decisively. Right? Seeing is believing. He turned and strode briskly toward the sideline. I'll arrange an internal scrimmage right now, and I'll put him in the starting lineup. We'll see what he's made of once he's thrown into the meat grinder. John was startled, dropping him straight into the starting 11. That would Meanwhile on pitch, no. Pure unadulterated exhilaration coursed through his entire body. This black and white ball felt like an extension of his very limbs. Back in his national youth team days, stopping a high ball required staring at the landing spot and frantically calculating the force of his touch in his mind. Now none of those tedious steps were necessary. The ball under his feet was more obedient than a well-trained hunting dog. Whatever move, what excited him even more was that those two all-out bursts of speed earlier had caused no negative repercussions whatsoever. He had expected that pushing such extreme numbers would result in a distinct soreness or pulling sensation in his hamstrings and meniscus. Yet he wasn't even breathing hard. This was the most heaven-defying boost the system provided. The peak caca form, without any injury risk, perfectly eliminating wear and tear. It allowed him to recklessly expend his explosive physical attributes on the pitch without restraint. Hey kid, gather round. In the distance, fitness coach John blew his whistle. Su Chen kicked the ball back to an assistant coach and jogged toward the center circle. Over 20 young players in training kits were already assembled. They're all regular members of Arsenal's U18 youth team. Most of these lads had bright futures ahead, but such was the cruel law of the English youth development system. Survival of the fittest, the weak, devoured by the strong. So when Steve brought Su Chen, a stranger in Asian face already tagged with a negative label, into the circle, the surrounding gate, a few players whispered among themselves. Who's that guy? Asian. Haven't you seen the news? That's the hothead who broke a teammate's nose at the Chinese training base yesterday. Heard he got kicked off the national team. Looking for a job here. Huh. What good players could come out of China's football wasteland? Probably some agent's trick to pad his resume. He'll be gone in 2 weeks. Most of the young players regarded Su Chen with cold indifference, not seeing him as a real competitor. At the front of the crowd stood a youth just over 1.7 meters tall, but with exceptionally developed chest muscles. He had short hair and a defiant look in his eyes. Jack Wilshere. He was the brightest jewel of Arsenal's academy in recent years. Last year, he'd even been promoted to the first team by Wenger to make his Premier League debut, breaking the club's record for youngest appearance. The only reason he was on the U18 training ground today was to maintain his form during the off-season. Jack glanced at Su Chen, then looked away, continuing to juggle the ball lazily with his heel. He only cared about midfielders who could deliver good passes or strikers who could finish a match. This unknown kid who popped up from nowhere didn't spark the slightest interest in him. That was until Steve started handing out practice vests. In the English training system, distributing vests signaled the coach's decision on the starting lineup for the next official match. Today it was bright red vests. Jack unsurprisingly took the first one and pulled it on. Next came the captain, center back, the starting defensive midfielder, the starting winger. When only one red vest remained, several substitute forwards, eager to prove themselves to the coach, instinctively stepped forward, heads held high, eyes burning with desire for a starting spot. But Steve walked right past them and handed the sweat-stained red vest to Su Chen. Put it on. You'll play as a shadow striker, roaming freely ahead of Jack. Show me how you play football. Steve pointed to the midfield attacking area. The atmosphere on the pitch dropped to freezing point. The overlooked youth players stared wide-eyed. They had slogged and fought in the mud for half a year just to earn a spot on the bench. And this Asian kid on his first day directly snatched the starting shadow striker position. On what grounds? Because he's a brawling delinquent who got kicked out. Hostility. Utterly obvious rejection and hostility pressed down on Su Chen from all directions. Su Chen took the red vest without even lifting an eyelid. Right in front of everyone, he pulled it over his head and walked confidently into the starting lineup. He didn't blame them for their envy. Competitive sports were a jungle law. Since he was on the pitch, he would just use his fists and strength to knock down anyone who wasn't convinced. Beep. The shrill whistle for the scrimmage pierced the air above the pitch. The match was between the starting team and the substitute team. The match lasted 30 minutes. Since it was an informal internal contest, both sides skipped the probing phase entirely and launched straight into high-intensity pressing. The trademark fierce tackles and hard collisions of English football were on full display from the very first minute. Su Chun prowled near the center circle ready to make his run. His direct opponent was Marcus, the substitute team's black center back. This guy was nearly 1.9 meters tall, built as broad as a full-grown brown bear. Determined to prove to Steve that he was more deserving of the starting spot than Su Chun, Marcus clung to Su Chun from the opening whistle. Using his height and long legs to his advantage, Marcus deliberately slammed heavily into Su Chen's back, while off the ball his knee rudely digging into Su Chen's thigh muscle. "Yellow boy, that vest on you is a joke." Marcus lowered his head, his provocative trash talk drilling straight into Su Chen's ear. "You better run off the field and cry for your mommy. This is a man's arena. When the ball comes, I'll snap your leg right at the knee." Breaking a newcomer's mental fortitude with brutal fouls was a traditional trick passed down by English defenders. Su Chun absorbed the impact from behind, his stance unwavering, not even a wobble in his center of gravity. He completely ignored Marcus's stream of filth. At that moment, midfield maestro Jack Wilshere received a pass from the backline. Jack pulled the ball back under his foot and looked up to scan the runs up front. He noticed the new kid was incredibly clever, constantly darting into the narrow space between the defensive and midfield lines. Such tactical awareness was far from a mindless runner. "Let's see if you can handle this ball then," Jack thought to himself. He struck the ball hard with the outside of his right foot, opting not for a safe lob, but a groundbreaking through ball. The pass was aimed at Su Chen's feet, but it was also a test. If his ball control was even slightly off, the ball would bounce 2 meters away and be gobbled up by the defender. The ball, like a blade skimming the ground, sliced through the substitute team's defense, weaving straight through the crowd. "That pass is too heavy. He'll never control it," Marcus sneered. He spread his arms wide, pressing firmly against Su Chen's back, while lifting his right foot ready to slide in. The ball was about to meet Su Chen's right instep. A tenth of a second before contact, Su Chen's left foot dug firmly into the turf. He didn't make a traditional cushioning stop at all. Instead, his right instep suddenly tensed, and the tip of his boot, hidden beneath the rapidly rolling ball, flicked it upward with a delicate concealed angle. Effortless. A subtle force overcoming a heavy one. The ball obediently left the grass, tracing an eerily deceptive small arc. It sailed directly over Su Chen's head, and naturally, it also cleared the head of Marcus, who was about to charge into him from behind. A back-to-goal flick up. Before Marcus's brain could even process what had happened, the terrifying explosive power hidden within Su Chun was fully unleashed. His starting burst value, rated at 96, displayed its devastating, overwhelming force in that instant. His core muscles suddenly engaged, and bearing Marcus's weight, he executed a ferocious half-turn. Then those long legs slammed into the ground with tremendous force. The power that could dent a running track was transferred onto the soft turf. Whoosh! Marcus only felt a strong gust of wind whip past his cheek. As he clumsily twisted his torso to try and grab the opponent's shirt, his fingers clutched only air. Su Chun had already bulldozed past him with the most brutal, like a white lightning bolt breaking through a blockade. Su Chun precisely cushioned the descending ball with his chest 3 meters behind Marcus. With his right foot, he pushed the ball forward in one large stride. Long strides, a clear path to goal. The substitute goalkeeper, terrified out of his wits, rushed out to. Without even looking at him, Su Chun curled a low shot with the inside of his right foot half a beat before the keeper dove. The ball grazed the goalkeeper's fingertips, slid along the grass, and nestled into the far corner of the net, thudding softly against the pristine white mesh. The crisp sound of the ball hitting the net echoed loudly across the empty training ground. Silence. A deathly stillness. Everyone's movements froze in that moment. From Jack's pass to Su Chen's back-to-goal flick, his powerful turn to burn Marcus, and the final one-on-one finish. The entire sequence happened with extreme rapidity, taking no more than 3 seconds. Smooth, brutally efficient, without any unnecessary flourishes. It was pure technique combined with raw athleticism that simply overwhelmed the opponent. Jack Wilshere, standing in the center circle, drew in a sharp breath. What he loved most was a striker who let his actions speak, someone who could turn a difficult through ball into an assist. Holy shit, we've got a monster striker. Jack's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but curse in admiration. On the sideline, Steve, who had been watching the play intently, clenched his fists tightly. He couldn't control himself and took several steps forward, his heart pounding wildly. That flick and turn move required an insane level of ball control and core strength. To pull off such a move under the heavy marking of a Premier League youth team. This was a genius among geniuses. Trash kicked out by the Chinese Football Association. If this was trash, then where on earth were the true talents? Effortless. Too effortless. Watching the black and white orb frantically spinning in the net, Su Chun turned around, too lazy to even bother with an extra celebration. Not a single ripple stirred within his heart. He had originally thought the defensive intensity of Arsenal's youth team would put some pressure on him. But facing off against this black central defender Marcus, who stood 1.90 meters tall, confronting his own self bolstered by the attributes of Pete Kaka, it was nothing short of a one-sided brutal massacre. This feeling of forcing a way past, and scoring was as easy as taking candy from a baby. Even in England's top-tier youth academy, it was nothing more. Going head-to-head with those established Premier League stars, that was the real stage. As Suchun mused, he jogged back to the center circle. He collided head-on with Jack Wilshere, who was charging over his face, brimming with excitement. This English midfield prodigy, later known as the future Prince Wei, now had eyes filled with nothing but fervent admiration for the strong. He himself was a rebellious character by nature. What he respected most were those hard-nosed players who proved themselves with strength on the pitch. As an attacking midfielder, he desperately needed a monster striker up front who could convert those damn-through balls into goals. Beautiful pass, incredibly precise route. Suchun raised his hand and praised in fluent English. Well done, mate. That turn and dribble was awesome. Jack jumped up directly, wrapped his arms tightly around Suchun's shoulders, and slapped his back vigorously. The other key young players in red vests also ran over, cheering loudly. The world of football is just that realistic. 5 minutes ago they thought this Asian face was a shady recruit, full of resentment and defiance. But after that combination of a backheel chip and a brutal, overpowering run to score, all doubts and hostility vanished instantly. The substitute side was dead silent. Marcus sat on the muddy turf, panting heavily, staring fixedly at Suchun's back, his mind a complete blank. Everything that had just happened was too fast. He hadn't even touched the opponent's jersey before being bypassed like a training cone. The match resumed. The next 20 minutes turned into Suchun's personal highlight reel. Minute 7. Jack received the ball in midfield, looked up, and spotted Suchun dropping back. He didn't hesitate and pushed the ball over. Suchun received the ball with his back to goal. This time the substitute side had learned their lesson. Marcus and another defensive midfielder flanked him from left and right, attempting to sandwich him. Suchun didn't give them a chance to close in. He nudged the ball to the outside with his right foot and burst into action. His explosive starting speed, rated at 96 points, came into play once more. Mud splattered everywhere. Suchun was like a heavy-duty sports car, shifting into 8th gear, tearing a path open through the narrow gap between the two defenders. A long-range sprint. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The two defenders chased desperately behind him, only to realize they weren't even worthy of eating his exhaust fumes. The distance was visibly widening. At the edge of the penalty area, Suchun didn't slow down at all. His left leg rammed into the turf like a heavy artillery mount. His right leg, meeting the rolling ball, brutally unleashed a full-power cannonball. Boom. The ball, with a terrifying swoosh, went straight into the top corner. The substitute goalkeeper didn't even make a save attempt before the ball was already creating a puff of air in the back of the net. 2-0. Minute 15. Suchun pulled wide to receive the ball. Near the sideline, facing the fullback's defense, he didn't bother with fake moves or stepovers. He simply kicked the ball 5 meters ahead and relied purely on his straight-line speed to overtake him on the outside. He drove to the byline, crossed, and assisted a teammate for a header. 3-0. Minute 25. Suchun controlled and dribbled past in the box with silky smooth ball control, nutmegging the hapless Marcus. He gently slotted the ball with his left foot into the near post. 4-0. On the sidelines, Arsenal's youth academy director Steve and fitness coach John were completely in a state of shock. Their scalps tingled, their breathing quickened. They had seen countless prodigies, but a player displaying such absolute dominance at this age was unprecedented. It was like stuffing a first-team core player into a youth match to play against elementary school kids. 30 minutes, a hat-trick plus an assist. John swallowed hard, the hand holding his record book trembling uncontrollably. You call this average speed? You call this not knowing how to play? Steve, right now I really want to buy a plane ticket to China and see what kind of aliens are in their national youth team. Steve let out a cold laugh. Aliens? Those idiots who don't even know how to control a ball. This is a great gift God has sent to Arsenal. Those morons at the Chinese Football Association actually kicked out a perverted-level prodigy worth at least tens of millions of euros. Steve grabbed his tactical board and blew his whistle loudly. Beep. Game over. If they played on the substitute team's psychological defenses would completely collapse. That poor black central defender Marcus had been so thoroughly dribbled past that he didn't even have the strength to stand up, sitting on the ground, questioning his existence. Steve strode purposefully onto the pitch, heading straight for Suchun. He was now afraid that this kid would be poached by scouts from other clubs. Kid, well done. Steve slapped Suchun's shoulder forcefully, his tone brimming with extreme excitement. Arsenal has decided to sign you to an immediate apprentice top-tier contract. Not only that, next week when the first team assembles, I will directly recommend you to Professor Wenger for the squad. According to English work permit regulations, non-EU players without national team appearances find it extremely difficult to obtain a work permit to play in the Premier League. But there are two exceptions. One is the special talent clause. The second is to first sign a youth team contract, play in English Youth Cup competitions for a while, and then the club can prove the player's first team quality through operations before applying for a special work permit. Suchun now fully met both criteria. Suchun nodded, not at all surprised by this outcome. Coach Steve, when can I play in official matches? Suchun only cared about playing. Only by constantly playing and scoring crazily could he shut those bureaucrats back home who were still blacklisting him online and waiting to see him fail. Steve burst out laughing. Don't worry, you've come at just the right time. Steve pulled a schedule out of his pocket. This weekend we have a very important FA Youth Cup knockout match. The opponent is Manchester City's U18 youth team. As long as the contract is signed, you'll be the starting center forward for this match. One day later, with his uncle Su Dahai coordinating connections and Arsenal's youth academy giving full green lights. Su Chun very smoothly signed the Arsenal Youth Academy contract and also obtained a special trial spot with the first team. Weekend. A luxury bus was driving on the highway to Manchester. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. The Arsenal U18 lads were not overly optimistic just because they had signed Su Chun in the English youth system. Manchester City's youth investment in recent years had been terrifying. They had spent tens of millions of pounds just on buying various young talents. Last season's Youth Cup we got battered 2-0 away at City, and then we were held to a draw at home and knocked out. Jack Wilshere sat next to Su Chun, angrily punching the seat back in front of him. Damn, just thinking about that goalkeeper gives me a headache. Yeah, striker Charlie chimed in. If it weren't for that bastard saves and blocks, how could we have been eliminated? That guy has such long arms and a huge range. He's like a madman. Listening to his teammates chatter, Su Chun became interested. You're making him sound so scary. What's the name of this City youth goalkeeper? Su Chun asked casually. Jack turned around and answered very seriously. He's German. City spent a lot of money this year to poach him from Stuttgart's youth team. His name is Loris Karius. Su Chun was drinking a sports drink. When he heard that name, he almost spit it out. Karius. A colossal catastrophic mistake. Su Chun's mind immediately flashed back to the 2018 Champions League final in his previous life. The Liverpool goalkeeper who had thrown the ball directly onto Benzema's foot and then fumbled a long-range shot from Bale. So this infamous world's #1 had actually been in City's youth setup back then. Su Chun quickly flipped through his memories. Indeed, from 2009 to 2011, Karius had indeed played for Manchester City. Oh, it's him, Su Chun said, wiping the water off his chin, and couldn't help but chuckle. You know him? Jack asked, looking surprised. Let's just say his reputation precedes him. Su Chun waved his hand. This German lad's future was indeed somewhat unfortunate. After being knocked by Ramos, his form completely vanished. But at this moment, he was the proud star goalkeeper of City's youth academy and the nemesis of Arsenal's youth team. You'd better be careful. Jack lowered his voice and warned. He's extremely arrogant, and his defensive moves are very aggressive. He'll even sprint out of the box to slide tackle on a one-on-one. Arrogant is good. Su Chun leaned back in his seat, twisted his neck, and a crisp sound of bones rubbing came out. I love taking down arrogant guys the most. Leave it to me. I'll deal with him today. Seeing Su Chun's confident attitude, the previously oppressive atmosphere in the carriage instantly dissipated quite a bit. With this freak who could tear through an entire defense in one half, revenge against Manchester City no longer seemed like empty talk. Crush City. Jack stood up and roared. Crush them. A unified battle cry rang out in the bus. Manchester Etihad Campus Training Center. The main stands were filled with local fans mixed with quite a few newspaper reporters carrying long lenses and cameras. Today was not only a focus match. There were also rumors that Manchester City's first-team manager Roberto Mancini would personally watch from the box. That was the main reason for the large media presence today. Both teams finished their final preparations in the locker rooms and filed into the tunnel. Su Chun walked at the very front of the Arsenal team. As the starting center forward for this match, his appearance immediately drew the attention of the City players. A completely unfamiliar Asian face. The City youth team captain, the tall, long-haired German goalkeeper Karius, stood at the front of the other line. He scrutinized Su Chun without any courtesy, letting out a loud, mocking laugh. Jack has Arsenal completely run out of players. You have to bring in a skinny monkey from Asia to play as your starting striker. Karius taunted the nearby Jack Wilshere in English without restraint. Jack's face darkened, and he was about to retort. Su Chun reached out and held Jack's shoulder, then turned to look Karius straight in the eye. I heard you're Arsenal's nemesis. Extremely strong defensively. Su Chun's tone was very flat, betraying no emotion. Karius raised his chin, looking arrogant. Of course. As long as I stand between the posts, you won't have a single shot on target today. Good, Su Chun nodded. I have a habit. Whenever I meet a goalkeeper who claims to be invincible in defense, I like to send the ball and the man into the net right in front of him. I hope your rushing speed matches your arrogant demeanor. As soon as he said this, the City team burst into jeers. An unknown Asian rookie dared to spout such nonsense in front of City's celebrated goalkeeper. Karius's face darkened, his gaze turning cold. Ignorant yellow monkey. On the pitch, I'll show you what English football defensive intensity means. Every single shot you take will be ruthlessly denied by me. Su Chun didn't waste any more words. He strode out of the tunnel, stepping onto the turf of the Etihad campus training ground. The surrounding stands immediately erupted with deafening boos from the City fans. The match officially began. Manchester City's youth team kicked off first. Taking advantage of home turf, the City youngsters played with extreme aggression, frequently using physical confrontations to pressure Arsenal's half from the start. In the first 10 minutes, Arsenal were in a defensive position, in the luxury box at the highest point of the stands. Manchester City manager Mancini, wearing a dark trench coat, held a hot coffee and looked down at the pitch from above. What the hell is that old fox Steve up to? Mancini pointed at Su Chun, who was hovering around the center circle. A single striker tactic, putting a slender Asian kid at the front as the attacking focal point. Are they giving up on the match? The assistant coach quickly flipped through the data in his hand. Coach, this player is called Su Chun. He arrived in London from China a few days ago. According to the records, he was permanently expelled by the Chinese Football Association for assaulting a teammate. What a farce. Is Arsenal now recycling such notorious trash players? Mancini shook his head, instantly losing interest in further observation. The chief referee blew. Manchester City U18 kicked off first. This luxurious youth squad, a gathering of prodigious talents from across Europe, held Arsenal in utter contempt. Within just the first minute, City's midfielders began a massive advance. Leveraging their robust physiques and ferocious pressing, they forcibly suppressed Arsenal's young players in their own half. Arsenal's formation was forced to retreat. The ball moved swiftly under City's feet. 2 consecutive highly threatening long-range shots were only blocked by an Arsenal centre-back, throwing himself desperately to the ground, deflecting the ball out for a corner. From the ensuing corner, City's towering centre-forward overpowered the defender to head the ball, which grazed the post and went wide. 5 minutes into the match, City's momentum was overwhelming. They displayed a level of oppressive force a whole tier above the Arsenal youth team. Karius, standing before City's goal, even strode directly out of the penalty area. With his hands on his hips near the center circle, he assumed the role of a sweeper keeper. This was an audacious position. It was a complete assumption that Arsenal could not mount a decent counterattack. Karius even whistled at Su Chun, who was drifting alone in the attacking half, and taunted him loudly. "Asian kid, are you ready to go the whole match without even touching the ball? This is the Etihad, not where you belong." Su Chun didn't even glance at Karius. He silently adjusted his breathing, jogging slowly as he observed the gaps in City's defensive line. High pressing, a high defensive line. This was practically handing him, with his Kaka template, a golden opportunity. In the luxurious box at the highest point of the stands, City's manager Mancini was holding a steaming cup of coffee, his legs crossed. A match with no suspense. Mancini tossed the dossier onto the table. Arsenal's youth team is suffocating. This single striker tactic is a complete disaster. That kid from China is utterly useless. The assistant coach chimed in, "Yes, boss. China has no soil for nurturing top-tier strikers. His only saving grace is probably his low price. This is the consequence of Wenger's penny-pinching in recent years," Mancini said, taking a sip of coffee. "I wouldn't even want a player of this caliber as a sparring partner for City." Before the words faded, the situation on the pitch changed abruptly. Arsenal's midfield core Jack Wilshere precisely anticipated the opponent's passing lane just outside the penalty area. A sliding tackle. He won the ball. Jack lay on the turf, not even getting up, just lifting his head to glance at the far half. A figure in white was already starting his run. Without a moment's hesitation, Jack struck the ball with immense power, using the outside of his right foot. The ball skimmed the turf, carving a long straight line that tore through most of City's defensive line. A through ball. "Stop him," City's manager shouted from the sideline. 2 City defenders holding the back line immediately converged on the ball's landing point. But they were horrified to find that the figure streaking past them was moving at an impossibly fast speed. To start the acceleration, Su Chun used no feints, just the simplest, most brutal straight-line sprint. His speed, attribute maxed out at 98, was fully unleashed. His studs bit fiercely into the turf, kicking up clods of mud. With each stride of his long legs, the distance between them visibly widened. Too fast. So fast that City's 2 center-backs didn't even have a chance to foul him by pulling his shirt. In full sprint, Su Chun deftly extended his right foot, nudging the ball forward in the direction it was rolling. The ball control was seamless and natural harmony. This single move shook off the defenders by a full 5 body lengths. One-on-one with the keeper, the stadium announcer roared. Outside the penalty area, Karius, who had been standing with his hands on his hips, his face changed dramatically. He never imagined this Asian's explosive power could be so terrifying, outpacing even 2 black central defenders. Relying on his height, long legs, and aggressive rushing, Karius gritted his teeth and charged out of his goal. Like an enraged bull, he sprinted towards Su Chun, who was advancing at high speed with the ball. Karius, still 3 meters away, unreasonably threw himself into a sliding tackle. Aiming for both man and ball, he sealed off all forward routes. This was a dangerous defensive move. Faced with such a ferocious rush, any ordinary youth team striker would instinctively jump to avoid it losing possession. But in Su Chun's dictionary, there was no word for retreat. In the midst of his sprint, Su Chun's upper body showed no sway. The instep of his left foot discreetly nudged the side of the ball. The ball slipped past Karius's outstretched studs towards the outside. Then, the muscles in Su Chun's thighs exploded with brutal power, forcibly altering his forward trajectory, at high speed, sidestepping the sliding Karius completely. A nutmeg. Clean. Decisive. Leaving no room. Karius, with a mouthful of grass, turned his head in utter despair. He could only watch the white figure casually catch up to the ball and gently push it with the inside of his right foot. The ball rolled unimpeded into the empty net. The white netting rippled. 1-0. Just 8 minutes into the match. Arsenal's first foray into City's half, their first shot. A goal. The entire Etihad campus fell into a dead silence. The insults and boos the City fans had prepared were choked in their throats by this incredibly stunning long-range run. In the box. Bang. Mancini's bone china coffee cup slammed heavily onto the glass table, spilling coffee over his hand, but he didn't even notice. The usually composed Italian manager stared wide-eyed, fixated on the number 10 player jogging back on the pitch. "My God, what kind of speed is that?" Mancini's voice cracked. The assistant coach was speechless with shock. You just said he had no speed, no physicality. Mancini whirled around, grabbing the dossier from the table. You tell me this guy who can outrun two center backs in a 30-meter sprint and perfectly control his center of gravity at top speed. You call that no speed? This is a heavy tank with a high-powered engine. Mancini, furious, tore the dossier in half and threw it to the floor. Are all those scouts from the Chinese Football Association blind? How could they cast out a talent like this as a delinquent player? Back on the pitch, Su Chun high-fived Jack with force. Nice one, mate. That pass was perfect, Su Chun said with a smile. It was your run that was insane. Jack's face was flushed with excitement. I could barely keep up. Keep going. Let's crush these arrogant bastards. The match resumed. City's players were clearly enraged by the goal. They began employing extremely rough fouling tactics against Su Chun in midfield. Whenever Su Chun got the ball, 2 or 3 players would immediately swarm him. They thought this would contain the Asian striker. But they were wrong. It only fully ignited the killing instinct of the peak Kaka template. The 20th minute. Arsenal's winger crossed the ball from near the byline. The ball sailed over the penalty area. The landing point wasn't ideal, drifting towards the top of the arc. City's midfielders were ready to collect the second ball. Midway through the ball's descent, Su Chun suddenly burst out from inside the box. He didn't need to control the ball. Meeting the falling ball, Su Chun's body leaned gracefully in midair, his left foot planted firmly in the turf for support. Boom. A deeply muffled explosion echoed throughout the stadium. Karius reacted this time. He pushed off with his legs long. The immense impact force blasted his finger. Karius crashed to the ground, staring blankly at his hands, the surface of his glove completely unstoppable. The 31st minute. It was Su Chun again. He received a short pass from Jack near the left touchline. City's fullback, Su Chun, didn't play by the rules. He simply kicked the ball far down the line, a good 7 or 8 meters ahead. A pass to himself 3 seconds into the future. Then he sprinted flat out on the outside of the touchline, using sheer straight line speed to overtake from the outside. The City fullback felt a gust of wind, and the player was gone. Su Chun caught up to the ball just before the byline, lifted his head to look at the center, and delivered a comfortable. Charlie, arriving late, pushed the ball in. 3-0. Su Chun had a hand in all 3 goals, scoring 2 and assisting 1. In just half an hour, the City youth team, which had been dominating England, had its defense completely torn apart by one man. The whole stadium, man mark. They couldn't catch him. Foul. You couldn't even touch his shirt. This was a complete mismatch. The most brutal scene unfolded. Su Chun received the ball at the center circle arc and began his solo show. His dribbling attribute, maxed out at 95, made his ball control absolutely sublime. First, with a subtle backheel, he nutmegged City's defensive midfielder. Then with long strides, he drove straight into the penalty area. Facing the last center back, Su Chun didn't slow down. He gently nudged the ball with the outside of his left foot, executing a bizarre large-scale shift in his body's center of gravity. The defender was so fooled he sat down hard on the turf. Finally, Su Chun facing the tall German goalkeeper. Su Chun couldn't even be bothered with a feint. He sharply scooped the ball from underneath with his toe. A chip shot. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air, sailed over Karius's head, and dropped softly into the net. 4-0. The halftime whistle blew. In just 45 minutes, Su Chun had scored 4 goals. Some City fans in the stands had already started to leave early. It was too humiliating. The youth academy of a prestigious Premier League club was being utterly dominated by an unknown Asian kid. Karius knelt on the goal line, his face buried in his hands. He had picked the ball out of the net 4 times in one half. Each time he conceded the guy in the number 10. This cold contempt completely shattered Karius's mental defenses. The seeds of a legendary psychological scar were planted in the heart of this 18-year-old. Jack ran past Karius, gritted his teeth, saying nothing. The 15-minute break passed swiftly. The second half of the match began, the sides switching ends. The stands of the Etihad Campus Youth Training Center were shrouded in a deathly silence. The Manchester City home fans could no longer even muster a jeer. Being down on the pitch, the eyes of the City players were bloodshot. Their head coach had issued a stern order during the halftime break. At any cost, they must contain that Asian number 10. The match resumed. City's defensive line completely dropped back. They even deployed 2 defensive midfielders, employing an extreme man-marking tactic to engage Su Chun in close-quarters combat. Dirty tackles, jersey pulling, underhanded fouls. The most brutal grinding style of English football was laid bare. In the highest box, Mancini watched with a grim face, his gaze fixed on the pitch. His physique is too slight, the chief scout beside Mancini analyzed. That first half sprint consumed too much energy. Now, facing our double-teaming and high-intensity physicality, this Asian will definitely disappear. Mancini said nothing as they committed numbers forward. The ball was swung into the box, where an Arsenal center-back leaped high and headed it clear out of the penalty area. The ball dropped towards the center circle. 2 of City's deep-lying center-backs quickly converged on the landing spot. Su Chun moved too. He sprinted at full speed from his own half, racing towards the ball's descent point in the air. Take him out. Don't let him get the ball. Seeing he couldn't match the speed, City's black defensive midfielder slid in, showing his studs, and viciously hacked at Su Chun's standing leg. Another center-back also came crashing in from the side with a shoulder barge. It was a challenge aimed purely at the man. On the sideline, Arsenal's youth development director Steve felt his heart stop and let out a loud curse. Facing this pincer attack from both sides, Su Chun didn't even bother to jump or dodge. In the instant before contact, Su Chin's explosive power, rated at 96 points, flooded his entire body. The muscles in his thighs bulged, his core engaged with explosive force. Boom! An incredibly dull, heavy sound of colliding muscles echoed across the entire stadium. The City center back, who had tried to use his weight advantage to shove Su Chin off the ball, felt as though he had crashed into a high-speed armored train. Not only did he fail to unbalance Su Chin, but the sheer brutal reactive force sent him flying backward, landing heavily in the mud with a thud. Simultaneously, Su Chin deftly flicked the ball over the sliding midfielder's head with his left foot. His entire body took a long stride forward, clearing the tackle on the ground. A display of brutal dominance, crushing the double team. There were no fancy stepovers, only the sheer despair-inducing power and blistering speed. Having breached these two defensive lines, only a vast expanse of open space lay before Su Chin. A one-on-one with the goalkeeper. A long-range solo run from the halfway line. 30 meters, 20 meters. That white figure carved an almost unbelievable blur across the green turf. On the goal line, Karius's legs went weak. Watching that heavy tank charging towards him once more, the City goalkeeper's mental fortitude completely crumbled. He lost even the courage to rush out, rooted to his line, flailing his arms wildly. At the edge of the penalty box, Su Chin didn't even need to adjust his stride. Planting his left leg firmly, he swung his right foot like a drawn bow, unleashing a powerful full-force shot. The ball turned into a white meteor, tearing through the air with a whistle, smashing violently against the underside of the crossbar. Clang! The ball ricocheted heavily into the net, sending the net bulging high. 5-0. Silence. A deathly hush fell over the stadium. Karius slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant. He couldn't even muster the strength to turn and retrieve the ball. A 4-goal haul wasn't enough, he had scored 5. A display of utter dominance. In the box, Mancini spun around and grabbed the scout by the collar. This is what you call a slight physique. He just sent our 180-pound center back flying. Mancini roared, spittle flying. Find out. Find out immediately if that kid is signed or not. Whatever Arsenal paid City will pay double. I want him in the first team. On the sideline, Steve broke out in a cold sweat. This wasn't football, this was psychological warfare. If he left this kid on the pitch, those desperate, frenzied City youngsters would definitely try to cripple him with a dangerous tackle. Steve decisively turned and raised the substitution board. Beep. In the 51st minute, Su Chin, those hardcore City fans who had come to taunt were completely won over by this pure brutal aesthetic. Steve rushed over, embracing Su Chin in a tight hug and pounding his back wildly. The remaining 40 minutes became garbage, a complete thrashing. 2 hours later, the team bus traveled along the highway back to London. Inside, the atmosphere was one of fervent, ecstatic celebration. The humiliation of being eliminated by City's youth academy last season had been repaid 100-fold today. 5 goals. Brothers, our academy has got a monster. The captain shouted, waving his shirt in the aisle. The young players around him responded in kind. The earlier exclusion and disdain had been utterly shattered by those 5 ruthless goals. Jack Wilshere pushed through the crowd and plopped down next to Su Chin, his eyes filled with fervent adoration. Su, that midfield burst was incredible. That defender you knocked over rolled twice on the ground. So awesome. Jack gestured excitedly. You know, after the match, Karius didn't even stay for the handshake. He just lowered his head and ran straight to the locker room. You've made that arrogant guy depressed. Facing this fervent praise from the group of half-grown rising stars, Su Chin just leaned back in his seat, drinking water. 5 goals in 1/2 meant nothing to him. The template of Kaká at his peak was meant for the Champions League final for the World Cup stage. Playing in a youth league match was simply an adult beating up kindergartners. It brought no sense of achievement. Su Chin crushed the water bottle in his hand. The ban from the Chinese Football Association was still in place. Those bureaucrats were waiting to see him washing dishes in England. Only by reaching the Premier League stage at the fastest possible speed and using dazzlingly brilliant performances to slap them in the face could he truly trample those parasites into the mud. Coney Training Centre, North London. The light in the first-team manager's office was still on. Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger stood before the tactics board, rubbing his temples with both hands. On the desk before him lay a pile of recent injury reports. Arsenal suffered a severe injury crisis. Their top striker Van Persie suffered a thigh muscle tear during the international break, ruled out for 2 months. Eduardo, the versatile forward, was still recovering from a serious ankle injury. The entire first-team forward line of the Gunners was in a desperate situation with no one available. They could only rely on the inconsistent Bendner and the physically limited Arshavin. Just last weekend, Arsenal were held to a draw by a weak team in the league, dropping out of the top 3. 3 days later, the Gunners would face the terrifying opponent at the Emirates Stadium, the Premier League champions Chelsea. Facing the Steel Blues with Drogba and Lampard, how could Arsenal's depleted squad compete? The office door was pushed open. Chief Assistant Coach Pat Rice walked in with a stack of analysis reports and heaved a sigh. Arsene, the medical team, just confirmed that Van Persie can't make the weekend's London Derby. Bendner's fitness test data is also terrible. Pat slammed the report on the table. Chelsea's midfield destruction is extremely brutal. If we don't have a focal point who can hold the ball and directly tear through the opponent's defense, this match will be a disaster. Wenger let out a long breath and adjusted his glasses. He was well aware of the situation. Arsenal desperately needed a super explosive point that could strike with one sword. But the transfer window was already closed. The winter window was still far away. Where could he conjure a top striker? Just then the internal direct line phone rang urgently. Wenger frowned and picked up the receiver. Arsene, it's me, Steve. You have to listen to me now. The voice of youth director Steve came through with an extremely high-pitched roar. In the background there was cheering from a bus. Wenger moved the receiver away. Steve, I'm struggling with the starting lineup for the weekend. If you're just calling to report the Youth FA Cup score, I'll read the briefing tomorrow. Wenger's tone was tired. No. To hell with the briefing. I have a super genius in my hands that can solve all your troubles. Steve shouted incoherently. Aren't you short of a striker? Aren't you short of an explosive point? I brought back a monster. Wenger was stunned. He knew Steve's character well. The strict old youth director rarely used such exaggerated words to describe a young player. Who are you talking about? Jack. He's too young, not strong enough to face Premier League midfield. Wenger asked. Not Jack. It's that Chinese kid you asked me to put in the youth team trial a few days ago. Suchun. Him. Wenger searched his memory. A few days ago he had accidentally watched a warm-up match of the Chinese youth national team from the stands. He thought the number 10 player had some flair in his runs, so he asked Steve to give him a trial. Later he heard that Suchun was expelled for fighting in China, so Wenger didn't pay further attention. A young Asian player without European professional youth training, no matter how talented, would need at least 2 or 3 years in the academy to be useful. Far water couldn't quench the immediate thirst. Steve, he can't play in the Premier League now. Wenger shook his head and prepared to hang up. Arsene. He just scored 5 goals in half a time at Manchester City's home ground. He completely traumatized Karius. Steve yelled urgently. Just 10 minutes ago Manchester City scouts stopped Suchun's uncle and offered a terrifying £1 million signing fee to hijack and buy him out. If you hesitate any longer, Arsenal will never see a striker of this level again in their lifetime. Arsene, are you listening to me? Manchester City has gone crazy. Their manager Mancini is right there in the box. Those Gulf tycoons are so rich they have nothing left but cash. They'll definitely drown the kid in it. Steve's high-pitched roar echoed back and forth in the manager's office. Wenger gripped the receiver tightly, his brow furrowed into a deep crease. Arsenal's head of youth development had always been a meticulous, almost old-fashioned English gentleman. Today's loss of composure, the shouting and yelling, was completely beyond Wenger's understanding. A young lad who had just come from China for a trial, expelled for fighting back home. And on Manchester City's home turf, he scored 5 goals in one half. Such absurd statistics sounded more like a cheap tabloid fabrication. Steve, calm down. One youth match doesn't prove much. Maybe City's defenders just had an off day collectively. Wenger tried to keep his tone steady. We do need a striker, but I don't believe an 18-year-old Asian boy without any European training can solve the first team's urgent problems. On the other end of the line came Steve's rapid breathing. Arsene, I know you don't believe it. Neither did I, but this is what I saw with my own eyes. I sent the video from my phone to your email. Open your computer now and watch it yourself. If after watching you still think he can't handle the first team, I'll resign on the spot. Beep, beep, beep. The phone was hung up abruptly. Wenger rubbed his throbbing temples and turned to look at his chief assistant coach Pat Rice. Steve has lost his mind. Wenger shook his head, moving the mouse to open the internal encrypted email. The email loaded quickly, containing a video attachment about 10 minutes long. Pat leaned closer to the computer screen, hands on the desk. Steve has been in this position for over a decade and never jokes about his career. Let's watch it. Our current forward line is a mess anyway. What do we have to lose? Wenger pressed play. The footage was from a fixed camera in the stands. The quality wasn't top-notch, but clear enough to see every player's movement and positioning. The video began with Suchun's first long run after receiving Jack's through ball. Start, accelerate. Wenger's back instantly straightened, the fatigue on his face wiped away. 2 Manchester City black central defenders chased desperately behind, but they were pulled further and further away by that white number 10 silhouette. This was no ordinary sprint. This was pure ultimate straight-line brutal aesthetics. When he saw Suchun facing goalkeeper Karius, who had rushed out, not slowing down at all, in full sprint, elegantly flicking the ball to the side, with his left foot rounding the goalkeeper and tapping into an empty net. Snap! The pen in Wenger's hand broke cleanly. The plastic casing pierced his finger, but he felt no pain. My God! Pat let out a stifled gasp beside him, grabbing his own hair. What kind of explosive speed is that? Those 2 City center backs are top tier in the academy, and they couldn't even smell his exhaust. The video continued. A fierce shot from the edge of the box, blasting past Karius's fingers. Then a dribble past a defender on the wing, driving to the byline and cutting back for a cross. Finally, that utterly unreasonable sequence of feints and nutmeg, followed by a delicate lobbed chip. The frame froze on a close-up of Karius kneeling in despair. The entire office fell into dead silence. Only the whirring of the computer's cooling fan could be heard. Wenger stared at the screen, his chest heaving violently. As a top tactical master who had roamed the world of football for over a decade, his eyes, which had judged countless players, were now filled with fervor and shock. No need to look at any physical test data. In the face of absolute talent, those cold, impersonal numbers lost all meaning. This kid wasn't just a good prospect, as Steve had described. He was a fully assembled heavy war machine, ready to go into battle and crush the enemy at any moment. That freakish ability to pull half a body length ahead from the start, that unparalleled close control, perfectly suited the high-tempo, ferocious battles of the Premier League. With such a speed monster leading the line, the destructive power of Arsenal's midfield maestros would be multiplied. Even an aimless clearance, if kicked up front, this kid could turn it into a one-on-one with the goalkeeper through sheer pace. Those idiots in the Chinese Football Association, expelling a nuclear weapon worth tens of millions of euros as a useless troublemaker. This was a miracle sent by God to Arsenal, to the Gunners. Pat. Wenger suddenly stood up, pushing his chair back, his voice loud. Call Gazidis immediately. Have the legal department work overtime to draft a top-level youth buyout contract. Pat paused, swallowed, and said, Arsene, he's a non-EU player. Without a work permit, he can't play in the Premier League. Then apply for the exceptional talent clause. Wenger slammed his hand on the desk. If those bureaucrats at the Home Office dare to stall, I'll personally go to the FA headquarters tomorrow and turn over their tables. Pat had never seen this elegant Frenchman so furious. He quickly asked, what level of contract? Mancini was in the stands. City is known for throwing money around. £1 million signing bonus is just the appetizer. Wenger grabbed his long dark trench coat from the coat rack and strode toward the office door. If the 20-year-old Ronaldo stood here, what contract would the club offer? Give that Chinese kid exactly that. I'm going to Coney to block the bus. We can't let City poach him with money. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Arsenal's youth team bus was cruising on the highway back to North London. The atmosphere inside was wildly enthusiastic. Gone were the prejudice and suspicion of the journey out. The young British prospects had completely surrounded Suchon. A superstar who could single-handedly dismantle an entire defense was treated like a king wherever he went. Midfield core Jack Wilshere, holding a notebook, pestered Suchon to explain how he squeezed through two defenders. When the bus stopped at a highway service area to refuel, Su Dahai, sweating profusely, jumped out of a black Range Rover and rushed onto the bus. Ignoring the curious stares of the other players, he squeezed in front of Suchon and slapped several gold-embossed business cards on his Suchon's lap. Xiaochun, they've gone crazy. Completely crazy. Su Dahai gasped for breath, his eyes bloodshot, in a state of extreme excitement. What's wrong, uncle? Suchun took a sip of his sports drink, his tone calm. We're being followed. Su Dahai pointed at a black Mercedes not far from the bus. It's been following my Range Rover since we left Manchester. Just now at the service area, a man got out and stopped me. Su Dahai lowered his voice, leaning close to Suchun's ear, speaking urgently. That was Manchester City's chief scout for the first team. He represents manager Mancini and directly offered me a £1 million signing bonus. If you get off now, skip Arsenal and go directly to the Etihad for a medical tomorrow. That million will be deposited into my overseas account immediately. £1 million. Converted to RMB, it was a fortune of over 10 million. For a businessman who had toiled in international trade for years, Su Dahai knew exactly how much that money meant. A few days ago, that Zhao director from the Chinese FA had shamelessly offered 20,000 RMB as hush money to buy out Su Chen's career. Now Manchester City was offering 50 times that. Su Dahai clenched his fist and slammed it against the seat back. Xiaochun, these foreigners really know football. I saw it clearly from the stands. That City manager was so anxious he smashed his coffee cup. £1 million. I've never seen that much cash in my entire business career. Su Dahai's palms were sweaty. I'll call those domestic media reporters right now. Throw this offer in the faces of Wang Tao and Zhao Jianqing. Those bastards. Let's see who in China dares to call you useless again. Looking at his uncle's triumphant agitation, Su Chen simply reached out and pushed the Manchester City business cards back into his uncle's pocket. Uncle, don't call home yet. Su Chen shook his head, his voice utterly calm. Why not? This is the best chance to slap those bureaucrats in the face. Su Dahai was anxious. Let the bullet fly a little longer. Su Chen gazed out the window at the speeding nightscape, his eyes cold. £1 million to buy me out. City thinks I'm too cheap. A club built on oil checks, stacking stars on the bench. I might not walk straight into the starting 11 there. Su Dahai was stunned. Then what do you mean? In this life, the last thing I lack is money. What I want is playing time to start in the Premier League on weekends. Which club dares to give me a first-team starting spot? That's where I'll go. I'll go to whichever club dares to give me a starting spot in the first team. As Su Chen's words fell, a screech of tires cut through the air. An ear-piercing screech of rubber against asphalt came from the front of the bus. A black Audi sedan cut them off, swerving aggressively to block the coach's path. The high beams blazed into the cabin. The driver slammed on the brakes in fright. The door swung open. A gaunt old man in a long dark coat and gold-rimmed glasses strode purposefully from the Audi. The bus fell into dead silence. All the young players were stunned. My God, it's the professor. Jack Wilshere gasped. Arsene Wenger, the supreme commander of Arsenal, had personally driven all the way to a highway service station to intercept their bus. Ignoring everyone else, Wenger stepped onto the bus, his gaze locked on Su Chen in the back. He strode over and slammed a document onto the seat in front of him. This weekend against Chelsea, the starting center-forward spot is yours. Wenger's voice boomed with authority. Su Dahai, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. The chief scout from Manchester City, who had just been pestering Su Chen at the service station and threatening to dazzle him with a £1 million check, now scrambled onto the bus. Hearing this, he slipped and nearly tumbled down the steps. The city scout steadied himself, his face dark. Mr. Wenger, Manchester City has offered a £1 million signing bonus. This Chinese kid doesn't even have a work permit. How can Arsenal guarantee him playing time? This is outright deception. Wenger slowly turned, looking down at the City scout. Get off. Wenger uttered 3 words. I said get off. Go back to Manchester and tell Mancini that Arsenal's target is not for sale no matter how much oil money he throws. Wenger pointed at the door, his stance unyielding. A work permit. I'll go to the UK border agency myself tomorrow morning and use the special talent clause to force it through. If it's denied, I'll lead the team in a strike. At this moment, Wenger displayed an iron will. The City scout, face flushed with humiliation, knew he couldn't win a confrontation on Arsenal's turf. He slunk back and jumped off the bus. Wenger turned back to Suchun. Arsenal is in the grip of a severe injury crisis. We have no one to lead the attack. I've seen your footage from the Etihad campus. You are the missing piece I need, Wenger said, his tone softening as he pushed the contract into Suchun's hands. This is the highest tier apprenticeship buyout clause in the Premier League with first-team appearance bonuses. Prove yourself against Chelsea and a top-tier professional contract will be on the table immediately. The sincerity was overwhelming. He had even handed over the starting spot for the weekend match against Chelsea. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Suchun took the pen and signed his name on the final page. Going to Manchester City to be a well-paid substitute was never his ambition. He craved exposure. He wanted to ignite all of Europe in the shortest possible time, crushing those mocking officials back at the Chinese Football Association beneath his feet. Wenger watched the vigorous signature and let out a long sigh. The next morning, outside the gates of the London Coney first-team training ground, Suchun stepped out of his uncle's taxi. As he slung his backpack over his shoulder, an extremely excited shout came from behind him. Su! Over here! Jack Wilshere, wearing an Arsenal training kit, jumped out of a black Mercedes and sprinted over, punching Suchun hard on the shoulder. You're incredible! Straight into the first team. The guys on the bus last night went crazy. Jack's eyes were full of fervor. The professor promoted me to the squad list too, but I'll just be a substitute. You're the designated starter. Suchun glanced at him. What, you know the first team well? Like the back of my hand. Jack shrugged. I made my debut last season. But the first team dressing room is a minefield. The veterans have huge egos, especially now with the team on a bad run and Van Persie injured. The atmosphere in there is suffocating. Jack led the way, briefing Suchun on the power dynamics of the first team. They walked down a long corridor and pushed open a heavy wooden door emblazoned with the Arsenal crest. The full expanse of the first team dressing room lay before Suchun. Massive lockers formed a semicircle. The room was very quiet. Several senior figures sat on benches, heads down, adjusting their socks. No one spoke. The despair from consecutive dropped points and the looming weekend clash against Premier League giants Chelsea weighed heavily on everyone. Hearing the door, current Arsenal captain Cesc Fabregas looked up. The Spanish midfield maestro gave Jack a slight nod. When his gaze fell on Suchun behind Jack, his brow immediately furrowed. A completely unfamiliar Chinese face. Fabregas stood up and walked over to them. Jack, the professor said he'd promote 2 youth players to fill the squad. Besides you, it's him. Fabregas assessed Suchun's lean frame, his tone full of doubt. Captain, this is Suchun, the super striker who scored 5 goals in 1/2 on City's turf yesterday. Jack announced loudly, ensuring everyone heard. The other senior players in the room looked up. Starting center back William Gallas sneered. He slammed his boot on the floor. 5 goals and a half, my arse. Youth team defenses are made of paper. With that, Bill Drogba would knock him into next week with a single turn, taunted starting defensive midfielder Alex Song. Facing me, Suchun remained silent. He couldn't even be bothered to argue. On the pitch, trash talk is always the cheapest currency. The only way to silence these arrogant Premier League stars was to tear their defense to shreds on the grass. This is your locker. Fabregas pointed to a locker in the corner. A red and white Arsenal shirt hung inside. The number was 43. A temporary player promoted from the youth ranks had no right to choose a number. Suchun walked over, took off his jacket, and put on his training boots and jersey. To the training ground, Fabregas said, clapping his hands as he led the way out of the dressing room. Coney pitch 1. This pitch was reserved exclusively for the first team, its turf far thicker and smoother than the youth teams. Wenger and assistant manager Pat Rice were already waiting on the sidelines. After a simple warm-up, Wenger blew his whistle to start a half-pitch scrimmage. This was the most crucial part of pre-match tactical drills. Su, you're on the red bib team, Pat Rice shouted. The red bibs were the reserves. The yellow bibs were the established starting 11. Fabregas anchored the midfield. The defense was the iron wall of Gallas, Vermaelen, and the beastly Alex Song. This was the core lineup Arsenal planned to use against Chelsea. Suchun pulled on the red bib and took his position as the target man up front. His partner in feeding the ball was Jack. Starting center back Gallas, seeing Suchun standing nearby, immediately closed in. Chinese kid, Gallas taunted, using his powerful 181 centimeters frame to shove Suchun hard in the back while off the ball. This isn't your kiddie youth team. When the ball comes, I'll snap your legs. You'd better just pass it back. It was the classic veteran tactic to intimidate a rookie. Suchun absorbed the hit, his lower body as solid as a mountain. He turned to look at Gallas. You're old. Your legs are too slow. Suchun uttered a single line. When I get the ball, you'd better not stick your leg out. You might pull your back. Gallas's eyes went wide. A rookie new to the club dared to speak to him like that. Beep. The scrimmage began. The starting team attacked first. Fabregas orchestrated play masterfully from midfield. After a few passes, a threatening long-range shot from Alex Song was punched clear by substitute goalkeeper Fabianski. The ball dropped to the center circle. A reserve team defensive midfielder headed it on to Jack. Jack took the ball, not even looking to the sides. His peripheral vision was fixed on the white number 43 ahead. He knew exactly how fast this machine could accelerate. Bam! Jack unleashed a vicious driven pass along the ground. The ball sliced through the starting team's midfield heading straight for Su Chun. The pass was powerful, aimed slightly to Su Chen's right. Gallas reacted instantly. He roared, throwing his bulk forward, trying to intercept by sliding in before Su Chun could touch the ball. Su Chen sprinted towards the rolling ball. No stop. No deceleration. His explosive acceleration rated at 96 points detonated fully. The muscles in his thighs strained against his shorts in terrifying definition. Wham! Su Chen's first stride dug into the turf, kicking up a spray of mud. He charged like a tiger, unleashed straight into Gallas's slide tackle. Just as Gallas's studs were about to reach the ball, Su Chun used the tip of his right boot to delicately poke the underside of the ball. The ball obediently lifted half a meter, sailing clean over Gallas's outstretched leg. In the next instant, Su Chen's legs exploded with power, leaping directly over the sprawling Gallas. A nutmeg. A clean, violent demolition. Damn it. Gallas slid 2 meters on the turf, twisting his head only to see Su Chen's back already disappearing into the distance. His pride and joy, positioning and anticipation, had become a colossal joke against this raw speed. Long strides. A blistering run. Past Gallas, only Vermaelen and the frantic recovering beast Alex Song stood between Su Chun and the goal. Double team him. Don't let him get up to speed. Alex Song roared. The two defensive stalwarts converged from left and right, trying to form a human wall and force Su Chun wide. This was exactly the grinding physical tactic Chelsea's defense loved. Wenger stood on the sideline, fists clenched. This was the real reason he had thrown Su Chun into this scrimmage. He wanted to see if this player modeled on Kaká could withstand the highest level of Premier League defensive pressure. 30 meters. 20 meters. The edge of the penalty area was close. Su Chun was sandwiched. Alex Song's hand was already gripping the hem of Su Chen's shirt, trying to drag him down with his weight. Any ordinary technical forward would have lost balance and fallen begging for a free kick. But Su Chun didn't fall. His speed rated at 98 points combined with immense core strength. Su Chun completely ignored the tugging behind him. He dragged Alex Song, who weighed nearly 80 kilograms, 2 more huge strides forward. His shirt stretched taut, the fabric groaning under the strain. Vermaelen saw his chance and lunged with a strong leg, trying to hack the ball out for a throw-in. In the nick of time, Su Chen's high-speed dribble paused for an impossibly brief half-second. He used the inside of his left foot to cut the ball sharply to his right. Swish! Vermaelen had committed too hard and couldn't stop. The simple, deadly feint completely fooled him, sending him tumbling onto the turf. A sudden stop and change of direction at full speed. It defied human biomechanics. The ball was on his right foot. Only the goal remained. Goalkeeper Almunia rushed out to close the angle. Su Chun wound up his right leg. The terrifying power from his thigh muscles transferred to his instep. Without any adjustment, he struck the ball from his spot. Boom! Like a cannon shot. The ball flew through the air without a hint of spin, a mere blur of motion, carrying brutal force as it slammed into the absolute top right corner of the net. Almunia didn't even have time to raise his hands. All he heard was the crisp sound of the ball hitting the net. Thwack! The ball embedded itself deep within the goal. The entire goal frame shook. Goal! Absolute silence. On Coney's pitch, only the rustle of wind through the leaves could be heard. Alex Song stared blankly at the torn piece of shirt fabric in his hand, his mind a complete blank. Vermaelen sat on the ground, touching his ankle in shock. Gallas ran over from afar, his pace slowing until he stopped outside the box, staring at the Chinese youth, who was slowly walking back to his half, as if looking at a monster. Beat a slide tackle, dragged a beast of a midfielder, dummied the starting center back, blasted it into the top corner, all in one fluid motion. And they said he couldn't handle physical play. He had just made Arsenal's vaunted starting defense look like training cones. On the sideline, assistant coach Pat Rice swallowed hard, his tactical board falling to the ground. Arsene. This kid wasn't even going full throttle against Manchester City's youth team yesterday. On the Coney turf, the silence persisted. Gallas and Alexander Song picked themselves up from the grass. Two defensive stalwarts who had chilled countless forwards in the Premier League now looked at the Chinese youth in the red bib, their only emotion being sheer astonishment. It was too ferocious. In their defensive system, they had never encountered such a brutish, unreasonable way of breaking through. Ignoring physical contact, overpowering double teams. Pat. Wenger suppressed the ecstasy rising in his heart and turned to his assistant coach. Put him in the yellow bib group. Replace Bender's position. Pat Rice immediately blew his whistle. Su Chun was switched to the yellow bib squad, representing the starters. This time, no one voiced any objection. In competitive sports, mediocrity is the original sin. But when you are so overwhelmingly strong that you defy all reason, everyone bows to you. Captain Fabregas took the initiative to walk up to Su Chun, extending his right hand. Your acceleration is impressive. Keep your runs constant, and my passes will find you, Fabregas said politely. As the midfield maestro, he knew best how much tactical advantage such a lightning fast forward could bring. Gallas, who had mocked him earlier, also walked over. The French veteran center-back brushed the grass clippings off his shirt. "Shorty, that move of yours nearly snapped my back." Gallas grinned. "As long as you play like that against Chelsea this weekend, no one in the dressing room will care where you came from." Alexander Song tossed the torn piece of jersey he held onto the ground and gave Su Chun a thumbs up. Recognition was that simple. With just one touch, one blistering run, Su Chun had used absolute prowess to silence these proud first-team stars. From now on, he was no longer just a kid temporarily promoted from the youth academy. He was a genuine super weapon worthy of a place in the Gunners' forward line. Training continued. The destructive force Su Chun displayed in the main squad kept Wenger sketching on his tactical board. Whenever Fabregas or Wilshere delivered a penetrating through ball, Su Chun would tear through the defense with terrifying speed. This intense visual impact elevated the entire team's morale to unprecedented heights. After training ended, in the dressing room, Wenger pushed the door open and entered, his expression extremely serious. He clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. "This weekend against Chelsea, we have many injuries," Wenger said, scanning the room. "The outside world is laughing at us, thinking Arsenal will be crushed by the Blues' iron defense. But I don't think so." Wenger's gaze fell on Su Chun sitting in the corner. "These few days no one is allowed to go to nightclubs. Everyone stays at the training ground," Wenger ordered sternly. He deliberately glared at Bendner, who was sitting not far away. Bendner could only helplessly shrug. Beside him, Jack Wilshere quietly nudged Su Chun's arm. "I'm going stir crazy. After this match, I'll take you to the West End to unwind properly." Jack lowered his voice. Su Chun leaned against the locker. "Let's talk after we beat Chelsea." The atmosphere in the dressing room grew tense yet fervent. For the next 2 full days, the Coney training base was locked down. Wenger laid out a mad tactical plan in the meeting room for the entire squad. Arsenal had always championed beautiful passing and penetration, but against a Chelsea side packed with muscle men like Drogba and Eschen, possession football could easily be disrupted. Wenger decided to change the approach. He placed all his bets squarely on Su Chun. "Counter-attack," Wenger said, tapping the tactical pen firmly on the lone striker position on the whiteboard. "Once we win the ball in the back, no lingering. Launch long balls immediately, whether aerial or low through balls. The rest of you, your job is to run like mad and pull those Chelsea defenders apart. Create one-on-one space for Su Chun." Wenger turned to face the entire squad. "Don't doubt his speed. As long as you dare to pass, he'll catch it." To stake the fate of a top club on an 18-year-old Chinese rookie, that was extremely rare in Premier League history. But that was the audacity of the Professor Wenger, and the first-team stars had no objection to this tactical setup whatsoever. In the past 2 days of intra-squad matches, they had suffered enough chasing Su Chun's dust. Now it was Chelsea's turn to taste that despair. The entire Arsenal squad was quietly gathering their strength. They knew the Blues could never imagine that Arsenal would unleash such a wild card, a player completely beyond their expectations. The day before the match, round 5 of the Premier League, the official squad list for the blockbuster clash was published on the official media. In London, major sports newspapers and media websites immediately reprinted the starting lineups of Arsenal and Chelsea. Due to Arsenal's severe injury crisis, the starting 11 had been largely predicted by the media. But in the lone striker position, a completely unfamiliar pinion name appeared as Su Chun. The entire English football world was stunned. Who is Su Chun? All the attending journalists frantically searched through Arsenal's youth team registration records. Soon they dug up the news that Arsenal had signed a young Chinese player a few days ago. At Chelsea's training base Cobham, head coach Carlo Ancelotti sat in his comfortable office chair holding the Arsenal squad list handed to him by his assistant. The Italian tactician glanced at it and raised an eyebrow. "Su Chun," Ancelotti pronounced the name. "Who is this?" "A temporary worker from Arsenal's youth team." The assistant shook his head. "He's Chinese. He came to London for a trial from China a few days ago. Since Van Persie is seriously injured, Wenger seems to have no one else, so he's pulled him straight into the squad. Looking at the formation, he might even start." "Chinese?" Ancelotti laughed. He casually tossed the squad list into the wastebasket beside him. Completely irrelevant. In Ancelotti's mind, apart from a few Japanese and Korean players who could barely hold their own in Europe, China, that football desert, could never produce a striker capable of thriving in the Premier League. Wenger is truly desperate. Putting an 18-year-old Chinese kid up against Terry and Carvalho, that's suicide. Ancelotti walked to the tactical board and directly erased the double-teaming tactic originally planned for Arsenal's forwards. "Inform Terry. Push the line up this match. Don't pay too much attention to that rookie. Just physically crush him." When Chelsea captain John Terry heard this in the dressing room, he burst into loud laughter. "A Chinese striker? I bet I'll knock him back to the bench crying within 10 minutes. The entire Blues squad was immersed in arrogant certainty of victory. No one took Su Chun seriously. It was pure complacency. At the same time, in a cafe in central London, a Chinese woman in her early 20s sat in front of a laptop typing rapidly. Her name was Fang Yiqiu. She was an intern reporter for the biggest sports weekly in China stationed in Europe. Her daily job was to translate Premier League match information and news into Chinese and send it back to headquarters. These days, because the Chinese Football Association had blacklisted Su Chun across all platforms, the domestic football scene was in chaos. The CFA's top brass had issued a strict order. No domestic media was allowed to report any news of Su Chun in England. Full throttling, full blockade. The intention was to wipe Su Chen out by cold treatment. Fang Yiqiu hadn't wanted to touch that hornet's nest either. But today's match was the super heavyweight clash of the round, Arsenal hosting Chelsea. This match was being broadcast live nationwide on China Sports Channel. Fang Yiqiu opened the official Sky Sports website and skillfully searched for the Arsenal match squad list, preparing to translate. When her eyes followed down from Fabregas and landed on the lone striker position, Fang Yiqiu's hand, holding the coffee cup, froze in midair. Her pupils contracted violently. Su Chen! Su Chen! Fang Yiqiu exclaimed, drawing glances from others in the cafe. She quickly covered her mouth, her heart pounding wildly. How is this possible? Just a few days ago, a CFA high-ranking official named Zhao Jiansheng had confidently declared to the media that Su Chen, because of his bad record, was only putting on a show by going to Arsenal for a trial and would definitely be kicked out. Those big-name bloggers and journalists had mocked him online, saying he could only beg on the streets in England. And the result? This 18-year-old youth who had dared to stand up to the CFA not only wasn't kicked out, he had leapfrogged all youth squads and landed directly in the first team of a Premier League giant. And he was starting against the Premier League powerhouse Chelsea. What an insane comeback. Fang Yiqiu's fingers trembled with excitement. She knew exactly how valuable this news was. How many years had it been for Chinese football? Not a single player had ever started for a top 5 European league giant. Those so-called CFA connections couldn't even warm the bench in Europe's second-tier leagues. Su Chen, all alone under the CFA's comprehensive blackout, had carved out a bloody path in the Premier League. China. Sui City, Guangdong Province. Inside the editorial headquarters of the Southern Sports Daily, Editor-in-Chief Wang Dehai sat in his office chair, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, staring at the email on his computer screen with his brows knitted into a knot. This email was an urgent dispatch sent back by the intern reporter stationed in England, Fang Yiqiu, just 10 minutes ago. The headline was exceedingly sensational. Arsenal's official squad announced. China's outcast Su Chen makes a surprise starting debut as the lone striker against Chelsea. The dispatch included official screenshots from Sky Sports and England, snapshots from Arsenal's official website, and even a few local newspaper pages Fang Yiqiu had photographed on the streets of London. Every piece of evidence was irrefutable. That 18-year-old youth who had been blacklisted across the internet by the Chinese Football Association and mocked by major sports media as destined to beg on London streets had not been kicked out of Arsenal. Instead, he had risen to the top in a single bound. He had leapfrogged Arsenal's youth academy. He had bypassed the substitutes bench. He had landed directly on the starting 11 list of the first team. Wang Dehai took a drag of his cigarette and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Should they report this or not? They definitely had to. The sheer weight of this news was akin to dropping a nuclear bomb on the Chinese sports world. As long as they published it, the web traffic for Southern Sports Daily would absolutely break historical records within an hour. However, they had to bide their time. After all, Southern Sports Daily was one of the top traditional sports media outlets in the country, relying daily on exclusive interviews from the domestic Chinese Super League and the national team. If they were reckless and became the first domestic media to report on Su Chen, they would definitely be targeted by the people at the Football Association. Top FA official Zhao Jiansheng had given a strict order just a few days ago to suppress all overseas news about Su Chen across the entire internet. If the FA retaliated later and revoked their credentials to interview the CSL and the national team on some pretext, Southern Sports Daily might as well shut its doors for good. Editor Wang, do we hold this piece or not? An editor beside him asked, anxiously, sweating profusely. There were less than 2 hours left until the key match of this round in the Premier League. If they held it any longer, and other media uncovered the news, this massive wave of traffic would slip right through their fingers. Wang Dehai stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and said through gritted teeth, wait. The early bird gets the worm, but it also gets shot. We can't be the first. Find some fearless self-media account to publish it first, then we'll follow up and retweet. Get someone to refresh Weibo immediately. The entire editorial department stared at their computer screens. Time ticked by second by second. Just then a young editor suddenly stood up with a jolt, knocking over the coffee cup on his desk. It's out. It's out. Someone has published it. Wang Dehai rushed over in one stride. Which self-media account is so reckless? The young editor turned his computer screen directly around. It's not a self-media account. It's the national broadcaster. The official Weibo account of the national sports channel has posted a preview. Dead silence fell over the entire room. Wang Dehai stared intently at the Weibo post that had been published less than a minute ago. Tonight at 2:00 sharp, the Premier League Round 8 Super Showdown, Arsenal hosts Chelsea. The national sports channel will broadcast it live for you. Additionally, we are attaching the starting lineups just announced by both sides. We see a long-lost Chinese face. Chinese youngster Su Chen is prominently listed as Arsenal's starting center forward. Let us all look forward to his performance. Below the Weibo post, the lineup pictures for both teams were directly posted. Wang Dehai slapped his thigh hard. Well done. It's the national sports channel leading the charge. No matter how arrogant the FA people are, they wouldn't dare to censor the national sports channel. Take action immediately. Push through all channels. Top headline on the website homepage. Rush the layout for the e-paper. The official Weibo account should immediately retweet all the pictures Fang Yiqiu sent back. At the command, the massive news machine of Southern Sports Daily went into full operation. There was no longer any need to fear the censorship order. Since the big brother had flipped the table, the younger brothers naturally rushed in to grab their share of the feast. Within just 10 minutes, it wasn't only Southern Sports Daily. Major portal websites, various sports forums, and countless self-media accounts across the internet swarmed in like a school of sharks catching the scent of blood. Extremely exaggerated and highly inflammatory headlines dominated every corner of the internet. Defying fate. 18-year-old outcast Su Chun makes surprise Arsenal start. Expelled from the country by the FA, he's about to battle Chelsea's iron defense on the Premier League stage. The slap came so fast. The FA officials claimed stunt turns into a Premier League lone striker. Wenger's secret weapon, the hope of Chinese football. Stay up late to watch the Premier League tonight. All Chinese fans witness history together. The news swept through every online platform in the country like a violent storm. When countless domestic fans first saw these push notifications, their initial reaction was bewilderment. They simply didn't believe it. What level of team was Arsenal? And what kind of formidable opponent was Chelsea? A troublesome youngster who couldn't even get a spot on a domestic club team and was deemed hopeless by the FA after spending less than a week in London could start in a top-tier English derby. Not even a novel would dare write such a plot. But when they clicked on the news, saw the official seal of approval from the national sports channel, and saw the name, Su Chun, printed in black and white on the Premier League's official website, everyone's emotions were completely ignited. Ecstasy. Boiling fervor. The buzz from Su Chin's confrontation with the FA and tearing up his self-criticism letter a few days ago hadn't even died down yet. Now this latest move set the entire internet ablaze. The comment sections on all major platforms exploded. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Can't express it any better, just a string of holy shits will do. Su Chun is a fucking legend. This is what it means to silence the haters with strength. So this is what your FA meant by begging on the streets. If I could get a starting spot at Arsenal by begging, I'd want to beg too. Professor Wenger is famous for his sharp eye. Those idiots in the FA forced a world-class talent out of the country. I'm buying 10 bottles of beer tonight. I'm sticking with this match through thick and thin. I just want to know what expression that high-ranking official Zhao Jiansheng has on his face right now. Does his face hurt? Brothers, let's hit the FA's official website. The immense traffic and the fans' fury coalesced into a tangible wave of online impact. The FA's official website, which they had spent a fortune repairing just 2 days prior, didn't even last 5 minutes. It was directly overwhelmed by the influx of millions of fans' mocking comments crashing the server. The page turned into a glaring 404 error. At the same time in Yinjing, inside the main building of the Chinese Football Association. Bang! A precious purple clay teacup was hurled viciously against the wall, shattering into pieces. FA Vice Chairman Zhao Jiansheng stood in the center of the office, his face a mask of livid fury. His tie was pulled askew. His chest heaved violently. He pointed at the TV on the wall, which was broadcasting a sports news report from the national channel, and cursed loudly. Is this the no big deal you told me about? Is this the going to London to put on a show you told me about? The guy has even secured a Premier League starting spot. Now the whole internet is laughing at us. The official website is down. In the office, director Guo Chao, who was in charge of media and youth training, shrank, his neck, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Who could have predicted things would come to this? Was that old man Wenger from Arsenal crazy? This was Chelsea. This was Chelsea, the team at the top of the Premier League standings. And he let an 18-year-old Chinese kid start as the lone striker. Even if Arsenal was short on players, they shouldn't be this desperate. Looking at the enraged Zhao Jiansheng, Guo Chao swallowed his saliva and quickly stepped forward to appease him. Chairman Zhao, please calm down first. There has to be something fishy about this. Fishy? What fishiness? It's written in black and white on the roster. Zhao Jiansheng roared. Guo Chao's eyes darted around, and he lowered his voice. Chairman Zhao, think about it carefully. How could a Premier League giant just casually let a completely inexperienced young player start? Especially in a London derby like this. This simply doesn't align with the basic logic of football. Zhao Jiansheng frowned deeply and sat back down in his chair. What are you implying? Guo Chao continued his analysis. Even at best, let's say this Su Chun kid performed well in the trial, ran fast, and jumped high. But how could Wenger risk his team's results? Facing top-tier central defenders like Terry and Carvalho with Su Chin's slender frame on the pitch, wouldn't he just be walking into a slaughter? The only explanation is profit. Guo Chao clapped his hands together. Chairman Zhao, don't forget. Arsenal has been burdened with massive loans for years to build their new stadium. They're notoriously strapped for cash now, always looking for sponsors. I've made some inquiries. Although Su Chin's family background is ordinary, his uncle, who has been doing business overseas for a long time, is a real tycoon. Zhao Jiansheng's eyes lit up. Buying a starting spot. Guo Chao nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Buying a starting spot. This is one of the most common tricks used by shady agents. It's the export to domestic scam. They pay a huge sum, maybe a few £1,000,000 in sponsorship to Arsenal. The exchange condition is to let Su Chin start in a high-profile match. He plays for about 10 minutes, creates a huge nationwide buzz. Then Su Chin pretends to get injured, or they find some tactical excuse to pull him off. With this Premier League starting experience on his resume, he can go back to China or any other Asian country, find a club easily, and his market value will skyrocket into the tens of millions. Guo business logic suddenly enlightened Zhao Jianqing. He had actually been a little panicked earlier. He was afraid that Su Chun really was an unprecedented genius which would make his decision to expel Su Chun an indelible stain on his career. But now hearing Guo analysis, everything made sense. There weren't that many underdog stories in the world. It was all a game of capital manipulation. Right? It must be. Zhao Jianqing slammed the table. Letting an 18-year-old Chinese kid face Chelsea's defense alone, Wenger definitely took the money. Guo flatteringly agreed. So you don't need to worry at all. 10 minutes. A veteran like Terry only needs one fierce physical challenge to expose the kid's true colors. As long as he makes a fool of himself on the pitch, we'll have material to work with. Zhao Jianqing completely calmed down. A malevolent glint appeared in his eyes. This storm of public opinion must be suppressed. We can't let the netizens keep making a fuss. Xiao will contact the media people we have on the payroll immediately. Thoroughly muddy the waters. Understood. I'll go find Ma Dexing right away. His pen is the sharpest, he's the best at writing these kinds of agenda-setting articles. Guo accepted the order, quickly took out his phone, and walked out of the office. Just half an hour later, with 1 hour left until the match started, a lengthy article appeared out of nowhere. The author was none other than Ma Dexing, the editor-in-chief of the famous domestic football news and the FA's top hired gun journalist. The article's headline was extremely inflammatory: an 18-year-old genius Premier League starter. Beware of the biggest export-to-domestic scam fraud in Chinese football. The article was thousands of words long, containing no substantive evidence, relying entirely on logical inference and insinuation. In the article, Ma Dexing pointed out first, Chelsea's defense was top tier in Europe. Even Drogba had to be wary of Terry's physical challenges. How could Su Chun, an 18-year-old slender youth without any professional league experience, break the tactical norm and play as the most advanced forward? Second, Arsenal was under immense financial pressure, and Wenger had recently been facing demands from the higher-ups to cut costs. Third, according to reliable sources, Su Chun had strong overseas capital backing him. Finally, Ma Dexing concluded with a tone of the sober one in a drunken crowd: this is just a monetary transaction wrapped in the guise of an inspiring story. By a starting slot, create a trending topic. Soon enough, this so-called genius will be substituted early because he can't handle the physical play. We advise the vast majority of fans to stay rational and not become traffic tools used to inflate someone's value. Football is round, but in the face of money, it can sometimes turn square. As soon as this article was published, it was frantically reposted and liked by water armies secretly arranged by the FA, quickly surging into the top 10 trending topics. Many fans who had been in a state of revelry suddenly calmed down after reading it. The tide of public opinion began to shift subtly. Su Chin's haters, who had been lurking in the shadows, finally found their weapon to fight back and started jumping around in the comment sections. I knew it. Nothing good falls from the sky. Turns out he bought his way into the team. A rational analysis editor, Ma, is right. Arsenal is dirt poor right now, as selling a 10-minute starting spot for a few million in sponsorship is entirely possible. Let's pack it up, folks. He'll probably touch the ball once and then fake an injury to come off. How I knew Su Chun was a bad seed from the start. A troublemaker at home, pulling tricks abroad. You really think you're the king of football, eh? An 18-year-old challenging Chelsea alone. If he doesn't get carried off to the hospital by Terry, I'll wash my hair standing on my head. Of course, there were also fans firmly supporting Su Chun who argued back. Groundless accusations. He's at least standing on the Premier League pitch. What else can you keyboard warriors do besides being jealous? Ignore these FA water armies. We'll know when we watch the live broadcast tonight. Even if he bought it, he's still given the FA a solid middle finger. The online public opinion had completely shifted from the initial one-sided condemnation of the FA to a frenzied war of words between two factions of fans. The FA had successfully used this baseless article to remove themselves from the forefront of the storm. The waters had been thoroughly muddied. All the controversy, all the speculation, all the malicious curses and earnest expectations were all focused on this upcoming match. The eyes of every Chinese fan were locked onto the broadcast room of the national sports channel, waiting only for the referee's whistle. The online quarrel had reached a fever pitch. Countless live-streaming platforms' bullet comments flooded the screen, obscuring the view. Yet many domestic fans, swept away by the tide of public opinion, remained unaware. They did not know the storm that had truly engulfed London before the match, that triggered an earthquake across the entire internet. Let us rewind to 2 hours before the game. A fine drizzle drifted through the London sky. A luxury coach emblazoned with the crest of the Arsenal Gunners departed from the Coney Training Center, slowly making its way towards Stamford Bridge. The atmosphere inside the coach was oppressively tense. Manager Arsene Wenger, clad in his signature extra-long down jacket, holding a tactical board, walked to the very front of the bus. Following the tradition of Premier League clubs, the manager would formally announce the starting 11 to the team during this journey. Arsenal had recently been plagued by a streak of misfortune. The squad was riddled with injuries, and financial pressure was immense. The main striker had pulled a thigh muscle in training, and even the substitute forward was absent from the matchday squad due to a fever and cold. It could be said that the Gunners were in a desperate situation with no players left. Wenger's face was grim as he began to read out the names. Goalkeeper Szczesny. Defenders Sagna, Koscielny, Mertesacker, Gibbs. Midfielders Arteta, Ramsey, Cazorla, Wilshere. Left wing Walcott. It was a depleted starting lineup entirely expected by everyone. After reading these 10 names, Wenger paused for a long time. The eyes of everyone on the bus involuntarily turned towards the back row. There sat a young man with black hair and yellow skin. Su Chun. Wenger looked straight ahead and loudly read out the final name. Center forward position, Su Chun. The moment these 4 words were spoken, a deathly silence fell over the bus. Only the sound of the windshield wipers scraping back and forth against the glass could be heard. Vice Captain Wilshere and Ramsey exchanged a horrified glance. 18 years old, promoted from the youth team less than a week ago. A man from the Dragon Kingdom who had never proven himself in a European league. And today's match was the crucial London Derby. Standing opposite them were ruthless beasts like Terry Lampard and Drogba. The coach was actually letting this Eastern boy start directly as the spearhead. This wasn't a surprise tactic, it was sending him to die. But Wenger returned to his seat after speaking, showing no intention of discussing it. In the back row, Su Chun tilted his head, gazing at the rapidly receding London streetscape outside the window. Veins bulged on the back of his hand as he slapped his knee heavily twice. The Premier League have arrived. 1 hour before the match, the bus arrived at Stamford Bridge. Arsenal's starting lineup was printed by match officials and distributed to broadcasters and media reporters. At this moment, the Stamford Bridge press room was packed with hundreds of top European media outlets. When the lineup sheet reached the reporters' hands, an eerie silence descended upon the entire hall for 10 seconds. Then an uproar erupted that threatened to lift the roof. Good God, am I seeing this right? Starting center forward, Su Chun. Who is this? The profile says. Nationality is Dragon Kingdom. Age 18. Did Wenger get his head caught in a door this morning? Did the Arsenal board take bribes from an Asian consortium? A group of local British reporters frantically slammed their desks. Smith, a veteran football journalist from The Sun, even jumped onto a chair, holding up the lineup sheet and laughing loudly. Folks, I've already thought of tomorrow's front page headline. Eastern China doll bravely enters Stamford Bridge, sent to London hospital by Terry in opening 10 minutes. Don't you think that's a spicy enough title, eh? The surrounding European colleagues burst into unrestrained laughter. In their prejudice-filled minds, Dragon Kingdom football simply didn't deserve to be on the pitch of the top 5 leagues. Letting a yellow-skinned kid face the most terrifying defensive line in the Premier League. It was the biggest international joke of the century. At almost the same time in Yinjing, inside a football newspaper office, the door to the editor-in-chief's office was hurriedly pushed open by an assistant. Chief Ma, big trouble. News from the front line. The assistant, panting heavily, slapped a printed English lineup sheet onto Ma Dexing's desk. Ma Dexing leaned in to look. Although his English was atrocious, he could still understand the pinyin Su Chun and the starting marker beside it. Cold sweat immediately streamed down Ma Dexing's forehead. His legs trembled uncontrollably under the desk. In the past few days, he had been scurrying around personally setting the tone to smear Su Chun, claiming the boy was merely buying a spot on the roster to tour and watch the game. But he never dreamed that Wenger would actually dare to let this kid start. If Su Chun really established himself in the Premier League, the Domestic Football Association, which had blacklisted Su Chun and branded him a cancer of the football world, would become a complete laughingstock. His own position as the FA's hired pen would be utterly shattered. Chief Ma, the starting lineup is confirmed. What do we do? The assistant stammered. Ma Dexing abruptly stood up, grabbed the teacup from his desk, and smashed it hard onto the floor. Shards of glass scattered everywhere. Write the article. Now, we must not let this kid turn things around. Ma Dexing panted, his eyes bloodshot, fingers flying across the keyboard. In just 20 minutes, the several thousand-word article titled "The Black Market Scam of Exporting to Import" was finished. He twisted Arsenal's starting lineup into a pure monetary transaction, buying and selling a playing spot. After clicking send, Ma Dexing immediately pulled out his phone and dialed the leader of his paid troll army. Laolu, get all the accounts you manage moving. The article is out. I don't care how you do it. As soon as the match starts, the moment that Su Chun loses the ball, gets tackled, or even trips on the grass, turn it into a GIF immediately, by trending topics, and push it across the entire network. I want to trample him into the mud this very night, so he never recovers. In the most remote corner of the Stamford Bridge press room, Fong Ichio, a female reporter for the national sports channel stationed in the UK, sat alone in front of an old laptop. Her ears were filled with the malicious taunts of the European journalists nearby. Fong Ichio gripped her voice recorder tightly, biting her lip until a deep white mark appeared. As a sports journalist who had long followed teams in Europe, she understood this feeling of isolation and helplessness all too well. It was the sorrow of being at the very bottom of the football world's food chain. What made her even more despairing was that as this young man was about to step onto the battlefield, the domestic public opinion sphere manipulated by the FA's dirty hands was filled with a foul atmosphere. People from his own country were viciously slandering their own genius. Fong Ichio took a deep breath, suppressing the rage in her heart. Over the past month, she had countless times waited outside the gates of the Coney Training Center. She had personally seen Su Chun training alone in the pouring rain. She had personally witnessed that slender figure tirelessly practicing shots over and over again. That was pure passion for football, nothing like the shady monetary transaction, they claimed. She picked up her camera, took a close-up shot of the starting lineup sheet on the table. Logging onto Weibo, she composed a caption and pressed the enter key firmly. Live report from Stamford Bridge. No capital. No backroom deals. An 18-year-old Chinese youth has earned his starting spot on the pitch with his own blood and sweat. Cast aside all prejudice. Tonight cheer for our lone hero. However, this passionate post had barely been published. It was swiftly overrun by the army of trolls Ma Dexing had hired. Haha, how much hush money did this female reporter get? Working so hard to whitewash him. Don't be ridiculous. With a physique like that scarecrow's, he's just going to embarrass the nation. Everyone wait and see how he gets carried off on a stretcher by Chelsea's big guys. Staring at the screen full of vile comments, Fong Ichio slammed her laptop shut. Grabbing her press pass, she strode towards the tunnel leading to the pitch. Words were useless now. All the rebuttal could only take place on that rectangular green field. Su Chun. Inside the broadcast booth of Sky Sports, commentator Gary Lineker's voice began to rise higher and higher the moment Su Chun dribbled past John Stones, until the ball sailed past the goalkeeper and nestled securely into the net. His emotions reached their peak. Goal. Beautiful. An outrageous dribble. A textbook push shot. This is a classic long-range surge reminiscent of Ricardo Isaacson dos Santos Leite Kaka. Wow. A breathtaking moment that sends shivers down your spine. So domineering. So magnificent. A world-class goal with maximum spectacle. Just then, the applause of the entire stadium. Through the high-definition audio equipment of the on-site cameras, it spread clearly across the world. Countless English fans sitting in front of their televisions were stunned. They had anticipated Goodison Park erupting in even fiercer boos. But the reality was the exact opposite. The on-site director locked the camera firmly on the homestand. In the frame, countless fervent fans wearing Everton's blue jerseys stood up, applauded. They were clapping for the opponent who had torn through their own defense. They were applauding for Su Chun. This unbelievable scene left all the fans in front of their TVs dumbfounded, especially the Chinese fans. A Chinese player, after scoring an away goal, actually received a standing ovation from the loyal home fans. What an honor this was. On the pitch, Su Chun looked around the stands in surprise. Then his expression turned solemn. He stopped his celebration, raised his hands high, and gently clapped his palms, using the same applause to thank the live fans for their love and respect for football itself. My God, it's unbelievable. Su Chun received cheers from the entire home crowd. The Everton fans have been completely conquered by him. Lineker shouted, clutching his head. Beside him, Jamie Carragher was also utterly astonished. Once Kaka conquered the discerning Manchester United fans at the Theatre of Dreams with an incredible long-range run. Over 70,000 Englishmen stood up and applauded for that Brazilian. Carragher swallowed hard. And now at the equally passionate Goodison Park, a Chinese player, a young man of only 18 years old, has also received this exclusive treatment reserved for top superstars. Tens of thousands of Everton fans, though deeply disheartened by their team being 2 goals down. But at this moment, they were completely conquered by Su Chun's goal, the unstoppable violent breakthrough, the intoxicating elastico dribble, the cool decisive push shot in the face of the goalkeeper. All of it was unforgettable and sent shivers down the spine. Inside the studio of China's national sports channel, commentator He Wei Ai's slightly red voice soaring. This is the most beautiful moment in Chinese football history. Perhaps 10 years from now, when Su Chun has retired from the pitch, this scene will still be talked about repeatedly by countless Chinese fans, forever etched in our memories. In the domestic online live stream, the barrage of comments had become so thick that the broadcast screen was completely obscured. All the fans stood up and applauded. This is epic. Holy shit. I can't find any other word besides holy shit. So badass. This is fucking Kaka reborn. Superstar treatment. Genuine superstar treatment. Old dogs of the Football Association, come out and see your god. The man you expelled is now being worshipped like a deity by all of England. In that instant, all Chinese fans felt an unprecedented sense of national pride. Their compatriot, the genius of China, in a hostile away ground with the most formidable strength, conquered the most difficult opponents. The halftime whistle blew. People were still immersed in the shock of that 30-second standing ovation. The score was frozen at 2-0. The 15-minute break passed in an instant. The second half began. Driven by the roar of manager Roberto Martinez, the Everton players refused to surrender at home. They pushed forward and forced launching a frenzied counterattack. Ross Barkley and Romelu Lukaku created danger repeatedly up front, putting Arsenal's defense on edge. Faced with this situation, Arsène Wenger on the sidelines made a decisive tactical adjustment. He substituted the French tall striker Olivier Giroud for the tiring winger Theo Walcott. The formation directly changed to a 4-4-2, letting Giroud and Su Chun partner as twin strikers. For Wenger, this was a bold live test. Arsenal's current attack was overly reliant on Su Chun's individual breakthroughs. With a 2-goal lead, Wenger had enough capital to experiment with new tactical patterns. The experimental results made Wenger's eyes light up. With the 192-meter tall, extremely strong Giroud playing as the target man, all the dirty work of physical duels and contesting aerial balls was handled by Giroud. Giroud was a perfect tactical fulcrum. With him drawing the attention of 2 center-backs up front, Su Chun's range of movement became even larger and his runs more flexible and free. This chemistry between a tall and a fast player immediately showed its terrifying power on the pitch. Wenger stroked his chin on the sidelines, nodding repeatedly. When the game was stuck, the back line could directly launch long balls to Giroud. Giroud would head the ball down, and Su-chun would sprint onto it facing the goal directly. This tactical plan B was tailor-made for this striking pair. As time passed, under Arsenal's multi-dimensional assault, the fighting spirit of the Everton players gradually wore down. Combined with the immense physical drain, the game's tempo began to slow. In the 73rd minute, Wenger's tactical vision was perfectly vindicated. Arsenal intercepted the ball in their own half, and Sani Cazorla launched a 60-meter-long pass straight to the front. Giroud leaped high at the top of the penalty area, overpowering Everton centre-back John Stones, and nodded the ball down precisely to the left channel. There, a white lightning bolt had already torn through the defense, arriving on cue. It was Su-chun. Su-chun didn't even wait for the ball to bounce. Meeting the ball laid off by Giroud, his left foot planted, his right foot's outside struck a powerful, venomous volley. Bang! The ball transformed into a white streak, crashing fiercely into the top right corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Tim Howard didn't even make a move. 3-0. Su-chun had scored another hat-trick away from home. For consecutive Premier League matches. For consecutive hat-tricks. This was a crazy record worthy of the Premier League history books. In the stands of Goodison Park, those Everton fans who had been holding on now covered their faces in pain. The game was over. Completely over. Faced with such an unreasonable scoring machine, any defensive tactic was futile. In his mind, the system's crisp notification sound rang wildly. Ding. Goal confirmed. Reward 1,000 euros. Ding. Completed a hat-trick in a single match. Bonus reward 2,000 euros. Su-chun rushed to Giroud, leaping heavily onto the Frenchman's back, and the two laughed heartily, celebrating this wonderful team goal. Leading by 3 goals, all suspense vanished from the match. In the 83rd minute, the fourth official held up the substitution board. Su-chun was replaced by the young Serge Gnabry. This was the first time since Su-chun's debut in the Premier League that he had played beyond the 80th minute before being substituted. When Su-chun turned and slowly walked off the pitch, Goodison Park once again resounded with unified applause. This time the applause was even more fervent than in the first half. Over 40,000 fans paid their highest respects to the king who had run rampant in their home ground. Su-chun raised his hands high, applauding in thanks as he stepped off the grass. Receiving the recognition of hostile away fans, Su-chun has already demonstrated the absolute potential of a superstar. Lineker exclaimed loudly from the commentary desk. No, remove the word potential. He is now the hottest superstar in the Premier League. Carragher immediately corrected loudly. What a brilliant performance, kid. As soon as Su-chun stepped off the pitch, Wenger strode up to him. The veteran manager pulled Su-chun into a hug, patting his broad back vigorously. Team Dr. Lewin immediately draped a dry towel over Su-chun's shoulders and handed him a sports drink. Su-chun, drinking water, high-fived his teammates on the bench one by one to celebrate. In the final moments of the match, Everton scored a consolation goal from a corner with Lukaku heading it home. But it was too little too late. The referee blew the final long whistle. 3-1. Arsenal had won handily away at the tough Everton. All 3 points. For consecutive Premier League victories. On the updated league table, Arsenal's points reached 14, biting firmly at the heels of leaders Chelsea sitting in second place. Only one step away from the top. Su-chun sat on the team bus, opening the system panel in his mind. Total running distance exceeded 9,000 meters. Fouled maliciously 4 times. Successful dribbles 12 times. Successful passes 30 times. Plus the goal rewards from the hat-trick. After this match, the system account gained over 60,000 euros directly, adding the win bonus and goal bonus from Arsenal's lucrative contract. This trip to Liverpool netted Su-chun nearly 600,000 euros in total wealth. He glanced at the progress bar of the main quest. Main quest achieved 5 consecutive Premier League wins. Current progress, 45. Only 1 match remained until the A-grade ultimate skill cannon shot. As long as he won the next match, his Arsenal would receive an epic upgrade. Just as Su-chun was calculating the upcoming fixtures, Jack Wilshere, sitting in the front row, suddenly grabbed his phone and bounded over to Su-chun like a monkey. Su, look at Twitter. Look at Twitter. Wilshere was so excited his face was flushed, and he was stammering. Su-chun took the phone in confusion. On the screen was the latest tweet from top British supermodel Catherine. In the photo, Catherine stood in a lavishly decorated private party booth. She wore nothing. Only a loose red and white Arsenal No. 14 jersey. The hem of the jersey barely covered the top of her thighs, revealing her long straight legs. Her tempting figure was subtly outlined under the jersey with a lethality that could make any normal man's nose bleed on the spot. The tweet's caption was a simple sentence. I said I would. The party is ready. Address sent privately. Tonight I am yours. Su-chun. London. Stamford Bridge. A pivotal Premier League clash was about to unfold. The Battle of Red and Blue. Chelsea hosted their arch-rivals Arsenal. At this moment, the stadium's broadcast cameras were not focused on the world-class stars. All lenses were locked onto the young man at the rear of the Arsenal squad. Su-chun. The broadcast director knew exactly who held the key to viewership. From the moment the Arsenal players began their pre-match preparations, the cameras had been fixed unwaveringly on Su-chun's face. A handsome youth stood tall among the throng of players. His 1.83-meter frame ensured he remained unobstructed by his teammates even at the back of the line. Back home in the studio of China's national television sports Channel 5, renowned Premier League commentator Zhang Jun sat before the screen. Beside him was his longtime partner Zhang Lu. Good evening to all our viewers at home. You are watching the crucial 8th round match of this Premier League season as Chelsea hosts Arsenal. The young player in the red and white number 43 shirt you see is Su Chun. He is about to start for Arsenal. This sets a new record for the youngest Chinese player to debut in a top 5 European league. Zhang Jun's voice was booming, his speech rapid. His emotions were charged with intense excitement. Longtime fans knew that during this period Dragon Country football was in its deepest, darkest abyss. They even performed dismally in Asian-level competitions, let alone featuring in Europe's top 5 leagues. And now, Arsenal, a Premier League giant, was actually fielding a 17-year-old Dragon Country youngster as a starter against a nemesis like Chelsea. This was nothing short of a miracle. From the moment the lineups were announced, Zhang Jun hadn't discussed a single tactical point about Chelsea. Every topic revolved around Su Chun. He knew exactly what Dragon Country fans needed now. A teenage starter playing a core role for a Premier League giant. This would surely bring immense hope and confidence to Dragon Country fans lost in the darkness. At this moment, Su Chun was a blazing light piercing the gloom of Dragon Country football. Blinding and dazzling. In the live threads of major sports forums, bullet comments had already completely flooded the screen. Whoa, look at the live feed. Su Chun is so handsome. With that face, why isn't he debuting in movies? Why play football? Enough talk. What use is being handsome? Football is about skill. Those Chelsea defenders aren't pushovers. A 17-year-old playing in the English top flight. I respect his mental fortitude. Wenger must be crazy. That kid will probably be chopped down by Terry within 10 minutes. Various arguments raged online. While female fans were frantically screenshotting the handsome face, he strode out of the player tunnel and onto the Stamford Bridge pitch. Boom. The very second he stepped onto the grass, a deafening roar of boos from over 40,000 Chelsea home fans washed over him. This was one of England's most intimidating home grounds. The wave of sound created by the fans was a violent hurricane. The wind blew Su Chun's hair back from his forehead. He looked up. Before him was an endless sea of blue. Countless blue Chelsea flags waved wildly in the stands. In the north stand, the section for die-hard fans, a massive tifo was slowly unfurling. It depicted a blue giant in a Chelsea shirt, its gaping jaws lunging at Arsenal's cannon crest. Heavy metal music blared from the stadium speakers. The oppressive home atmosphere was terrifying. Before the match even started, the tension had reached its peak. Su Chun took deep breaths of air mixed with the scent of grass clippings and hormones. He did not retreat. On the contrary, his blood began to boil. The muscle fibers within him, infused with the peak explosiveness of a world-class attacking midfielder, were leaping wildly. This is the kind of match I want. Su Chun strode forward. In the Sky Sports commentary box, renowned pundit Gary Neville was shouting into his microphone. The Arsenal players are on the pitch. Without a doubt, the focus of the entire stadium, and indeed all of Europe, is on this starting gamble by Wenger. Dragon Country youngster Su Chun, 17 years old, without a single top-tier professional league appearance. He's been placed directly in the most crucial attacking midfield position. Neville shook his head repeatedly. His partner Jamie Carragher took over. Let's look at the starting lineups. For the away team, Arsenal, Giroud leads the line. Su Chun is behind him with Sanchez and Ramsey on the flanks. For the home team, Chelsea, Mourinho has fielded his strongest 11. Up front, Diego Costa, in midfield Fabregas and Hazard. The defensive line features Terry alongside Cahill, with Azpilicueta at left back and Ivanovic at right back. This is an iron defense capable of crushing any attack. The commentators droned on with their analysis. By the pitch, Chelsea manager Jose Mourinho, in his iconic black coat, walked with a swagger towards the away team's technical area, hands in his pockets. Wenger stood there watching the field. The two exchanged a perfunctory handshake. Mourinho leaned in close to Wenger, a cold sneer on his face. Old man fielding a weaning Asian kid for this match really opens my eyes. Mourinho's tone was dripping with disdain. Are you setting up an excuse for losing before the game even starts? Wenger shook off Mourinho's hand. Don't celebrate too soon. I'll have that kid tear your defense to shreds later. Wenger replied, his face expressionless. Then I'll be waiting to see the joke. Mourinho turned and walked back to his bench. He plopped down, crossing his legs. Assistant coach Faria leaned in. What is Wenger playing at? What's so special about this Su Chun? Mourinho snorted. Special? It's just desperation. A 17-year-old Asian defender. He'll be lucky to survive 20 minutes in this Premier League meat grinder. Don't worry about the kid. Stick to our tactics. Press their wings, cut off their midfield passing lanes. Mourinho had absolute faith in his defense. At the center of the pitch, the players began the pre-match handshake. The Arsenal team filed past the Chelsea line. Su Chun walked in front of Cesc Fabregas. The former Arsenal captain gave Su Chun a long look. Then Su Chun stood before Diego Costa. A vicious grin spread across Costa's fierce face. Asian boy, this is Stamford Bridge. I'll be giving you some special attention later. Su Chun retorted without hesitation. I hope you don't get so frustrated from not touching the ball that you start biting. Costa was taken aback. He hadn't expected this seemingly frail rookie to talk back. Next, Su Chun came face to face with Chelsea captain John Terry. Terry was immensely imposing. He looked down, glaring at Su Chun. Rookie, this is a man's game. If you dare turn with the ball, my studs will be right on your ankle. I'll make you crawl off this pitch. Suchin met Terry's gaze. Then let's see which is faster, your studs or my pace. Terry's eyes widened. Branislav Ivanovich snorted upon hearing this. A reckless fool who doesn't know his place. The two passed each other. After finishing the line, Suchun didn't go directly to his position. He ran to the front of the pitch, pulling Giroud, Sanchez, and Ramsey aside. The four quickly formed a small huddle. Covering his mouth, Suchun spoke rapidly. Let's hit them with a blitz right from kickoff. Ramsey, after we kick off, play it around the back. The moment you see me raise my hand, send a long pass over the top. Aim for the right flank. Suchun's words were crisp and fast. Ramsey nodded. Suchun then turned to Giroud. Giroud, when you see me start my run, sprint forward immediately and drag Terry or Cahill out of position. Sanchez, you drift to the far post, get ready for the second ball. The three senior players all understood Suchin's tactical intent. Normally, if a rookie tried to boss them around like this, they would have dismissed him. But this was Wenger's designated playmaker. The manager's roar in the dressing room was still fresh in their minds. Everyone agreed. Suchun retreated. The referee glanced at his watch and put the whistle to his lips. Fweep, the long whistle blew. The London Derby was officially underway. Arsenal kicked off. Giroud tapped the ball back to Santi Cazorla before sprinting forward. Facing the charging Costa, Cazorla calmly passed the ball across to Ramsey. Ramsey controlled the ball. Chelsea's Brazilian midfielder Oscar immediately pressed him. In that split second, Suchun on the right wing suddenly raised his right hand. Ramsey didn't hesitate. Planting his left foot, he swung his right foot, sending a long piercing arc of a pass. The ball soared through the air, flying precisely into the vast space behind Chelsea's left flank. The instant Suchun raised his hand, his legs exploded with power. That body, infused with the peak explosiveness of a world-class attacking midfielder, was now fully operational. The terrifying power from contracting muscle fibers propelled him forward like a shot. Marking Suchun was Chelsea's right-back Branislav Ivanovich. He had assumed Arsenal would start with a slow possession-based build-up. He never expected Ramsey to hit a long ball directly to Suchun. Watch the man in the middle. Ivanovich shouted, directing Cahill to mark the advancing Giroud. Then he turned ready to block Suchun's path. Ivanovich had absolute confidence in his physical strength. Even the strongest, fastest forwards struggled against him, let alone this seemingly frail kid. But then, just as Ivanovich finished speaking, a fierce gust of wind whipped past his ear. He only saw a blur of red and white, overtaking him from the outer edge of the pitch. An outside line speed burst. Too fast. Unbelievably fast. Ivanovich was shocked, instinctively reaching out to grab Suchun's shirt. But his fingers only grasped air. He hadn't even touched Suchun's jersey. Suchun's speed was completely unaffected. A split second before the ball was about to go out of play, he stretched out his right instep and cushioned it softly. The ball stuck obediently to his foot. Then Suchun knocked the ball forward with a heavy touch. Striding with purpose, he charged towards the Chelsea penalty area. My God! In the Sky Sports commentary box, Neville leaped to his feet. What kind of monster speed is that? Ivanovich has been completely burned. On the sideline, Mourinho, who had been leaning back in his seat, shot up his eyes wide. Chelsea's normally impenetrable defense, within less than 10 seconds of the match starting, had been ripped open by Suchun on the right flank. Suchun drove into the right side of the box. The danger zone. Veteran captain Terry reacted instantly. Abandoning his cover on Giroud, he charged directly at Suchun. Terry's defensive experience was immense. He didn't rashly slide in. Instead, he blocked the inside route, lowered his center of gravity, and fixed his gaze on the ball at Suchun's feet. If Suchun made even one extra move, Terry would not hesitate to stick out a foot and clear the ball. The distance between them closed rapidly. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Just as they were about to collide, Suchun, still dribbling at high speed, kept his upper body completely still. But his legs began to paint a masterpiece. His left foot whipped over the ball, followed instantly by his right foot. A textbook step over, but executed at a full sprint. Terry was horrified. Performing consecutive stepovers at such high speed required a coordination that was inhuman. Terry's mind raced. Left or right? His center of gravity involuntarily shifted an inch to the left. That single inch. Suchun precisely detected the shift. He quickly flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot. Then, using the power of his thigh, he squeezed past Terry on his right side. Terry, off balance, turned awkwardly, staring in horror. He saw Suchun already at the edge of the 6-yard box. Facing him was only Chelsea's goalkeeper Thibaut Courtois. Suchun launched himself into the air. His body coiled like a drawn bow. His entire right leg, as if filled with immense power, smashed into the center of the ball. Bang! A dull thud echoed around Stamford Bridge. The ball became a white blur, too fast for the eye to follow. Courtois didn't even have time to make a save. The ball flew over his head and slammed into the back of the net. The net bulged violently from the impact. 14 seconds into the match. Goal. Courtois stood with his mouth agape. He was rooted to the spot in front of the goal line, his gloved hands still suspended in midair, utterly motionless like a wooden post. Before he could even bend his knees to push off, the ball had already slammed into the net behind him. The goal net was still violently trembling at that very moment. The ball bounced a few times on the turf, slowly rolling out of the goal. Chelsea's starting goalkeeper was stunned. He turned to look at the ball, then turned again to gaze at Suchun standing at the edge of the 6-yard box. Everything was sheer astonishment. Outside the 6-yard box, Chelsea captain Terry sat on the turf, gasping for breath. He propped himself up with his hands on the grass, his eyes fixed intently on the slender figure ahead. Terry's mind was a complete blank. He had been deceived. A 17-year-old yellow-skinned boy had completely thrown him off balance with a series of high-speed stepovers. At this age, with such moves and such relentless acceleration and direction changes, Terry had played in the Premier League for over a decade, yet he had never seen such an unreasonable monster. Further away near the touchline, Ivanovic still held his arm outstretched. He had just failed to even touch the fabric of Su Chen's jersey. He had grasped nothing but air. Even now he had yet to come to his senses. Chelsea's vaunted steel defense, just 14 seconds into the match, had been breached single-handedly by one man. After a brief silence, Su Chen turned around and charged directly toward the southeast corner flag of Stamford Bridge. That was where the Arsenal away fans were gathered. Su Chen bent his knees, sliding 2 long trails across the turf. He held his head high. His arms crossed over his chest. Dominant. Arrogant. Su Chen. What a goal. The 3,000 traveling Arsenal supporters erupted. They leaped from their seats, waving their red and white scarves, shouting wildly. Some fans even hurled their plastic cups into the air. Water splashed everywhere. Just then Arsenal striker Giroud was the first to rush over. He grabbed Su Chen by the shoulders and tackled him to the turf. "You're incredible, kid. You're incredible," Giroud roared into Su Chen's ear. Sanchez followed, closely jumping onto Giroud's back and pumping his right fist. Cazorla Ramsey Ozil. The entire team went berserk. They sprinted in from all directions, piling on top. A dogpile. Everyone pressed Su Chen firmly at the very bottom. At that moment, on Arsenal's half of the pitch, veteran captain Mertesacker knelt directly on the turf, pointing both hands to the sky. The match had only just begun, yet Arsenal had already achieved a dream start. Amid the frenzied chants of these 3,000 Arsenal fans, over 40,000 Chelsea loyalists in the entire Stamford Bridge stadium fell collectively silent. Dead silence. Utter stillness. This was their home ground. And yet before they could even settle into their seats, their goal had been blasted open by the opponent's newcomer. Many Chelsea fans held their heads in their hands, utterly unable to accept this reality. In the Sky Sports broadcast booth, goal, goal, goal. Neville grabbed the microphone and leaped from his chair. His earpiece cord snapped from the violent movement. But he didn't care at all. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "The match has just begun. 14 seconds. My God, what have I just witnessed? What kind of monstrous speed and dribbling is this?" Beside him, Carragher's face was flushed red. He pounded the table forcefully. Su Chen, this 17-year-old. He destroyed Terry with an unreasonable long-range strike. I've never seen anyone tear past Ivanovic like that. Neville spun his head toward the director in the control room. "Quick, check the stats. Find the fastest goal record in Premier League history." The broadcast feed immediately cut to a set of data. A few seconds later, Neville sat back down and put on a spare earpiece. "Ladies and gentlemen, confirmed. 14 seconds. This is the 6th fastest goal in Premier League history. But more critically, this is the fastest debut goal by a new signing in Premier League history. In the face of this record, all past prodigies pale in comparison. Congratulations, Su Chen. He has engraved his name forever on the Premier League record list." In China, at a live-streaming platform studio, renowned commentator Zhang Jun stared wide-eyed. He pressed one hand on the desk, half rising from his seat. 14 seconds into the match. The ball is in. Su Chen. Oh my heavens. He did it. On the Premier League stage, he scored the first goal by a Chinese player. Look at this goal. A forceful overtake on the outside lane. 2 sharp stepovers to bypass Terry. And a powerful final strike to finish. This is absolutely a world-class goal. Beside him, analyst Zhang Lu nodded repeatedly. He. Yes. This speed, this explosiveness, it's incredible. Terry simply couldn't react in time. In the live streaming room at that moment, the online viewership had directly exceeded 3 million. The entire screen was completely covered in white Damaku, making it impossible to see the match footage. Comments flooded in. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. I'm stunned out of my mind. Is this a Chinese guy? This is an alien, right? Terry's lumbar disc must have been shaken loose. Awesome. So freaking awesome. Devouring Chelsea's defense alive. Ivanovic's legs have turned to jelly. Can't even pull him back. Not just online, but in every corner of China, equally crazy scenes were unfolding. At Qingbei University in dormitory building 8, the night corridor was originally quiet. Suddenly, all the doors from the 1st to the 6th floor were flung open with force. Countless shirtless male students rushed out of their dorms. They ran and shouted wildly through the corridor. Awesome. Su Chen is awesome. The dormitory supervisor, an old man, came out with a flashlight ready to scold them. But he glanced down at the goal highlights on his phone. The old man dropped the flashlight, raised his hands, and joined the students in shouting and cheering. In Shanghai City, at a roadside barbecue stall, dozens of tables of late-night diners were gathered around the TV. The moment they saw Su Chen blast the ball into the net, the owner's skewers of lamb fell directly into the charcoal fire. He didn't even bother to pick them up. Around him, burly men from over 10 tables all pushed back their chairs and stood up. Their beer bottles clashed heavily together, spilling golden beer foam everywhere. Cheers. For Su Chen's goal, the bill's on me tonight. A stout big brother shouted and downed a whole bottle in one go. The scene cut back to Stamford Bridge in London. On the Chelsea bench, manager Mourinho could no longer sit still. He hurled his tactical notebook onto the turf, his face turning pale. Before the match, he had specifically deployed a pincer tactic targeting Arsenal's forward line. But he had never expected that a rookie who had never played before would completely disrupt all his plans. Mourinho strode to the sideline. He waved over midfield core Fabregas. Covering his mouth, Mourinho quickly issued instructions into Fabregas's ear. Control the pace. Don't panic. Strengthen the defensive depth on the right flank. Don't give him any more space to sprint. Fabregas nodded repeatedly, then turned and ran back to the midfield, shouting for his teammates to get into position. On the other side, the scene in front of Arsenal's bench was entirely different. Manager Wenger had been lowering his head, pulling at the zipper of his iconic coat. When the ball flew into the net, his hands froze. Then Wenger yanked the zipper open and strode to the sideline, his face flushed with excitement. He leaped into the air, fiercely pumping both fists. Behind him, assistant coach Bold rushed forward and embraced Wenger. "Professor, did you see that? He's a genius." Wenger nodded emphatically. "Yes. This is our greatest signing of the year. He will lead us to reclaim the championship." While everyone was in a state of extreme euphoria, the stadium's big screen and the broadcast feed began playing slow-motion replays of the goal from multiple angles. Commentator Neville stared intently at the screen, starting a frame-by-frame analysis. Everyone pay attention to Su Chen's first step of acceleration. In the footage, as Su Chen stretched out his foot to control the ball, the muscles in his thigh bulged prominently. His right foot stamped heavily into the turf, kicking up a clod of dirt. Just that one step. He left Ivanovic behind. No unnecessary movements, a pure display of absolute power and speed. Now watch this move against Terry. The slow motion switched to a frontal view. Terry had already lowered his center of gravity, ready to intercept. But Su Chen, sprinting at full speed, showed no decrease in the frequency of his leg movements. His left foot passed over the ball, then his right foot followed. This was a terrifying test of knee ligaments and core body strength. An ordinary player attempting such a move at full speed would slip or twist an ankle. But Su Chen was steady as a mountain. The moment he sensed Terry shifting his weight, he deftly nudged the ball with the outside of his foot, forcing his way past on the right side. The entire stadium watched the replay on the big screen. Chelsea fans gasped. They finally understood. This was not luck. This was a complete and utter domination of skill. The celebration finally ended. The referee blew his whistle to restart the match. Su Chen and the Arsenal players ran back to their own half. The Chelsea players stood again in the center circle. Hazard had the ball under his foot, his expression blank. As Chelsea's core player, he absolutely would not tolerate a rookie acting so arrogantly on his home ground. Fabregas stood nearby, hands on his hips. The whistle blew. Hazard passed the ball to Fabregas and quickly surged forward. Fabregas received the ball, pulled his right foot back, and prepared to lift his head to observe his teammates' runs. But, just as he raised his head, a red and white figure had already transformed into a gale-force wind. Crossing the center circle arc, it charged directly in front of him. Su Chen. Fabregas was horrified, trying to turn and shield the ball. But Su Chen gave him no time to react. Su Chen's right leg swept along the ground, executing a slide tackle. Fabregas was caught completely off guard, Su Chen sliding in to take both him and the ball down in one clean tackle. Turf flew into the air. The tackle was crisp and decisive, making contact with the ball first before bringing down the man. The referee held both arms forward, signaling play to continue with no foul. A thunderous chorus of boos erupted from the Chelsea fans in the stands. Fabregas lay on the ground, arms outstretched, furiously protesting to the referee. But Su Chen paid no attention. He sprang to his feet, nudged the ball forward in one fluid motion, and charged straight toward Chelsea's half. The counterattack had begun. Su Chen's pace while driving the ball forward was astonishing. Chelsea's midfield line hadn't yet settled into position. Defensive midfielder Matic, sensing danger, immediately stretched his long legs and charged forward. Standing at 194 meters, Matic was Mourinho's most reliable midfield shield. He prepared to use his mass and physical advantage to force Su Chen wide. Su Chen pushed the ball forward with his left foot and suddenly accelerated. Bang! Their shoulders collided with tremendous force. Matic felt a dull ache in his chest, as if he had slammed into a block of iron. Su Chen's core strength was absurdly powerful. Not only was he not knocked off balance, but he withstood the impact and forcefully squeezed past on the inside. The breakthrough was complete. The edge of the penalty area lay ahead. Only center back Cahill stood in his way. Cahill retreated cautiously, desperately blocking the shooting angle. Su Chen didn't slow down. He planted his left foot on the turf and whipped his right leg forward like a lash. No feints, no hesitation. He unleashed a thunderous strike. The ball, imbued with terrifying power, flew straight for the top corner of the goal. Chelsea goalkeeper Courtois launched himself into a dive, fully extending his long arm, barely grazing the ball with one hand. The ball changed direction, brushing the post and rolling out for a goal kick. Whoa! A massive gasp swept through the stadium. Su Chen slapped the turf in frustration. What a pity that shot didn't go in. Turning to look at Chelsea's defense. Huff, huff, huff. Right back Ivanovic was bent over, gasping for air. Only 12 minutes of match time had passed. Yet his jersey was completely soaked with sweat clinging to his back, while his shorts were caked with mud and grass. On the other side, the iron-hearted center backs Cahill and Terry were equally disheveled. Both stood still, hands on knees, catching their breath. the source of all this chaos. It was entirely due to that 17-year-old Chinese rookie. At that moment, Su Chen picked himself up off the ground, turned and jogged back. He truly realized that the Premier League was far more difficult than the Youth League. Back in the Youth League, whenever he got the ball and accelerated, his opponents couldn't even catch his dust. Scoring goals had been almost effortless. But in the Premier League, the difficulty skyrocketed. Ivanovic was truly a world-class fullback. Though Su Chen had gotten the better of him in those earlier dribbles, the seasoned veteran always managed to close in quickly. He stuck to Su Chen like a piece of chewy toffee, constantly using subtle fouls and physical contact to disrupt his shots. Chelsea's two defensive midfielders, Matic and Fabregas, were constantly dropping back to double-team. Center-backs Cahill and Terry, with their wealth of experience, positioned themselves flawlessly, leaving no gaps. No wonder they call this Mourinho's iron-blooded Chelsea. This defensive system is rock solid. Su Chen marveled inwardly. If Ivanovic had heard his assessment, he might have coughed up blood in rage. Who was Ivanovic? One of the Premier League's top attacking fullbacks. In the entire world, the number of forwards who could make him question his own existence in just 12 short minutes could be counted on one hand. The fact that Su Chen, a rookie playing his first professional match, had achieved this was enough to send shivers down the spine of the entire Premier League. In the Sky Sports broadcast booth, commentator Neville shot to his feet, slamming the table as he shouted, "Another incredibly threatening shot. And it's Su Chen again." Before the match, countless people questioned Professor Wenger, calling it madness to start a rookie with no experience. But now look at the state of the pitch. Who dares say that anymore? Take a good look at those beleaguered Chelsea defenders. This is the Premier League's stingiest defense, and Su Chen has turned it upside down all by himself. If not for Courtois' miraculous save, just now Chelsea would be 2 goals down. His commentary partner Carragher was equally ecstatic, his eyes glued to the replay on the big screen. "I have to admit, this young man has completely won me over. His style of play is so direct, so imposing. The visual impact is terrifying. That explosive acceleration, that sheer audacity when dribbling past opponents. This is the prime Kaka reborn in the Premier League." That assessment was no exaggeration. At this moment, Su Chen, empowered by the system's reward of a prime Kaka template, possessed both the skill and the physique. Back in the day, Kaka's long-range sprint at Old Trafford had brought the Manchester United fans to their feet in applause. This style of play, combining power and grace in a violent, beautiful aesthetic, was precisely what ignited the fans' passion. On the sidelines, Mourinho's face was as dark as a storm cloud. His brow was furrowed into a tight knot as he stared intently at Su Chen on the pitch. "We can't keep taking this lying down." His assistant coach was wringing his hands in anxiety. For the past 10-odd minutes, Chelsea had barely been holding on by sheer luck. If they continued to let Su Chen run rampant like this, Ivanovic's stamina would soon be completely drained. He couldn't possibly keep up every single time. Mourinho turned his head to glance at the away team's technical area. Wenger stood on the sideline, hands buried in the pockets of his overcoat, his face etched with undisguised smugness. Mourinho let out a cold snort, clenching his jaw tightly. "You just got lucky signing a prodigy and catching us off guard. If it weren't for this, Su Chen, we'd have already torn Arsenal to shreds today." "Don't panic." Mourinho raised his wrist to check his watch. "They've been sprinting at full throttle for 12 minutes. They're reaching their physical limit. It's time for our counterattack." He strode to the edge of the pitch and waved his arms emphatically at the players. With both hands, he made a pushing motion forward, signaling for an all-out attacking press. Then he let out a sharp whistle, calling Hazard and Fabregas over to quickly relay his tactical instructions. On the other side for Arsenal, the 12-minute opening blitz had indeed pushed their players' stamina to a critical point. Continuous high pressing was extremely draining. And with a 1-goal lead already secured, while it was a bit disappointing not to have extended the lead, it was more than enough. Captain Mertesacker began directing the defense to drop deeper. Arsenal's midfielders retreated from the front line. The formation compacted, solidifying the half-court defense ready to hit Chelsea on the counter. In the vast expanse of the forward area, only Su Chen remained. Seeing his teammates fall back, he too retreated to the center circle, conserving energy and patiently waiting for a counterattack opportunity. At the manager's command, Chelsea immediately bared their fangs. The entire formation pushed forward, launching a ferocious onslaught. Hazard on the left wing, Willian on the right, and Diego Costa with his unruly mane leading the line in the center. This attacking trident was among the best in all of European football. Their destructive power was in no way inferior to the forward lines of Real Madrid or Barcelona. Chelsea was the Premier League champion at its peak. The prestige of a top club was no mere decoration. Within just 2 minutes, Arsenal's defense faced a trial by fire. The match clock ticked to the 13th minute. Willian received the ball on the right flank. Facing Monreal's defense, he executed a series of stepovers to create space, then whipped in a cross. The ball traced a dangerous arc through the air, landing precisely in the center of the penalty area. Costa used his powerful frame to muscle Koscielny out of the way, leaping high to meet the ball. He powered a header towards goal. The ball smashed into the ground, rocketing towards the bottom right corner. Relying on years of goalkeeper instinct, Cech reacted with a reflexive dive. He threw himself horizontally, fully extending his arm, his fingertips just barely grazing the ball. The ball changed trajectory, grazing the post and flying out for a goal kick. The resulting corner was cleared by Mertesacker's header, but the danger was far from over. In the 14th minute, Chelsea's attack came again. This time they switched to the left flank. Hazard took on Bellerin one-on-one, executing 2 quick changes of direction to accelerate, forcing his way to the edge of the box before cutting the ball back to the edge of the D. The on-rushing Fabregas arrived on cue. With no pause, he met the ball with a powerful driven shot. Bang! The ball whistled through the air. It smashed against the crossbar and bounced out of play. Clang! The sound of metal reverberated across Stamford Bridge. Whoa! Over 30,000 Chelsea fans in the stands clutched their heads in unison, letting out a massive groan. The Arsenal fans in the away section broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, the home fans had completely taken over the atmosphere. Under Chelsea's relentless waves of attacks, the home supporters' cheers grew louder and louder. The singing and drumming were deafening. Score? Keep playing like this. What a pity. Cesk's shot was just half a ball's width away. The local London commentators slammed the table and roared. This is the spirit we need. The first 10-odd minutes were too stifling. We are Chelsea. We must use our attack to pin them in their own half. The commentator's face was flushed with excitement. Keep the pressure on. Arsenal can't hold out. The goal is coming. The fans' cheers continued unabated. The pressure on the pitch intensified. In the 16th minute, Hazard received the ball again on the left side of the box. He sold a dummy to fool the defender, cut inside, and unleashed a low drive with his right foot. The shot was angled exquisitely. Cech dropped to his knees, diving to smother the ball securely under his body, beating Costa to the rebound. In the space of just 4 minutes, Chelsea had fired off 5 high-quality shots. Every single one was aimed at the corners. Arsenal's half was in a state of panic. Goalkeeper Cech was the busiest man on the pitch, making save after save to keep his goal intact. Clutching the ball, Cech lay on the turf. He didn't get up immediately. Instead, he pressed the ball firmly beneath him, deliberately wasting time. He needed to break Chelsea's relentless rhythm and give his defenders a moment to catch their breath. The referee ran over, pointing to his watch to signal Cech to release the ball quickly. Cech finally got to his feet, moving with deliberate slowness. The Chelsea players had already pushed up en masse. Costa and Willian blocked the edge of the area, while Hazard shadowed Arsenal's fullback. The front line executed a fierce pressing trap, cutting off all of Cech's potential short passing options. Cech took 2 steps forward with the ball, looking up to survey the situation. Arsenal was too passive. Being pinned in their own box was no way to play. They had to respond with a counterattack. Just then his gaze cut through the crowd and fixed on a point near the center circle. A figure in red and white stood there. Suchun. Without a moment's hesitation, Cech bellowed, "Here we go." He tossed the ball into the air, took 2 steps, and slammed his right foot into the bottom of it. The ball soared high, arcing over most of the pitch, heading straight for the halfway line. On this pitch, giving the ball to Suchun was the most direct form of counterattack. Cech launches a long ball directly to Suchun up front. The television cameras quickly cut to the midfield. All eyes followed the ball's trajectory. Suchun kept his eyes locked on the ball's landing point, constantly adjusting his position. The ball descended with tremendous force. Such a long pass was incredibly difficult to control. The slightest mistake would send it bouncing a meter away. Suchun faced the incoming ball, lifting his right leg high. At the moment of contact, he gave a slight soft cushioning motion with his instep. The ball shed all its momentum, landing obediently at his feet with no excessive bounce. Then Suchun pushed off the turf with his left foot, executing a turn on the spot. Without a flicker of hesitation, without slowing down to wait for support from his teammates, he charged a lone ball at his feet straight into Chelsea's half. What a beautiful touch. Suchun receives, turns, and bursts forward. The commentator's voice cracked with excitement in the Premier League broadcast booth. Not a single viewer dared to blink. On the screen, a 17-year-old boy was sprinting with the ball. No flashy feints. It was pure, unadulterated speed and power. Unstoppable. Right in Suchun's path. 3 Chelsea defenders stood in a line, braced for impact. Terry, Cahill, Ivanovic, on his flanks. Matic and Fabregas were chasing back with all their might. 5 players. A full 5-man defensive cordon was forming a massive encirclement. Yet in Suchun's eyes, there was only the distant white goal. Dribbling. A big touch. Another big touch. He kicked the ball far ahead, then stretched his long legs in a violent burst of speed. An aura of unstoppable, god-slaying ferocity radiated from his entire being. His pace grew faster and faster. The boos from the home fans were forcefully drowned out. Chelsea's defenders, watching Suchun barrel towards them, felt a chill of panic. This wasn't a man playing football. This was a rampaging beast intent on devouring the entire defensive line. The live stream chat exploded. Holy crap. Is he seriously going to take on 5? This is brutal. The guy's an animal. Chelsea's backline is about to get torn apart. Go. Tear the Blues' defense to shreds. Suchun closed in on the first line of defense. Terry lowered his center of gravity, his eyes locked onto the ball at Suchun's feet. Suchun. 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 Inside the broadcast booth of Sky Sports, commentator Gary Lineker's voice began to rise higher and higher the moment Suchun dribbled past John Stones, until the ball sailed past the goalkeeper and nestled securely into the net. His emotions reached their peak. Goal. Beautiful. An outrageous dribble. A textbook push shot. This is a classic long-range surge reminiscent of Ricardo Isaacson dos Santos Leite Kaka. Wow. A breathtaking moment that sends shivers down your spine. So domineering. So magnificent. A world-class goal with maximum spectacle. Just then, the applause of the entire stadium. Through the high-definition audio equipment of the on-site cameras, it spread clearly across the world. Countless English fans sitting in front of their televisions were stunned. They had anticipated Goodison Park erupting in even fiercer boos. But the reality was the exact opposite. The on-site director locked the camera firmly on the homestand. In the frame, countless fervent fans wearing Everton's blue jerseys stood up, applauded. They were clapping for the opponent who had torn through their own defense. They were applauding for Su Chun. This unbelievable scene left all the fans in front of their TVs dumbfounded, especially the Chinese fans. A Chinese player, after scoring an away goal, actually received a standing ovation from the loyal home fans. What an honor this was. On the pitch, Su Chun looked around the stands in surprise. Then his expression turned solemn. He stopped his celebration, raised his hands high, and gently clapped his palms, using the same applause to thank the live fans for their love and respect for football itself. My God, it's unbelievable. Su Chun received cheers from the entire home crowd. The Everton fans have been completely conquered by him. Lineker shouted, clutching his head. Beside him, Jamie Carragher was also utterly astonished. Once Kaka conquered the discerning Manchester United fans at the Theatre of Dreams with an incredible long-range run. Over 70,000 Englishmen stood up and applauded for that Brazilian. Carragher swallowed hard. And now at the equally passionate Goodison Park, a Chinese player, a young man of only 18 years old, has also received this exclusive treatment reserved for top superstars. Tens of thousands of Everton fans, though deeply disheartened by their team being 2 goals down. But at this moment, they were completely conquered by Su Chun's goal, the unstoppable violent breakthrough, the intoxicating elastico dribble, the cool decisive push shot in the face of the goalkeeper. All of it was unforgettable and sent shivers down the spine. Inside the studio of China's national sports channel, commentator He Wei Ai's slightly red voice soaring. This is the most beautiful moment in Chinese football history. Perhaps 10 years from now, when Su Chun has retired from the pitch, this scene will still be talked about repeatedly by countless Chinese fans, forever etched in our memories. In the domestic online live stream, the barrage of comments had become so thick that the broadcast screen was completely obscured. All the fans stood up and applauded. This is epic. Holy shit. I can't find any other word besides holy shit. So badass. This is fucking Kaka reborn. Superstar treatment. Genuine superstar treatment. Old dogs of the Football Association, come out and see your God. The man you expelled is now being worshipped like a deity by all of England. In that instant, all Chinese fans felt an unprecedented sense of national pride. Their compatriot, the genius of China, in a hostile away ground with the most formidable strength, conquered the most difficult opponents. The halftime whistle blew. People were still immersed in the shock of that 30-second standing ovation. The score was frozen at 2-0. The 15-minute break passed in an instant. The second half began. Driven by the roar of manager Roberto Martinez, the Everton players refused to surrender at home. They pushed forward in force, launching a frenzied counterattack. Ross Barkley and Romelu Lukaku created danger repeatedly up front, putting Arsenal's defense on edge. Faced with this situation, Arsene Wenger on the sidelines made a decisive tactical adjustment. He substituted the French tall striker Olivier Giroud for the tiring winger Theo Walcott. The formation directly changed to a 4-4-2, letting Giroud and Su Chun partner as twin strikers. For Wenger, this was a bold live test. Arsenal's current attack was overly reliant on Su Chun's individual breakthroughs. With a 2-goal lead, Wenger had enough capital to experiment with new tactical patterns. The experimental results made Wenger's eyes light up. With the 192-meter tall, extremely strong Giroud playing as the target man, all the dirty work of physical duels and contesting aerial balls was handled by Giroud. Giroud was a perfect tactical fulcrum. With him drawing the attention of 2 center-backs up front, Su Chun's range of movement became even larger and his runs more flexible and free. This chemistry between a tall and a fast player immediately showed its terrifying power on the pitch. Wenger stroked his chin on the sidelines, nodding repeatedly. When the game was stuck, the back line could directly launch long balls to Giroud. Giroud would head the ball down, and Su Chun would sprint onto it, facing the goal directly. This tactical plan B was tailor-made for this striking pair. As time passed, under Arsenal's multi-dimensional assault, the fighting spirit of the Everton players gradually wore down. Combined with the immense physical drain, the game's tempo began to slow. In the 73rd minute, Wenger's tactical vision was perfectly vindicated. Arsenal intercepted the ball in their own half, and Santi Cazorla launched a 60-meter long pass straight to the front. Giroud leaped high at the top of the penalty area, overpowering Everton center-back John Stones, and nodded the ball down precisely to the left channel. There, a white lightning bolt had already torn through the defense, arriving on cue. It was Su Chun. Su Chun didn't even wait for the ball to bounce. Meeting the ball laid off by Giroud, his left foot planted, his right foot's outside struck a powerful, venomous volley. Bang! The ball transformed into a white streak, crashing fiercely into the top right corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Tim Howard didn't even make a move. 3-0. Su Chun had scored another hat-trick away from home. For consecutive Premier League matches. For consecutive hat-tricks. This was a crazy record worthy of the Premier League history books. In the stands of Goodison Park, those Everton fans who had been holding on now covered their faces in pain. The game was over. Completely over. Faced with such an unreasonable scoring machine, any defensive tactic was futile. In his mind, the system's crisp notification sound rang wildly. Ding. Goal confirmed. Reward 100,000 euros. Ding. Completed a hat trick in a single match. Bonus reward 200,000 euros. Su Chun rushed to Giroud, leaping heavily onto the Frenchman's back, and the two laughed heartily, celebrating this wonderful team goal. Leading by 3 goals, all suspense vanished from the match. In the 83rd minute, the fourth official held up the substitution board. Su Chun was replaced by the young Serge Gnabry. This was the first time since Su Chun's debut in the Premier League that he had played beyond the 80th minute before being substituted. When Su Chun turned and slowly walked off the pitch, Goodison Park once again resounded with unified applause. This time the applause was even more fervent than in the first half. Over 40,000 fans paid their highest respects to the king who had run rampant in their home ground. Su Chun raised his hands high, applauding in thanks as he stepped off the grass. Receiving the recognition of hostile away fans, Su Chun has already demonstrated the absolute potential of a superstar. Lineker exclaimed loudly from the commentary desk. No, remove the word potential. He is now the hottest superstar in the Premier League. Carragher immediately corrected loudly. What a brilliant performance, kid. As soon as Su Chun stepped off the pitch, Wenger strode up to him. The veteran manager pulled Su Chun into a hug, patting his broad back vigorously. Team Dr. Lewin immediately draped a dry towel over Su Chun's shoulders and handed him a sports drink. Su Chun, drinking water, high-fived his teammates on the bench one by one to celebrate. In the final moments of the match, Everton scored a consolation goal from a corner with Lukaku heading it home. But it was too little too late. The referee blew the final long whistle. 3-1. Arsenal had won handily away at the tough Everton. All 3 points for consecutive Premier League victories. On the updated league table, Arsenal's points reached 14, biting firmly at the heels of leaders Chelsea sitting in second place. Only one step away from the top, Su Chun sat on the team bus, opening the system panel in his mind. Total running distance exceeded 9,000 meters. Fouled maliciously 4 times. Successful dribbles 12 times. Successful passes 30 times. Plus the goal rewards from the hat trick. After this match, the system account gained over 60,000 euros directly, adding the win bonus and goal bonus from Arsenal's lucrative contract. This trip to Liverpool netted Su Chun nearly 600,000 euros in total wealth. He glanced at the progress bar of the main quest. Main quest achieved 5 consecutive Premier League wins. Current progress, 45. Only 1 match remained until the A-grade ultimate skill cannon shot. As long as he won the next match, his Arsenal would receive an epic upgrade. Just as Su Chun was calculating the upcoming fixtures, Jack Wilshere, sitting in the front row, suddenly grabbed his phone and bounded over to Su Chun like a monkey. Su, look at Twitter. Look at Twitter. Wilshere was so excited his face was flushed and he was stammering. Su Chun took the phone in confusion. On the screen was the latest tweet from top British supermodel Catherine. In the photo, Catherine stood in a lavishly decorated private party booth. She wore nothing. Only a loose red and white Arsenal No. 14 jersey. The hem of the jersey barely covered the top of her thighs, revealing her long straight legs. Her tempting figure was subtly outlined under the jersey with a lethality that could make any normal man's nose bleed on the spot. The tweet's caption was a simple sentence. I said I would. The party is ready. Address sent privately. Tonight I am yours. Su Chun. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Is this really a player from our China? Starting his dribble from the center circle, charging forward, he devoured Terry, forcibly pierced through the combined defense of 2 center backs, and then executed a classic pendulum dribble past the goalkeeper to slot into an empty net. Grandpa, come out quick and see China's very own Kaka. The entire Chinese internet had erupted into a frenzy. The trending topic of Su Chun's 14-second lightning strike had only just claimed the top spot. Now, he had blasted in an even more earth-shattering goal. If the first goal involved an element of Ivanovic's complacency, then this second goal was a pure display of individual skill dominance. Terrifying acceleration off the mark. Explosive core power. Ball control that was one with his being. That domineering aura of charging forward, relentlessly treating the Chelsea defense line like training cones to be weaved around. The television broadcast repeatedly showed slow-motion replays from every angle. The 3,000 Arsenal fans in the away section of Stamford Bridge had screamed their throats hoarse. Even more spine-tingling was the sight in the home stands. A few elderly die-hard Chelsea loyalists were rising from their seats, gently clapping their hands. Even though this was an enemy who had breached their own team's goal, they willingly offered their applause. They were utterly conquered by the pure, violent aesthetics of football. A magnificent goal. Inside the broadcast studio, Jean Jun ripped off his headphones, stood at the commentary desk, and roared into the microphone for the entire nation to hear. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Chinese youngster Su Chun, scoring a brace. Look at the despair on Terry's face as he sits on the turf. Look at Courtois, gasping for air with his head in his hands. That shows you the immense psychological blow Su Chun has dealt to this Premier League giant. Mourinho has a huge problem. The Blues have run into a tough nut today. Beside him, analyst Zhang Lu's eyes were red. This veteran, who had spent decades in the football world and commentated on countless top European matches, was so excited he was nearly incoherent. Absolutely brilliant. This is truly world-class physical talent. That move to get past the goalkeeper, a classic pendulum dribble, the shifting of body weight from side to side, was so solid, a perfect replica of Kaka. This is China's one true genius. I just don't get it. Are those big shots at the Football Association blind, or are their brains addled? The more Zhang Lu spoke, the angrier he became, firing a broadside during the national broadcast. With just these 2 goals, Su Chun must immediately don the national team jersey. Those bureaucrats in the FA who hold their posts without doing any real work just to save face and protect their selfish interests actually issued a public notice to blacklist a nuclear-level overseas prospect. Their faces aren't worth a single finger of Su Chen's. The director backstage broke out in a cold sweat, frantically signaling Zhang Lu to stop. The national broadcaster's transmission differed from online platforms. The boundaries of discourse were strictly controlled. Zhang Lu waved his hand, ignoring the director's warning entirely. He knew the FA's ways all too well. The more brilliantly Su Chun performed now, the harder those high-ranking officials would crack down in order to uphold their authority of never admitting fault. He intended to use this tidal wave of attention to tear open this window of hypocrisy, to fight for justice for Su Chun. The fans in the live stream room were moved, their blood boiling. The barrage of comments completely flooded the match screen. Director Zhang is a real man. Well said. Disband the FA. Zhao Jinqing stepped down. Fuck their PR stunts. Fuck their pay-to-play starting spots. Ma Dexing, come out here and watch the game. If he can single-handedly tear through Mourinho's defense, is this the fragile China doll Ma Dexing talks about? Their faces must be swollen from being slapped. When will those bastards in the FA come out and kneel to apologize? While admiring this masterpiece, fans didn't forget to verbally eviscerate the Chinese Football Association 1,000 times over. Years of pent-up rage, all transformed into textual artillery in this moment. The FA's official website was destined to be overwhelmed once again by enraged netizens crashing it. Back at Stamford Bridge in London, Su Chun watched the ball roll over the white line. He took 2 deep breaths, then turned around ready to celebrate. The adrenaline in his body surged to its peak. He lunged forward a few steps, bent his knees, deeply preparing for a powerful long-distance knee slide. But then, because he had sprinted full speed across most of the pitch, the muscles in his legs were already aching. The turf was also slick with rain. The moment his knees touched the grass, he didn't slide even half a meter. His thigh cramped up. His entire body flipped over. He rolled on the ground twice before stopping, his face landing in a mouthful of mud. Damn, sliding on your knees is really a skill. Su Chun spat out the grass clippings sitting on the ground and muttering to himself. Before he could get up, a weight landed on his back. Giroud's massive frame pounced on him directly. Then came Sanchez, Ramsey, Ozil. The entire Arsenal team rushed towards the corner flag like madmen, piling up into a red human pyramid. Beautifully done. That was fucking incredible. Su, those changes of direction almost snapped Terry's old back. But that knee slide of yours was seriously lame. Ha. His teammates wildly tousled Su Chen's hair, laughing and teasing him excitedly. The score was now 2-0. And in the suffocating away atmosphere of Stamford Bridge, this injected a super-powered shot of adrenaline into Arsenal, a team mired in an injury crisis. These Arsenal stars had truly accepted this 18-year-old Eastern youth. In the world of football, the strong are revered. Over at the other bench, Wenger and assistant coach Bold were embracing, wildly waving their arms. The Arsenal substitutes had all jumped onto their seats, waving towels. Meanwhile, on the Chelsea bench less than 10 meters away, the air pressure was suffocatingly low. Mourinho's face was as black as a pot. He kicked over a half-full bottle of water on the ground, splashing his assistant coach Faria. From the start of the match until now, only 16 minutes had passed. A full 16 minutes. Chelsea's vaunted fortress of a home ground had been breached twice by Arsenal. What infuriated Mourinho even more was that these 2 goals weren't due to Arsenal's brilliantly executed possession-based tactics. It was entirely a one-man show by that kid named Su Chun. His unreasonable speed, his brutal dribbling. He single-handedly tore Chelsea's defensive structure to shreds. If he let him keep playing like this, Stamford Bridge today would absolutely become a massacre. Mourinho ground his molars in frustration. Originally in his plan, Su Chun was just an unknown nobody Wenger had thrown in to make up the numbers. A bit of physical contact from Terry would have easily knocked him off balance. But now Su Chun's threat level had directly skyrocketed to the maximum on Mourinho's tactical board. From a minor role requiring no special attention, to a superstar capable of single-handedly dominating the match. In the Premier League, there were very few people who could force Mourinho to admit he had misjudged someone within 16 minutes. We can't keep playing like this. Mourinho turned his head to look at the substitutes bench, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He had to disrupt his rhythm. He had to stop that kid from running. Mourinho took a deep breath and shouted out a name loudly. Ramirez, get up and warm up. The Brazilian defensive midfielder on the Chelsea bench, Ramirez, jerked his head up. He took off his jacket and walked directly over to Mourinho. The match had only been going on for 16 minutes. Without even needing a warm-up, the head coach was directly using a substitution. Mourinho grabbed Ramirez by the shoulders and pulled him close to his mouth, speaking at a rapid pace. You go on immediately. Replace Oscar. Once you're on, you play defensive midfield. Then tell Matic to cover the midfield. As for you, Mourinho's eyes were fixed on Su Chun, who was still celebrating on the pitch. Your only task today is to mark that Chinese kid to death. Follow him every step of the way. Even if he goes to get a drink of water, you stand right next to him. Mourinho's substitution caught everyone off guard. The match had barely been underway for 20 minutes. When Oscar Chelsea's starting attacking midfielder saw the number on the substitution board, his face could not have looked any more sour. He trudged toward the sideline with his head lowered. Ramirez stood just outside the white line, gave Oscar a firm pat on the shoulder, and then stormed onto the pitch with long strides. This Brazilian defensive midfielder was known in the Premier League as the Blue Beast, tireless, ruthless in his tackles, and with impeccable tactical discipline. The moment Ramirez set foot on the Stamford Bridge turf, Su Chen's situation instantly became incredibly difficult. Ramirez executed Mourinho's direct order to the letter. He completely abandoned zonal defense, transforming into a relentless, tenacious shadow wherever Su Chen when he followed. Even if Su Chen retreated to his own half to grab a drink of water, Ramirez stood 2 meters away, watching his every move. And that wasn't all. Whenever a teammate's pass was directed towards Su Chen while the ball was still in the air before it landed, Ramirez would unhesitatingly close in, using both his hands and feet, pulling and shoving, even directly ramming his shoulder into Su Chen's back. Bang! The moment Su Chen stretched out his foot to stop the ball, Ramirez immediately slid in from behind, taking down both the ball and the player. Su Chen rolled twice on the grass, his kit covered in mud. The referee's whistle sounded. Only a routine free kick was given in the defensive half. No card was produced. The match resumed. 5 minutes later, Ramsey threaded a through ball from around the center circle. Just as Su Chen started his run to receive the pass, Ramirez grabbed Su Chen by the collar of his jersey and dragged him to the ground. The referee blew his whistle again. Still just a common foul. It wasn't only Ramirez. All the surrounding Chelsea players, Mkhitaryan, Ivanovic, they all became accomplices in this brutal tactic. As soon as Su Chen showed any inclination to receive the ball, or just after he made contact with it, a vicious foul was immediately forthcoming. These Chelsea veterans, seasoned by years of battling in the Premier League, knew exactly how to manage the foul threshold. They employed a rotational system of fouls. Most fouls were just below the threshold for a booking, but they were absolutely enough to knock you off your feet. In these 10 minutes, Su Chen was tackled to the ground 7 or 8 times in a row. The smooth rhythm of the counterattack was completely shattered. Su Chen stood up, tugging at his jersey, which had already been torn open. The fire within him could no longer be contained. After being knocked down once more by Matic from behind, Su Chen sprang up from the ground and charged toward the referee. Still no card. This is the umpteenth time they've fouled. Is this football, or is this a fight? Su Chen shouted furiously, pointing at Ramirez in the distance. The referee frowned. He pulled a yellow card from his breast pocket and held it high in front of Su Chen. The Chelsea fans at the stadium immediately erupted into thunderous cheers. "Son, watch your temper. That's a yellow card warning," the referee said, looking at Su Chen with a calm tone of explanation. Deep down, he had seen many a prodigious young star burst onto the scene. He also admitted to himself that he admired Su Chen's aesthetically violent long-range runs. But this was the Premier League. Top clubs have their own specialized methods for dealing with geniuses. Chelsea was now operating right on the edge of the rules. "Fouling is part of the game," the referee added as he put the yellow card away. Hearing those words, Su Chen's mind suddenly cleared. Fouling is part of the game. That's right. Mourinho sent Ramirez on with the sole purpose of using this brutal method to provoke him. If he lost his composure, that yellow card would soon turn into a red one. That would be playing right into Chelsea's hands. Su Chen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the raging anger deep within. He didn't waste another word and turned to walk away. Behind him, Ramirez, like a shadow, continued to follow his every step. On the sideline, Arsenal's assistant coach Bold was hopping mad. "Arsene, this is criminal. They're blatantly trying to injure him." Bold protested furiously to the fourth official, then turned to look at Wenger. "We have to do something. Put pressure on the referee. Su Chen can't be worn down like this." Wenger stood still, his hands buried deep in the pockets of his coat. The expression on his face betrayed little emotion. "Let him figure it out himself," Wenger uttered a few words. Bold was stunned. "What? Even if we lose this match because he's neutralized, he has to find a way to endure it on his own?" Wenger's gaze pierced through the rain, fixed intently on the slender figure on the pitch wearing the number 43 jersey. In the future, he will face hundreds of such defensive treatments. If he wants to become the king of this team, the brightest star on the pitch, this is a hurdle he must overcome. No one could replace Su Chen on the field at a time like this. This was the harshest law of survival in the Premier League. Su Chen was completely neutralized. Arsenal's counter-attacking system, built entirely around him, instantly fell into paralysis. The tide of the game always ebbs and flows. When the Gunners' counterattack failed to push forward, Chelsea's terrifying offensive came crashing down on Arsenal's defense like an unrelenting tidal wave. Mourinho stood on the sideline and waved his hand. "Push forward. Full press." The humiliation of being 2 goals down had fully ignited the Blues' fighting spirit. Devastating wing play, intricate short passes through the middle, relentless aerial bombardment. Chelsea unlocked their entire arsenal of attacking weapons. Facing such a fierce, multidimensional assault, Arsenal's already depleted defense began to crumble. Koscielny and Mertesacker were run ragged in the box. Goalkeeper Cech was making save after save, utterly overwhelmed. Finally, under this relentless barrage, a gap was torn in Arsenal's defense. In the 28th minute of the match, Chelsea launched an attack down the right flank. Ivanovic received the pass and sent a high looping cross into the box. Diego Costa, using his massive frame, out-jumped Koscielny and rose high into the air. Instead of shooting directly, he cleverly headed the ball into the vacant space at the top of the penalty arc. Their Fabregas arrived on cue. Meeting the falling ball without any pause or adjustment, he wound up his right foot and unleashed a powerful volley. The ball became a cannonball, skimming low across the turf before nestling into the bottom left corner of the net. Cech dived full length, his fingertips grasping only air. 1-2. Chelsea pulled one back. The entire Stamford Bridge erupted in deafening cheers. This goal was a shot of adrenaline. It lifted the spirits of the entire Chelsea team. Wave after wave of attacks followed. Arsenal's players could only retreat into their own half, holding on by the skin of their teeth. Ramsey and Cazorla were suffering from severe fatigue. Under the relentless press from Chelsea's midfield, even stringing together 3 passes had become a luxury. The first half was drawing to a close. In the first minute of stoppage time, Hazard picked up the ball on the left wing. Facing Bellerin, he executed a series of stepovers before suddenly driving to the byline and crossing. The ball traced a low, rapid arc, bypassing Arsenal's entire 6-yard box defense. At the far post, Willian appeared like a ghost. Meeting the ball, he slotted it home with ease. The ball hit the back of the net. 2-2. Just before the end of the first half, Chelsea had fought their way back to level terms. Mourinho wildly pumped his fists on the sideline, roaring directly at the Arsenal bench. The referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. The 2 sets of players headed towards the tunnel. Their demeanors were starkly different. Chelsea's players were high-fiving each other, their morale soaring to its peak. They firmly believed they would completely crush this depleted Arsenal side in the second half. The Arsenal players, on the other hand, walked with their heads down, looking deeply dejected. The promising lead of 2 goals had been snatched away and leveled by the opponent. This kind of psychological blow is enough to shatter a team's defense. However, thousands of miles away in China, the vast majority of fans were not in the least affected by the scoreline. The online streaming rooms were still buzzing with excitement. After all, truly diehard Arsenal fans made up only a fraction of the audience. The vast majority of viewers were tuning in specifically for Su Chun. In fact, Chelsea already had a massive fan base in China. The current situation perfectly met the expectations of most viewers. The script is perfect. Su Chun scores 2 wonder goals and steals the show, and Chelsea doesn't lose face either. No problem. With this depleted squad, Arsenal holding Chelsea's full-strength team to a draw is all thanks to Su Chun's solo run against 5 defenders. In this match, Su Chun didn't lose. He was specifically targeted by Mourinho and man-marked, which broke his rhythm. With those 2 goals that shook all of Europe, who would dare to blame Su Chun? During the halftime break, every one of Su Chun's brilliant touches and those 2 unstoppable solo runs from the first half were all clipped into short videos by major content creators. They spread like wildfire across the Chinese internet. View counts were skyrocketing. Those keyboard warriors who had jumped on the bandwagon to criticize Su Chun were now utterly silent. The paid accounts hired by the Football Association were being relentlessly attacked by enraged genuine fans. The official website of the Chinese Football Association crashed under the pressure, as expected. Riding this massive wave of popularity, the number of followers on Su Chun's personal Weibo account was growing at a terrifying rate. 3 million. Per million. It quickly broke through the 5 million mark. In this era of low ebb for Chinese football, the nation's fans placed all their hopes on this young man running wild in London. In London, in the away team's dressing room at Stamford Bridge, the air was suffocatingly tense. The players found their spots and sat down, gasping for breath. Su Chun sat in the corner holding a bottle of sports drink, his chest heaving violently. He was tired, exhausted. The muscle fibers in both his thighs were aching dully. At this moment, Su Chun finally understood why the once invincible Kaka had such a short peak. This explosive, high-octane style of play requires a massive energy reserve and terrifying muscular explosive power to sustain. Every long, powerful stride to overtake an opponent, every extreme turn at full speed, was draining the energy from his body at an alarming rate. Furthermore, ever since Ramirez came on, Su Chun had expended a tremendous amount of energy in off-the-ball running just to shake off this relentless defender. After playing the entire half, his stamina was approaching the red line. The dressing room door swung open. Wenger strode in with his assistant coach. The veteran manager didn't look at the tactics board. Instead, he walked straight over to Su Chun. Looking at the boy's sweat-soaked jersey and hearing his heavy breathing, Wenger leaned down. "How are you? Can you keep going?" Wenger's voice held no reproach, only concern. He knew very well how much this match had taken out of Su Chun, an 18-year-old without the baptism of a professional league season, directly facing Mourinho's destructive tactics for 45 minutes. That in itself was a miracle. Even if Su Chun asked to be substituted now, Wenger would have immediately agreed. Everyone's eyes were on Su Chun. For anyone else facing such targeted defense, their mental fortitude would have long since crumbled. Should he give up, retreat from the front line, and preserve the glory of these 2 goals? Su Chun slammed the water bottle in his hand onto the floor. He lifted his head, meeting Wenger's gaze directly. He nodded firmly. "I can still play." Su Chun stood up, his eyes sweeping over every teammate in the dressing room. Giroud, Alexis, Ramsey, Mertesacker. Su Chun thumped his chest, his voice resolute. I don't care what dirty tricks Chelsea has left. I don't care how many more collisions they have in the second half. I have to beat these lumberjacks. Arsenal will not be cowards at Stamford Bridge. Upon hearing these words, the deathly silence in the dressing room was shattered. Alexis was the first to leap up from the bench, hurling his towel to the ground in anger. He's right. We won't be cowards. Giroud strode over to Suchun and punched him on the shoulder. We'll take the knocks for you in the second half. If Ramirez tries any more cheap shots, I'll take him out myself. Captain Mertzacker roared. Everyone pull yourselves together. Suchun did everything he could in the first half. Now it's our turn to get him the ball. Let's fight them. The team was fired up. These highly paid, usually proud star players. Their competitive spirit was ignited by an 18-year-old. The gloom and frustration from conceding 2 goals vanished in a few short sentences. The fighting spirit in the Arsenal dressing room climbed back to its peak. Wenger, standing to one side, smiled. He exchanged a glance with assistant coach Bold. They both saw the shock in the other's eyes. A leader. This kid was a born leader. Wenger had been prepared with a belly full of inspirational speeches and tactical adjustments. Now it seemed none of them were needed. With just him alone, he had turned the entire team back into a pack of howling wolves. Are they all mad? Just 5 minutes into the second half, Chelsea manager Jose Mourinho could not help but stand on the sidelines. His brows were furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly. During the halftime break, he had already calculated everything with precision. Arsenal, with their patchwork lineup, should have lost their spirit after conceding 2 goals in a row. The second half at Stamford Bridge was supposed to be a one-sided slaughter by the Blues. Yet as soon as the referee's whistle blew, the situation on the pitch made him exclaim in disbelief. Arsenal did not retreat into defense. Led by that 18-year-old Chinese youngster, they pushed forward en masse, launching a high-intensity press that bordered on suicidal. From Suchun to Giroud and then to Alexis on the wings. All of them sprinted across Chelsea's half with bloodshot eyes. This sudden surge in match intensity dragged Chelsea straight into the quagmire. Their possession advantage evaporated. They were forced into a meat-grinder physical battle with Arsenal. The referee's whistle sounded repeatedly. The game was chopped into fragments. Bang! Turf flew into the air. Gritting his teeth, Suchun executed an extremely decisive sliding tackle. He cleanly intercepted the ball that Fabregas was about to transfer, sending it out for a throw-in. And that wasn't the end of Fabregas. Unable to stop his momentum, tumbled to the ground, eating a mouthful of mud. The 3,000 traveling Arsenal fans in the stands leaped to their feet. Thunderous applause erupted. What a defensive play! Suchun crushed them. By this point, in less than 50 minutes, Suchun had become an icon in the hearts of the diehard Gunners fans. The barrage in the domestic livestream was also a frenzy. This is what a real Chinese hard man looks like. With this defensive attitude, who dares say he can only attack? He's got little Fabregas completely dazed. Forget your Blues legacy today, we're going bayonet to bayonet all over the pitch. In the commentary booth, Sky Sports commentator Gary Neville roared, "This is too intense." Facing Chelsea's steel midfield, Arsenal is not backing down one bit. Both sides are using their muscles to pave the way. On the sidelines, Mourinho snorted coldly, turned, and sat back down on the bench. Bluffing. He saw it clearly. That Chinese kid's stamina was definitely about to give out. This kind of all-out running style placed too great a burden on an 18-year-old body. Just hold out for another 10-odd minutes, wait for Suchun's legs to go weak, and get subbed off. And Chelsea would still win this match. In front of the away team's dugout, Arsenal assistant coach Bold clenched his fists nervously. "Arsene, should we prepare a substitution? Su's pace is slowing down." Wenger stared at the pitch and shook his head decisively. "Wait a bit longer." On the pitch, Suchun rested his hands on his knees, gasping for air. His lungs were burning. He was so tired. This kind of high-intensity Premier League battle was truly not something an ordinary person could endure. No wonder even a football prodigy like Ricardo Isaacson dos Santos Leite Kaka had his peak stamina consumed by this ferocious style of play. Even with the system's reward template as a safety net, the stamina pool would eventually run dry. He had to acquire top-tier stamina attributes. But before that, he still had to find a way to win this match. Wiping the sweat from his chin, Suchun's mind raced. The system only gave top-tier burst and technique, but it didn't say he couldn't use his brain to play. He still had his teammates. He didn't need to charge from the back line all the way to the front every single time. Suchun's restless heartbeat gradually steadied. He changed his tactics. No longer waiting for the ball in place, his movements became increasingly elusive. The situation on the pitch immediately shifted. Ramirez, the Brazilian defensive midfielder tasked with man-marking him, suddenly felt like a fool. Suchun was no longer holding onto the ball. Whenever Ramsey or Cazorla passed the ball to him, Suchun would one-touch it, knocking it directly to a teammate in space without pausing for even half a second. After passing, Suchun would turn and sprint deep into Chelsea's defense. Ramirez was full of malicious intent, itching to land a dirty tackle. But Suchun didn't have the ball at his feet. In this off-the-ball state, if you dared to pull his jersey or lunge for a tackle, the referee would unhesitatingly pull out a red card. Weaving through the dense crowd, Suchun's off-the-ball movement was exceptionally clever. Chelsea's defensive structure was torn apart, leaving several huge gaps. Wenger's eyes widened on the sidelines. He's using his head. The kid has learned to read the game. Bold was equally stunned. To be able to adjust himself on the fly after just one half of football, this talent is terrifying. On the other side, Mourinho rubbed his face with both hands, practically drooling. Now that was a real genius. Able to fight, tackle, and run, and when targeted, he could instantly switch to football IQ mode. Can we buy this kid in the winter window? Make a high bid. Mourinho turned to ask his assistant. The assistant smiled wryly and rolled his eyes. Boss, do you think that's possible? After this match, Manchester United, Real Madrid, and Barcelona will all be lining up at the Coney training ground with their checkbooks. Chelsea may have money, but you know Wenger's temper. He'd rather starve than sell his new core to a city rival. Just as the two were talking, a storm suddenly descended upon the pitch. Ramsey received the ball in the center circle, shaking off Madica's challenge. He looked up to find a passing option. Up front, Suchin suddenly burst forward. Ramirez was in hot pursuit behind him. Ahead, Chelsea's veteran captain John Terry was holding his position with a broad frame. This time, Suchin didn't dodge away from Terry. Instead, he charged straight at him. Terry braced himself, lowering his center of gravity, ready for a physical confrontation. But then, in the half-second before they collided, Suchin planted his left foot, executed a sudden stop and turn, and slipped past Terry's back. Ramirez, right on Suchin's heels, couldn't stop in time. Bang! Ramirez crashed headfirst into Terry's chest. Both players were knocked dizzy. A human screen. Suchin had used the Chelsea captain as a human wall, completely shaking off his clingy marker. A huge space opened up on the right side of the penalty area. Ramsey understood. With his left foot, he lofted a perfect curling chip over the top. The ball sailed over the defense, landing precisely in front of Suchin. Terry was horrified, pushing Ramirez aside to try and recover. Too late. Suchin was already in position. He fixed his gaze on the descending ball, choosing not to control it. His thigh muscles were fully tensed. He angled his body, transferring all the power from his core to his right foot. Meeting the ball, he unleashed a thunderous volley. Suspended midair, Suchin's body was fully extended. The terrifying core power of peak Kaka was unleashed without reservation in that moment. The instep of his right foot slammed viciously into the very center of the ball. Thud! A dull roar exploded over Stamford Bridge. The ball gave no one any time to react, turning into a white blur, tearing through the rain curtain in a straight trajectory that defied the laws of physics. It flew straight into the top left corner of Chelsea's goal. Goalkeeper Courtois stood rooted to the line, his feet seemingly filled with lead, not even having time to raise an arm for a save. Whoosh! The white netting surged upward from the violent impact of that ferocious strike. Top corner. An unstoppable thunderbolt volley. Boom! After a brief, deathly silence, the away section of Stamford Bridge erupted into utter pandemonium. 3,000 diehard Arsenal fans leaped onto the plastic seats, madly hurling their beer scarves and water bottles into the air. Raindrops of red and white fell from the sky. Down on the pitch, Suchin landed steadily. He watched the ball spin in the back of the net. The pent-up frustration of almost the entire match surged out from his chest. He opened his arms wide and roared to the heavens. Oh! But just as he was about to sprint towards the corner flag to celebrate, a muscle in his upper thigh suddenly seized up. The accumulated strain from consecutive all-out sprints and violent shots had finally broken the critical point. Suchin's body tilted, and he sat down heavily on the slick grass. His right leg stretched out straight, the muscles convulsing uncontrollably. A cramp. He clutched his right leg with both hands, his brow furrowed in pain. Just then, the first to rush over wasn't the Arsenal team doctor, but forward Giroud. Ignoring his wildly celebrating teammates, Giroud pressed down on Suchin's shoulder and lifted his right foot to stretch it back. Alexis Sanchez and Aaron Ramsey also sprinted over, gathering around Suchin. A hat trick. You freak. You actually scored a hat trick. Ramsey was incoherent with excitement, clutching his own hair. 3-2. Arsenal had taken the lead again less than 10 minutes into the second half. This wasn't a tactical victory, it was a one-man massacre of the Chelsea defense by an 18-year-old Chinese youngster. On the other side, Chelsea's key player Eden Hazard walked nearby. He looked at Suchin, who was lying on the ground receiving treatment for his leg, his eyes full of unwillingness, but also mixed with undisguised admiration. You are truly strong, unbelievably strong, Hazard said in English. But now you're exhausted. Scoring 3 goals doesn't guarantee taking 3 points from Stamford Bridge. Before Suchin could reply, Giroud turned his head sharply and glared at Hazard. Don't celebrate too early. As long as we're here, you won't score another goal today. Hazard shrugged, turned and jogged back to the center circle, loudly calling for his teammates to prepare for the kickoff. The referee ran over to check the situation, then immediately turned and called for the medical team to come onto the field. Arsenal's team doctor sprinted onto the pitch with a medical kit, taking over Suchin's right leg. An ice pack was applied. Suchin let out a long breath as the pain subsided. Captain Per Mertesacker sprinted all the way from the back, crouched beside Suchin and patted his cheek. Well done, lad. Leave the rest to us. Mertesacker stood up and looked around at the Arsenal starting players. He thumped his chest forcefully. Look sharp, everyone. Our young brother has pushed himself to the point of cramping to carve out this lead for us. Are we going to let his blood and sweat go to waste? No. Giroud, Alexis, and Ramsey roared in unison. In the eyes of these multi-million-dollar stars, an unyielding flame of battle now burned. For these 3 points, give it everything. The morale of the entire Arsenal team at the moment Suchin fell experienced another terrifying surge. On the sidelines, Wenger didn't hesitate for a moment as he turned to the bench. Coquelin, get on. Defensive midfielder Francis Coquelin immediately took off his tracksuit top and ran to wait beside the fourth official for the substitution. The formation was adjusted to 4-5-1, comprehensively strengthening the midfield's pressing and interception. This was the final answer Wenger gave. A few minutes later, Suchin stood up with the help of the team doctor. The referee blew the whistle for the substitution. Arsenal's number 43, Suchin, was substituted off. As Suchin limped towards the touchline, a tsunami of cheers erupted from the stands in the southeast corner. Su! 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 All the Arsenal fans stood up as one, applauding wildly for that solitary figure. This was Stamford Bridge. This was Chelsea's fortress. But at this moment this 18-year-old youth had forcibly staged his own coronation as the new king right here. Suchin stepped over the white line. Wenger strode up to meet him. The old man pulled Suchin tightly into an embrace, patting his back vigorously several times. Well done. Absolutely brilliant. Wenger's voice was filled with undisguised ecstasy. The first two long-range runs were a perfect display of Suchin's individual physical talent. But this third goal, scored using a dummy screen and off-the-ball movement, made Wenger fully see the most terrifying potential within Suchin. Football intelligence. The ability to perfectly integrate personal ability into the team's tactics and to read the game using the rules even in desperate situations. This was the true cornerstone for building a team. Wenger had now completely abandoned the goal of just securing a top-4 finish. With Suchin, Arsenal's battered old chariot now had the most powerful engine for competing for the league title. Suchin smiled as he took the coat handed to him by a staff member, put it on, and sat back down on the bench. The team doctor immediately came forward and began using equipment to relax the muscles in his thigh. Suchin leaned back in his seat, let out a long sigh, and turned his gaze back to the pitch. Back in China, in the studio of CCTV Sports Channel, commentator Zhang Jun's voice was completely hoarse, but he was still roaring into the microphone. A hat-trick. Suchin has scored a hat-trick. He changed the score to 3-2 with a thunderous volley. Too shocking. From today onwards, who dares to say that China cannot produce world-class talent? Analyst Zhang Lu was grinning from ear to ear beside him, rubbing his hands together. Right? And everyone pay attention to this third goal. Suchin clearly adjusted to Chelsea's rough tactics. He used Chelsea captain John Terry as a screen to shake off Ramirez marking. This style of play, combining courage with intelligence, must be driving Mourinho crazy. The live stream's bullet comments had long since become so dense that the video was unwatchable. The screen was filled with bold red text. Godsu, please accept my worship. One man destroying Chelsea's entire defense. This performance is legendary. Are you blind, you old bastards at the Football Association? This is the cancer you expelled. Mourinho's expression right now is meme-worthy, ha ha ha. Suchin is off. Now it's up to Arsenal's defense to hold on. The heat on the internet exploded exponentially. Meanwhile, in the Chinese Football Association building in Beijing, the office was deathly silent. Chairman Chen stared at the score on the computer screen, his hands gripping the leather sofa's armrest so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands bulged. Director Guo stood beside him, not daring to breathe. A hat-trick. 3 goals, each more explosive than the last. This was the player they had confidently labeled in the media just days ago as a paid starter putting on a show. Chairman Chen knew that after dawn the entire Football Association would be completely drowned by the fans' scorn nationwide. Tell the media department to play dead. Chairman Chen gritted his teeth and forced out a sentence. From now on, no one is allowed to mention Suchin's name in public. This was their only response. Play dead. If I ignore you, you can't scold me. But in the face of absolute power, this ostrich-like tactic would only make them a bigger laughingstock. London, Stamford Bridge. The match had entered the white-hot final 10 minutes. The trailing Chelsea launched a suicidal, frenzied counterattack. Mourinho tore off his tie on the sidelines and waved on all his attacking players. Only 2 men remained on the defensive line, the rest pushed past the halfway line. High balls, crosses from the byline, long-range shots from outside the box. Chelsea's attacks rained down on Arsenal's goal like a violent storm. But the Arsenal players at this moment, thoroughly inspired by Suchin's fighting spirit, formed an unbreakable wall of steel. Inside the box, Cesc Fabregas unleashed a threatening low drive heading for the corner. Laurent Koscielny threw himself desperately across to block it. Diego Costa contested a header. Mertesacker fearlessly collided with him head-on. Their heads clashed heavily as they both fell to the turf. Mertesacker's forehead was bleeding. He left the pitch to get bandaged, then turned and charged straight back into the penalty area. This didn't look like the Arsenal known for its beautiful possession-based football. This was a pack of bloodthirsty wolves. In the 5th minute of stoppage time, Chelsea won their last corner of the match. Even goalkeeper Courtois had run into Arsenal's penalty area. Get it in. Mourinho roared in desperation on the sidelines. The corner was taken. The ball curved dangerously inwards through the air. Terry used his body to shove off his marker and met the ball with a powerful header. Thud. The ball smashed against the crossbar and bounced back into the box. Willian reached the first rebound and attempted an immediate bicycle kick. At the critical moment, Petr Cech, like a soaring eagle, tipped the ball away with one hand. The ball sailed over the crossbar and out for a goal kick. Beep, beep, beep. The referee glanced at his watch. Without any hesitation, 3 long whistles sounded. The match was over. The score was settled. Chelsea 2-3 Arsenal. The moment the final whistle blew, Stamford Bridge erupted in 2 contrasting waves of sound. The home section was filled with wails of despair, many Chelsea fans covering their faces in agony. In the southeast corner, the away section had turned into a sea of joy. We won. We won. Back in the Chinese studio, Jean Jun slammed his hands heavily on the desk. The match is over. Arsenal has defeated the invincible Chelsea 3-2 away from home. And the biggest hero of this match, the undeniable MVP, the 18-year-old Chinese youngster, Su Chun, on the pitch. The Arsenal players collapsed to the ground, gasping for fresh air. Cech was pulled to his feet by his teammates and hugged tightly. Su Chun, wearing his coat, stood up from the bench and limped onto the field. Just as he reached the center circle, a blue figure walked towards him. It was Chelsea's attacking core, Eden Hazard. Hazard took off his own sweat-soaked number 10 jersey and held it out to Su Chun. "Let's swap jerseys," Hazard said, looking directly into Su Chun's eyes. Su Chun was taken aback. This was a gesture of goodwill from a top star of a European giant. He immediately opened his coat, took off his own number 43 jersey, and handed it over. Hazard took the jersey and slung it over his shoulder. "Your performance today was perfect. It's hard to believe you're only 18. Hazard gave a wry smile. "By the way," Hazard lowered his voice and winked, "are you interested in coming to a true giant that can actually win the Champions League?" Arsenal had been stuck in 4th place for years and had been eliminated in the round of 16 in the Champions League for consecutive seasons. This was a known weakness across Europe. Hazard was clearly sounding him out for another giant, or perhaps this was even an approach authorized by Chelsea's management. Before Su Chun could reply, an angry shout came from behind. "Hazard, keep your nasty little ideas to yourself." Captain Mertesacker, drenched in sweat, strode over and threw his arm around Su Chun's shoulders, glaring fiercely at Hazard. "Su Chun is not for sale. He'll score another 3 against you in the second leg at the Emirates." Seeing this, Hazard could only shrug helplessly and walk away. Su Chun watched Hazard's retreating back and smiled. "The Champions League. I will personally bring that trophy back to the Emirates Stadium." Hearing this, Mertesacker gave Su Chun a heavy pat on the back. "That's the spirit. I like your arrogance." Just then the referee for the match walked over. He stuffed the match ball directly into Su Chun's arms. "Keep it, young man. It's an honor you've earned." The referee smiled and patted Su Chun on the shoulder. According to the tradition of the Premier League and professional leagues worldwide, a player who scores a hat-trick in a single match is entitled to take the match ball home as a souvenir. It is the highest praise for a forward. Su Chun looked down at the football covered in grass stains in his hands. An indescribable sense of achievement surged through his body. "Thank you." Su Chun hugged the ball tightly. "Come on, time to thank our wonderful fans." Mertesacker called out to the whole team. Su Chun, holding the ball, walked at the very front of the line. The entire Arsenal team arrived below the away section in the southeast corner. The 3,000 diehard fans in the stands were now completely in a frenzy. They watched that Chinese youth draped in a coat, holding a football. Someone started to chant. Then in unison, a rhythmic cry echoed across Stamford Bridge. "King, King, King." The clamor of Stamford Bridge gradually faded away. Surrounded by his teammates, Su Chun returned to the visitors' locker room. Steam billowed within the shower area. Su Chun luxuriated in the spacious bathtub. The ceaseless flow of hot water washed over his weary body. The soreness from repeated sprints and a cramping thigh slowly dissipated under the warmth. Leaning against the edge of the tub, he let out a long sigh. Closing his eyes, he opened the system panel in his mind. For this earth-shattering London derby, he had more than fulfilled his novice task. On his personal account balance panel, Su Chun clearly saw the number 1 million. The unit was euros. However, this 1 million euros was merely virtual currency within the system. To truly indulge in the real world, he would have to cash out within the system. But there was no rush for that. The good items in the system shop were the true foundation for enhancing his strength. Su Chun opened the system log. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Novice mission completed successfully. System functions fully activated. Please check for yourself." Su Chun tapped on the latest system function interface. Besides the original training ground and mission panel, a very conspicuous money-making system had now appeared. Su Chun carefully read through the rules. Simply put, in future official matches, any match data he generated would be converted into corresponding system money. Taking the English Premier League as an example. Running 1 meter earned €1. A single pass earned €100. Dribbling past an opponent earned €1,000. A single shot earned €1,000. Scoring a goal earned €1,000. Furthermore, interceptions, tackles, and assists all came with substantial monetary rewards. Su scrolled down further. He even saw that a single save earned a reward of €5,000. Upon seeing this, Su couldn't help but complain aloud. "I'm an attacking midfielder. What use do I have for a save reward? Am I supposed to steal Cech's job?" Complaints aside, Su was quite satisfied with this money-making system. As long as he kept playing on the pitch, the money would keep flowing in endlessly. Next, he opened the system shop. With the full activation of functions, the shop's inventory became abundant. What caught Su's attention most were the rows of skill books radiating a golden light. Thunderous Strike, A grade skill. Significantly increases long-range shot power, comes with aiming assistance to improve shooting accuracy. Iron Bones and Steel Sinews, S grade skill. Drastically reduces the probability of getting injured on the pitch. Iron Man, S grade skill. Greatly enhances stamina limits and recovery speed. Crescent moon curved blade S great skill. Grant's master-level free kick technique. Just one look at these skills made Su's mouth water. The feeling of cramping on the pitch earlier was terrible. If he had the Iron Man skill, he could have run Chelsea's defense line ragged until they were spitting blood. Besides these conventional godly skills, there were a few special skill books, glowing with a red light at the top of the shop. These skills seemed almost like causality weapons. Guaranteed goal SSS grade skill. After activating this skill, no matter the circumstances, you are guaranteed to score at least one goal in this match. Guaranteed header SS grade skill. Within 10 minutes of activation, if you get your head on the ball inside the penalty area, it's a guaranteed goal. Reading the skill description, Su swallowed hard. If he bought all of these, wouldn't he be able to directly dominate world football? But he looked at the price. The price tag for guaranteed goal was a long string of zeros. Thanks but no thanks. Su decisively swiped away. He carefully filtered through the skill items page. In his view, buying stamina potions or commemorative jerseys was a pure waste of money. Saving up to buy skills was the real path. Solid personal strength was the true capital for survival. Flipping through several pages, he finally saw a skill that perfectly suited his current situation. Omniscient Vision, A-grade skill. Grants you a superhuman sight to perceive the entire pitch, allowing you to preemptively predict opponent runs and teammate gaps. Price 100 million euros. 100 million. Su looked at the paltry 1 million euros in his account. So poor. Truly poor. However, this omniscient vision could indeed cause a qualitative leap in his strength. Currently, he possessed the peak Kaka's explosive physicality and ball control. But his mind lacked the honed match experience of a top-tier midfielder. It was like wielding a peerless divine sword, but only knowing how to swing it with brute force. Earlier on the pitch, being tightly marked by Ramirez, if he hadn't had the bright idea of using a teammate as a screen, he wouldn't have found another way to break through. With omniscient vision, he could plan 3 or 4 attacking routes before even receiving the ball. Where the gaps were where the killing blow could be struck, it would all be crystal clear in his mind. Effectively avoiding being hounded by the opponent's defensive midfielder. The shop had many more skills that made Su's eyes burn with desire. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford them now. Su shook his head and closed the shop page. He tapped on the mission panel. A new main quest had appeared. Main quest: achieve 5 consecutive Premier League wins. Mission reward: A-grade skill Thunderous Strike. Su's eyes lit up. A direct reward for a long-range shooting godly skill. This was simply too tempting. Although Kaka was unmatched in long-range sprints, he wasn't 100% master of long-range shooting. If he could possess a long-range shot that hit its mark every time from outside the box, combining inside and outside play, it would be harder than heaven for opponents to defend against him. Dare to mark him tightly to stop his dribble. He would simply use his near-maximum explosiveness to blow past them. Dare to drop back and leave gaps. He would just wind up from outside the box and blast a thunderous shot to shatter their net. The more Su thought about it, the more excited he became. With a splash, he stood up from the bathtub. Drying himself off, he pulled on his casual clothes and strode briskly back to the main locker room. The locker room was a noisy din. Seeing Su push the door open, all the Arsenal players immediately stopped what they were doing and looked over in unison. "Oh, welcome our king of Stamford Bridge." Giroud led the shout. Ramsey and Sanchez stepped directly onto the benches. The entire team, imitating the fans in the stands, raised their hands high above their heads, bowing in worship towards Su. "King, King." Everyone laughed and chanted Su's name. This kind of ultimate treatment in the locker room was usually reserved for absolute core players who had served for a decade. But Su had taken just one match. With 3 tyrannical, unstoppable goals, he had completely conquered these million-pound Premier League stars. Everyone was in a ruckus, splashing mineral water at each other. The noise only subsided when the locker room door opened again and manager Wenger walked in wearing his overcoat. Wenger looked at the excited players, an uncontrollable smile on his face. Securing 3 points at the rivals' fortress home ground. All the pressure of the past few days was swept away. "Lads, you did brilliantly today." Wenger clapped his hands. "To reward you for this hard-fought battle, I declare the entire team has tomorrow off." The moment this decision was announced, the locker room erupted in cheers that threatened to lift the roof. Given the dense Premier League schedule, the day after a match was usually for recovery training. But the professor made an exception today. Wenger wisely didn't stay long, turning and leaving the locker room to the players. As soon as the old man left, the players cheered without restraint. Arsenal's midfield Prince Jack Wilshere jumped onto the central massage table. He announced loudly, "Boys, tonight London's West End. Meet at the Soho nightclub to celebrate our new king. The whole night's tab is on me." Who? This immediately drew unanimous agreement from the younger players. Bellerin and Chambers, the young guns, whistled excitedly. Captain Mertzacker and goalkeeper Czech family men who had settled down just smiled and packed their bags, declining the invitation to the club. Their age and status were no longer suited for such rowdy occasions. "Count me in. You have to take me." The 18-year-old German youngster Nabry, sitting in the corner, raised his hand and shouted. He had sat on the bench for the entire 90 minutes of this match, not getting a single minute of playing time. Hearing that a big shot was treating everyone to a club, he couldn't contain himself. Soon a group of 7 or 8 young Arsenal players swaggered out of the stadium. They got into a few luxury cars and headed straight for the bustling West End of central London. In the car, Wilshere acted as the wise older brother. Patting Su on the shoulder, he eagerly imparted his wisdom on picking up women in London clubs. Sue, listen. London's hot girls aren't as reserved as your Chinese ladies. Once we're inside, if you see someone you like, don't hesitate. Just buy her a drink and compliment her eyes. If she's willing to clink glasses with you, you're in. Wilshire said with great enthusiasm. Mabry, listening beside him, nodded repeatedly, pulling out his phone as if to take notes. Sue just smiled and nodded, not saying much. While Sue was enjoying this rare post-match celebration thousands of miles away in China, the night was deep, but the entire internet was boiling over. On the largest sports forum, Tieba, the real-time online user count had directly broken the historical record of 3 million. The front page was densely packed with posts about Sue. Apologize. The Football Association should come out and apologize now. Is this the cancer you were talking about? Terry got his back broken by a feint. Ma Dexing, are you blind? I'm crying tears of joy tonight. Our China finally has a living god who can score a hat-trick in the Premier League. Countless fans were furiously building floors in the threads. The keyboard warriors who just hours ago were following the paid trolls' lead to smear Sue were now completely silent. They didn't dare to post so much as a punctuation mark. They directly screenshotted the article and turned it into various mocking memes, spreading them across the entire internet. The official Weibo comments section of the football newspaper was flooded with hundreds of thousands of messages cursing the editor's family within 10 minutes. The terrified operations staff had to work through the night. The comment function had been disabled. In a high-end residential compound in Yinjing, Ma Dexing sat before his computer in the study, his face ashen. He stared at the appalling curses flooding his private messages, his hands trembling like leaves in a gale. The mouse creaked under his grip. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ma Dexing bit his lip, his eyes bloodshot. He had personally set the tone for the hit piece, confidently declaring that Su Chun would reveal his true colors within 10 minutes of stepping onto the pitch. Yet not only had the boy not made a fool of himself, he had torn through Chelsea's vaunted steel defense like tissue paper. A hat-trick. A match-winning goal. It was a brutal face-smashing humiliation for Ma Dexing. He picked up his phone and dialed Director Gua of the Football Association. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Director Gua, have you seen what's happening online? What do we do now? Ma Dexing asked urgently, his voice laced with undisguised panic. On the other end of the line, Director Gua's tone was icy. Ma Dexing, you keep your mouth shut for a while. Don't release any articles, don't make any responses. Who told you to stir up such a massive public outcry? Now the fire is burning us. Chairman Chun is furious. Hearing this, Ma Dexing's heart sank. They were planning to sacrifice him to save the bigger players, to make him the scapegoat. But Director, those fans are doxing me. The FA can't just abandon me. Help you. The FA's website has crashed again. We're like clay idols crossing a river. We can barely save ourselves. Click. The call was mercilessly terminated. Ma Dexing slumped in his chair, staring at the torrent of mockery on the screen, knowing his career in domestic sports media was utterly shattered. The scene shifted to London. A sports car pulled up smoothly at the entrance of Soho nightclub, the city's premier den of luxury. As the Arsenal stars pushed through the doors, they immediately drew the attention of most inside. Deafening electronic music pulsed through the air, mingling with the dim, suggestive neon lights. The dance floor was a sea of frenzied bodies. As Su Chun and his teammates settled into a VIP booth, the flirting advice Wilshire had so confidently imparted in the car became a complete joke, because Su Chun didn't need to approach anyone. Sitting in that booth, he was the center of the entire club. Just a few dozen minutes ago, the shocking London derby had concluded. Having scored a ferocious hat-trick at Chelsea's home ground, he had ascended to godhood by trampling on their arch-rivals. All of London, from East End to West End, was buzzing about this meteoric Chinese teenager. At that moment in that club, how could Su Chun not be popular? He had barely leaned back into the sofa for 5 minutes. One after another, flamboyantly dressed girls approached. Some, using the excuse of a toast, slipped phone numbers on slips of paper into Su Chun's jacket pocket. Others unabashedly shot him seductive glances. The blatant hints made Wilshire and Mabry, sitting nearby, stare wide-eyed. A mix of envy and jealousy. These Premier League stars who were usually invincible in clubs were today just Su Chun's backup. The girls here had sharp eyes and excellent self-awareness. Those with average looks and figures didn't dare approach Su Chun. Those who dared to hand over notes were all magazine cover-level beauties. Just then the crowd at the edge of the dance floor parted. A tall, slender girl holding a glass of tequila walked straight towards the Arsenal booth. She wore a tight black spaghetti strap dress, her voluptuous figure on full display. Her features were deep and exquisitely beautiful. Her arrival instantly intimidated the other girls who had been hovering nearby, making them retreat. She stopped before Su Chun, her red lips parting slightly. Hey Su Chun, hi. I'm Catherine. Her voice had a unique huskiness. Su Chun appraised her. Her looks and figure were absolutely top tier. No wonder those other socialites had stepped aside for her. He glanced at Mabry beside him. The German kid's eyes were practically popping out, his drink frozen halfway to his lips. Without ceremony, Su Chun reached out and pushed Mabry's back, shooing him to the empty sofa opposite, clearing a large space beside himself. Catherine smiled knowingly and sat down right next to Su Chun. A wave of rich, expensive perfume washed over him. Across from them, Wilshire slapped his thigh in frustration, his heart burning with envy. This was his usual hunting ground, and today all the glory was being stolen by this newcomer who had just played one good game. That volley of yours at Stamford Bridge was absolutely mesmerizing. Catherine raised her glass, lowering the rim to clink it against Su Chen's. As she spoke, she leaned in deliberately, her warm breath brushing against his ear. Su Chen took a sip from his glass. This kind of forwardness might have made him uncomfortable in the past, but now his mindset had undergone a complete transformation. He was king on the pitch, and off it he could naturally carry that aura. As they chatted casually, a sudden commotion of shoving erupted from the open seating area to near the booth. "Get lost." A harsh English curse cut through the booming electronic music. A few burly men forcibly pushed through the crowd on the dance floor, storming straight towards the Arsenal booth. The leader had a mop of unkempt hair and a fierce, menacing face. The strong smell of alcohol clung to him. It was Chelsea's star striker Diego Costa. Having been humiliated by Arsenal's comeback on their own turf, just hours earlier the entire Chelsea team was nursing a bitter grudge. Costa, with his fiery temper, had dragged some. What a small world. In the largest club in West London, they had run into the very culprit of their shame that day. What infuriated Costa most was that this Chinese kid who had kept him scoreless all game was now sitting in the best booth with the hottest girl in the club in his arms, basking in the adulation of those around him. Emboldened by alcohol, Costa strode up the steps. Bang! He slammed the half-full bottle of whiskey onto the glass coffee table before Su Chen. Liquor splashed everywhere. The atmosphere in the booth dropped to freezing point. Catherine flinched, instinctively shrinking back. Wilshere and Nabry's faces changed dramatically as they leaped up from the sofa. "Costa, what the hell are you doing?" Wilshere yelled, stepping to the front. Though he was often a troublemaker, he never backed down when it came to protecting his teammates. Costa ignored him, his bull-like eyes fixed on Su Chen, who was lounging on the sofa. "Chinese boy, you got lucky with a few goals on the pitch. Think you're the king of London now." Costa's tone was extremely arrogant. Seeing the conflict between these two football titans, the security guards dared not intervene, merely forming a human barrier on the sidelines. The DJ, frightened, cut the music. Everyone was watching this off-field continuation of the rivalry. Su Chen looked at the bottle smashed before him. Without even raising an eyebrow, he calmly pulled out 2 tissues to wipe the spilt liquor from the back of his hand. Then, gently pushing Catherine aside, he slowly rose to his feet. Standing at 183 meters with a body enhanced by the system, he completely dominated the burly Costa in presence. "What's the matter? Didn't get enough of being dribbled past on the pitch today, so you came to the club looking for a beating tonight?" Su Chen met Costa's gaze, his words clear and sharp. Costa was furious and let out a stream of curses. "Cut the crap. If the referee hadn't been protecting you at Stamford Bridge, I'd have broken your legs long ago." He cursed while reaching out to grab Su Chen's collar. Su Chen wasn't about to tolerate such provocation. Before Costa's hand could touch his clothes, Su Chen's right hand shot out, precisely locking onto Costa's wrist. His fingers tightened. The explosive power of his 99-point strength core was something Costa, weakened by alcohol, couldn't possibly withstand. Costa felt as if his wrist were caught in a hydraulic clamp, a sharp pain shooting through his bones. His face contorted. Su Chen twisted his arm back with force. He pinned Costa's 180-plus-pound frame hard against the edge of the coffee table. "Listen," Su Chen said, looking down at the red-faced Chelsea brute. "On the pitch I am king. Off the pitch you're nothing but a piece of trash in my eyes. Take your bottle and get out of my sight. Otherwise I guarantee tomorrow's headlines will feature a picture of you, you dumb bear, kneeling in a nightclub." With that, Su Chen shoved him away. Costa stumbled back several steps before crashing onto a nearby sofa. The young Arsenal players also grabbed their bottles, ready for a brawl. Just as the tension peaked, the club's main door was pushed open heavily. Several British paparazzi press badges hanging from their necks rushed in, frantically clicking their shutters. The flashes illuminated the entire booth. Seeing the reporters, Costa's remaining rationality finally took over. If a brawl broke out in a club, the FA would undoubtedly issue an unprecedented heavy fine, potentially ending his career. "You got lucky. Next time at the Emirates, I'll fucking destroy you." Costa snarled through gritted teeth before slinking away with his entourage through the back door. The conflict dissipated. But Su Chen's earlier words, "On the pitch I am king," along with the image of him subduing Costa single-handedly, were all captured clearly by the photographer. "Bro, that was so badass. You scared off that thug, Costa." After the commotion, the atmosphere in the club grew even more feverish. But Su Chen had lost his taste for fun. He downed the last of his drink. "I'm heading out. You guys have fun." Su Chen patted. "I find it too noisy here too. My place is nearby. My cat can do a backflip. Wanna come see?" After all, this was London, the pinnacle of high society nightlife. Just moments ago, the scene of Su Chen pressing Costa against the coffee table with one hand had been secretly recorded by many onlookers around them. At this very moment, Su Chen was undoubtedly the most explosive topic of conversation across English football. Having left opponents utterly bewildered on the pitch during the day, he had now frightened a notorious Premier League tough guy into fleeing from a nightclub. Wherever he went, he was the center of attention. Catherine was clearly the boldest woman present and the one who best knew how to seize the opportunity. Upon hearing her line about, "My cat can do a backflip," the young Arsenal players nearby exchanged glances, letting out knowing cheers. Wilshere leaned close to Su Chen's ear and lowered his voice. "This girl is a supermodel on the rise, and her family background is top-notch. Just have some fun, but take care of yourself, bro." With that, Wilshere gave Su Chen a firm pat on the shoulder. He turned around, pulling along the envious reserve team youngsters beside him, and actively moved to the other side of the booth, leaving this slightly quieter space for Su Chun and Catherine. The other Arsenal players were also tactful enough not to stay and be third wheels scattering to find their own prey for the night. Want another drink? Catherine took the opportunity to close the distance. No, Su Chun refused, directly, his gaze clear. Athletes can't consume too much alcohol. That one drink I had was my limit for tonight. He knew all too well the dangers of alcohol for professional players. English football was full of talents ruined by drink. A naturally gifted star like Gascoigne had literally drunk himself into ruin. Rather than dulling his mind with alcohol, Su Chun craved the thrill of completely tearing apart an opponent's defense on the green pitch. That was a true man's pleasure. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Catherine's delicate face. Then she boldly stepped forward, the fabric of her chest brushing against Su Chun's arm. Heaven knows how such pure and wild temperaments could coexist within her. All right, you won't even have another drink. You're really disciplined, Catherine said, looking up with a smile. So how are you going to come to my place to see the cat? She asked, moving even closer as she spoke. Just lead the way. Su Chun wasted no words. In his past life, he had seen plenty of casual flings. This scene didn't even qualify as an appetizer. Feeling the scorching heat from Su Chun's large hand resting on her waist, Catherine's entire body stiffened and her breathing faltered for a moment. Su Chun noticed this subtle reaction. He smirked inwardly. This girl seemed bold and uninhibited on the surface with a string of seductive lines, but it turned out she was a novice in practice. Since she had delivered herself to him, Su Chun saw no reason to be polite. The two walked out of the nightclub side by side, the cool night breeze dissipating some of the heat. A few other Arsenal first-team players were smoking by the roadside. Watching Su Chun walk away with his arm around Catherine, they let out knowing loud whistles. Where do you live? Su Chun hailed a black London taxi. 78, Kensington Avenue, Catherine replied. Su Chun paused as he opened the car door. This was no ordinary neighborhood. Kensington Avenue in West London was a renowned, exclusive, wealthy area. Any house with a garden there started at tens of millions of pounds. It seemed Wilshire was right, this girl was indeed wealthy. The car sped along the smooth asphalt roads, soon entering a quiet upscale district. The taxi stopped in front of a luxurious mansion occupying a vast piece of land. Su Chun paid the fare, put his arm around Catherine, and stepped out, walking towards the gate on the flagstone path. Just then a few dark shadows suddenly began shaking excitedly in an inconspicuous bush across the street. Haha, got it. Finally got the shot. Tomorrow's front page for the Sun is set. Rising pure supermodel Catherine brings a man home for the night. Wait, did you see who the guy is? That build. That profile. Holy shit. It's Su Chun, that Chinese kid from Arsenal who embarrassed Chelsea today. Big news. He took down Costa with one hand in the club and then walked off with the hottest girl there. This guy isn't just fierce on the pitch, he plays even harder off it. The British paparazzi hiding in the shadows were nearly fainting with excitement. Click, click, click. The shutters of their high-powered telephoto lenses fired rapidly. The scene of Su Chun entering the house with his arm around Catherine was captured from every angle. Although the night was dim, their faces were absolutely clear under the streetlight. Inside the master bedroom of the villa, Eileen Chong once famously said that the quickest way to a woman's heart is through that particular path. Su Chun perfectly validated this saying. The strength core enhanced by the system to 99 points wasn't just for physical confrontations on the pitch, it was equally a game-changer in this kind of close-quarters combat. The morning sunlight streamed into the room through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. A high-pitched scream shattered the peace. Su Chun's eyes snapped open to see Catherine clutching the silk duvet corner tightly, having retreated to the far side of the large bed. Her face was filled with terror as she looked at Su Chun, then at the clothes scattered all over the floor. What happened? Catherine's mind went blank. What happened? Su Chun leaned against the headboard, stretching his neck. Isn't it obvious? Catherine pointed at Su Chun as her fragmented memories began to piece themselves together. She remembered. Last night at the club, she had been the one to approach Su Chun. She was only a casual fan. She had watched the match yesterday and been deeply captivated by Su Chun's commanding presence on the pitch, coupled with the shocking image of Su Chun subduing Costa with one hand at the nightclub. She had acted on impulse and approached him. She had thought it was just a casual flirtation, but after throwing out a few bold words, she couldn't even remember how she ended up in the bedroom. And this guy's stamina was downright monstrous. Catherine ran her hand through her messy blonde hair in frustration. She had completely delivered herself to him. She secretly appraised Su Chun, who was leaning against the headboard. Broad shoulders and narrow waist, perfectly defined muscles. He was undeniably handsome, and he was the hottest rising star core player in the Premier League right now. Maybe it wasn't such a bad deal. Su Chun watched the golden-haired girl's adorable, conflicted expression, and his previously quelled passion was stirred again. Rolling over and pressing forward, the movement was fluid and seamless. Amidst the girl's startled cry, Su Chun unceremoniously engaged in a high-intensity morning workout. An hour later, Catherine, now as docile as a ragdoll cat, lay limply in Su Chun's arms. Her fair little hand unconsciously traced circles on his firm chest. Her dazed blue eyes were fixed on Su Chun's profile, filled with nothing but adoration and infatuation. So you have the day off today, right? How about we go for afternoon tea by the Thames? Catherine suggested softly. No, I need to go back to the training ground to train, Su Chen refused decisively. Although he had the system to fully integrate the skills of those top-tier footballers and maintain dominance over the long Premier League season, daily tactical drills and physical conditioning couldn't be missed for a single day. Women were just a diversion in life. Football was his absolute core. All right, Catherine pouted, looking aggrieved. Just as they were chatting, a furious roar of a car engine erupted from the yard downstairs. It sounded like a large displacement off-road vehicle accompanied by the screech of brakes as it came to a firm stop right at the villa's entrance. Catherine's face changed drastically, her rosy cheeks turning pale instantly. Oh no, it's my mom's car. She's back. She sprang out of bed, not even bothering with slippers, running around barefoot on the floor, frantically grabbing scattered clothes. You get up. Hurry up and get dressed, Catherine urged Su Chen anxiously while haphazardly pulling on a t-shirt. Su Chen frowned slightly. Why is she back this morning? I don't know. She said she was going on a business trip to Manchester for 2 weeks. She's only been gone for 3 days. How is she back already? Catherine was on the verge of tears. What are you panicking for? Su Chen said, slowly throwing off the covers and picking up his pants from the floor. We're both single. Men and women getting together is normal. Worst case, if your mom walks in, we just say hello. What's the big deal? In Europe, this kind of thing was nothing. Catherine shook her head frantically, her voice choked with tears. It's different. You don't understand. My mom is an absolute diehard football fan. And she has a terrible temper. So what? Su Chen was even more unconcerned. He was the hottest star in English football right now. A fan mother-in-law might even ask him for an autograph. Catherine swallowed hard, staring intently at Su Chen. She's a diehard Tottenham Hotspur fan. A season ticket holder in the North Stand. Her house is covered in Spurs flags. Su Chen's hands in the middle of getting dressed froze in midair. Good grief. A furious mom wasn't the scary part. The scary part was that this mom was a diehard fan of Arsenal's century-old archrival, the absolute nemesis of North London, Tottenham Hotspur. An Arsenal rising star had slept with the daughter of a diehard Spurs fan and spent the night in their mansion. If he was caught, this wasn't just about saying hello anymore. This could absolutely trigger a real-life brawl, possibly even more brutal than the fight with Costa yesterday. Su Chen did not want tomorrow's newspaper headline to read, "Shock. Arsenal core player chased with a knife by furious Spurs mother in female fan's home." Forget it. If I can't fight it, I'll just avoid it. Where can I hide? Su Chen decisively opted for a strategic retreat. Inside, there's a bathroom at the back of the walk-in closet. The glass is one way, you can't see inside from the outside. Hurry, get in and hide. Su Chen grabbed his jacket and shoes, strode into the walk-in closet, and locked the concealed bathroom door behind him. The very second the hidden door clicked shut, the solid wood door to the bedroom burst open with a bang. A stunningly elegant middle-aged woman with an immensely powerful aura, dressed in a high-end trench coat and high heels, walked in. "Baby, mommy's home," the woman said in a strong, resonant voice. "Mom. Mommy." Catherine stood nervously by the bed, forcing a smile that was more like a grimace. "Why are you back early?" "There was a problem with the project in Manchester. Some personnel changes on their end, so I had to come back," the woman said, taking off her trench coat while surveying the room. A peculiar scent seemed to linger in the air. "Why is your room so hot?" she frowned. I was just doing yoga." "Yes, doing yoga, so I worked up a sweat." In the deepest recess of the walk-in closet behind the concealed door of the bathroom, Su Chen held his breath, his back pressed tightly against the icy ceramic tiles. The design of this one-way glass was exceedingly clever. From the outside it appeared to, yet from within it offered an unobstructed view of the entire bedroom. Catherine's mother casually tossed her haute couture trench coat onto the bed, revealing a form-fitting burgundy pencil dress that accentuated her voluptuous, mature figure with breathtaking allure. "Doing yoga, darling. The way you're drenched in sweat doesn't look like simple stretching." The mature woman in her high heels stepped closer, step by step, until she stood before the one-way glass. Su Chen's Adam's apple bobbed nervously. Between them lay a mere centimeter of glass. The woman's face, exquisitely charming and impeccably maintained, loomed larger against the pane. She gently toyed with a curl of her wavy hair, her impressive assets rising and falling with each breath. "Mommy." Catherine, her face pale with terror, rushed over to block the mirror. I was indeed doing some advanced yoga." There's a hint of men's cologne in the air, and a very youthful hormonal scent." Catherine stamped her foot in panic. "Oh, for heaven's sake. That's my new perfume. It's unisex. Mommy, stop guessing and go take your shower." As she spoke, Catherine tugged and pulled forcibly, ushering the mature woman out of the bedroom. Hearing the master bedroom door close, Catherine finally let out a long sigh of relief. She darted to the hidden door and whispered urgently, "Quick. Get out now. While mommy's in the shower, you need to climb out the back window." The hidden door swung open. Su Chen swiftly pulled on his shoes, grabbed his backpack, and strode to the window. Pushing it open, he leaped out, landing solidly on the lawn of the villa's backyard. Vaulting over the garden wall, Su Chen hailed a taxi and sped away. No sooner had he settled into the back seat than his phone vibrated furiously in his pocket. It was a message from Catherine. "Are you coming tomorrow night?" Leaning back against the taxi seat, Su Chen stared at the words on the screen, but his mind involuntarily conjured the image of that alluring, curvaceous figure before the one-way glass. "We'll see." Su Chen typed back his final reply before slipping the phone into his pocket. He narrowed his eyes, savoring the thrill of the morning's escapade. He clicked his tongue in amazement. Who would have thought? The mother's lethal charm far surpassed the daughter's. If only she weren't a die-hard Tottenham fan, this would have been the perfect London fling. Suchin shook his head, expelling these chaotic thoughts. The team had the day off. He didn't feel like going anywhere, he just wanted to get back to his apartment. Yesterday he had first engaged in an intense high-tempo battle against the muscle-bound men of Chelsea on the pitch, even getting into a full-blown scuffle with the villainous Diego Costa. Then at night he had spent the entire evening playing a game of ball control at Catherine's villa. Not even an iron body could withstand such relentless strain. Exhausted, Suchin returned to his rented single-bedroom apartment. He pushed open the door, tossed his backpack onto the sofa, and collapsed onto the soft bed like a marionette with its strings cut. Yesterday he had fought fiercely for 70 or 80 minutes at Stamford Bridge, leaving his thigh muscles severely strained and cramped. In the middle of the night he had gone to a nightclub in West London to subdue Costa, which had required considerable effort. Then in the early hours of the morning he had endured another round of high-intensity, physical confrontation at the mansion. Even a body strengthened by the system's maximum explosive power couldn't withstand such continuous abuse. He was so tired he couldn't even move a finger. Closing his eyes, he immediately fell into a deep slumber, unconcerned with whatever cataclysmic changes might be occurring in the outside world. The next morning London's fog had yet to fully dissipate. Street-side newsstands were already. Young people of all skin tones waved banknotes, shouting to buy the day's sports papers. The Times splashed a photo of Suchin sliding on his knees and roaring with ecstasy across its entire front page. A bold black headline screamed, "Stamford Bridge conquered by Chinese youngster, Arsenal hails a new king." The front-page article meticulously analyzed Suchin's running distance pass completion rate and his astonishing shot conversion rate. A renowned columnist wrote in his feature, "We have witnessed the birth of a phenomenal prodigy. Facing the Premier League's most formidable defense, he tore through everything like a brutal, unstoppable tank." Meanwhile, the content of The Sun ignited even more fervor among its thrill-seeking readers. The front page was split in two. One half featured Suchin's goal-scoring volley on the pitch. The other half showed a photo taken by paparazzi last night at the Soho nightclub. In the picture, Suchin was pinning the Chelsea thug Diego Costa's wrist to a coffee table with one hand. Alongside it was a shot of Suchin entering a mansion with his arm around the supermodel Catherine. The headline was utterly cliché, yet irresistibly eye-catching: 18-year-old stud battles through 4 rounds. Hat trick on the pitch vanquishes foe at the club, scores top supermodel in the mansion. The Sun detailed how Costa had. This gossip-filled report catapulted Suchin's popularity far beyond the world of football. Even fans on the entertainment boards were passionately discussing this handsome, clean-cut Chinese boy with explosive fighting prowess. Britain's Sky Sports had been running a rolling replay and analysis program since 6 in the morning. Several retired. The storm wasn't confined to the UK. The shockwaves from this London derby quickly swept across the entire European continent. A famous sports newspaper in Munich, Germany ran the headline, "The prey Dortmund and Bayern Munich missed. Wenger found a true diamond in China." A major French newspaper was even more direct. "A Chinese prodigy bursts onto the scene. 3 goals showcasing 3 top-tier abilities. This is a perfect debut worthy of the European Golden Boy Award." A venerable Spanish newspaper eager to stir the pot published a lengthy commentary. "Mourinho's vaunted defense has become a mere backdrop. Should Real Madrid consider signing this Chinese star to fully unlock the vast Asian market?" The entire European football world was buzzing about the same match, the same person. An 18-year-old player of Chinese descent. No prior appearances in any top professional league. In fact, just a week ago he was a cast-off, publicly expelled by his own National Football Association. And yet this was the most textbook, most explosive example. Social media erupted. The top 10 trending topics on YouTube and Twitter were all dominated by terms related to Suchin. The highlights of his 3 goals combined with the video of him teaching Costa. Comments and bullet screen messages in countless languages completely obscured the video. "Oh my God, has anyone calculated the speed of his first goal? I swear on my house, it was the reincarnation of Prime Kaka. Too strong, ridiculously strong. The way he chipped the goalkeeper was so composed. I prefer the 3rd volley. Didn't you notice? He deliberately used Terry as a screen to shake off the defense. This football IQ is even more terrifying than his physical prowess. None of those 3 goals were lucky. They were all pure, overwhelming individual skill. Arsenal is really going to take off this time. Wenger has struck gold." Just as fans were heatedly debating, and the entire internet was showering Suchin with praise. Europe's most authoritative transfer news reporter Fabrizio Romano dropped an earth-shattering blockbuster exclusive on his personal account. Romano wrote, "Exclusive. Attention all top European club directors. Arsenal's new superstar Suchin has not signed any formal contract protected by professional regulations. Based on my extensive checks, when Arsenal originally signed him to circumvent the risks of his expulsion by the Chinese FA, and due to complex Wenger only used a special talent clause to give him a very short-term youth trainee contract. This trainee contract has no release clause protection. Do you know what this means? It means that according to FIFA transfer rules, any club only needs to pay Arsenal a compensation fee of roughly €5,000 for youth training to legally contact and sign Suchin." The moment this tweet was posted, the management of every club in European football went into a frenzy. 500,000 euros. In today's transfer market where fees routinely hit tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, that's less. You can't even buy a 10-year-old kid juggling. Spending 50 euros to buy a player who scored a hat-trick at Stamford Bridge and has the template of a caca. This was Arsenal practically giving him away for charity. Madrid, Spain. Inside the chairman's office at Real Madrid's Valdebebas Sports City, Florentino Perez sat in his spacious leather executive chair. A large screen was replaying Su Chin's volleyed goal on a loop. Beside him stood the sporting director holding a stack of documents. Has the 5,000 euro release clause been confirmed? Florentino asked. Romano's information is completely accurate. The sporting director nodded repeatedly. Arsenal's management made a colossal blunder. Florentino stood up and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the training pitches below. China has a massive market of over 1 billion people. We've been trying for years to tap into this virgin territory, but they've never produced a player of true quality. Now this Su Chin is the perfect key to unlock that gold mine. Moreover, his raw talent is absolutely worthy of the Bernabeu turf. Florentino turned around. Book a flight. Contact his agent. Tell him Real Madrid is willing to guarantee a spot in the main squad rotation plus a signing bonus of 5 million euros in cash. If he agrees, we'll transfer that 5,000 compensation fee to Arsenal's account right away. Spare no expense. Bring him back to Madrid. Manchester, England. At the Carrington training ground, Manchester United executive Ed Woodward slammed a heavy hand on his desk after reading the urgent scout report. United's form had been inconsistent lately. The attack lacked creativity and explosive breakthroughs. Star player Wayne Rooney was getting older and the youngsters hadn't stepped up. The entire team needed a new standard bearer to boost morale. Find Su Chin's address and phone number in London right now. That stingy Arsenal can't afford high wages, but we can. Woodward shouted at his subordinates. Send someone with a blank contract to his doorstep immediately. Offer him a weekly wage of £100,000. Give him the maximum signing-on fee. We're going to stab that old man Wenger right in the back and steal this Chinese boy for Old Trafford. The Red Empire needs a new leader. It wasn't just Real Madrid and United who were alerted. Chelsea owner Roman Abramovich, furious from his team's home defeat the night before, called the club's director first thing in the morning. That kid who tore our defense apart last night. Spend a little cash to bring him here. I don't care about a few €100,000. Even if he just sits on the bench and watches the water cooler, I don't want him to stay at Arsenal and keep tormenting us. The executives of other cash-rich giants like Paris Saint-Germain and Manchester City all canceled their day's plans. Dozens of professional transfer negotiators boarded charter jets and rushed frantically to London. Of course, beyond the extensive coverage by numerous sports media outlets, Su Chin had also genuinely made it onto the local London entertainment gossip headlines. Although supermodel Catherine had a stunning figure, she had previously only been a newcomer hovering on the fringes of the fashion circle. Not many people had paid attention to her. Only after the Sun's unabashed pictorial expose did Catherine cause a small explosion within London's local entertainment scene. Not only did her fame increase significantly, but even several regional brand ambassadors for high-end luxury labels were proactively contacting her over on the European continent. Over here, people don't have much interest in the private lives of top football stars, nor are they particularly harsh. Many players here lead quite extravagant lives after work. Hanging out in nightclubs and changing partners are practically a daily occurrence in the Premier League players' circle. As long as you can smash the ball into the opponent's net on the weekend pitch, even if you're a playboy off the field, the fans will still worship you as the city's hero. However, Su Chin is Chinese. Some Chinese media stationed in London quickly picked up on this minor entertainment news from the Sun and transmitted it back to the homeland. On domestic online forums, the frenzy over Su Chin's hat-trick at Stamford Bridge was still raging. When this gossip broke, the reaction was surprisingly lenient. The discussions across various forums and live-streaming platforms showed no sign of condemning Su Chin for moral decay. Holy shit, our Chinese youngster is too fierce. Breaking down Chelsea's muscular brutes on the pitch during the day and then battling it out with a supermodel in a mansion at night. This is what real physical fitness looks like. Isn't this 100 times better than those national team softies who eat sea cucumber every day and cramp up after 2 steps? Pinning Costa down on the table with one hand, then turning around and taking the hottest girl in the entire venue. God's Su's script. Even novels wouldn't dare write this. A man isn't a man without a little romance. As long as he keeps scoring, I don't care who he sleeps with at night. Even if he monopolizes the entire London socialite circle, I'll still cheer for him. Under the filter of distance combined with Su Chin's ironclad on-field performance, Chinese fans simply tossed aside their moral puritanism. All they could think about was Su Chin's ferocious display of weaving through Chelsea's defense like they were training cones. Of course, Su Chin was completely unaware of all the commotion back home. At this very moment, inside his rented single apartment, the heavy curtains were drawn tightly, blocking out all the noise and harsh sunlight from the outside world. He was deeply sunk into the soft bed, fast asleep. 2 consecutive high-intensity battles, one a life-and-death struggle on the pitch, the other an extreme contest in the mansion, had drained his energy completely. Now he didn't even want to move a single finger. While Su Chin was in deep sleep at the Arsenal club headquarters in London, the high-level meeting room had completely descended into chaos. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. The reason was simple. These suited bigwigs sitting in leather swivel chairs were horrified to discover that Romano's tweet was true. Suchin's contract was utterly a youth academy trainee contract that could be bought out at any time. The contract clearly stated that Suchin's current status was a youth team member without the protection of a buyout clause for a professional contract. His monthly allowance was a meager few £1,000s. What did this mean? It meant that Suchin could be taken away at any moment for a pittance. Once another club slammed a €50,000 youth training compensation fee on Arsenal's desk. Arsenal wouldn't even have the right to block it. To say nothing else, just based on Suchin's hat-trick debut at Stamford Bridge last night, that shocked all of Europe. If Arsenal were to put out a price tag of €50 million for Suchin, right now the top clubs across Europe would go into a frenzy with those big bosses lining up to hand over their checks. What the hell is going on? Why hasn't his first-team professional contract been finalized after all this time? Arsenal CEO Gazidis, who rarely directly intervened in team affairs, stood before the conference table with an angry expression. His fist slammed heavily onto the solid wood table, losing the team's absolute core for a mere €50,000. If that really happened, Arsenal's management would become a colossal joke. It would absolutely become the biggest laughingstock in the history of the entire Premier League, even in European football. These executives would be thrown out of their office windows. Mr. Gazidis Suchin had never played in any top-level professional match before. According to club rules, to mitigate risk, we plan to offer him a second-tier rookie salary contract. You know, this would already be his first professional contract. A weekly wage of £30,000 is definitely not low for a young player. Arsenal's salary structure had always been strictly controlled, which was why Wenger was known as the piggy bank. Currently, only big stars like Sanchez and Ozil were on the top wages, around £140,000 per week. The second-tier regular rotation players earned between £60,000 and £80,000 per week. In the legal department's view, offering a weekly wage of £30,000 to a kid who had just stepped into professional football already showed the gunner's sincerity. If Wenger hadn't insisted on putting Suchin in the starting lineup, the legal department would have only offered £10,000. But what they didn't expect was that Wenger directly blocked the signing. Wenger said at his desk that the legal department thought that was fine. After all, Chelsea's iron defense was extremely tough to crack. Even if Suchin got to play facing Terry and Cahill's defense, he would probably be exposed. Once Suchin got a taste of the Premier League's brutality by being battered by the Blues' defense, he would obediently sign the £30,000 contract. After all, back then, apart from Arsenal taking him in, a discard from the Chinese Football Association, no other club would have given him a chance to play. They were confident they could lock Suchin in with a low salary. But now everything had gone wrong. He had tripped Terry and beaten Courtois. Overnight, he had become famous across Europe. This time it was Arsenal who had fallen into a passive position. If before Suchin was a youth prospect with no leverage to negotiate with the club, then now it was these Arsenal executives who would have to kneel and beg Suchin to sign. If we offer him the second-tier £80,000 weekly wage right now, will he sign? Gazidis suppressed his anger. It's useless, Mr. Gazidis. The commercial director, ashen-faced, raised his tablet. 10 minutes ago we received insider news. Manchester United's executive vice-chairman Woodward has already left Manchester with a contract heading straight for London. They've offered a weekly wage of £150,000 and a special envoy from Real Madrid. Florentino has offered a €10 million signing bonus. They're all after that €50,000 compensation fee. Gazidis felt a wave of darkness before his eyes. If we keep raising, that would directly hit the top-tier wages of Sanchez and Ozil. Gazidis said hesitantly, wouldn't that cause discontent in the dressing room? He's just an 18-year-old rookie who has only played one game for the team, and he'd get the highest salary. Bang! The meeting room door was violently kicked open. Wenger, wearing a coat, strode in with a grim face, followed by an equally anxious assistant coach Bold. Gazidis, are you still thinking about your ridiculous salary structure? Wenger gave no face, pointing directly at the CEO and cursing. Arsene, calm down. We're discussing. Gazidis was stunned. Discussing my ass. Wenger swore, pulling out a chair and sitting down heavily. I've already received calls from free agent friends. Half of Europe's managers are rushing to London. Wenger's gaze swept over everyone present. If you don't prepare a top-tier contract today, tomorrow morning Suchin will be wearing Manchester United's red or Real Madrid's white. Gazidis swallowed hard. Arsene, we have to consider the overall budget. Is he really worth Sanchez-level wages? Worth it? Wenger let out a cold laugh. If I were the manager of another team now, with enough transfer funds. Wenger pressed his hands on the table, each word hammering into the ears of those present. Even if the other side were asking for €100 million, I would smash my checkbook without hesitation and buy Suchin for my squad. $100 million. The legal director was astonished, his pen dropping to the floor. Even Gazidis, along with all the other executives, gasped. What did €100 million mean? Just a few years ago, to rebuild the Galacticos, Real Madrid had spent €94 million to poach Cristiano Ronaldo. At the time, all of Europe thought Florentino was crazy, calling it a sky-high price. Ricardo Isaacs and Dos Santos Leite had cost only around €65 million when he won the Ballon d'Or and transferred. And now Wenger was saying that this Chinese kid who had only played one official match was worth €100 million. That's too exaggerated, Arsene. Gazidis shook his head repeatedly. Not exaggerated at all. Wenger's tone showed no concession. Look closely at those few steps he used to get past Terry yesterday. That explosive power combined with ball control. There's no second player like that in the entire Premier League. And his goal. He knew how to use the opponent's body as a screen, finding space in a desperate situation to deliver the fatal strike. He has exceptional physical talent and a terrifying football IQ. Wenger took a deep breath, his tone softening slightly, but his stance still firm. Not to mention the Chinese market behind him. As long as he stays in the starting lineup, the broadcasting revenue share and jersey sales alone will recover this €100 million within 3 years. Gazidis fell silent. The meeting room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. So you're just going to sit here to save a few tens of thousands of pounds in weekly wages and watch tens of millions, even hundreds of millions in assets slip away for nothing? Wenger delivered his final trump card. Do you want to relive the pain of losing Fabregas and Van Persie? If we can't even keep the future core we discovered ourselves this time, Arsenal will forever be a second-rate team fighting for 4th place. Gazidis broke out in a cold sweat at those words. Indeed, if Suchin really ran away on a youth contract, the entire management would be nailed to Arsenal's pillar of shame. Faced with such enormous interests and crisis, offering Suchin top-tier wages seemed to require no further hesitation. Otherwise, player movements between youth teams were not even restricted by FIFA's transfer windows. After all, Suchun was still in theory a member of Arsenal's youth academy. If he packed his bags and went to Manchester to sign right now, neither Wenger nor Gazidis could stop him. Gazidis turned abruptly, glaring at the legal director. Go, print the contract immediately, Mr. Gazidis. What figure should I put for the salary? The legal director fumbled to open his laptop. £150,000 weekly wage. Signing bonus of $300,000. All image rights go to him personally. Gazidis gritted his teeth and recited the numbers. Arsenal's top brass had to bow their heads in compromise. They had no other choice. On one hand, although Suchun was nominally an Arsenal youth player, he had only been in London for a few short weeks, hoping to use club loyalty to win him over. That was pure nonsense. Besides, the domestic FA had just expelled him, so he was now a free-flying eagle. On the other hand, if Arsenal wouldn't offer the $150,000 top wage, there were plenty of rich clubs lining up to throw money. After all, signing Suchun now only required paying a paltry €50,000 training fee. Gazidis had to strike before all the big clubs could act to make the rice cooked. Give me the contract as soon as it's ready. I'll deliver it to Suchin's apartment myself. Gazidis urged loudly. Wenger grabbed the car keys from the table. Don't dawdle. I'm coming with you. Meanwhile, in a black Maybach just 3 streets away from Suchin's apartment, Manchester United's executive vice chairman Woodward was loosening his tie and shouting at the driver. Step on it. Forget the red lights. I'll cover all the fines. We must knock on that Chinese boy's door before those broke Arsenal bastards figure it out. Woodward clutched the document tightly in his hand. It was the maximum sincerity United could offer: a weekly wage of £200,000, a $10 million signing bonus, and a promise to rebuild the Red Devils' midfield system around Suchun. And on the highway from Heathrow Airport, a black Mercedes-Benz business van was also speeding. The Real Madrid special envoy in the back seat kept checking his watch. Florentino's direct order weighed heavily on him. To fully open up the untapped gold mine of the Chinese market, Real Madrid absolutely could not miss this phenomenal rising star. Even if it meant throwing cash directly, they had to stuff the man into the private jet bound for Madrid. London's early morning. In the apartment's large bed, heavy curtains completely blocked the glaring sunlight outside the window. Suchin, wrapped in his blanket, sleeps soundly. Last night's high-intensity match, coupled with subduing Diego Costa in the middle of the night and the subsequent series of possession exercises in Catherine's mansion. This entire ordeal had drained his stamina to the limit. A sudden urgent phone ring shattered the silence. The ringtone persisted, showing no sign of stopping. Frowning, Suchun fumbled for his phone on the nightstand without opening his eyes and pressed the answer button. Uncle, what's the matter so early in the morning? A rough middle-aged man's voice came through the phone. It was Suchin's biological uncle in China, also his nominal agent Su Dingfang. Xiaochun, you're still asleep. The world outside is turned upside down. Su Dingfang's words tumbled out rapidly. It's complete chaos. Arsenal has caved. Their top brass just called me, willing to offer you a maximum salary contract immediately and make you a first-team starter. Also, Real Madrid, Manchester United, Chelsea, Paris Saint-Germain. The transfer managers of these supergiants have all been calling me in droves. They all saw that Romano's leak. A €50,000 youth training fee. That's pocket change to them. Manchester United directly offered a weekly wage of £200,000 plus a €10 million signing bonus. Real Madrid is even more ruthless. They promised an immediate cash payment of €12 million and guaranteed you a starting rotation spot. The tycoons of Europe are all waving their checkbooks, waiting in line for our nod. Su Dingfang's hand trembled as he held the phone. This was a fortune of tens of millions of RMB suddenly crashing down upon an 18-year-old's head. What do you think? Su Dingfang forced himself to calm down. Do you want to stay in London or go somewhere else? We hold all the cards now. Hearing this, Suchin's muddled mind completely cleared. The giants were all scrambling for him. This was well within his expectations. Fabrizio Romano, that journalist specializing in transfer secrets, had extensive connections. The €50,000 youth contract buyout clause was definitely not going to stay hidden. Those giants had noses keener than hounds. A Chinese market cash cow with top-tier physical talent who delivered a hat-trick on debut. Who wouldn't want a bite? But should he really leave Arsenal now? Su Chen sat up in bed, leaning against the pillow, his mind racing. Go to Real Madrid. The Bernabeu's dressing room was a viper's nest. It was full of superstars. Ronaldo was the absolute tactical core, flanked by Bale and other top players. As a newly emerged rookie going there, how much possession could he get? Without possession, he couldn't pad his stats. He definitely wouldn't achieve tactical core status anytime soon, and would most likely be forced into an unfamiliar wide midfielder role. Go to Manchester United. The Red Devils were in the turbulent post-Ferguson era. The tactical system was chaotic with frequent manager changes. Whoever went to Old Trafford now would take the blame. Wading into that mess would be a pure waste of his development time. Go to Chelsea. He had just clashed with their main striker Costa the previous night. Moreover, Mourinho's brand of ironclad defensive counter-attacking football placed extremely strict defensive positioning demands on attacking players. Su Chen knew his own strengths well. He possessed the template of peak Kaka bequeathed by the system. That brutal aesthetic of long-range runs, that domineering style of carrying the ball in long strides. It needed a place willing to give him unlimited attacking freedom and build the team around him to unleash its full power. Arsenal's manager Wenger happened to be such a talent spotter. Wenger excelled at nurturing young players and knew how to devise attacking tactics centered on a core. Staying at Arsenal could provide the most stable playing time and absolute core tactical treatment. This was the foundation he cared about most at this stage. There would be plenty of opportunities to make big money later. First, sweep the Premier League title, FA Cup, European Golden Boy Award, and Premier League Golden Boot. Once he was laden with honors and his strength was firmly established across Europe, then whether staying with the Gunners or negotiating terms with other giants, he would have true dominant bargaining power. Su Chen took a deep breath, his gaze clear. Uncle, tell those giant club scouts to wait. I'm staying at Arsenal. Su Chen said into the phone. On the other end, Su Dingfang was momentarily stunned, but quickly agreed. All right, whatever you say. You made a name for yourself in your debut here. Staying is indeed the safest choice. I'll go negotiate that £150,000 weekly wage with the Arsenal higher-ups right now. Wait. Su Chen directly interrupted Su Dingfang. Uncle, make another call to the Arsenal management. Tell them my conditions have changed. Su Chen pulled a jacket over his shoulders, his tone serious. £150,000 a week isn't enough. I want Arsenal to break their salary structure for me. I want to be the highest paid player in the squad. Su Dingfang on the other end of the line gasped sharply. This kid's appetite was too big. Arsenal, those misers who held their purse strings so tightly, usually haggled for weeks over a few £1,000s when renewing a starting player. Asking them to break the salary structure for a rookie was like cutting their own flesh. However, Su Dingfang, seasoned in the ways of the world, quickly caught on. He nodded vigorously. Right? This deal is worth negotiating. Anyway, they're the ones panicking now. Manchester United and Real Madrid's offers are on the table. This fire has already singed the eyebrows of the Arsenal management. Ask a high price, settle for a bargain. I'm on it. He hung up. Su Chen tossed his phone aside. He flopped back onto the big bed, closed his eyes, and continued his nap. Elsewhere, on a London street, a black Maybach sedan sped through the traffic. In the back seat, Arsenal CEO Gazidis and manager Wenger sat side by side, both with anxious expressions. They were holding the freshly printed £150,000 maximum salary contract ready to go directly to the apartment and pin Su Chen to the table to sign. Suddenly, Gazidis' phone rang. He glanced at the number and answered immediately. Gazidis' face turned from anxious to livid, finally settling on a shade of purple. What's wrong? Wenger saw something was amiss and asked urgently. Gazidis hung up, grinding his teeth, and slapped his own thigh in frustration. His agent just called. £150,000 isn't enough. They refuse to accept a salary on par with Sanchez. He demands breaking Arsenal's current salary structure, taking the highest unique salary in the squad. Gazidis panted heavily, his chest heaving. This is absolutely impossible. Gazidis shook his head repeatedly, his voice rising. Arsenal is a publicly listed company. The salary structure has strict budget caps, giving an 18-year-old rookie a record-breaking supermax contract. This requires a full board meeting vote. Those stubborn old men in their offices who only look at financial statements will flip the conference table. They will never allow this destruction of the club's salary system. Once this precedent is set, everyone in the dressing room will come demanding a raise. Hearing this, Wenger's face darkened completely. If we don't pay this, Woodward from Manchester United will immediately stuff a £200,000 contract into his hands, Wenger warned coldly, his voice raised. Word just came in, our Real Madrid's special envoy's plane has already landed at Heathrow Airport. Do you want to save a few tens of thousands in budget difference and watch a super team building core worth hundreds of millions be taken away for a paltry 50,000? Gazidis irritably tore off his expensive silk tie. If he gave in, the board would revolt and the salary structure would collapse. If he didn't, the superstar would defect to a rival and the higher-ups would be called to resign by the fans the next day. Arsenal was completely backed into a corner with no way out. Tell the driver to turn around. Head back to the club building. Gazidis made a snap decision, shouting while slapping the driver's seat back. I'll contact the major shareholders immediately for an emergency video conference. This decision must be made by that bunch on the board. The scene shifts back to China. At this moment in China, the cauldron of online public opinion had already boiled over. Su Chin's match-winning hat trick at Stamford Bridge was like a super-strength adrenaline shot directly piercing the hearts of countless Chinese fans. How many years had it been? Chinese fans had been stifled in the darkness for too long. Finally, a living deity had emerged who could single-handedly shatter Chelsea's iron defense. In a short time, Su Chin became the hottest superstar in domestic sports. His name dominated the top spot on all trending lists. His popularity directly crushed various popular entertainment celebrities. At this critical juncture, many veterans and retired legends in the domestic football circle could no longer sit still. They all publicly voiced their opinions on their respective social media platforms. They called on the Football Association to immediately recognize reality and quickly revoke the absurd expulsion notice issued a few days prior. Some even used harsh words demanding Chairman Chin personally come forward to issue a public apology. They strongly suggested that the future national team must be unconditionally built around Su Chin. Make Su Chin the absolute tactical core. Tens of thousands of fans spontaneously organized, flooding the official website of the Football Association with comments. The network servers crashed several times in a row under the sheer volume of traffic. Beijing Football Association headquarters. Chairman Chin sat behind his large solid wood desk, pulling at his hair in frustration. The ashtray was overflowing with cigarette butts. He had thought Su Chin would just be a water boy who bought his way into the starting 11 in the Premier League. That he would be sent back to China in a few days. Who would have thought the kid not only started but scored 3 world-class goals in front of the whole world? Now the public opinion had done a complete 180, asking him, Chairman Chin, to issue a public apology. Where would that leave his face as the top leader of the Football Association? Who in this compound would listen to his orders in the future? What would happen to his authority? What was even more deadly were the unreasonable demands put forth by the legends, making Su Chin the absolute core of the national team. Pure nonsense. What was the national team? It was a vast arena of intertwined interests. Who made the national team roster? Who started as a starter? All of this involved quotas from major sponsors, favors from local football associations, and even huge money deals from player agencies. It was a solid, impenetrable industrial chain of interests. If they truly bowed to public opinion and brought Su Chin back to be treated like a god, given Su Chin's rebellious nature, having dared to confront the FA leadership publicly at the airport, that kid would absolutely refuse to be managed or interfered with. Then all formations and tactics would revolve around Su Chin, and no one else could be squeezed in. This would directly smash the rice bowls of countless people. The power of these FA bureaucrats would be completely hollowed out. The chain of interests would all break. This is absolutely impossible. Chairman Chin slammed his hand heavily on the table. But if he didn't compromise, the angry masses of fans could overturn this FA building at any moment. What gave him the biggest headache was the attitude of the higher-ups at the General Administration of Sport. The top leader of the GAS had made it clear that morning the FA made its own mess, it should clean it up. The GAS absolutely would not take the blame. The leader's exact words were harsh: if this negative incident affected the approval of the annual sports activity funds, Chairman Chin would be held responsible. A seasoned bureaucrat, he knew clearly he was on the verge of being thrown out as a scapegoat by his superiors. An 18-year-old young player had by his own strength cornered him, the top power figure in the FA, into such a desperate situation. Saying yes was wrong, saying no was even worse. He was damned if he did, damned if he didn't. Just as Chairman Chin was at his wits' end, even preparing to grit his teeth and draft a compromise public relations statement, the office door was pushed open forcefully. Director Guo of the FA's press office, his face flushed with excitement, ran in without even knocking. Chairman Chin, we're saved. We're saved. Director Guo rushed to the large desk in 3 quick strides. With a flourish, he slammed a stack of freshly printed color photos onto the table. Take a look at this. Chairman Chin frowned deeply, looking down at the photos. The quality wasn't particularly clear, clearly the product of long-distance telephoto lens spying. In the images, Su Chin was in a dimly lit nightclub holding down a burly man's arm with one hand, while a very curvaceous blonde in a strappy dress stood nearby. The following photos were even more explosive. They showed Su Chin with his arm around the blonde's slender waist, entering a luxurious villa in the dead of night. A man and a woman alone entering a house late at night. What is this? Chairman Chin's heart pounded. Haha. Director Guo rubbed his hands together, grinning slyly. These are news pictures just exposed this morning by the famous British tabloid The Sun. That Su Chin's lifestyle is rotten through and through. Riding high on his goal-scoring fame, right after the match, he rushed off to those seedy nightclubs looking for women to spend the night. According to background checks, this woman is a local London supermodel who likes to hang around the fashion scene. Director Guo pointed a thick, stubby finger at Su Chin in the photo. He was caught red-handed by their paparazzi. Chairman Chin was stunned at first. He stared at the photos for over 10 seconds. Then, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. His pupils involuntarily dilated. The gloom and worry on his face vanished, replaced by irrepressible ecstasy and excitement. This was no mere stack of gossip photos. This was a lifeline sent by heaven itself. Good. Excellent. Chairman Chin sprang up from his leather chair, gripping the edge of the desk, panting heavily with excitement. In the open environment of continental Europe, a player going to a nightclub to relax with a model after work wasn't even worth mentioning. It was his freedom. But in China it was completely different. As long as they used the media a little, this was a decadent lifestyle. This was a lack of private morality. This was moral depravity. What uses such a young player no matter how good his skills? He can't even hold onto the most basic moral bottom line. Our national team is a noble collective representing the nation's image. We resolutely do not want this kind of black sheep with a chaotic private life. Chairman Chen shouted triumphantly finally, venting the pent-up frustration of several days. As long as he firmly pinned the big black hat of poor conduct on Su Chun, he not only didn't need to apologize to the public, but could stand firmly on the moral high ground, continuing to righteously bar Su Chun from the gates of the national team. He could even turn the tables and accuse the fans and legends supporting Su Chun of blindly worshipping stars and not knowing right from wrong. Go now? Immediately contact the propaganda department and notify that Ma Dexing. Chairman Chen slammed the table, barking orders. Mobilize all the media resources we've been keeping. Spread these photos all over the internet. Write until there's nothing left to write. Make the titles as eye-catching as possible, as vicious as you can. Let the whole country see with their own eyes what kind of despicable scum this so-called Chinese genius really is behind the scenes. Just half an hour later, the FA's vast bureaucratic propaganda machine rumbled into full gear, led by the notorious football journalist Ma Dexing. Those people who had been so thoroughly cursed by netizens nationwide the previous night that they couldn't even open their Weibo comment sections, hiding at home like rats afraid of the light. Now, having received their master's instructions and these explosive materials, they came back to life like they had been injected with adrenaline. One by one, lengthy diatribes were hastily concocted. Shocking scandal. The so-called pride of China is actually a nightclub-going corrupt character. Seeking pleasure after the match, not coming home all night. Do you dare to want a national team player with such no bottom line? Revealing the true face of the super newcomer, violent brawls and women. Is he worthy of the jersey he wears? Various horrifying headlines instantly filled the front pages of the sports sections on all major portals. Not only that, but the FA also spent a huge sum to hire a massive number of professional trolls charging into the comment sections of major social platforms to stir things up. They launched their attacks in an organized, premeditated manner. They furiously denounced Su Chin's moral depravity and improper lifestyle, claiming he was utterly unworthy of wearing the sacred jersey bearing the national flag. This time, a nuclear-level bomb was dropped into the entire Chinese online public opinion sphere. The previously one-sided carnival of support for Su Chun was once again stirred into muddy water. Some older or less knowledgeable netizens unaware of the truth were directly swayed by these pervasive propaganda pieces and began to follow the crowd in condemning Su Chin's private life. Meanwhile, the staunch Arsenal loyalists and Su Chin's fans immediately opened fire with full force. They picked up their keyboards, citing examples of foreign stars, and launched a fierce counterattack in the comment sections. Holy crap, this is too much. Ma Dexing, are you out of your mind? Su Chun is an energetic 18-year-old guy not married. What's wrong with finding a girlfriend after work? What law has he broken? You guys are only good at bullying your own. When he was on the front lines destroying Chelsea and winning glory for the country, you turn a blind eye. Now you come picking on his private life? You take the #1 spot for hypocrisy. This is called a decadent lifestyle. Those big shots on our national team eat sea cucumbers every day and go to private rooms for karaoke. Why doesn't your FA do anything about that? Hypocritical dogs. On the domestic internet, defamatory articles from Ma Dexing and the Football Association's hired trolls were rampant. In London, after finishing his morning rest, Su Chun naturally saw the filth and slander on domestic social platforms. However, he couldn't be bothered to respond. Or rather, he felt relieved to be blacklisted and smeared by these people. He truly had no desire to wallow in the mire with that gluttonous and corrupt bunch from the Football Association compound, spending every day eating sea cucumbers and engaging in internal strife. Was that any place for serious football? Not unless the Chinese national team underwent a complete overhaul and reshuffle one day. Until the Football Association chairman and cancerous elements like Ma Dexing were all uprooted, he wouldn't even deign to glance at that so-called national team roster, even if they sent a palanquin to invite him. The Football Association thought this moral blackmail would corner Su Chun. In reality, it had zero impact on him. He ate, drank, and carried on as usual. Over the next few days, Su Chun waited for his uncle to finalize the details of a maximum contract with Arsenal's higher-ups, while immersing himself fully in daily training at the Coney base. On the training ground, head coach Arsene Wenger issued a direct and forceful directive. Arsenal's tactical system underwent a radical restructuring. All offensive patterns must revolve entirely around Su Chun. Although assistant coach Bold warned that putting all eggs in one basket could easily be targeted by opponents' defense. Once Su Chun was neutralized, the Gunners' attack would grind to a halt. But Wenger overruled all objections. The current Arsenal couldn't afford such a margin for error. There was only one focus: to have the entire team integrate as quickly as possible into the single-core system driven by Su Chun. Those who could shine in this system would be promoted and given key roles. Those who couldn't adapt or harbored grievances against this single-core tactic would be marginalized and relegated to the bench. The team's former darling tiger, Theo Walcott, was the most typical example. Walcott had just recovered from injury a few days ago and officially returned to first-team training. Initially, he was high-spirited, planning to reclaim his starting winger or striker position. But he quickly discovered in despair that his position was gone. And it was gone completely, because Su Chin's tactical value far surpassed anything he could do up front. Now Su Chun had absolute authority over shooting and ball possession. Walcott's prize speed was nothing compared to Su Chin's explosive acceleration off the mark. Walcott sat on the bench with a bitter smile, returning from injury. Just like that, his starting spot was completely lost. And it was lost in a way that forced him to accept it wholeheartedly. After several intra-squad matches, Walcott sadly acknowledged the reality. As long as Su Chin remained at Arsenal, he would never reclaim his former core status. In this professional football world that revered strength and talent, the strong prevailed. Walcott even began asking his agent to scout offers from other clubs contemplating a departure. Such was the cruelty of the Premier League. There was no room for petty grievances or resentment. Throwing a tantrum in the locker room over a lost starting spot was sheer foolishness. 3 days later, the 6th round of the Premier League kicked off. Arsenal faced Aston Villa away. After the stunning comeback against Chelsea in the previous round, Arsenal's points total had reached 8. They were only a few points behind league leaders Chelsea. Before this round began, both Manchester clubs suffered upset losses away from home. Thus, as long as Arsenal could secure all 3 points at Villa Park, they could significantly narrow the gap in the standings, even breaking into the top 4. The start of the Premier League season saw a fierce competition among many contenders. The form of the top clubs fluctuated wildly, creating a chaotic landscape. In the away team's locker room, Wenger stood before the tactical board, clapping his hands forcefully. The more chaotic the situation, the greater our opportunity. We must take down Villa today. We will go further this season than ever before. Just aiming for the top 4. Su Chun, sitting in a corner tying his boots, sneered inwardly upon hearing this. What he wanted was far more than the title of top 4 fanatic. Since he was in the Premier League, and with the system's backing, he was determined to bring that heavy Premier League trophy back to the Emirates Stadium. Facing the formidable Aston Villa, Su Chun naturally appeared in the starting lineup. The Villa manager went all out to deal with the young Chinese prodigy who had just wreaked havoc at Stamford Bridge. Not only did he assign 2 defensive midfielders for relentless man-marking, but he also leveraged the home crowd's fervor to instruct his players to commit frequent dirty tackles. They aimed to use this fouling tactic to shatter the rhythm of the game, reducing the time Arsenal had to advance through midfield possession. However, these crude actions failed to halt Su Chun's progress. In fact, Su Chun was even more active today than he had been against Chelsea. His movement on the pitch was relentless to an insane degree. No matter where the ball was, he tirelessly made runs and interceptions. You see, while others were unaware, Su Chun kept a mental tally. Every meter he ran earned him €1 from the system. €100 per pass, €1,000 per dribble, €1,000 per shot. It was like picking up money openly on the green field. Su Chun not only ran wildly, but also frequently waved for the ball from teammates. Whenever the ball reached his feet, he would dribble, feint, distribute, and surge forward. Su Chun's white figure seemed to cover the entire front line. On the sidelines, Wenger watched the tireless Su Chun and nodded repeatedly in admiration. This kid not only has extraordinary talent, but his drive and fighting spirit are incredibly rare. He's born to be the absolute core. Little did Wenger know. The fundamental motivation behind Su Chun's relentless effort was purely to milk the system. Run toward a future. Dribble toward unimaginable wealth. Under Su Chun's almost irrational onslaught, Aston Villa's meticulously crafted defensive system quickly crumbled. In the 23rd minute of the match, after attempting 2 long-range shots, Su Chun finally found the opportunity for a decisive strike. Santi Cazorla delivered a low-through ball from midfield. Su Chun received the ball with his back to goal at the edge of the penalty area. The Villa defender behind him pressed firmly against his back, trying to use his weight to throw him off balance. Su Chun's thigh muscles tensed abruptly. He planted his left foot on the turf and gently nudged the ball to the right with his right foot. Leveraging this momentum, he executed a powerful half-turn on the spot. The Villa defender was forced back half a step by the sheer force. That half step was all the space Su Chun needed. Without any adjustment, he swung his right foot and unleashed a thunderous strike. Bang! The ball shot like a cannonball, skimming the wet turf to nestle precisely into the bottom right corner of the net. 1-0. Arsenal took the lead away from home. The traveling Arsenal fans in the stands erupted in thunderous cheers. Ding! Goal confirmed. Reward €1,000. Hearing the crisp notification in his mind, Su Chun laughed heartily as he sprinted to the corner flag, punching the air fiercely. This felt incredible. Scoring boosted his value and earned him cash. After breaking the deadlock, Arsenal's attack flowed even more fluidly. In the 36th minute, Arsenal launched a swift counterattack. This time, Su Chun didn't call for the ball in the center, but drifted to the left flank. Receiving a long diagonal pass from a teammate, he activated Kaka's explosive dribbling mode against Villa's fullback. A nutmeg. An overpowering burst of pace. After tearing down the flank for over 20 meters, Su Chun suddenly stopped near the byline. He sharply cut the ball inward with his left foot. A cut inside from the wing. This style of play was lethal in modern football. Shaking off the defender, Su Chun drove horizontally into the channel of the box. Before 2 center-backs could close him down, he curled an exaggerated arc with the inside of his right foot. The ball sailed over the goalkeeper's outstretched fingers, struck the far post, and bounced into the net. 2-0. Su Chun scored a brace. This is simply irrational. That cut inside and finish was flawless, roared the British commentator in the broadcast booth. The second half began. Villa's players grew desperate, their tackles becoming increasingly aggressive. In the 55th minute, Su Chun received the ball in the box, feinted twice, and sent the opposing center back off balance. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the defender slid in recklessly, studs showing, and took down Su Chun. Beep. The referee had no hesitation, pointing to the penalty spot and brandishing a yellow card. Penalty. Arsenal's designated penalty taker Cazorla stepped forward, picked up the ball, and personally placed it into Su Chen's arms. Such was the treatment of a core player. Su Chen accepted without hesitation, cradling the ball as he stood on the spot. He took 2 steps back, his eyes locked on the opposing goalkeeper. The referee's whistle blew. Su Chun began his run-up. No feints, just a powerful strike with the inside of his right foot. The ball rocketed with a whoosh into the top right corner of the net. The goalkeeper guessed wrong, diving to the left, and could only watch the ball in despair. 3-0. A hat-trick. Su Chun had delivered another godlike performance. The broadcast cameras locked onto Su Chen's young, confident face. The live chat on domestic streaming platforms went absolutely wild. Holy crap. 3 matches consecutive hat-tricks. This is the Chinese football king. Come out and witness your god, you old dogs from the Football Association. The player you blacklisted is dominating the Premier League. His form is too hot. Unstoppable, absolutely unstoppable. After converting the penalty, all suspense in the match evaporated. Wenger walked to the touchline and decisively substituted Su Chun with young Gnabry. Although Su Chun was still raring to go and reluctant to leave, he understood it was the professor's way of protecting him. The Villa players, trailing by a large margin, had already become hot-tempered. Getting injured by a malicious tackle during garbage time would simply not be worth it. The entire stadium rose to applaud. Su Chun put on his jacket and sat back down on the bench. He immediately closed his eyes, bringing up the system panel in his mind to tally his rich rewards from most of the match. Distance covered 7,091 meters. 7,091 euros. Dribbles completed 13 times. 13,000 euros. Shots taken 8 times. 8,000 euros. Successful passes 45 times. 4,500 euros. Goals scored 3. 30,000 euros, plus miscellaneous rewards for tackles, interceptions, and winning the penalty. In total settlement after this match, his system account had gained a full 7,300 euros. Looking at the numbers on the panel, Su Chun couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Moreover, once the match ended and Arsenal secured the 3 points, he would receive a substantial win bonus as the starting core player. Playing one match, easily pocketing over 100,000 euros from various sources. Making money couldn't be easier. However, Su Chun closed the attribute panel and let out a sigh. 100,000 euros seemed like a lot, but compared to the global vision skill in the system shop that could fundamentally transform him, it was priced at a full 100 million euros. At this rate of earning, even if he started and played every single match, it would take hundreds of games to accumulate enough. Too slow. How could this snail's pace cope with the upcoming grueling schedule? To rapidly build wealth and strength, he needed to find another way. His gaze finally settled on the main quest, shimmering with golden light at the bottom of the system panel. Main quest: achieve a 5-match winning streak in the Premier League. Quest reward: A-grade skill, heavy cannon shot. As the referee at Villa Park blew the final whistle, 3 times the match ended. 3-0. Arsenal had cleanly taken all 3 points away from home. The Aston Villa players hung their heads and hurried back to the dressing room, while the Arsenal players lined up below the away section, raising their hands to thank the traveling Gunners faithful. In the final 10+ minutes of the match, Villa, trailing by a large margin, completely gave up resistance. The game devolved into a one-sided passing drill. The broadcast camera ignored all other players, locking onto the young Chinese teenager on the substitute bench for an extended period. At the Sky Sports commentary desk, Neville held a freshly printed post-match statistics sheet and shouted loudly into the microphone. 17 years old, 2 Premier League matches, 2 consecutive hat-tricks, 6 goals, 2 consecutive Man of the Match awards. Neville's voice was hoarse but piercing. Who else? I ask you, who can stop this heavy tank wearing the number 43 jersey? If some thought he was just lucky against Chelsea, or that Chelsea underestimated him, then today's second hat-trick shatters all doubts. He not only possesses freakish physical attributes, but also uses incredible speed to perfectly integrate into Wenger's tactical system. No, to be precise, Wenger completely dismantled and rebuilt Arsenal's tactical core, handing it all over to this young man. As Neville's words fell, the director displayed an updated Premier League top scorers list in the bottom right corner of the live broadcast. When the list appeared, millions of fans watching around the world gasped. First place, Su Chun, Arsenal. Goals 6. Second place, Diego Costa, Chelsea, goals 4. Third place, Sergio Aguero, Manchester City, goals 3. 2 matches. Su Chun had only played 2 matches, and he had already dominated the Premier League scoring charts, crushing his way to the top. He even opened a 2-goal gap over the rampaging Chelsea striker Diego Costa. Such an explosive start was simply unprecedented. The entire Chinese internet erupted in a celebration more festive than the new year as the final whistle blew. The live stream chat was a dizzying torrent of comments. Su Chun is amazing. Who said he could only play 1 good game? Back-to-back hat-tricks. Hat-tricks. Su Chun treats them like wholesale. Where are those FA officials now? Come out. The man you kicked out is now top of the Premier League scorers. I can't stop laughing. Yesterday there were paid trolls saying Su Chun was exhausted. Today he ran all over the pitch and created 3 goals in 80 minutes. With this kind of strength, even if he buys out all the champagne in London nightclubs, I'll still buy his jersey. A tremendous sense of happiness enveloped every Chinese fan who truly loved football. This week had been too surreal for them. A 17-year-old local boy on the pitch of the world's #1 league, making multi-million-dollar European defenders look like fools. How could that not drive people crazy? Not just in China, but sports media across Asia exploded. Japanese fans were seething with jealousy on forums. Although the number of Japanese players in Europe far exceeded China's, they had never dreamed of such a phenomenal talent, who became the core in just 2 games. A major South Korean sports newspaper went even further, publishing a long article on the front page, in-depth tracking where does Chinese genius Su Chen's explosive power come from. His ancestors likely have Korean blood. When this baseless attention-grabbing news came out, countless Chinese netizens jumped over the firewall to flood it with criticism. But it also proved that Su Chun had already made all of Asian football green with envy. Fans from various countries argued online. For the European super clubs waving their checkbooks, Su Chen's back-to-back hat tricks erased their last doubts, plunging them into a frantic bidding war. 50,000 euros in youth training compensation, buying the top scorer who scores goals like rain. Anyone who doesn't do this deal is a fool. At Arsenal's headquarters in London, CEO Gazidis sat in his spacious office, his scalp tingling. His 2 private phones and the desk phone were all ringing wildly. Gazidis took a deep breath and grabbed the desk phone. No, Mr. Woodward. Su Chun is not for sale. We will never accept a bid from Manchester United. Yes, we are about to sign his official professional contract. Please stop wasting your efforts. What? €2 per week. Gazidis' face changed dramatically, and he slammed the handset back onto the cradle. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This was already the 4th call from Manchester United executive vice chairman Woodward today. Although Ferguson had retired, his influence in management still lingered. Rumor had it that Ferguson once snatched Cristiano Ronaldo from under Arsenal's nose, and now the script was repeating with Su Chun. Absolutely not allowed. Gazidis pressed the internal communication button. Legal department, get in here. Soon several Arsenal executives and the legal head entered. Just moments ago, the Arsenal board had held an emergency video conference. The old men reviewing spreadsheets in their offices flatly refused to offer Su Chin €1,500 per week, breaking the existing salary cap. They believed that breaking the cap for a newcomer would have Sanchez, Ozil, and other stars queuing up to demand raises tomorrow, collapsing the entire salary structure. But that didn't mean Arsenal would give up on Su Chun. After heated debate, the board provided a flexible bottom-line solution. Gazidis slammed a freshly drafted document onto the table. Contact Su Chen's agent, he ordered through gritted teeth. Tell him the base weekly wage can only be €1,400, at most matching Sanchez, and must not exceed this cap. But, Gazidis emphasized, we can compensate with other means without touching the base wage. This is standard practice in Bundesliga and Premier League transfers. Raise the signing bonus directly to €10 million. Also increase the appearance fee from £10,000 to £50,000. Win bonus 1,000,000. He gets paid whenever the team wins. Goal bonus 5,000 per goal. Bold all these clauses and put them into the contract. The legal head nearly snapped his pen hearing these numbers. This wasn't signing a player, it was inviting a money god. With the appearance and goal bonuses plus the 10 million cash signing bonus, if Su Chun maintained his scoring rate, his actual take-home would far exceed the €2,000 per week Manchester United offered. Although the budget was effectively increased, keeping the base salary cap intact silenced the other stars in the dressing room. This was management's cleverest calculation. Half an hour later, Su Chun, who had just returned to his single apartment and taken a hot shower to rest, received an urgent call from his third uncle Su Dingfang. Xiao Chun, Arsenal sent a new proposal. On the other end of the line, Su Dingfang's voice was excited to the point of cracking. He read verbatim the long list of bonuses Gazidis had offered. After hearing all this, Su Chun leaned back on the sofa, his eyes lighting up. Not breaking the salary cap. No problem at all. Su Chun didn't care about the empty title. He wanted real money in his pocket. He quickly calculated in his mind. The system's built-in money-making feature rewarded 1,000 per goal. Now Arsenal was adding a goal bonus of 5,000 per goal, plus the win bonus of 1,000,000. If a match went like today's with 3 goals and a win, he would earn nearly 3,000 in cash from the club and the system combined. Double money-making mechanism. This was basically treating Arsenal as a legitimate automatic teller machine. Too sweet. Third uncle, this condition shows sincerity. I can agree not to break the weekly wage, Su Chun said, unscrewing a bottle of water on the table. But since they are so generous with bonuses, let's add a little more burden. Su Chun took a sip of water, his tone calm. Third uncle, tell the legal department. The bonus items are not enough yet. Su Dingfang was stunned for a moment. Not enough. Kid, the money is already terrifying. The signing bonus is 10 million euros. Money is never too much. Su Chun chuckled lightly. Add these when the Premier League title bonus of 5 million. When the FA Cup bonus of 2 million. When the Champions League bonus of 8 million. Plus personal honors Premier League Golden Boot bonus of 3 million. When the Ballon d'Or bonus of 10 million. Su Chun rattled off a series of jaw-dropping numbers. The line went dead silent for a long time. After more than 10 seconds, Su Dingfang gasped. You really have the nerve to ask for that, he said, wiping sweat. Soon Su Dingfang wasted no time and directly called Gazidis, relaying Su Qin's final demands. At Arsenal's headquarters, Gazidis listened to the additional bonus clauses, paused, then agreed, without hesitation, his voice loud. Agreed. Add them all to the contract. After hanging up, the legal head looked at Gazidis with concern. Sir, these championship bonuses add up to a fortune. Are you brain dead? Gazidis interrupted him with a snort. Premier League title. Champions League. Ballon d'Or. Given our current squad depth, how likely are we to win those? Gazidis waved his hand. These are all scary-looking pie-in-the-sky clauses. He'll never get them. And even if by some miracle Arsenal won the Champions League with him, the broadcasting revenue, sponsor bonuses, and skyrocketing stock market value would make the club a fortune. At that point, even if we gave him $8 million, the board would approve it with both hands. Gazidis was a complete old fox. He was more than happy to write such empty checks. That afternoon, a new professional contract, dozens of pages thick, lay on the table in Su Qin's apartment. In addition to the dazzling list of bonuses, Gazidis added the most crucial chain, a release clause of $200 million, directly cutting off other clubs' cheap buyout hopes. Su Qin didn't even glance at the release clause. It was standard for big clubs. He picked up a pen, scribbled his signature, and signed his name. From that moment on, this contract, the most bonus-heavy and complex in Premier League history, came into effect. The 18-year-old youth, kicked out by the Chinese FA, had in 2 matches been crowned the uncrowned king of the Emirates Stadium in North London. When Gazidis brought the signed contract back to the Coney training ground, manager Wenger looked at the black and white signature. The massive boulder hanging over his heart finally crashed to the ground. The old manager let out a long sigh of relief. Su Qin stayed. The single-core blitz tactical puzzle in his hands was now complete. As long as Su Qin, the core, was on the pitch, no matter how tight the defensive bus, he had the confidence to tear it apart. Wenger's eyes lit up with a long-lost fire of ambition. Content with just top 4. Screw the 4th-place muffin. With this bulldozer up front, Arsenal would take a massive bite out of this chaotic Premier League title. After the 6th round of the league, the Premier League table underwent a major reshuffle. With both Manchester clubs losing unexpectedly, Arsenal, thanks to Su Qin's crazy performances, jumped into the top 4 with 10 points. Just 4 points behind leaders Chelsea. And the next league match, the 7th round, was a heavyweight clash that would put all of London's police on high alert and send fans' adrenaline soaring, the North London Derby. Arsenal would travel to White Hart Lane to face their century-old arch-rivals, Tottenham Hotspur. In the press conference hall of the Coney training ground in London, a sea of people surged. Hundreds of cameras crammed the front rows, leaving no space to spare. Journalists from major European sports media outlets, armed with their long lenses and microphones, fixed their gaze intently on the seats on the stage. Arsenal CEO Ivan Gazidis walked onto the stage with a beaming face. Manager Arsene Wenger followed closely behind. At the center of the trio, clad in a simple tracksuit with an air of effortless composure, stood Su Qin. As the three took their seats, the flashbulbs below blazed into a blinding sea of white. Gazidis tapped the microphone, cleared his throat, and spoke with a voice brimming with exhilaration. Dear friends of the media, it is our immense honor to announce to the world that Arsenal Football Club has officially signed a brand new long-term professional contract with our super talent Su Qin. The contract spans 3 years with an option for an additional year's extension. Let us all welcome the future sovereign of North London. As his words faded, Wenger rose with a gentle smile. The veteran manager took a neatly folded brand new Arsenal home jersey, red and white, from a steward behind him. Wenger gripped the jersey by the shoulders, exerted force, and gave it a sharp, crisp shake. The back of the shirt was fully unveiled before the lenses of every journalist. An uncontrollable gasp erupted from the crowd of reporters below. There, emblazoned on the fabric, were 2 massive digits, 14. Above the number 14, printed in bold, was Su Qin's name, SU. It was no longer the temporary fringe number 43 he had worn before. Instead, it was the weighty number 14. In Arsenal's century-long history, the number 14 held an irreplaceable magic. For it was the sacred number of the King of Highbury, the Gunners' icon, Thierry Henry. Whoever wore this jersey became the team's undisputed tactical core. Previously, it had belonged to the Little Tiger, Theo Walcott, hailed as Henry's successor. But Walcott, plagued by persistent injuries, found upon his return that Arsenal's tactical foundation had completely transformed into a single-engine system driven by Su Qin. Wenger had personally spoken with Walcott the night before. Faced with a freakish newcomer who had scored consecutive hat-tricks and toyed with the Premier League's most ironclad defense, Walcott had no leverage to resist. He voluntarily surrendered the number 14 jersey, choosing compromise. Wenger solemnly handed the shirt to Su Qin. The two stood side by side, holding the jersey together as the flashes below frantically captured this historic moment. The moment these photos hit the internet, the entire fanbase in China exploded. Holy crap, number 14. This is number 14. For the first time in history, a Chinese man wears the absolute core number of a top European giant. Walcott was forced to hand over power. Wenger has entrusted the very soul of Arsenal to Su Qin. Do those pigs at the Football Association see this? Hey, this is the cancer you expelled with your announcement. He's become an emperor in the Premier League. Freaking awesome. This slap in the face is so satisfying. I'm buying 10 Suchin jerseys to hand out to my buddies. The football frenzy online blazed like wildfire across a prairie, growing fiercer by the second. The name Suchun was welded to the top of the trending lists on every major social media platform. Merely mentioning it was a terrifying engine of traffic monetization. This explosive effect immediately attracted a frenzied chase from countless capital sharks. Domestic sportswear brands, beverage giants, and automobile manufacturers all scrambled with red eyes for Suchin's endorsement rights. A professional valuation agency openly declared online that given Suchin's current competitive level and his virtually limitless traffic appeal, his annual commercial endorsement value would conservatively surpass 100 million yuan. In the underground garage of the Coney training ground, Su Dingfang sat in the driver's seat of a newly purchased high-end Maybach, rubbing his weary face vigorously. Suchin opened the passenger door and slid in. Xiaochen, we need to talk, Su Dingfang said, not starting the engine, but turning with an expression of unprecedented seriousness. Your fame is too great now. In the past couple of days, dozens of big domestic companies have blown up my phone. Su Dingfang let out a long sigh. Your uncle can still handle small business deals here. But now we're talking about commercial endorsements worth tens of millions of euros, plus complex disputes over your image rights in Europe. I've looked over the contract Gazidis gave you. There are too many traps hidden in the commercial clauses. Your uncle's education and energy just can't keep up anymore. You should find a professional agency, preferably one of those top-tier European super agents. They can maximize your benefits and shield you from a lot of unnecessary off-field trouble. Suchin listened to his uncle's words and nodded earnestly. Uncle, you've worked hard through all this. If you hadn't held the fort back then, that first big contract would never have been negotiated. Su Dingfang waved his hand and let out a hearty laugh. We're family, no need for such talk. As long as you keep playing well and don't lose yourself in the money pile like so many back home, your uncle's efforts won't be in vain. As for the agent, I've been looking into a few reliable candidates. You make the final call. Suchun leaned back into the leather seat, his gaze steady and resolute. Earning money was merely a means. Football itself was the foundation of his existence in this world. Without invincible performances on the pitch, all those commercial endorsements were nothing but castles in the air. Days passed one by one. Midweek saw Arsenal face a match in the English League Cup against a weak team from the third division. To prepare for the weekend's heavyweight clash, Wenger made sweeping rotations. Not only did he bench key players like Giroud, Ramsey, and Sanchez for rest, but he also gave Suchin a paid day off, leaving him out of the matchday squad entirely. Wenger's protection of his new core engine was almost obsessive, fearing that Suchun might suffer a malicious tackle from lower league thugs in an inconsequential cup game. Even with a full reserve lineup, Walcott and Gnabry, both eager to prove themselves, cruised to an easy 3-0 victory, at home advancing to the next round of the League Cup. But no one in the Arsenal camp celebrated that cup win. All eyes were fixed on the weekend's Premier League showdown. The air across North London had already turned tense and feverish. Premier League Round 7. Arsenal would travel to White Hart Lane to face their century-old archrivals, Tottenham Hotspur. The North London Derby. At the Tottenham Hotspur Training Centre in London, the door to head coach Mauricio Pochettino's tactical meeting room was firmly shut. On the expansive projection screen, match footage played on an endless loop. This was a custom highlight reel of Suchun 3 goals against Chelsea, 3 against Aston Villa. Every frame featuring Suchun had been meticulously extracted by Tottenham's analysts and stitched together. Touches, runs, accelerations, dribble shots. Exclusive overhead camera angles laid bare every single action Suchun had taken over those 2 matches, offering Tottenham's coaching staff an unobstructed, all-encompassing view. Pochettino had lost count of how many times he had watched this encrypted footage. At this very moment, he stood with arms crossed, eyes fixed on the screen, his brow furrowed into a deep crease. As the Argentine manager at the helm of Tottenham, Pochettino harbored immense ambition this season. After years of refinement, the current squad had reached a critical juncture for delivering results. They boasted England's most formidable striker Harry Kane, midfield maestro Christian Eriksen, French national goalkeeper Hugo Lloris anchoring the defense, and the tenacious Moussa Dembele disrupting opponents in midfield. Indeed, Tottenham was now a force to be reckoned with, fully capable of challenging for a top 4 Premier League finish or even contending for the title itself. After 6 rounds of league play, Tottenham had secured 11 points, keeping pace with the leading pack. However, in recent days, every headline in London had been stolen by their arch-rivals Arsenal. This infuriated Pochettino and the Tottenham hierarchy. In North London, the enmity between Tottenham and Arsenal was a century-old, irreconcilable feud. This hatred ran bone deep, even surpassing the intensity of the Chelsea-Arsenal derby. What Tottenham fans could not bear was seeing Arsenal revel in glory. The upcoming league match was the highlight of the 7th Premier League round, the North London Derby. The venue, White Hart Lane, Tottenham's fearsome home ground. Turn it off. Pochettino took a deep breath and signaled the analyst to shut down the projection. The screen went black. The room fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Pochettino turned to face his assistant coaches. These usually proud tactical analysts now wore furrowed brows and pale faces. They had scrutinized Suchun's match footage repeatedly. The more they watched, the more terrifying he seemed, the more they felt an overwhelming, inescapable pressure. Is this kid even human? Assistant coach Jesus shook his head, his voice laced with deep resignation. His speed, explosiveness, and rhythm of ball control are all top tier, among the very best. What's even more frightening is his ability to change direction at high speed. It defies biomechanics. Another defensive coach tugged at his hair in frustration. He's impossible to defend. Chelsea's Terry and Cahill were like training cones. Villa's double pivot was sliced through as if they were a Sunday morning traffic jam. I simply can't fathom where Arsenal dug up this monster. The prospect of containing Suchon for a full 90 minutes seemed in their eyes an utterly impossible mission. Listening to his men's complaints, Pochettino snorted and slammed his palm hard against the tactical board. The sharp slap jolted everyone to attention. Pull yourselves together. Pochettino's gaze swept across each of them, his voice booming. I don't need to reiterate what this North London derby means. Defeating Arsenal, trampling them underfoot, is our most crucial task at this stage. That Chinese kid is indeed strong. But on the football pitch, no one is flawless. Pochettino picked up a marker and scrawled 3 bold words on the board. Suchon's weaknesses. You've been blinded by his highlight reel. If you meticulously dissect his playing habits, you'll find fatal flaws. Pochettino pointed at the board with conviction. First, he has no long-range shooting ability. All 6 goals were scored inside the penalty area. Even when he gets the ball outside the box, he never shoots. He just dribbles forward with his head down. That proves his long-range accuracy is abysmal. The coaches exchanged glances, their eyes gradually brightening. Second, he's an extreme ball hog. Once he's double-teamed, he can't find a passing lane and can only rely on his physique to force his way through. Pochettino drew a heavy red cross next to the final point. Third, and this is the most critical, his stamina has a massive bottleneck. In the match against Chelsea, how did he end up? He was substituted due to a thigh cramp. And against Aston Villa, why did Wenger pull him off early? Because Wenger also knew his energy was depleted and feared an injury on the pitch. A playing style that demands full-speed sprints for an entire match takes an immense toll on the body. He's only 18, his stamina reserves definitely can't last 90 minutes. Hearing the head coach's analysis, everyone's eyes lit up. No long shots. A ball hog. Stamina depleted. Not shooting from range. That was the inherent instinct for a Kaka-style burst, plus his hidden long-range attribute of 86 points, which had yet to bear its fangs. Too selfish. Who told the system to award €1,000 for each successful dribble? As for stamina, the golden Iron Man talent in the shop was something Suchon had been saving points to acquire. Judging a ruthless cheater with no limits by mortal standards. The downpour at White Hart Lane was destined to wash away all of Tottenham's pride. Boss, how do we play then? Jesus quickly asked. Pochettino snapped the marker in his hand. Turn White Hart Lane into a giant meat grinder. In this match, we don't need to match their technique. We'll compete on intensity, on tempo, on stamina. Pochettino's tactical core boiled down to 4 words: relentless running, suffocating pressure. Have Dembele and Dier stick to him like glue as a double pivot. The moment he gets the ball, get physical immediately. Don't be afraid to foul. We'll use non-stop high-intensity physical combat to wear him down. Cut off his connection to teammates, force him to keep dribbling. Let him sink into the mire of our 3 defensive lines. From the moment the referee blows the first whistle, we push the tempo to the max. Pochettino pumped his fist, his face flushed. I want to completely drain that Chinese kid's stamina within 60 minutes. Once his legs go weak, Arsenal's flimsy defense won't stand a chance against Kane and Eriksen. There is only one king in North London. We'll crush them and put an end to Arsenal's winning streak. Suchon was well aware of his own weaknesses. During this period, he had been sweating profusely at the Coney training center. A hat-trick in consecutive matches was certainly exhilarating, but he understood even more how treacherous the upcoming fixtures would be. Arsenal was currently charging ahead in the league, but that also made them the target of every other team. Main quest: secure a 5-game winning streak in the Premier League. The quest reward was the legendary skill cannon shot. The previous 2 matches had crushed Chelsea and Aston Villa. However, with the FA Cup and Champions League group stage looming, the physical toll would be a massive hidden danger. Not to mention the upcoming North London derby. He knew all too well the playing style of Tottenham Hotspur. The current manager Pochettino was a madman obsessed with high pressing. Tottenham's midfield was stacked with ruthless enforcers like Dembele and Dier. They were clearly planning to use physical confrontation and foul tactics to completely wear down their core engine. Suchon leaned back on the sofa in his apartment and opened the system store in his mind. He quickly scrolled through the product list, his gaze locking onto the consumables section. Advanced Stamina Recovery Potion instantly removes all lactic acid buildup in the body, fully restores the stamina bar to 100 and lasts for half an hour. No side effects. Price €1 million. This thing was definitely a lifesaver, but the price was exorbitant. Previously, Suchon's system account had at most 70 to 80,000 euros. He simply couldn't afford it. But now the situation was different. The signing fee of €10 million from the lucrative contract he signed yesterday had been deposited into his personal bank account this morning. The system had hinted since its full activation that real currency could be exchanged into system funds at a certain ratio. Without any hesitation, Suchon initiated the exchange. €1 million spent without batting an eye. Ding. Purchase successful. Advanced Stamina Recovery Potion has been stored in the system backpack. $1 million gone just like that. In the past, Suchon would have been bleeding with regret. But now looking at the remaining millions in his phone's SMS, he felt no ripple at all. As long as he could crush Tottenham at White Hart Lane and maintain the winning streak, the goal rewards from the system and the massive bonuses from Arsenal would easily earn that million back. Spending money to enhance strength, then earning it back 100-fold or 1,000-fold on the pitch. That was the ultimate virtuous cycle. Stamina bottleneck. If Pochettino really thought he could wear him down with high pressing, he would be facing a monster whose stamina never ran dry. Suchun closed the panel, stood up, grabbed his jacket, and strode out the door. Off to White Hart Lane. The North London Derby. Before the match even began, the intense, almost tangible hatred between the two sides was on full display. London's sky was a gloomy grey today. Torrential rain poured down. The moment Arsenal's red team bus entered the Tottenham district, it encountered an unprecedented frenzied blockade. On both sides of the street, there were countless fans wearing Tottenham's white jerseys, so many that they couldn't be counted. Those fanatics without tickets had all gathered on the only road leading to the stadium. White Hart Lane could only hold about 30,000 people, but outside on the streets there were at least 40 or 50,000. London police had deployed riot officers. Hundreds of police officers holding riot shields and riding tall horses struggled to clear the way ahead. The sounds of sirens, curses, and horns mingled together. Go back to South London, you traitors. Break that Chinese kid's leg. Arsenal, go to hell. Outside the window, countless contorted faces pressed against the bulletproof glass, roaring. Then bang, bang, bang. Beer bottles, coins, cans, and even smoking red flares rained down like hail onto the glass and roof of the Arsenal bus. The noise was deafening. Everyone inside the carriage could feel the violent tremors. This was a real war. Arsenal had moved from South London to North London to escape historical conflicts, and that territorial rivalry had ensured a bitter, unforgiving feud between the two clubs for over a century. Every encounter was like a collision between Mars and Earth. Suchun sat by the window, coldly watching the crazed Tottenham fans flipping him off. This away game pressure was 10 times more terrifying than Stamford Bridge. See that? This is the most savage side of English football, said midfielder Wilshere, leaning in and shouting. They're trying to break our morale before the match even starts. Suchun turned his head and chuckled. This is nothing. If the glass hasn't even shattered, it's not a big deal. Wilshere paused, then gave a thumbs up. I love your fearless arrogance. Don't mind them. Once you put the ball in their net, those idiots will shut up. With that, Wilshere lowered his voice and winked. By the way, how's it going with that supermodel Catherine? The sun already dug up all your dirt. Young defender Bellerin, sitting in the front row, perked up his ears. Suchun rolled his eyes helplessly. I just went to her place for a cup of Kopi Luwak coffee. Where do you get all this gossip? Wilshere pursed his lips, clearly unconvinced. Bro, you have to be careful. I heard Catherine's mother is a die-hard Tottenham fan. You slept with their fans' precious daughter. The fans in the stands today would love to tear you apart. Suchun raised an eyebrow. Really? No wonder the fans outside were cursing so viciously. It wasn't just about the club rivalry anymore, it was personal, like a stolen love. With the escort of riot police, the team bus finally struggled into the underground tunnel of White Hart Lane. The massive iron gate slammed shut, isolating the bloodthirsty roars outside. The players let out a long sigh. Wenger, standing at the tunnel entrance, clapped his hands with a grim expression. Snap out of it. Their provocations only show their insecurity. Answer them with your feet. Let's go. Change in the locker room. Meanwhile, in the Tottenham home locker room, the atmosphere was like boiling water. Manager Pochettino was giving his final pre-match pep talk. The tactical board was covered in complex running routes. Remember, this is White Hart Lane. This is our turf. Pochettino paced back and forth, his voice echoing in the room. Arsenal has been cocky lately, and that Chinese kid wearing the number 14 is even cockier. They think they can rule North London with a kid. Dream on. Pochettino stopped abruptly, staring at his two defensive midfielders, Dembele and Deer, both over 185 meters tall muscular giants. Musa, Eric, you two have only one task today. Pochettino pointed at the red dot representing Suchun on the tactical board. From the first second of kickoff, clamp down on him. Use your body. Pull. Slide tackle. Don't give him any space to accelerate. Don't be afraid of cards. Use every means to exhaust his stamina. Dembele cracked his thick knuckles. Don't worry, boss. I'll show him how hard the Premier League pitch really is. Just then, Tottenham captain and French national goalkeeper Loris stood up. Wearing his goalkeeper gloves, he patted his chest and declared loudly, "You all go ahead and press up front. I'll leave the back line to me." Loris's eyes burned. I've watched the kid's footage. He only knows how to dribble with his head down and try to round the keeper. Today, if he dares to break into the box, I'll rush out immediately and smother the ball from his feet. In this match, he won't get past my goal line. Loris had every right to be arrogant. He was one of the most agile and decisive goalkeepers in the Premier League, the perfect counter to dribblers who liked to carry the ball into the 6-yard box. Hearing their captain's pledge, the Tottenham players cheered loudly. In a derby, there was no need for too much tactical maneuvering. When two enemies meet on a narrow path, it's simply a fight to the death. Over in the Arsenal away locker room, Wenger's tactical setup was equally direct. Defensive counterattack. The old manager drew two long, solid lines on the tactical board. Tottenham will definitely press forward frantically at the start, trying to swallow us with home advantage. The entire defense line must drop back. Cazorla, you'll have to take on more defensive interceptions today. Wenger turned to look at Suchun, who was sitting in the center tying his laces. So you don't need to track back? Stand near the center circle ready to receive the ball. When the counterattack sounds, the entire team's possession will be delivered to your feet. This is your first North London derby. Are you ready to silence this stadium? Suchin stood up, stomping his studded boots on the ground twice. The red and white number 14 jersey worn on his tall frame exuded an aura of unspoken authority. He looked at Wenger and nodded slightly. Leave it to me. No unnecessary words. Just then the referee's whistle urging the teams to take the field sounded from outside. The two starting lineups met in the narrow, dimly lit tunnel. The air ignited with thick gunpowder. Suchun stood at the front of the Arsenal line, next to Captain Mertesacker. In the adjacent Tottenham tunnel, Harry Kane, Eriksen, Dembele, and others all glared at Suchun with ferocious intensity. Especially Dembele. The burly Belgian deliberately spat on the concrete floor between the two teams, a clear provocation. Wilshere immediately flared up, ready to confront him, but Suchun grabbed his arm. Without even glancing at Dembele, Suchun kept his eyes fixed on the light of the pitch at the end of the tunnel. If a dog bites you, you can't bite back. The right thing to do is break the dog's leg. Led by the referee team, the two starting lineups emerged from the tunnel and stepped onto the White Hart Lane pitch. Boom. The moment the players appeared, the already restless stadium erupted with a thunderous roar. Over 30,000 Tottenham fans simultaneously let out a piercing, deafening jeer. The immense noise threatened to lift the stadium's aging roof. The weather was terrible. Heavy rain made the pitch exceptionally slick, perfect for sliding tackles, and also prone to injury. This was undoubtedly a brutal, muddy brawl. Suchun looked around. On all four stands, Tottenham flags fluttered everywhere. The entire stadium was enemy territory. But just then, away goalkeeper Cech suddenly shouted, "Su! Look ahead!" Suchun followed Cech's pointing finger and looked up. At the top of the away and occupied by only 3,000 Arsenal fans surrounded by tens of thousands of Tottenham supporters, a massive tifo banner was slowly unfurling from the upper tier. It was a huge silhouette of a figure wearing a red and white Arsenal jersey. Number 14. Name SU. At the bottom of the banner, a bright red giant streamer read, "Welcome our new king, Su. Go conquer North London." Shock. Halt. Whether they were Tottenham players or Arsenal players. At that moment, their gazes involuntarily converged upon Suchun. This young Chinese prodigy was the sole focus of the entire stadium. In just 1 week and 2 matches, he had stirred a tempestuous storm across the Premier League. From the away section at White Hart Lane, 3,000 diehard Arsenal fans erupted in a deafening roar. Playing away, their cheers somehow overpowered the jeers of 40,000 home supporters. He was the starting goalkeeper for the French national team, a man who had weathered countless storms. Having scrutinized so much footage before the match, he was certain that a player like Suchun, who loved to dribble deep into the box, feared most a decisive sweeper keeper. Today I'll personally put an end to this Chinese kid's fairy tale. Loris strode confidently, pacing back and forth within his 6-yard box, brimming with self-assurance. The Tottenham fans naturally intended to give Arsenal's new king the most hostile welcome. Beside the player tunnel at the front of the stands. When Suchun jogged past during the pre-match warm-up, he received special attention from the Tottenham ultras. "Get back to your SHTTY Arsenal. This is White Hart Lane. Watch your shinbones later." These were among the more polite remarks. A torrent of profanity mixed with spittle rained down from the stands. Arsenal's midfield enforcer Jack Wilshere leaned in and lowered his voice in warning. "These mad dogs just want to provoke you, make you lose your head on the pitch. Don't take the bait." Suchun glanced at the seething section of the stands. Then he nodded. "I understand. First time here, just soaking in the local North London atmosphere." Hearing this, fullback Hector Bellerin chuckled. Facing such a hostile away ground, yet retaining the wit to joke. Suchun's composure was truly extraordinary. They knew Suchun's prowess all too well. In the training matches at the Coney base, this kid had traumatized Arsenal's entire backline with his dribbling. Bellerin turned his head to look at Loris in the distance. The French goalkeeper was arrogantly lifting his chin, performing his stretches. Let Suchun teach these arrogant fools a proper lesson, Bellerin thought to himself. Beep. The referee's long whistle signaled the start of the match. The North London derby was about to ignite. Tottenham kicked off first. Right from the outset, Tottenham leveraged their home advantage, displaying an intensely ferocious press. The tempo of their attack was pushed to the maximum. Midfield maestro Christian Eriksen received the ball, and after 2 or 3 quick passes, the ball was switched to the left flank. Fullback Danny Rose surged forward, received the pass without hesitation, and whipped in a cross from the byline. The delivery was pinpoint. Pandemonium broke loose in the Arsenal penalty area. Mertesacker leaped high, beating Harry Kane to the header, and cleared the ball for a corner. Corner kick. Just 1 minute into the game, Tottenham had earned a highly dangerous set-piece opportunity. The stands of White Hart Lane erupted in a thunderous roar of support. Eriksen swung in the corner. The ball curved inwards through the air. In the center, Harry Kane soared majestically, out-jumping the Arsenal defender, and powered a header towards goal. The ball skimmed the top of the crossbar and flew out of play. A huge groan of despair echoed around the stadium. On the touchline, Tottenham manager Mauricio Pochettino stood with his arms crossed, nodding in deep satisfaction. This early momentum was exactly what he wanted. To turn the game into a knife fight, to overwhelm Arsenal's defense with blistering pace. Having escaped that scare, Arsenal immediately organized a counterattack. Goalkeeper Petr Cech launched a goal kick. Holding midfielder Santi Cazorla settled the tempo in the defensive third, playing a low line-breaking pass to Alexis Sanchez in the final third. Just as Sanchez prepared to turn and drive Tottenham right back, Kyle Walker closed him down using his body to block him. His path obstructed. Sanchez lifted his head to survey the field. Součan was drifting from the center towards the right half space to offer support. Sanchez decisively rolled the ball into his path, then accelerated forward himself to drag a defender away. Součan received the ball with his back to goal. The very instant his toes touched the ball, Tottenham's holding midfielder Moussa Dembele charged in like a rampaging bull from the side, crashing into him. Pochettino's tactic was crystal clear. The moment Součan got the ball, smother him physically. Dembele even used his hands, grabbing hold of Součan's shirt by the shoulder. For any ordinary young attacking midfielder, that challenge would have sent them flying, losing possession. But Součan's base was as steady as Mount Tai. His core strength, rated at 99, erupted. Součan didn't fall. Instead, he planted his right foot into the turf and twisted his hips with explosive force. He forcibly shouldered Dembele's 180-pound frame, completing a full 180-degree turn on the spot. Dembele was thrown off balance by the sheer force, staggering 2 steps, his grip on the shirt broken. Having shaken off the defender, Součan took 2 dribbles forward. Another Tottenham midfielder, Eric Dier, moved across to cover. Just as everyone expected Součan to lower his head and charge through. Součan pushed the ball with the inside of his right foot, squaring it into the space at the edge of the D. There Cazorla arrived on cue and met it with a venomous strike. The ball rocketed towards the goal, only to be punched clear by the well-prepared Lloris. On the sideline, Pochettino's brow furrowed into a tight knot. Something was wrong. In the pre-match video analysis, wasn't this kid a lone wolf who would dribble until he lost the ball? Just now, facing a double team, he had calmly laid off a square pass. And that powerful charge from Dembele, it hadn't knocked him over. How was this kid's physical strength so formidable? The situation on the pitch shifted in the blink of an eye. The ball Lloris parried was claimed by Tottenham centre-back Jan Vertonghen at the first bounce, who hoofed it clear into midfield. A frenzied scramble for the ball erupted in the center of the park. The 4th minute. Arsenal centre-back Laurent Koscielny slid in to win a tackle, dispossessing Harry Kane. The ball rolled out to the right side. Součan arrived on the scene, took a touch with his left foot, and was ready to accelerate into a full sprint. Dier, who had tracked back from behind, saw Součan about to burst forward. He lunged in with a brutal scissor tackle. Taking man and ball, he hacked Součan down viciously onto the turf. Součan rolled twice on the slick grass to absorb the impact. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, signaling the foul, and he issued a verbal warning to Dier. The 40,000 Tottenham fans didn't jeer their own player. Instead, they roared their approval. Great tackle, Dier. Break his leg. Teach him a lesson. Amidst the torrent of abuse from the stands, Součan didn't confront Dier, nor did he writhe on the ground in agony to waste time. He pushed himself up off the turf with one hand, springing to his feet instantly. His gaze swept quickly across the attacking third. He saw Cazorla making a rapid forward run. Součan slapped his hand down on the ball. Before the Tottenham players had fully retreated into their defensive shape, he took a quick free kick with his right foot. The ball skimmed the ground, piercing Tottenham's midfield line, finding Cazorla with pinpoint accuracy. The referee held both arms out, signaling play on. After releasing the pass, Součan didn't stop, immediately sprinting like a streak of white lightning along the right flank, cutting into the attacking third. Cazorla understood the intention perfectly. Meeting the ball, he laid it off first time, feeding it back into the path of the surging Součan. A perfect 1-2 wall pass. Součan received the ball in the right half space at the edge of the penalty area. Tottenham's defensive linchpin, Belgian international Jan Vertonghen, was on high alert, lowering his center of gravity as he closed in. Vertonghen knew full well that he absolutely could not let this kid get a shot off from the edge of the box. Součan controlled the ball with his left foot at high speed. Suddenly, he dropped his left shoulder, feinting a cut inside. Vertonghen immediately shifted his weight to block the inside channel. In that split second, Součan flicked the ball towards the byline with the outside of his left boot. A flip-flap. Then he instantly dragged the ball back inside with the inside of his right foot. 2 rapid direction changes that defied human biomechanics. The signature close control of Ricardo Isaacson dos Santos Leite. Vertonghen forced his body to twist twice, his studs slipping on the slick turf. With a sickening thud, Vertonghen's legs tangled, and he crashed heavily to the ground inside the penalty area. He had been completely fooled, flat on his back. Stepping over the fallen Vertonghen, Součan had a clear path ahead. But that open space lasted only a tenth of a second. Because Tottenham's goalkeeper Hugo Lloris had already rushed out. Just as Lloris had boasted before the match. His charge was terrifyingly decisive. Lloris had now sprinted to the penalty spot, spreading his arms wide to block all angles for a shot. If Součan dared to lower his head and drive, or unleash a powerful strike, Lloris was absolutely confident he could smother the ball. Come on, kid. I've seen through your one-dimensional dribbling act. Lloris roared in his mind. But Součan didn't even look down. On his final stride after beating Vertonghen, without even adjusting his rhythm, he gently slid his left toe under the base of the ball. A flick of the ankle lifting the ball. A delicate chip. The ball traced a sublime parabola through the air. Lloris, having just launched himself towards the ground, looked up in despair. The ball sailed half a meter above his head, clearing his prized goalkeeper gloves. Then with a gentle dip it nestled securely into the back of the empty net. Boom. Goal. The score on the big screen changed to 0-1. Just 6 minutes into the match, Arsenal were leading away from home. White Hart Lane fell into a deathly silence in that moment. The 40,000 Tottenham ultras who had been viciously abusing Suchin just moments before were now all wide-mouthed, unable to utter a sound. The moment the ball hit the net, Suchin turned and sprinted towards the corner flag, facing the Tottenham section that had hurled the most abuse. He imperiously spread his arms and shrugged his shoulders. Without uttering a word, the subtext of this gesture was clear to everyone in the stadium. Is that all? The North London meat grinder, is that all you've got? Time rewound 10 seconds. At the very moment when Suchin prepared to execute a quick chip shot, French national goalkeeper Loris had already anticipated the move. Watching Suchin weave a dazzling series of moves inside the penalty area, sending Vertonghen sprawling on the turf, Loris felt a flicker of delight. This Chinese kid was exactly as the video analysis had shown. Only focused on charging forward with the ball, Loris decisively rushed out of his goal. As a top-tier goalkeeper, the commanding presence he displayed when facing a one-on-one was itself a defensive weapon. Loris had deeply inherited the art of intimidating strikers from his predecessors. Loris's leg muscles exploded with powerful thrust. His range of movement was vast. 2 steps, and he had sealed off most of the angle. He refused to believe that this 18-year-old kid could pull off anything new at such a critical moment. But fate had other plans. Suchin didn't even lift his head. The tip of his left foot gently poked the bottom of the ball, sending it soaring into the air. Loris was stunned. He stretched his arm desperately, his glove waving in the air, but didn't even graze the ball. Turning his head, he saw the ball bouncing inside the net. Despair flooded Loris's face. The kid's line of sight had been mostly blocked by Vertonghen's body. How on earth had he calculated the exact step and timing of Loris's charge? Loris was utterly baffled. On the sidelines, Pochettino leaped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His mouth hung open, unable to utter a word for a long moment. His face was a mixture of anguish, fury, and regret. Conceding a goal just 6 minutes into the match. For Tottenham's tactical setup in this game, it was the most disastrous start. So many targeted, energy-draining tactics had been prepared before the match. Now it was all worthless paper. Since Arsenal was leading, they could easily retreat to their own half and enjoy a comfortable counterattack. What about the promised midfield brawl? They didn't even bother with midfield control, simply handing over possession. How could they engage in a close-quarters battle now? The thought of Suchin's terrifying sprint speed and one-on-one breaking ability sent a chill down Pochettino's spine. Even he couldn't come up with a decent response now. Throw everyone forward. The defense would be torn to shreds by Suchin's counterattacks, not push forward. With over 80 minutes still to play, were they supposed to surrender at home? There was no way to explain that to the fans in the stands. Pochettino had no choice but to walk to the technical area, pressing his hands downward to signal the Tottenham players to steady themselves. In the stands, 40,000 Tottenham fans erupted in fury. Their team falling behind early was already infuriating enough. And now that Chinese kid who scored was actually running to their diehard fan section, openly spreading his arms in provocation. A torrent of coins, lighters, and even plastic cups half filled with beer rained down like a storm, smashing into the corner flag area. Suchin didn't dodge at all. He stood proudly in the rain, patting the gunner's crest on his chest. Then he turned and ran to the other end of the pitch. There 3,000 Arsenal away fans had gathered. Sue, Sue, Sue. 3,000 diehard Gunners screamed the name of their new king. Inside the Sky Sports broadcast booth, commentator Neville roared. Suchin went straight to provoke the diehard Tottenham fans after scoring. He knows all too well the century-old hatred between these two clubs. If I were an Arsenal diehard, I'd worship him as the team's only faith right now. Carragher nodded vigorously beside him, taunting the rival fans after a goal. That's a surefire way to win hearts. Now all the trouble is on Tottenham's side. Suchin's positional play might still be contained by double teaming, but if he counters. Carragher paused. Once he gets going, no defender in the Premier League can catch up to his pace. In front of countless televisions, the hearts of Tottenham fans leaped into their throats. Inside the studio of China's national sports channel, commentator He Wei watched the defiant figure of Suchin on screen and was equally impressed. This is the spirit of youth. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. This is the personality that the new generation of Chinese players should have. Meanwhile, in a high-end apartment in China, Ma Dexing, the editor-in-chief of Football News, was watching the live broadcast with a dark expression. Scoring in the opening minutes. That was like slapping Ma Dexing in the face with a shoe. He furiously pulled out his phone, opened his Weibo account, and quickly typed a few lines. Openly provoking the home fans away and having an undisciplined personal life, nightly absences. This is your so-called idol hype to the skies. Lucking into one goal and thinking he's invincible. With such character, he's destined to be a flash in the pan. The moment this slanderous Weibo was posted, Ma Dexing was naturally met with an avalanche of curses. You're just a watchdog for the Football Association. While he's tearing up White Hart Lane, you're typing in a dark corner. What kind of man are you? Writing such trash will make your children have no. Within minutes, the comment section was filled with the most vulgar insults. Ma Dexing didn't care at all. In his line of work, he'd long grown a face thicker than a city wall. As long as he kept writing smear pieces and leading the narrative, he could brainwash a group of blind haters. When Su Chen hit the rookie wall during the long Premier League season and his form dipped, that would be the perfect time for Ma Dexing to strike. Chinese netizens mostly had a 3-minute attention span. With a few provocations, he could plunge Su Chen into an inescapable vortex of public opinion. The scene cut back to the rain-swept White Hart Lane. On the away bench, Wenger was ecstatic at the goal, bouncing like an old child and throwing several celebratory combinations. But the veteran manager was clear-headed. The match had only just begun. In a derby, if the opponent developed a rabid momentum, it would be extremely dangerous. Wenger pulled fullback Bellerin, who was warming up on the sideline, close. Tell the lads on the pitch. Don't park the bus completely. Press hard in the opponent's half. Launch the most direct attacks after winning the ball. Find Su Chen immediately with the first pass. Got it, boss. Bellerin shouted, running to the touchline and relaying the latest instructions to the Arsenal players. On the pitch, the match resumed. The derby's fiery atmosphere, far from being calmed by the early goal, was fully ignited. The tackles in midfield were terrifyingly aggressive. It was a hand-to-hand brawl. Players falling over each other was commonplace. Within 10 minutes, the referee had to pull out 3 yellow cards to control the game. In the 15th minute, Arsenal intercepted the ball in their own half. Cazorla sent a long pass forward. Su Chen chested the ball, landing it perfectly at his feet. Just as he was about to accelerate forward, Tottenham centre-back Vertonghen charged in from the side and executed a vicious scissor tackle. Both man and ball, Su Chen was brutally chopped down onto the turf. He rolled several times on the wet ground before fully absorbing the violent impact. The referee's whistle blew, immediately signaling a foul. Vertonghen received a verbal warning. 40,000 Tottenham fans, instead of blaming their defender, erupted in thunderous applause. Great tackle. Break his leg. Teach him a lesson. Amid the deafening abuse, Su Chen didn't complain to the referee or roll on the ground in pain to waste time. He pushed off the grass with one hand, springing up like a coiled spring. Then he raised his hand high, signaling for the ball from Cazorla, who was taking the free kick. This scene amazed commentator Neville. Incredible resilience. Look, our Chinese lad isn't afraid. He's up and asking for the ball immediately. He has a fearless heart. On the away stand, Arsenal fans once again chanted Su Chen's name. Su Chen was overjoyed inside. Afraid of tackles. Afraid of fouls. Not a chance. As long as the ball was at his feet, it was all beautiful euros rolling in. The match continued. Su Chen roamed the forward line like a tireless cheetah, constantly making runs, receiving passes, and dribbling past opponents. Ding. Successful dribble. 1000 euros. Ding. Successful pass. 100 euros. Running distance accumulated 100 meters. 100 euros. The crisp system notification sounds rang in Su Chen's mind, one after another. He completely disregarded Pochettino's tactics to drain his stamina. With a high-grade stamina recovery potion worth $1 million sitting in his bag, he had plenty of confidence to sprint. In the 22nd minute, Arsenal intercepted and counterattacked. Su Chen picked up the ball at the center circle and charged forward with long strides. Tottenham's defensive midfielder Deer cut in from an angle, trying to block him with his body. Su Chen flicked the ball wide with his right foot, then followed with his left, using sheer speed to burn past Deer. The two raced in the rain. Deer struggled to grab Su Chen's shirt, but couldn't even touch it. Reaching the edge of the penalty area, Su Chen didn't hesitate. He planted his left foot, curled his right foot around the ball, and delivered a curving shot. The ball flew straight for the top right corner of the goal. Arsenal fans in the stands were already raising their arms to celebrate. Then a dull thud. French goalkeeper Loris leaped high like a soaring eagle. With one hand, he palmed the seemingly certain goal over the crossbar. World-class save. Loris saves Tottenham. Carragher shouted from the commentary booth. Tottenham fans gasped in shock, then burst into applause for Loris. Just 5 minutes later, Arsenal struck again. Winger Walcott sprinted down the flank and delivered a low cross. Su Chen held off Dembele in the box and powered a header. The ball slammed into the ground and bounced. Loris dropped quickly and tipped it away with his fingertips. Loris again. Timely save. In the 35th minute, Su Chen beat 2 defenders in the box, used a nutmeg to send Danny Rose tumbling, and blasted a shot with his right foot. Loris bravely blocked the near post, deflecting the ball with his thigh. The entire first half turned into a duel of gods between Su Chen and Loris. Su Chen kept combining passes, dribbling wildly, and creating deadly chances in front of Tottenham's goal. If not for Loris's supernatural saves today, Tottenham would have been torn apart and cast into hell at home. Under this relentless barrage of attacks, Tottenham's defenders paid a heavy price. Gasp! Gasp! The heavy rain washed the turf of White Hart Lane, carrying away the heat from the players' bodies. Su Chen greedily inhaled mouthfuls of air. His chest heaved violently. His lungs protested against this superhuman exertion. Continuous changes of direction to beat defenders. Non-stop short bursts of explosive sprinting. Shot after shot. Sharp turns. Sudden stops. And the physical clashes with muscular players like Dembele and Deer. All these actions were frantically draining his stamina. The North London Derby lived up to its reputation. Almost every player on the pitch was gritting their teeth and fighting. This insane intensity was the fiercest Su Chen had ever experienced since stepping into the professional arena. 40th minute of the first half. Dead ball situation. Su Chen rested his hands on his knees, sweat mixing with rain dripping down his cheeks. He was well aware of his own weakness. An 18-year-old body, even with enhanced core strength, still had a limited stamina reserve. Long-distance runs and explosive acceleration consumed the most energy. Moreover, Pochettino was clearly using a human wave tactic to exhaust him to death. The referee blew the whistle to end the first half. Both sets of players headed toward the tunnel. Tottenham manager Pochettino stood at the tunnel entrance, arms crossed. He stared intently at Su Chun walking off the pitch. Watching the exhausted look of this Chinese teenager panting heavily, Pochettino clenched his fist tightly and waved it vigorously. Called it. This kid indeed had a massive stamina bottleneck. After just 45 minutes, he was already this worn out. If not for the chip shot he had stolen in the first half, Tottenham's suffocating tactics would have been perfect. Arsenal's away dressing room. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Although they were leading 1-0, everyone knew Tottenham's attacks were coming wave after wave. Especially the immense physical drain. Wenger frowned deeply, standing silently before the tactical board. Arsenal's fitness coach Lewin quickly walked over to Su Chun. So your muscles are tight and lactate buildup is severe. Lewin tested Su Chin's legs with an instrument. Boss. Lewin turned to Wenger. Su's energy consumption is off the charts. He can last at most another 15 minutes in the second half. He must be substituted, or there's a high risk of a major muscle strain. Wenger nodded firmly. He was the most protective coach of his players. Even if it meant losing the derby, he would never risk a core player's career. 10 minutes into the second half, send Gnabry to warm up. Wenger gave the order. Su Chin sat on the bench pulling off his wet jersey. He opened the system panel in his mind. Though he was exhausted like a dog in the first half, the gains were astonishing. Total running distance exceeded 6,000 meters. Fouls suffered, successful dribbles, passes, and that goal. In the 45 minutes of the first half, he had directly earned over 50,000 euros. This was earning money with his life. Su Chin did not hesitate. With a thought, he directly used the advanced stamina recovery potion lying in the system's inventory. The liquid worth 1 million euros silently merged into his limbs and bones. A miracle occurred. The heavy leaden fatigue was swiftly stripped away. Tight, sore thigh muscles became light again. All the lactate buildup vanished. Negative status cleared. Stamina bar directly refilled to a full 100. Not only that, but he felt even better than before the match started. Su Chun stood up, flexing his ankles. Every muscle surged with renewed explosive power. I'm fine. Su Chun looked at the fitness coach Lewin beside him. Feeling great. Lewin was puzzled. Just moments ago he was panting so hard he couldn't speak coherently, but after drinking some sports drink, he was full of vitality. Lewin pressed down on Su Chin's calf a few times. He was taken aback. The previously stiff muscle groups were now soft and elastic, a sign of excellent physical condition. This recovery speed. You're a freak. Lewin shook his head. Su Chin grinned. Coach. He turned to Wenger. No need for a substitution in the second half. I can play the full match. Play the full match. Wenger was taken aback. He hadn't expected Su Chun to make such a request. In a derby of this intensity, even veterans struggled, and an 18-year-old rookie wanted to play the full 90 minutes. Let's see for now. Wenger waved his hand and turned to Lewin to ask, how did his condition suddenly improve? Lewin thought for a moment and offered a reasonable explanation. Maybe it's extreme excitement. There have been similar cases in football before. In key derbies, players' adrenaline surges can temporarily mask fatigue. However, pushing through like this will multiply the recovery time needed after the match. Wenger said no more. Since the team doctor believed there was no problem for now, he chose to trust Su Chin's desire to fight. On this hostile away ground, the team desperately needed this flag to stand on the pitch. At the same time, in Tottenham's dressing room, the atmosphere was completely different. That kid is almost out of stamina. Pochettino shouted loudly to all the Tottenham players. I saw it. He could barely walk when he came off. How many times did he change direction in the first half? How many collisions did he endure? His stamina was already bottomed out. Tottenham's defensive stalwarts Deer and Dembele exchanged glances and let out a huge sigh of relief. Defending Su Chun was a physical ordeal and a psychological torture. Now that they knew his tank was empty, they suddenly felt confident again. Goalkeeper Loris sat in the corner, drinking water heavily. In the first half, he had been bombarded by Su Chun, making high saves and low blocks, utterly exhausted. If even the goalkeeper was tired, how could the forward, who kept running back and forth, not be exhausted? Pochettino slapped the tactical board vigorously. Right at the start of the second half. Push forward all out. Substitute off the defensive midfielder and bring on Lamela. Attack relentlessly. Pin Arsenal back in their own half. The 15-minute halftime break passed in an instant. The heavy rain still hadn't stopped. Both sets of players returned to the pitch. As soon as the second half kicked off, Tottenham launched a wave of overwhelming attacks. Header. Check. Brilliant one-handed save. Tottenham have turned the tables from the start of the second half. Arsenal are almost pinned inside their own penalty area, unable to move. In the Sky Sports commentary booth, Neville was commentating loudly. Look at this. This is the North London derby. Tottenham don't want to lose at home. They've brought on more attackers. On the pitch, Harry Kane held his head in his hands, watching the ball saved by Cech off the line in frustration. He was only a fingertip away from equalizing. But this was already the sixth shot of the second half, less than 8 minutes in. Each attempt came closer to a goal. Arsenal's goal was under siege. Arsenal need to find a way. They're sitting too deep now. If they keep letting Tottenham press like this, conceding is only a matter of time. Carragher, watching the broadcast of Wenger frowning, pointed out the problem mercilessly. The bullet comments in the domestic livestream were also filled with lamentations. Arsenal's defense is going to crack sooner or later. They're constantly on the back foot. Where's Su-chun? Where did Su-chun go? He hasn't even touched the ball in the second half. He's exhausted his stamina. He ran too hard in the first half, and now he can barely manage to move. That old fox mod Dexing posted on Weibo again saying Su-chun has been exposed and is invisible in the second half. On the screen, Tottenham had won a corner kick on the right. Over 30,000 Tottenham fans at White Hart Lane erupted with deafening support. Eriksen took the corner. The ball flew toward the near post with a strong inward spin. Near post. Amid the commentators' exclamation. The tall and long-armed Czech leaped high, punching the ball firmly away from above Harry Kane's head with both fists. The veteran goalkeeper landed, took a couple of steps forward, and surveyed the front field. At that moment, he heard a crisp shout. Petr. That was the name of Arsenal's goalkeeper Czech. Czech looked toward the sound. Across more than half the pitch. In the pouring rain, near the center circle on Arsenal's half. Su-chun was standing there raising his right arm to call for the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Czech wound up his right arm and hurled the ball forward with all his strength. The ball sailed over the halfway line, describing a long high arc. It landed precisely in Su-chun's vicinity. Su-chun met the landing point, gently cushioning the ball with the top of his right foot. The ball obediently dropped in front of him. A perfect first touch. Then, turn, push the ball, accelerate forward. All movements were fluid without any pause. The effect of the $1 million potion erupted fully at this moment. Su-chun was like a wild cheetah that had caught the scent of blood. His legs unleashed terrifying propulsion, stepping through the mud and charging directly toward Tottenham's half. How does this look like someone who's out of stamina? Dembele, who had just retreated near the center circle, was completely dumbfounded. That starting speed was even more explosive than the first half. Tottenham were now committed fully to attack. Only two fullbacks, Danny Rose and Walker, remained deep in their own half. A huge gap had opened up, facing the oncoming Danny Rose, who stepped up to intercept. Su-chun didn't slow down at all. From 2 meters away, he pushed the ball to the left with his left foot, then quickly dragged it back with his right. A direct, ruthless change of rhythm, combined with max-level explosiveness. Like a red whirlwind, he left Danny Rose completely in his dust. Rose didn't even have a chance to grab his jersey. Walker, the last line of defense, panicked. He watched Su-chun approach the edge of the penalty area at beastly speed. Walker gritted his teeth and slid in from the side. He wasn't trying to win the ball. He only aimed to bring down Su-chun man and ball. Facing this powerful sliding tackle, Su-chun was ready. He stamped his left foot heavily on the turf. The massive reaction force lifted his body. He leaped over the sliding Walker, ball and all. Leaping over the tackle, one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Beautiful. Beautiful. Neville stood up in the commentary booth, roaring at the top of his lungs. One-on-one. Su-chun received the ball. Lloris is charging out. Su-chun is still accelerating. 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 At the edge of the penalty area, French international goalkeeper Lloris' eyes bloodshot rushed off his line. The humiliation of the chipped goal in the first half was still fresh. Lloris spread his arms, lowered his center of gravity, and blocked all ground shot angles. If you dare to shoot, I'll block it with my body. The distance between them closed rapidly. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Lloris decisively went to ground to grab the ball at Su-chun's feet. In the split second before Lloris's body hit the ground, Su-chun's right toe lightly nudged the ball a meter to the left. Then he sharply pulled his leg back and jumped over Lloris's outstretched arm. A nutmeg on the goalkeeper, beating the keeper. Lloris caught nothing but air, lying helplessly on the turf, turning his head to look behind. Su-chun having stepped over Lloris. Before him loomed a massive empty net. Su-chun gently pushed the ball with his left foot. The ball rolled into the white netting without suspense. Goal. 2-0. 2-0. Not a chip. He directly dribbled past the goalkeeper. He turned the French national team's starting goalkeeper into a stationary post. Neville's voice was hoarse from sheer excitement. This is the red lightning of China. At the moment when Arsenal were most passive in the second half, Su-chun used a 70-meter solo run to shatter the goal at White Hart Lane. The previously roaring White Hart Lane, tens of thousands of Tottenham fans, at this moment fell into dead silence. Every face was etched with bewilderment. Wasn't he supposed to be out of stamina? Didn't Pochettino say this kid wouldn't even be able to run for position in the second half? What kind of monster was that, sprinting 70 meters through the mud and shaking off 3 defenders? In the heavy rain, Su-chun paid no attention to the devastated expressions of the Tottenham players. He shook off the teammates who came to embrace him, ran straight to the corner flag area. He grabbed the red and white jersey and pulled it over his head, turning around. He presented his back to the broadcast camera in the stands. Number 14. Name Messieu. The rain continued to pour down. Beneath the stands where 3,000 diehard Arsenal fans sat at White Hart Lane, Su-chun turned around. His red and white jersey, soaked through by the rain, clung tightly to his explosively muscular frame. The large number 14 on his back was conspicuous and glaring. The entire stadium fell into dead silence. The over 40,000 Tottenham fans who had been spewing a torrent of curses moments before were now completely muted. Raindrops struck their faces and also struck the face of the French national goalkeeper Lloris, who lay slumped before the goal. Lloris was sprawled out in the muddy water. His gloves were caked with mud. He gasped for air, his eyes fixed intently on the retreating figure of Su Chun. He had thought he had seen through Su Chen's patterns. He had thought Su Chun was just a reckless kid who only knew how to keep his head down and dribble. But what in the world was that just now? Starting from his own half, a violent 70-meter sprint, he blew past Danny Rose. He jumped over Walker's sliding tackle, and then facing the goalkeeper's charge, that incredibly delicate nutmeg. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. As the starting goalkeeper for the French national team, Loris had seen all kinds of storms. But in that moment when Su Chen closed in, Loris saw in him an unstoppable primordial beast. That completely irrational bulldozer style of play. It crushed him utterly in terms of sheer presence. Loris was afraid. He was panicked. He covered his face with both hands, burying it deep into the slick grass. In this duel with the young Chinese player he had lost, he was utterly defeated. Loris finally pulled himself up from the mud, watching the figure of number 14 fade into the distance. "Next time we meet, I won't let you get past me so easily," Loris muttered fiercely in his heart, clenching his fists inside his thick gloves. But it felt more like a feeble act of self-consolation. This white, ghostly silhouette had already become the nightmare of his professional career. On the sidelines, Tottenham's manager Pochettino was completely stunned. He stood transfixed like a wooden post in front of the technical area. His tactical board lay discarded in a puddle. His mouth was agape, his mind a tangled mess. A 70-meter violent dribbling assault. And it included high-intensity, rapid changes of direction. How the hell could a player who was supposedly exhausted do something like that? Just 10 minutes ago, he had confidently shouted to all his players that Su Chun was out of energy. He had ordered the team to push forward and attack. And what was the result? They had their defenses torn apart from the back by a solo run. Pochettino felt a burning sting on his face. This speed, this ball control, this damned ability to recover energy. A monster. This kid was definitely a mutated monster. Pochettino finally realized how laughable his pre-match plans for a suffocating defense were. How could you strangle a perpetual motion machine that never seemed to tire? 2-0. It's 2-0. In front of the Arsenal substitutes bench. Assistant coach Bold was so excited he jumped directly onto Wenger's back. The veteran manager Wenger was grinning from ear to ear, raising his hands high to acknowledge the away fans' cheers. "He is our new king of Highbury." Wenger said, his eyes growing a little hot as he watched the young figure on the pitch. A 70-meter solo charge. Continuous explosive bursts of pace. Beating the goalkeeper and slotting into an empty net. It was a perfect replica of Henry in his prime. Even more domineering and irrational than Henry. Wenger had been on tenterhooks, fearing Su Chen's stamina wouldn't hold out until the end. Now it seemed this kid's physical makeup was a complete enigma. No matter how fierce the opposition, he always managed to pull out something new. With such an attacking core, why should Arsenal just fight for a top 4 finish? Wenger's gaze drifted towards the top of the league table much further away. A bold idea so crazy it surprised even himself began to take root in his heart. When the title, with Su Chen, Arsenal would definitely claim the Premier League trophy they had been missing for so long. At that moment, the online world back home had erupted into a sea of joy. In the live stream of the sports channel, barrage comments were so dense, they completely obscured the broadcast picture. "It's insane. A solo run through the whole team. Who can stop that? What damn Tottenham meat grinder? They're all made of paper in front of our god Su. Who said he had no stamina? Come out and show yourself. He ran faster than a rabbit just now. Brothers charge. Let's raid the old scoundrel Maud Dexing's Weibo." At this moment, the FA's hired journalist Maud Dexing, who had just published an article bashing Su Chun for being exposed and disappearing in the second half, found his Weibo comment section flooded with 100,000 messages in 3 minutes. "Old dog, is this what you call disappearing? A 70-meter solo run is disappearing to you. Kneel down and watch the game. Open your dog eyes and see the power of a Chinese man. You useless piece of trash raised by the FA. Delete your post and quit the internet to save yourself." In a high-end apartment, Maud Dexing trembled with rage as he looked at the flood of abusive private messages on his phone. His face was ashen. Finally, unable to withstand the terrifying wave of online backlash, he gritted his teeth and with a click dejectedly pressed the button to close his comment section. Back on the pitch, the game restarted from the center circle. Being 2 goals down, coupled with the humiliation on their home turf, completely snapped the already taut nerves of the Tottenham players. The hatred for their century-old arch-rivals completely overpowered their reason. White Hart Lane had become a true gladiatorial arena of blood. The defensive actions of the Tottenham players began to spiral out of control. Whenever an Arsenal player got the ball, they were kicked and pulled. This was especially true for Su Chun. In the 65th minute of the match, Su Chun received the ball at the center circle arc. He had just controlled the ball at his feet and was about to start his advance when the Argentine forward Lamela, just substituted on by Pochettino, lunged in from the side with his studs showing. A vicious sliding tackle, aimed directly at Su Chen's ankle. Su Chun reacted extremely quickly, lifting his foot at the last moment, but Lamela still brought him and the ball down into the mud. The referee's whistle blew furiously. Without hesitation, he pulled out a yellow card to warn Lamela. But this single yellow card could not quell the fury of the Arsenal players. Midfield General Jack Wilshere was the first to charge over. He grabbed Lamela by the collar, spittle flying. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Trying to cripple him? Are you even a man resorting to dirty tackles because you can't play?" Lamela did not back down, puffing out his chest and shoving Wilshere back forcefully. Players from both sides quickly swarmed in creating a chaotic scene. The referee blew his whistle desperately forcibly separating the two and punished both with a yellow card each. Calm down, Jack. Don't fall for it. Santi Cazorla pulled back the fiery Wilshere. Suchin got up from the mud brushing the grass clippings off his shorts. His ankle was stinging fiercely. These guys were truly desperate, willing to use any dirty trick. But he didn't care at all. Because in his mind the crisp sound of gold coins dropping was ringing wildly. Ding. Suffered a malicious foul. Reward 5,000 euros. Ding. Successful dribble. Reward 1,000 euros. What was a foul of this level? As long as his leg wasn't broken, this was just free money. On the sidelines, Wenger washed with his heart in his throat. Leading by 2 goals, the 3 points were basically secure. He absolutely could not tolerate his tactical core getting injured by these butchers on the pitch. Arsenal's team doctor was already waiting on the touchline with his medical kit. Gnabry, go warm up. Get Sue off the field now. Wenger yelled at the top of his lungs. Gnabry took off his training jacket and started doing high knees near the sideline. At the next stoppage in play, Arsenal would make the substitution immediately. The game continued. Arsenal retained possession. Tottenham pushed forward en masse, leaving large open spaces in their defense. In the 68th minute, Cazorla made an extremely precise tackle in the defensive half. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a long ball forward. The ball cut through the curtain of rain, flying straight into the heart of Tottenham's penalty area. Their only Suchun and Tottenham's defensive midfielder Deer were sprinting for the ball. Suchun held his position. Facing the falling ball, he moved forward instead of retreating, stretching out his chest gracefully. The ball struck Suchun's broad chest. It didn't bounce away. This was the terror of having max-level ball control. The ball rolled smoothly down to Suchun's feet. Deer was already closing in, trying to use his body to overpower Suchun. Suchun controlled and passed in one fluid motion. He didn't bother grappling with Deer. A deft flick with the outside of his left foot, then a large stride forward with his right. A violent burst of pace. The ball slid through the rain, carving a straight white line as it headed deep into the box. Deer was completely unable to keep up with this inhuman acceleration. By the time he turned to chase, Suchun was already half a body length ahead. Deer panicked. He was completely panicked. If Suchun got past him again, only Loris would be left in front of the goal. This would surely lead to another goal. Without time to think, Deer inside the penalty area stuck out his right leg. He tripped Suchun's standing leg from behind. Suchun was brought down hard. He rolled over twice on the slick grass, clutching his ankle as he lay in the box. This time Deer had truly committed a dirty foul. The referee's whistle was sharp and piercing. Without any hesitation, the referee's hand pointed straight to the penalty spot. And he wasn't done. The referee strode purposefully over to Deer. He reached into his pocket. He held up a yellow card. Then, as Deer's face filled with terror, the referee pulled out a bright red card. A second yellow card turning into a red. Deer was sent off, and a penalty was awarded to Arsenal. The White Hart Lane crowd erupted in that split second. 40,000 Tottenham fans let out a deafening chorus of boos. Cheat. This is a damn cheat. Dive. That kid definitely dived. All the Tottenham players went crazy. Loris was the first to sprint out of his goal, his eyes bloodshot. He was running so fast he slipped in the mud. After getting up, Loris, along with several Tottenham defenders, surrounded the referee. Are you blind? He's acting. He's diving. Loris screamed furiously at the referee, spraying spittle in his face. Lamela charged directly at Suchun, who was still on the ground holding his leg. Get up now, you dirty clown. Lamela reached out, trying to yank Suchun up from the ground. Get your filthy hands off him, a roar erupted. Wilshere, like an angry bull, sprinted over from 10 meters away. He delivered a fierce two-handed shove, slamming into Lamela's chest. Lamela staggered back 3 or 4 steps before falling on his backside in the mud. This was the spark that lit the powder keg. Tottenham defenders Walker and Dembele charged at Wilshere with red eyes. Arsenal's Mertesacker, Cazorla, and others refused to back down, rushing into the box as well. Substitutes from both sides. Even the usually mild-mannered staff members all surged over the sidelines and onto the pitch, shoving, cursing, jersey pulling. The scene was completely out of control. The referee blew his whistle desperately until his face turned purple, but no one listened. The linesman also ran in to try and break it up, only to be elbowed by an unknown hand. White Hart Lane had descended into utter chaos. A clash. A massive clash. Sky Sports commentator Neville screamed into his microphone. Oh my God. This is the essence of the North London Derby. Suchun won a penalty. Not only did he get Deer sent off, but he also completely shattered Tottenham's entire psychological defense. The Tottenham players are having a mental breakdown. This match is becoming unplayable. The head referee blew his whistle with all his might, his face turning purple, but no one paid him any heed. The linesman rushed in to break up the scuffle, only to be elbowed hard by an unknown hand. White Hart Lane descended into utter chaos. Minutes later, with the forceful intervention of numerous security personnel, the large-scale pushing and shouting were barely quelled. The head referee, drenched in sweat, issued 2 more yellow cards to the instigating Tottenham and Arsenal players. The match could finally resume. Yet the atmosphere at White Hart Lane had become unbearably tense. Every Tottenham player staring at Suchun standing on the penalty spot had eyes brimming with barely contained fury, and even a fear they themselves hadn't acknowledged. Yes, fear. This North London derby, with all its shame and pain inflicted upon Tottenham, was the doing of this Chinese youth wearing the number 14 jersey. Suchun held the ball and placed it firmly on the penalty spot. Just then Tottenham goalkeeper Hugo Lloris strode up to him. "You diving cheat. Winning a penalty with such despicable tricks, you're a coward." Lloris bent down, shouting inches from Suchun's face. Suchun stood upright, staring coldly at the goalkeeper, trying to provoke him with words to disrupt his penalty-taking focus. Such a petty trick was far too low. Jack Wilshere saw this and immediately charged over to push Lloris away. Suchun grabbed his hot-tempered teammate and shook his head. Lloris retreated to his goal line, still refusing to shut up. "I know which side you're aiming for. You don't even have the guts to look me in the eye. Come on, coward, kick it right at me." Lloris kept waving his gloved hands. Suchun simply ignored him. Seeing Suchun completely unfazed, Lloris felt a pang of uncertainty. Was this kid really just an 18-year-old rookie? Such composure unshaken even when the sky falls was beyond even many veteran players in their 30s. Lloris gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down. A penalty was a psychological duel between goalkeeper and striker. If he guessed the right direction, he was confident he could save it. After confirming that only Suchun and Lloris were inside the box, the head referee blew his whistle forcefully. A sharp blast. All eyes were on them. All the traveling Arsenal fans rose to their feet. Tottenham supporters let out a deafening chorus of boos, trying to create noise to distract him. On the sidelines, Mauricio Pochettino and Arsene Wenger both held their breath. Suchun took 3 steps back. He glanced at the goal. Lloris crouched on the line, hopping slightly left and right, trying to confuse Suchun. Suchun wasn't fooled. He began his run-up. His right instep struck the ball with force. Bang! The ball wasn't a low-driven shot, nor did it rely on a change of pace to deceive the keeper. Instead, it soared into the air, turning into a streak of white light. It rocketed straight for the absolute top left corner of the goal, the perfect angle where the crossbar meets the post. This was the blind spot farthest from the goalkeeper's reach. If it hit that angle, even if the keeper jumped early, he would never touch it. Lloris guessed the right direction, his body fully stretched in midair. But the ball was too fast, the angle too precise. Swish! The crisp sound of the ball hitting the net echoed worldwide through the broadcast microphone. It was a goal. 3-0. A hat trick. The away section at Arsenal erupted with earth-shattering cheers. A magnificent top corner strike. Suchun has completed his hat trick. Lloris had no chance. Suchun responded to White Hart Lane's relentless boos in the most powerful way. Gary Neville shouted on the commentary desk, slamming the table. After scoring, Suchun didn't celebrate wildly. He turned and strolled over to Lloris, who was picking himself up from the turf. Looking down at the French international goalkeeper, Suchun taunted, "Your performance was quite entertaining. Too bad your goal is as wide as a morning highway. Clown." Hearing this, Lloris felt blood rush to his head. His pride as a top goalkeeper was utterly shattered. With a roar, he swung his fist and charged at Suchun. Just as the fist was about to land, a pair of strong arms wrapped tightly around Lloris's waist. It was Tottenham defender Jan Vertonghen. "Calm down, Hugo. Are you insane?" Vertonghen dragged Lloris back. "He's deliberately provoking you. Do you want a red card and leave us with 9 men? Hearing this, Lloris shuddered. A cold sweat broke out on his back. If he had thrown that punch, it would have been an instant red card. Tottenham would be down to 9 against 11, leading to an unprecedented massacre. Lloris panted heavily, his gaze at Suchun, now filled with deep wariness. This kid's skills were terrifying, but his cunning was even more chilling. Seeing Lloris stopped, Suchun shrugged indifferently. Too bad he didn't get a red card. He turned and spread his arms wide, welcoming his charging Arsenal teammates. On the sidelines. After the penalty was scored, Wenger immediately called over the 4th official. Substitution. With a 3-goal lead and Tottenham down a man, the game was decided. He refused to let his precious gem spend another second on this brutal battlefield. During a stoppage, the substitution board was raised. Serge Gnabry replaced Suchun. Amidst the thunderous boos of Tottenham fans and the adoration of Arsenal supporters, Suchun strode off the pitch. As he stepped off the sideline, Wenger eagerly approached him. He wrapped an arm around Suchun's shoulder. "Brilliantly done, son. Let Lewin check your ankle quickly." Suchun sat on the bench, and team Dr. Gary Lewin immediately knelt before him with his medical kit. He removed the sock and shin guard. Several dark purple stud marks were clearly visible on Suchun's ankle and calf. Lewin put on gloves and carefully pressed and examined them. "Boss, no damage to the bones or ligaments. Just bruising. Ice packs for swelling, and it'll be fine." Hearing the doctor's conclusion, Wenger let out a long sigh of relief. As long as his core player wasn't injured, this derby was a textbook perfect victory. He turned his attention back to the pitch. With Suchun the biggest threat gone, the pressure on Tottenham's defense eased significantly. But the hostility between the two teams hadn't dissipated. The Tottenham players, down a man completely, let loose their tackles, growing increasingly aggressive. Arsenal responded in kind, retaliating with fouls. The latter half of the second half became a full-blown logging contest. Whistles blew incessantly. Yellow cards flew like snowflakes. Finally, after 5 minutes of stoppage time, the head referee blew the final whistle. As the sound faded, the referee himself breathed a huge sigh of relief. If the match had gone on any longer, a major medical incident would have been inevitable. The post-match statistics came out. In the entire match, Tottenham received a staggering 8 yellow cards and 1 red. Arsenal also got 6 yellow cards. The combined tally of 14 yellow cards and 1 red set a new record for the North London Derby in the past decade. In the end, Arsenal, thanks to Suchin's hat-trick, crushed their arch-rivals Tottenham Hotspur 3-0 away. 3 points secured. A third consecutive league victory. Their league ranking shot straight into the top 3. As Suchin, draped in his jacket, walked through the player tunnel under security escort, the entire Premier League, even all of European football, was rocked by a massive earthquake because of his performances in these 3 matches. 3 consecutive Premier League games. 3 consecutive hat-tricks. Such insane scoring efficiency was unthinkable for any newcomer, let alone a debutant. Even prime Lionel Messi or Cristiano Ronaldo couldn't guarantee such a feat upon arriving in the Premier League. Suchin's violent red whirlwind had completely swept across the European continent. Within half an hour of the match ending, the front-page headlines of all major sports media were unified. Sky Sports: the Premier League welcomes a historic talent. The new king of North London is crowned. The Sun: 3 games 9 goals. The Chinese bulldozer crushes White Hart Lane. L'Equipe: Loris's nightmare. Suchin's 70-meter sprint humiliates the French international goalkeeper. Head coaches of top European clubs all had Suchin's match footage on their desks. Everyone was scrutinizing this Chinese youth under a magnifying glass. The more they studied, the more their hearts pounded. Speed, strength, explosiveness, ball control, composure. There was no weakness to be found. Renowned English football pundit Gary Lineker remarked during the post-match show, "A perfect attacking machine is taking shape at the Emirates." Now every defender in the Premier League faces a desperate question. Who can stop Suchin? The match is over. The match is over. Arsenal defeated their arch-rival Tottenham Hotspur 3-0 away from home, breaking into the top 3 of the standings. They are hot on the heels of Chelsea, who sits in first place. In the Sky Sports broadcast booth, Neville roared in a hoarse voice. Who would have thought? Arsenal, whose defense was criticized as fragile at the start of the season under Suchin's leadership, crushed their arch-rival in the most brutal fashion. A victory over Chelsea. A home thrashing of Aston Villa. A bloodbath away at White Hart Lane. 3 Premier League matches. Suchin has scored a total of 9 goals. Neville suddenly stood up, pressing his hands on the commentary desk, his eyes fixed on the Chinese youth wearing the number 14 jersey on the broadcast screen. It can be said that Arsenal's crazy winning streak is entirely brought by Suchin alone. With this unreasonable genius striker, we can have much higher expectations for Arsenal's season. Beside him, Carragher nodded repeatedly. Carragher had to admit that he was completely conquered by Suchin. At this moment, Carragher began to eagerly anticipate Suchin's next match. He was certain that this 18-year-old youth would definitely become a world-class superstar. Carragher had seen too many rookies who peaked at their debut and then quickly faded away. But Suchin was completely different. Within Suchin's body lurked a beast that never knew fatigue. Carragher now desperately wanted to see just how much of a shock this Chinese youth could deliver to the Premier League by the end of the season. Into the top 3. Awesome. Playing like this, Arsenal is definitely winning the title this year. 3 league matches, 3 consecutive hat-tricks. Just ask who else can do this. I'm a bit worried he'll peak at his debut, and then his stamina won't keep up. Don't jinx it. Didn't you see him running faster than a rabbit in the second half? On the domestic Weibo platform, the topic of the North London Derby shot straight to number 1 on the trending list. Chinese fans indulged in an all-night celebration across major forums. Regardless, this year's Premier League Golden Boot is definitely secured. Someone posted assertively, "Yeah, the record for the Premier League Golden Boot is at most around 30 goals. Now Suchin has scored 9 in 3 games. There are still over 30 league rounds left. At this rate, he'll break the Golden Boot record in half a season. This is so satisfying. I never thought I'd live to see a Chinese player win the Premier League Golden Boot. It's a pity that those idiots in the FA actually issued a statement expelling him. What nonsense about going to nightclubs for women, provoking rival fans. What kind of pathetic excuse for expulsion is that? An 18-year-old young man single and dating. Is that a crime? The FA is a joke. That old dog Ma Dexing even closed his comment section. What a spineless coward." Eventually, the comment sections of major sports sections turned into an exhibition hall where fans creatively vented their fury at the FA and unscrupulous journalists. After the match concluded in the away team's dressing room at White Hart Lane, Arsenal's players wildly sprayed mineral water, celebrating this exhilarating derby victory. Wenger watched his disciples' antics with a smile. Once everyone had exhausted their excitement, Wenger clapped his hands, signaling for silence. "Well done, lads. Tonight you are the kings of North London." Wenger's tone shifted, his expression turning serious. "But the celebration ends here. There's no winter break in the Premier League. To tackle the upcoming Christmas fixture pileup, we must prepare in advance. In the next 2 months, we have 10 league matches, 2 League Cup ties, and the Champions League group stage." Wenger tapped the tactics board heavily with his finger. "On average, there's a high-intensity match every 4 days. The depth of our squad will face its sternest test. So no day off tomorrow. Assemble at the Coney Training Center at 9 sharp. No one is allowed to be late." Hearing this, the players put away their playful expressions and shouted in unison that they understood. On the bus back to the Coney base, the carriage was very quiet. Most players wore headphones with their eyes closed. Suchin leaned back in the leather seat in the last row, closed his eyes, and opened the system panel in his mind. He began to tally the bountiful rewards from this North London derby. Cumulative running distance exceeded 10,000 meters. Fouls suffered 5 times. Successful dribbles 18 times. Plus the goal-scoring reward for the hat-trick. After this match, €780 were directly added to his system account. That wasn't all. Suchun had just signed that lucrative bonus contract with Arsenal yesterday. Win bonus £100,000. Goal bonus 3 goals £450,000. Just the single match bonus from the club amounted to £550,000. Converted to euros, it directly exceeded 600,000. Adding the system rewards in a 90-minute match, Suchun had frantically pocketed nearly 700,000 euros. This money-making speed was more exaggerated than a printing press. Suchun closed the funds panel with satisfaction and moved his gaze down. Main quest: achieve a 5-match winning streak in the Premier League. Current progress, 35. He was only 2 matches away from obtaining that A-rank godly skill cannon shot. Suchun glanced at the upcoming fixture list. The next 2 opponents. Away to Everton. Home to Manchester City. Both were notoriously tough nuts in the Premier League. Especially Manchester City, which had been splashing cash to buy players in recent years, boasting an extremely luxurious squad. Suchun rolled his neck and his bones cracked audibly. Whoever it was, if they dared to stand in his way, he would crush them all. Just then the phone in Suchun's pocket vibrated. It was his third uncle, Su Dingfang. Suchun pressed the answer button and lowered his voice. Hello, third uncle. On the other end of the line, Su Dingfang's voice trembled with excitement. Xiaochun, your performance today was so domineering. The fans back home are going crazy. Let me tell you something serious. In just these 2 hours, my phone has been blown up by sponsors from home and abroad. Su Dingfang gasped for air. Nike, Adidas, Puma. These 3 giants have all sent their top Asia-Pacific executives flying to London overnight. They want to negotiate with you in person tomorrow morning. Nike already hinted on the phone, willing to offer a super endorsement contract worth 80 million euros over 5 years. As long as you agree, the money can be in your account tomorrow. Hearing this figure, Suchun's expression didn't change. He was fully aware of his current commercial value. With the Chinese market of over 1 billion people behind him, he was now the most lucrative cash cow in the global sports industry. Third uncle, keep them waiting. Suchun said in a steady tone. Su Dingfang was stunned. Keep them waiting? This is 80 million euros. Too little. Suchun chuckled. I've only played 3 matches. Wait until I win the Premier League Golden Boot and help Arsenal secure the league title. This offer will at least double. Tell those brands if they want to sign me, come with the sincerity of an offer over 150 million euros. Otherwise, don't even bother. He hung up the phone. Suchun shifted to a more comfortable position and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, newsstands across England were dominated by Suchun's photos. The Sun's headline: Chinese bulldozer crushes White Hart Lane. 17-year-old's 9 goals in 3 games shocks the world. The Times: terrifying consecutive hat tricks. A new king ascends, Arsenal rekindles title hopes. Daily Mail: Loris's nightmare. The boy in the number 14 jersey conquers the Premier League. For a time, Suchun's name was on everyone's lips in every street and alley across England. A huge question mark loomed in the minds of all fans and media personnel. Could Arsenal really win the title this season? That evening, inside the live broadcast studio of Sky Sports' flagship program Premier League Preview, the famous host Lineker sat on the central sofa. Beside him sat 3 special guests: the legendary Manchester United captain known for his fiery temper and sharp tongue, Roy Keane; Arsenal's all-time top scorer, the king of Highbury, Thierry Henry; and another guest was the famous British national sweetheart supermodel Catherine, dressed in a figure-hugging deep V-neck red dress with a body so hot it could make your nose bleed. Inviting Keane and Henry was naturally for the most professional tactical analysis. Inviting Catherine was partly for her devilish figure, which could boost ratings. On the other hand, it was because she had been photographed by paparazzi returning to an apartment with Suchun late at night a few days ago, creating a sensational scandal. Lineker threw out the core topic of the night. Can Arsenal win the ultimate Premier League title this year? Lineker looked at the 2 legends. Keane didn't hesitate to snort coldly. Absolutely impossible. Oh, Roy, why are you so sure? Lineker quickly pressed. Keane crossed his arms, his face full of disdain. Suchun is indeed very talented and fast, but he's too young. The long Premier League season is extremely brutal. Do you really think you can win the league title relying on an 18-year-old kid? Keane pointed at Arsenal's crest on the big screen. Arsenal is too dependent on Suchun now. This is very dangerous. When winter comes and the pitches get muddy, those butchers from relegation-threatened teams will definitely increase the physicality of their defending. He'll hit the rookie wall soon. What if Suchun's form drops? What if he gets injured? Arsenal will immediately be exposed for what they are and return to the race for 4th place. Hearing this, Henry, sitting nearby, was instantly furious. Roy, that's pure jealousy on your part. Henry countered without holding back. Dependence. Arsenal has such a powerful player, why shouldn't they depend on him? 9 goals in 3 games. Who on your Manchester United team can do that? Henry leaned forward, his demeanor imposing. That 70-meter solo run at White Hart Lane, his physical strength couldn't be handled even by a strong man like Dembele. Do you think those relegation-threatened teams can stop him? Don't be ridiculous. Their views were diametrically opposed. The atmosphere in the studio immediately became tense. This was exactly the effect the show's producers wanted. Seeing the two big shots about to quarrel, Lineker quickly changed the subject, looking at the ever-smiling supermodel Catherine. Catherine, what do you think? Do you think Arsenal can win the title? Catherine lounged lazily on the sofa, deliberately thrusting out her impressive figure. This action made the gentlemen in the studio involuntarily avert their eyes. I don't know if Arsenal can win the title. To be honest, I don't care either. Catherine winked at the camera, her smile alluring. The only man I care about is the one wearing the number 14 jersey. The way he sprints on the pitch is so domineering. It makes one can't help but want to be completely conquered by him. Lineker coughed dryly, quickly reminding her. Catherine, I must remind you, Su Chun has only just turned 18. What's wrong with 18? 18 is when a man is strongest and most energetic. Catherine was completely unconcerned with public opinion. She turned directly to the live camera and blew an incredibly seductive kiss. Sue, if you're watching this show, I want to tell you. If you score in the next match against Everton. Catherine licked her red lips, her voice sweet and syrupy. I am willing to wear your number 14 jersey and throw a private party just for you. Wherever you want and do whatever you want. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of countless men across England shattered into pieces. Online forums exploded instantly. Damn, this is unbearable. My goddess. Publicly throwing herself at that Chinese kid on TV. Brothers from Everton, you must defend Goodison Park's honor in the next match. Su Chun must not be allowed to score. Take him out. He must be taken out. Su Chun, Su Chun, Su Chun. Inside the broadcast booth of Sky Sports, commentator Gary Lineker's voice began to rise higher and higher the moment Su Chun dribbled past John Stones, until the ball sailed past the goalkeeper and nestled securely into the net. His emotions reached their peak. Cool. Beautiful. An outrageous dribble. A textbook push shot. This is a classic long-range surge reminiscent of Ricardo Isaacson dos Santos Leite Kaká. Wow. A breathtaking moment that sends shivers down your spine. So domineering. So magnificent. A world-class goal with maximum spectacle. Just then, the applause of the entire stadium. Through the high-definition audio equipment of the on-site cameras, it spread clearly across the world. Countless English fans sitting in front of their televisions were stunned. They had anticipated Goodison Park erupting in even fiercer boos. But the reality was the exact opposite. The on-site director locked the camera firmly on the homestand. In the frame, countless fervent fans wearing Everton's blue jerseys stood up, applauded. They were clapping for the opponent who had torn through their own defense. They were applauding for Su Chun. This unbelievable scene left all the fans in front of their TVs dumbfounded, especially the Chinese fans. A Chinese player, after scoring an away goal, actually received a standing ovation from the loyal home fans. What an honor this was. On the pitch, Su Chun looked around the stands in surprise. Then his expression turned solemn. He stopped his celebration, raised his hands high, and gently clapped his palms, using the same applause to thank the live fans for their love and respect for football itself. My God, it's unbelievable. Su Chun received cheers from the entire home crowd. The Everton fans have been completely conquered by him. Lineker shouted, clutching his head. Beside him, Jamie Carragher was also utterly astonished. Once Kaká conquered the discerning Manchester United fans at the Theatre of Dreams with an incredible long-range run. Over 70,000 Englishmen stood up and applauded for that Brazilian. Carragher swallowed hard. And now at the equally passionate Goodison Park, a Chinese player, a young man of only 18 years old, has also received this exclusive treatment reserved for top superstars. Tens of thousands of Everton fans, though deeply disheartened by their team being 2 goals down. But at this moment, they were completely conquered by Su Chun's goal, the unstoppable violent breakthrough, the intoxicating elastico dribble, the cool decisive push shot in the face of the goalkeeper. All of it was unforgettable and sent shivers down the spine. Inside the studio of China's national sports channel, commentator He Wei's slightly red voice soaring. This is the most beautiful moment in Chinese football history. Perhaps 10 years from now, when Su Chun has retired from the pitch, this scene will still be talked about repeatedly by countless Chinese fans, forever etched in our memories. In the domestic online live stream, the barrage of comments had become so thick that the broadcast screen was completely obscured. All the fans stood up and applauded. This is epic. Holy shit. I can't find any other word besides holy shit. So badass. This is fucking Kaká reborn. Superstar treatment. Genuine superstar treatment. Old dogs of the Football Association, come out and see your God. The man you expelled is now being worshipped like a deity by all of England. In that instant, all Chinese fans felt an unprecedented sense of national pride. Their compatriot, the genius of China, in a hostile away ground with the most formidable strength, conquered the most difficult opponents. The halftime whistle blew. People were still immersed in the shock of that 30-second standing ovation. The score was frozen at 2-0. The 15-minute break passed in an instant. The second half began. Driven by the roar of manager Roberto Martinez, the Everton players refused to surrender at home. They pushed forward and forced launching a frenzied counterattack. Ross Barkley and Romelu Lukaku created danger repeatedly up front, putting Arsenal's defense on edge. Faced with this situation, Arsène Wenger on the sidelines made a decisive tactical adjustment. He substituted the French tall striker Olivier Giroud for the tiring winger Theo Walcott. The formation directly changed to a 4-4-2, letting Giroud and Su Chun partner as twin strikers. For Wenger, this was a bold live test. Arsenal's current attack was overly reliant on Su Chin's individual breakthroughs. With a 2-goal lead, Wenger had enough capital to experiment with new tactical patterns. The experimental results made Wenger's eyes light up. With the 192-meter tall, extremely strong Giroud playing as the target man, all the dirty work of physical duels and contesting aerial balls was handled by Giroud. Giroud was a perfect tactical fulcrum. With him drawing the attention of 2 center-backs up front, Su Chin's range of movement became even larger and his runs more flexible and free. This chemistry between a tall and a fast player immediately showed its terrifying power on the pitch. Wenger stroked his chin on the sidelines, nodding repeatedly. When the game was stuck, the back line could directly launch long balls to Giroud. Giroud would head the ball down, and Su Chin would sprint onto it, facing the goal directly. This tactical plan B was tailor-made for this striking pair. As time passed, under Arsenal's multi-dimensional assault, the fighting spirit of the Everton players gradually wore down. Combined with the immense physical drain, the game's tempo began to slow. In the 73rd minute, Wenger's tactical vision was perfectly vindicated. Arsenal intercepted the ball in their own half, and Santi Cazorla launched a 60-meter-long pass straight to the front. Giroud leaped high at the top of the penalty area, overpowering Everton center-back John Stones, and nodded the ball down precisely to the left channel. There, a white lightning bolt had already torn through the defense, arriving on cue. It was Su Chin. Su Chin didn't even wait for the ball to bounce. Meeting the ball laid off by Giroud, his left foot planted, his right foot's outside struck a powerful, venomous volley. Bang! The ball transformed into a white streak, crashing fiercely into the top right corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Tim Howard didn't even make a move. 3-0. Su Chin had scored another hat-trick away from home. For consecutive Premier League matches. For consecutive hat-tricks. This was a crazy record worthy of the Premier League history books. In the stands of Goodison Park, those Everton fans who had been holding on now covered their faces in pain. The game was over. Completely over. Faced with such an unreasonable scoring machine, any defensive tactic was futile. In his mind, the system's crisp notification sound rang wildly. Ding. Goal confirmed. Reward 1,000 euros. Ding. Completed a hat-trick in a single match. Bonus reward 2,000 euros. Su Chin rushed to Giroud, leaping heavily onto the Frenchman's back, and the two laughed heartily, celebrating this wonderful team goal. Leading by 3 goals, all suspense vanished from the match. In the 83rd minute, the 4th official held up the substitution board. Su Chin was replaced by the young Serge Gnabry. This was the first time since Su Chin's debut in the Premier League that he had played beyond the 80th minute before being substituted. When Su Chin turned and slowly walked off the pitch, Goodison Park once again resounded with unified applause. This time the applause was even more fervent than in the first half. Over 40,000 fans paid their highest respects to the king who had run rampant in their home ground. Su Chin raised his hands high, applauding in thanks as he stepped off the grass. Receiving the recognition of hostile away fans, Su Chin has already demonstrated the absolute potential of a superstar. Lineker exclaimed loudly from the commentary desk. No, remove the word potential. He is now the hottest superstar in the Premier League. Carragher immediately corrected loudly. What a brilliant performance, kid. As soon as Su Chin stepped off the pitch, Wenger strode up to him. The veteran manager pulled Su Chin into a hug, patting his broad back vigorously. Team Dr. Lewin immediately draped a dry towel over Su Chin's shoulders and handed him a sports drink. Su Chin, drinking water, high-fived his teammates on the bench one by one to celebrate. In the final moments of the match, Everton scored a consolation goal from a corner with Lukaku heading it home. But it was too little too late. The referee blew the final long whistle. 3-1. Arsenal had won handily away at the tough Everton. All 3 points. For consecutive Premier League victories. On the updated league table, Arsenal's points reached 14, biting firmly at the heels of leaders Chelsea sitting in second place. Only 1 step away from the top. Su Chin sat on the team bus, opening the system panel in his mind. Total running distance exceeded 9,000 meters. Fouled maliciously 4 times. Successful dribbles 12 times. Successful passes 30 times. Plus the goal rewards from the hat-trick. After this match, the system account gained over 60,000 euros directly, adding the win bonus and goal bonus from Arsenal's lucrative contract. This trip to Liverpool netted Su Chin nearly 600,000 euros in total wealth. He glanced at the progress bar of the main quest. Main quest achieved 5 consecutive Premier League wins. Current progress, 45. Only 1 match remained until the A-grade ultimate skill cannon shot. As long as he won the next match, his Arsenal would receive an epic upgrade. Just as Su Chin was calculating the upcoming fixtures, Jack Wilshere, sitting in the front row, suddenly grabbed his phone and bounded over to Su Chin like a monkey. Su, look at Twitter. Look at Twitter. Wilshere was so excited his face was flushed and he was stammering. Su Chin took the phone in confusion. On the screen was the latest tweet from top British supermodel Catherine. In the photo, Catherine stood in a lavishly decorated private party booth. She wore nothing. Only a loose red and white Arsenal No. 14 jersey. The hem of the jersey barely covered the top of her thighs, revealing her long straight legs. Her tempting figure was subtly outlined under the jersey with a lethality that could make any normal man's nose bleed on the spot. The tweet's caption was a simple sentence. I said I would. The party is ready. Address sent privately. Tonight I am yours. Su Chun. Su Chun. Su Chun. Su Chun. Inside the broadcast booth of Sky Sports, commentator Gary Lineker's voice began to rise higher and higher the moment Su Chun dribbled past John Stones, until the ball sailed past the goalkeeper and nestled securely into the net. His emotions reached their peak. Goal. Beautiful. An outrageous dribble. A textbook push shot. This is a classic long-range surge reminiscent of Ricardo Isaacson dos Santos Leite Kaka. Wow. A breathtaking moment that sends shivers down your spine. So domineering. So magnificent. A world-class goal with maximum spectacle. Just then, the applause of the entire stadium. Through the high-definition audio equipment of the on-site cameras, it spread clearly across the world. Countless English fans sitting in front of their televisions were stunned. They had anticipated Goodison Park erupting in even fiercer boos. But the reality was the exact opposite. The on-site director locked the camera firmly on the homestand. In the frame, countless fervent fans wearing Everton's blue jerseys stood up, applauded. They were clapping for the opponent who had torn through their own defense. They were applauding for Su Chun. This unbelievable scene left all the fans in front of their TVs dumbfounded, especially the Chinese fans. A Chinese player, after scoring an away goal, actually received a standing ovation from the loyal home fans. What an honor this was. On the pitch, Su Chun looked around the stands in surprise. Then his expression turned solemn. He stopped his celebration, raised his hands high, and gently clapped his palms, using the same applause to thank the live fans for their love and respect for football itself. My God, it's unbelievable. Su Chun received cheers from the entire home crowd. The Everton fans have been completely conquered by him. Lineker shouted, clutching his head. Beside him, Jamie Carragher was also utterly astonished. Once Kaka conquered the discerning Manchester United fans at the Theatre of Dreams with an incredible long-range run. Over 70,000 Englishmen stood up and applauded for that Brazilian. Carragher swallowed hard. And now at the equally passionate Goodison Park, a Chinese player, a young man of only 18 years old, has also received this exclusive treatment reserved for top superstars. Tens of thousands of Everton fans, though deeply disheartened by their team being 2 goals down. But at this moment, they were completely conquered by Su Chun's goal, the unstoppable violent breakthrough, the intoxicating elastico dribble, the cool decisive push shot in the face of the goalkeeper. All of it was unforgettable and sent shivers down the spine. Inside the studio of China's national sports channel, commentator He Wei's slightly red voice soaring. This is the most beautiful moment in Chinese football history. Perhaps 10 years from now, when Su Chun has retired from the pitch, this scene will still be talked about repeatedly by countless Chinese fans, forever etched in our memories. In the domestic online live stream, the barrage of comments had become so thick that the broadcast screen was completely obscured. All the fans stood up and applauded. This is epic. Holy shit. I can't find any other word besides holy shit. So badass. This is fucking Kaka reborn. Superstar treatment. Genuine superstar treatment. Old dogs of the Football Association, come out and see your God. The man you expelled is now being worshipped like a deity by all of England. In that instant, all Chinese fans felt an unprecedented sense of national pride. Their compatriot, the genius of China, in a hostile away ground with the most formidable strength, conquered the most difficult opponents. The halftime whistle blew. People were still immersed in the shock of that 30-second standing ovation. The score was frozen at 2-0. The 15-minute break passed in an instant. The second half began. Driven by the roar of manager Roberto Martinez, the Everton players refused to surrender at home. They pushed forward and forced launching a frenzied counterattack. Ross Barkley and Romelu Lukaku created danger repeatedly up front, putting Arsenal's defense on edge. Faced with this situation, Arsène Wenger on the sidelines made a decisive tactical adjustment. He substituted the French tall striker Olivier Giroud for the tiring winger Theo Walcott. The formation directly changed to a 4-4-2, letting Giroud and Su Chun partner as twin strikers. For Wenger, this was a bold live test. Arsenal's current attack was overly reliant on Su Chun's individual breakthroughs. With a 2-goal lead, Wenger had enough capital to experiment with new tactical patterns. The experimental results made Wenger's eyes light up. With the 192-meter tall, extremely strong Giroud playing as the target man, all the dirty work of physical duels and contesting aerial balls was handled by Giroud. Giroud was a perfect tactical fulcrum. With him drawing the attention of 2 center-backs up front, Su Chun's range of movement became even larger and his runs more flexible and free. This chemistry between a tall and a fast player immediately showed its terrifying power on the pitch. Wenger stroked his chin on the sidelines, nodding repeatedly. When the game was stuck, the back line could directly launch long balls to Giroud. Giroud would head the ball down, and Su Chun would sprint onto it, facing the goal directly. This tactical plan B was tailor-made for this striking pair. As time passed, under Arsenal's multi-dimensional assault, the fighting spirit of the Everton players gradually wore down. Combined with the immense physical drain, the game's tempo began to slow. In the 73rd minute, Wenger's tactical vision was perfectly vindicated. Arsenal intercepted the ball in their own half, and Santi Cazorla launched a 60-meter long pass straight to the front. Giroud leaped high at the top of the penalty area, overpowering Everton center-back John Stones, and nodded the ball down precisely to the left channel. There. A white lightning bolt had already torn through the defense arriving on cue. It was Suchun. Suchun didn't even wait for the ball to bounce. Meeting the ball laid off by Giroud, his left foot planted his right foot's outside, struck a powerful venomous volley. Bang! The ball transformed into a white streak, crashing fiercely into the top right corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Tim Howard didn't even make a move. 3-0. Suchun had scored another hat-trick away from home. For consecutive Premier League matches. For consecutive hat-tricks. This was a crazy record worthy of the Premier League history books. In the stands of Goodison Park, those Everton fans who had been holding on now covered their faces in pain. The game was over. Completely over. Faced with such an unreasonable scoring machine, any defensive tactic was futile. In his mind, the system's crisp notification sound rang wildly. Ding. Goal confirmed. Reward 1,000 euros. Ding. Completed a hat-trick in a single match. Bonus reward 2,000 euros. Suchun rushed to Giroud, leaping heavily onto the Frenchman's back, and the two laughed heartily, celebrating this wonderful team goal. Leading by 3 goals, all suspense vanished from the match. In the 83rd minute, the fourth official held up the substitution board. Suchun was replaced by the young Serge Gnabry. This was the first time since Suchun's debut in the Premier League that he had played beyond the 80th minute before being substituted. When Suchun turned and slowly walked off the pitch, Goodison Park once again resounded with unified applause. This time the applause was even more fervent than in the first half. Over 40,000 fans paid their highest respects to the king who had run rampant in their home ground. Suchun raised his hands high, applauding in thanks as he stepped off the grass. Receiving the recognition of hostile away fans, Suchun has already demonstrated the absolute potential of a superstar. Lineker exclaimed loudly from the commentary desk. No, remove the word potential. He is now the hottest superstar in the Premier League. Carragher immediately corrected loudly. What a brilliant performance, kid. As soon as Suchun stepped off the pitch, Wenger strode up to him. The veteran manager pulled Suchun into a hug, patting his broad back vigorously. Team Dr. Lewin immediately draped a dry towel over Suchun's shoulders and handed him a sports drink. Suchun, drinking water, high-fived his teammates on the bench one by one to celebrate. In the final moments of the match, Everton scored a consolation goal from a corner with Lukaku heading it home. But it was too little too late. The referee blew the final long whistle. 3-1. Arsenal had won handily away at the tough Everton. All 3 points. For consecutive Premier League victories. On the updated league table, Arsenal's points reached 14, biting firmly at the heels of leaders Chelsea sitting in second place. Only one step away from the top. Suchun sat on the team bus, opening the system panel in his mind. Total running distance exceeded 9,000 meters. Fouled maliciously 4 times. Successful dribbles 12 times. Successful passes 30 times. Plus the goal rewards from the hat-trick. After this match, the system account gained over 60,000 euros directly, adding the win bonus and goal bonus from Arsenal's lucrative contract. This trip to Liverpool netted Suchun nearly 600,000 euros in total wealth. He glanced at the progress bar of the main quest. Main quest achieved 5 consecutive Premier League wins. Current progress, 45. Only 1 match remained until the A-grade ultimate skill cannon shot. As long as he won the next matches, Arsenal would receive an epic upgrade. Just as Suchun was calculating the upcoming fixtures, Jack Wilshere, sitting in the front row, suddenly grabbed his phone and bounded over to Suchun like a monkey. Su, look at Twitter. Look at Twitter. Wilshere was so excited his face was flushed, and he was stammering. Suchun took the phone in confusion. On the screen was the latest tweet from top British supermodel Catherine. In the photo, Catherine stood in a lavishly decorated private party booth. She wore nothing. Only a loose red and white Arsenal No. 14 jersey. The hem of the jersey barely covered the top of her thighs, revealing her long straight legs. Her tempting figure was subtly outlined under the jersey with a lethality that could make any normal man's nose bleed on the spot. The tweet's caption was a simple sentence. I said I would. The party is ready. Address sent privately. Tonight I am yours. Suchun. On the Arsenal special train returning to London, Wilshere thrust his phone screen directly under Suchun's nose. In the photo, Catherine wore only that oversized number 14 jersey, her long straight legs possessing an immense visual impact. Go for it, Sue. What are you waiting for? Wilshere shouted, slapping his thigh. The surrounding Arsenal players all crowded around. French striker Giroud stared at the screen, his eyes wide. Good heavens, that's Catherine, the dream woman of every man in England. She actually posted the address on Twitter. Sue, if you don't go, you're committing a crime. The entire carriage erupted into a sea of joy. Having just secured a resounding victory away from home, and now witnessing such explosive gossip, everyone was wildly cheering them on. Catherine! 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 Walcott led the charge, beating on the window glass and chanting loudly. Suchun helplessly rolled his eyes. He pushed Wilshere's phone away. Everyone calm down. It's just a tweet. I need to save my energy for the next match. Boo. A deafening chorus of boos immediately filled the carriage. Cut it out. Faced with a beauty of this caliber, who cares about the next match? Defender Bellerin retorted loudly. Manager Wenger, sitting at the very front of the train, heard the commotion behind him and shook his head with a smile. The old coach knew well how boundless the energy of young men could be. As long as their legs didn't give out on the pitch, he never interfered in the players' private lives. The special train arrived at London's King's Cross station. The players dispersed to go home. As soon as Su Chen got into the Maybach left by his third uncle Su Dingfong, his phone rang. The caller ID showed Arsenal CEO Gazidis. Su Chen pressed the answer button. Su, good evening. Guess what news I just received? Gazidis' voice was incredibly loud, making Su Chen's ears ring. A raise? Su Chen asked casually. A 3-second dead silence fell on the other end of the line. Gazidis coughed violently twice. Ahem. We can talk about the raise later. You just signed a new contract yesterday. I have another piece of good news. You've been nominated. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Nominated for what? The European Golden Boy Award. Gazidis shouted excitedly over the phone. Su Chen was stunned. The Golden Boy Award. He certainly knew of this award. Founded by Tuttosport, it is awarded specifically to the best player under the age of 21 playing for a European club. Van der Vaart, Rooney, Messi, Fabregas, Aguero. All these names are on the Golden Boy's honor roll. It is the most authoritative award for young players in European football. Winning it is like obtaining a super pass to becoming a world-class superstar. This doesn't seem right, Su Chen questioned. I've only played 4 Premier League matches. How can I be on the short list? Gazidis burst into laughter. What about 4 matches? 12 goals in 4 matches. For consecutive hat-tricks. You've blown the entire European football world away. The editor-in-chief of Tuttosport called me personally today. They urgently revised the candidate list and added you in. Gazidis grew more excited as he spoke. Last year's Golden Boy winner was Pogba. This year's favorites were Liverpool's Sterling and PSG's Marquinhos. But you've burst onto the scene. As long as you maintain your current scoring rate before the winter break and lead the team to the half-season championship, this year's Golden Boy Award will definitely be yours. No one can take it away. Before hanging up, Gazidis kept urging Su Chen to maintain his form. Su Chen tossed his phone onto the passenger seat and started the car. The Golden Boy Award. This was indeed an unexpected delight. With this honor added to his name, his leverage when negotiating endorsements with major sportswear giants would be much stronger. Just as the Maybach exited the station parking lot, his phone vibrated again. It was an unknown number with no name saved. Su Chen answered the call. Good evening, my invincible Chinese football king. A woman's voice, syrupy sweet, came from the other end. Su Chen immediately recognized it. Catherine. The photo on Twitter was quite good, Su Chen said in a steady tone. Catherine let out a light laugh over the phone. Just the photo is good. I've already sent the address to your phone, and you still haven't shown up. Catherine deliberately drew out her words. You're not afraid your legs will be too weak for training tomorrow, are you? A provocation. An extremely low-level provocation. But Su Chen was just the type to fall for it, since she dared to publicly throw herself at him in front of all England. He as a man had no reason to back down. I'll be there in half an hour. Su Chen said only these 5 words before hanging up directly. He floored the accelerator. The Maybach let out a low growl as it merged into the vast London night. The London night was long. For some it was an exquisitely wonderful night. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows onto the large bed in the luxurious apartment. Su Chen opened his eyes. He sat up feeling a soreness in his lower back and legs heavy as lead. Even with a core strength of 99 points, this 18-year-old body was still made of flesh and blood. The wild exertion of the previous night was even more draining than playing a high-intensity North London derby. Su Chen turned his head to glance at Catherine still fast asleep. Without a word, he directly summoned the system panel in his mind. Opened the system shop. His gaze locked onto the consumables section. Advanced Stamina Recovery Potion, price, 1 million euros. This item had saved his life before at White Hart Lane. Now it was useful once again. Su Chen looked at the few €100,000 that had just been credited to his system account the day before along with his previous earnings. With a thought. Buy. 1 million euros was instantly deducted from his account. A virtual potion emitting a faint blue light appeared in his inventory. Su Chen clicked to use it immediately. The miracle happened again. A warm current spread rapidly through his limbs and bones. His sore muscles became supple and elastic again. The fatigue in his waist vanished. His stamina bar was forcibly pulled back to a full 100%. Su Chen leaped out of bed. He did 2 high knees on the spot, feeling even better than before the game yesterday. 1 million euros for a full recovery was money well spent. Dressed, Su Chen strode out of the apartment and headed straight for the Coney training ground. At this very moment, public opinion across England had completely exploded. The Sun had published a set of extremely clear photos on its front page that morning. The photos showed Su Chen driving his Maybach into the underground garage of Catherine's private luxury apartment. The caption was highly inflammatory. Chinese football king meets English rose by night. Can an 18-year-old withstand a supermodel's wiles? As soon as this report came out, every man in England was stricken with severe jealousy. Online forums were filled with wails of despair. My goddess, taken by that Chinese kid. It's so unfair. He scores not only on the pitch, but also in the game of love. Don't panic, everyone. Catherine is famously wild. That kid's only 18, he definitely won't be able to get out of bed today. Right? He'll definitely have to skip tomorrow's training. Arsenal's next match is against City. If his legs are weak, City will tear him apart. English fans online were frantically cursing Su Chen's legs to fail. Meanwhile, on the Chinese internet, the atmosphere was completely different. God, Su is awesome. Winning glory for our country. Trampling the Premier League giants, conquering the English rose. This is the real male lead script. But seriously, after 4 consecutive high-intensity matches and last night's antics, can Suchin's body handle it? As the outside world buzzed with discussion. At the Coney training ground, manager Wenger held a copy of The Sun, his brow furrowed into a deep crease. The old coach was troubled. He didn't object to players dating. But their next opponent was Manchester City, currently the most star-studded team in the Premier League. Pellegrini City had a terrifying bulldozer like Yaya Touré in midfield and a top-class striker like Aguero up front. This was a 6-pointer concerning the top spot. For Suchun to spend the night with a supermodel at this critical juncture. His stamina was bound to be a major problem. Go get Lewin, Wenger said to assistant coach Bolt. Team Dr. Lewin quickly arrived. When Su gets here, give him a full physical fitness test immediately. If there's any risk of muscle strain, he'll have to be on the bench for tomorrow's match, Wenger instructed. Just as he finished speaking, the dressing room door swung open. Suchin walked in dressed in a crisp training kit, looking full of energy. The entire dressing room fell silent. Wilshere, Cazorla, Giroud, and the others all stared at him as if he were a monster. Su, you can still walk. Wilshere gulped. Suchin grinned. Not only can I walk, I can even run. The morning tactical training match officially began. Wenger stood on the sidelines, arms crossed, his gaze fixed intently on Suchun. Team Dr. Lewin also stood nearby with a notepad ready to call a halt at any moment. The whistle blew. The first team versus the reserves. Suchun received the ball in the center circle. Reserve team defensive midfielder Coquelin immediately closed him down, ready to put some pressure on this supposedly weak-legged star. The result: Suchun pushed the ball forward with his right foot. His thigh muscles bulged. He accelerated. There was no hesitation whatsoever. Coquelin felt a blur before his eyes, a gust of wind passing him by, and he hadn't even touched Suchin's shirt. Suchun with the ball strode purposefully into the penalty area. Facing the towering veteran Per Mertesacker, who was 1.98 meters tall. Suchun flicked the ball outward with his left instep, then quickly followed up, cutting the ball back with his right foot. An incredibly violent elastico move. Mertesacker's center of gravity was completely fooled, and his massive frame crashed to the ground. Suchin stepped over Mertesacker, faced the goalkeeper Ospina, and blasted the ball into the far corner. Bang! The ball slammed into the net with a loud thud. The entire training ground was dead silent. Coquelin was dumbfounded. Mertesacker got up from the ground, rubbing his sore ankle, his face a picture of shock. On the sidelines, Wenger's mouth hung open, and he didn't even notice his tactical board had fallen onto the grass. Team Dr. Lewin looked down at his notepad, then at Suchun bouncing around on the field. Boss. Lewin swallowed hard. His sprint speed is even faster than it was against Everton yesterday. Wenger took a deep breath. What on earth is this kid made of? After a night of exertion, he comes to training the next day and toys with the first-choice center-back like a monkey. Is this the kind of recovery ability a human can possess? Regardless, the heavy stone that had been weighing on Wenger's heart was completely lifted. As long as Suchin's fitness was fine, Arsenal had a fighting chance against Manchester City. The scandalous gossip that had rocked all of England barely left a mark on Suchun. Even in the training match at the Coney base, Suchun executed a ferocious elastico turn that sent veteran Per Mertesacker tumbling to the ground, proving his energy reserves were still at full capacity. But back in China, those who harbored grudges against Suchun were still making their last desperate stand. Ma Dexing, the mouthpiece journalist for the Football Association, believed he had seized a golden opportunity. He stayed up all night to compose a lengthy, self-indulgent article online. In it, he tried to paint Suchun as the archetype of a bad player, one who was addicted to women and debauched beyond redemption. An 18-year-old player neglecting training at the base to spend the night in a supermodel's apartment. This extreme lack of discipline is destined to lead him nowhere. The competition in professional football is brutally fierce. A player who has drained his body like this will inevitably be exposed when facing a strong opponent in the next match. This is the genius you've all been worshipping. He'll be a laughingstock soon enough. After typing these words, Ma Dexing smugly hit send. He was fully convinced that this kind of news, which touched a moral nerve, would utterly destroy Suchin's reputation. The result, however, was a resounding slap in the face from reality. Chinese fans had long seen through Ma Dexing's true colors. The comment section below was overrun within 10 minutes. You don't know anything. This is called winning glory for our country. Can you go to England and charm the nation's sweetheart? Old villain, are you just jealous of an 18-year-old's vitality? When did Suchin ever claim to be a goody two-shoes? He even dared to flip the FA's table back then. This is the kind of rebellious genius I like. As long as he keeps scoring on the pitch, he could date every British actress, and I'd still support him. Seeing these comments that completely defied his expectations, Ma Dexing trembled with rage, nearly smashing his computer screen. He had no choice but to sheepishly close the comment section again, too afraid to confront the surging tide of fans. Time flew by. On Saturday afternoon, the stage was set at the Emirates Stadium in London for the crucial 8th round of the Premier League. Arsenal, sitting second in the league, would host Manchester City, the third-placed Blue Moon. This was undoubtedly a six-pointer that could shape the title race. Whoever won this match would be able to keep pace with Chelsea at the top of the table. In the away team's locker room, Manchester City's manager Manuel Pellegrini stood imposingly before the tactical board. As a veteran manager who had coached several top clubs, Pellegrini harbored immense ambition this season. backed by the financial might of Middle Eastern oil tycoon City, had purchased a host of world-class superstars. Their goal was the Premier League trophy, and now the suddenly resurgent Arsenal had become their biggest stumbling block. More precisely, it was the Chinese teenager wearing the number 14 jersey who had become City's greatest threat. 12 goals in 4 consecutive matches. And 4 hat-tricks. Pellegrini pointed at a screenshot of Su Chen's highlights, shouting at all his City players. This is a scoring rate that terrifies all of Europe. But Pellegrini quickly pivoted. No player can maintain such an insane level of performance forever. Even machines get rusty. He's only 18. Add in the off-field scandals from the past few days. His stamina and focus are definitely facing a huge slump. Pellegrini's gaze swept over his players Yaya Touré, Kompany, David Silva, Aguero. All were renowned tough guys and technical maestros. I demand that in this match you completely neutralize him. Pellegrini picked up a marker and drew a huge circle on the defensive half of the tactical board. We'll use the tightest defense to wear Arsenal down. If we lock down Su Chen's space to sprint, Arsenal's entire attacking system will collapse. Cut off the passing lanes. Compress the defensive shape. In this match we don't need a beautiful open game. We need to silence him completely. Hearing the manager's tactical instructions, all the City players nodded firmly. For a top club to adopt such an absolute defensive stance away from home was indeed somewhat embarrassing. But this was about tens of millions of pounds in title bonuses and the league standings. As long as they won, their pride was worthless. At 4 in the afternoon, with the referee's long whistle, over 60,000 Arsenal fans at the Emirates erupted into deafening cheers. The match had officially begun. This direct clash between two Premier League giants instantly captured the attention of tens of millions of fans worldwide. But just 5 minutes into the game, the two commentators in the Sky Sports studio were stunned. What is Manchester City doing? Gary Lineker stared at the broadcast, his tone full of astonishment. They've parked the bus at the Emirates. This is Manchester City, the team with Aguero and David Silva. Jamie Carragher shook his head in disbelief. Unbelievable. Pellegrini has completely abandoned the club's pride, with everyone retreating into their own half. This is clearly aimed at Su Chen. They're compressing all the space for Arsenal's midfield and attack to break through. On the pitch, the flow of the game perfectly validated the commentator's analysis. City had set up in an extremely conservative 4-5-1 formation. Midfielders Yaya Touré and Fernandinho formed a formidable double defensive pivot. They never crossed the halfway line to join the attack, anchoring themselves 10 meters in front of the penalty area. Arsenal controlled the ball in the final third. Midfield maestro Santi Cazorla held the ball, scanning for passing options. But City's defensive positioning was too dense. The distance between 2 or 3 defenders was never more than 5 meters, forming an impenetrable net. Cazorla could only pass the ball wide to Alexis Sanchez on the flank. Sanchez tried to cut inside, but was immediately double-teamed by 2 City defenders. His path was completely blocked. Left with no choice, Sanchez passed the ball back to Su Chen in the center. The moment Su Chen settled the ball, a massive dark figure crashed directly into him. It was City's midfield behemoth Yaya Touré. The Ivorian top midfielder, weighing 90 kilograms, had the impact force of a heavy tank. Touré used no technical skill, simply using his body to press directly into Su Chen's back. An immense pressure hit Su Chen. He grunted, his core strength exploding as he planted his legs firmly into the turf. He withstood Touré's charge and did not fall. However, the collision from Touré completely ruined the space Su Chen needed to accelerate. Fernandinho in front immediately moved into a covering position. 3 City players formed a pincer around Su Chen, completely enveloping him. No room to accelerate. No space to turn. Su Chen could only use his heel to flick the ball back to the supporting Jack Wilshere. The attack was neutralized once again. On the sidelines, Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger's brow furrowed deeply. His worst fear had come true. Su Chen's individual breakthrough ability was indeed unmatched. But breaking down a packed defense was a universally acknowledged footballing problem. When the opponent stacks 8 or 9 muscular players in front of the penalty area, giving you no room to sprint, speed and explosiveness lose their greatest advantage. The match continued. Backed by the home crowd, Arsenal dominated possession, 70% to 30%. The stats looked impressive, but in reality Arsenal was just engaging in pointless passing around the edge of the box. In the 10th minute, Cazorla attempted a long-range shot from 25 meters out. The ball arced through the air, sailing high over the crossbar. It flew directly into the stands. A roar of mockery came from the Manchester City supporters. City goalkeeper Joe Hart casually took the ball from a ball boy and placed it on the ground, wasting time. Manuel Pellegrini sat confidently on the away team's bench, arms crossed, his face full of self-assured control. See, as long as we deny that Chinese kid space to start his run, Arsenal is a toothless tiger, Pellegrini said to his assistant coach beside him. The assistant coach nodded in agreement. This defensive approach, though ugly, was indeed the most pragmatic tactic against Arsenal away from home. In the 15th minute, Su Chen received the ball in the center again. This time he didn't hold it with his back to goal, but faced City's defense directly. He nudged the ball to the outside with his right foot, quickly followed by his left, preparing to force his way into the box. Yaya Touré immediately slid over to block. Su Chen dropped his right shoulder, feinting a drive down the inside. It was the classic start of an elastico move. Touré's weight shifted, leaning inward. Suchun immediately used the outside of his right foot to flick the ball back in the opposite direction, brilliantly bypassing Touré's defensive zone. But before he could accelerate, City's defensive stalwart and captain Vincent Kompany was already right on him. Not only that, but left-back Gaël Clichy was also closing in. 3 players were crammed into a space of less than 2 square meters. Amid the tangle of legs, just as Suchun tried to force the ball through, Kompany's right leg stabbed in, with perfect timing, poking the ball out for a throw-in. Then Fernandinho deliberately barged into him from behind, sending Suchun tumbling to the turf. The referee's whistle blew. A foul was called against City. A crisp, clear system notification sounded in Suchun's mind. Ding. Malicious foul suffered. Reward 5,000 euros. Despite the influx of cold hard cash, Suchun's face showed no joy. He pushed himself off the turf with one hand and stood up. A parked bus. This was the most frustrating tactic for a dribbler. His playing style was a complete inheritance of Ricardo Isaacson dos Santos Leite's Kaká template in his prime. Long strides, long-range sprints, high-speed direction changes without slowing down. These skills required open deep space and the lethal final blow of a counterattack. But against this packed defense where the box was full of players, even the best dribbler would struggle to weave through the thicket of legs. Because as soon as you beat one man, another would cover and a third would take a tactical foul to bring you down. Even Ronaldo in his prime would struggle, let alone a Kaká template. The 60,000 Arsenal fans in the stands were also growing restless. The songs of encouragement faded, replaced by anxious sighs. Dortmund. Oh sorry, Arsenal's attack has completely stalled, commentator Gary Lineker said, shaking his head in the studio. Without Suchun's defense-splitting long-range runs, Arsenal's passing around the box is just scratching the surface. Manchester City's tactics have been a perfect success. They've built a blue-great wall with their physical strength and tight formation. Jamie Carragher looked at the broadcast and continued his analysis. Suchun is in a terrible position right now. Every time he gets the ball, there are at least 2 defenders on him, and City simply won't let him turn and face the goal. If Arsenal can't find a way to break through and City sees the chance for a quick counterattack, Arsenal's defense will be in big trouble. On the touchline, Wenger paced anxiously. The veteran manager kept waving his arms, urging his fullbacks Bellerin and Monreal to push high up the pitch. He hoped to stretch City's defense with crosses from the flanks. But in City's box, they had an aerial fortress like Kompany and the tall Joe Hart in goal. High crosses from the flanks were easily headed clear by Kompany. Arsenal wasn't even given a chance to win the second ball. Arsenal was trapped in an awkward position of dominating possession without scoring. The match reached the 25th minute. The score remained a dull 0-0. Suchun rested his hands on his knees, catching his breath. Sweat dripped from his sharp jawline onto the turf. A parked bus. This was the biggest crisis he had faced since arriving in the Premier League. In previous matches against Chelsea, Aston Villa, Tottenham, and Everton, the opponents, despite using aggressive tactics, mostly came out to play an open game for the sake of home pride. But this cunning Manchester City team had no shame in parking the bus. Suchun looked up, his gaze fixed on City's goal. Joe Hart was standing on his line, even having time to adjust his gloves. What are the ways to break down a parked bus? Either incredibly intricate close-range combination play in the final third, or using a tall striker for relentless aerial bombardment. But the simplest and most direct way to break the ice was a long-range shot. An unstoppable long-range strike. If he could blast a thunderous goal from outside the box, City's defense would be forced to push out. Once their formation opened up, it would be time for him to run riot. But the problem was that long-range shooting was precisely Suchun's biggest weakness. Although he possessed a hidden long-range shooting attribute of up to 86 points, this only represented accuracy. The power and suddenness of his shots in actual play were far from enough to breach a packed defense. Suchun clenched his fists tightly. The main mission: achieve 5 consecutive wins in the Premier League. The current score was 4-5. This one match was all that remained. As long as he defeated Manchester City and completed this ultimate main mission, the system would grant that A-rank divine skill cannon shot. With that skill in hand, facing the deeply entrenched defense before him, he could directly strike from 30 meters outside the box, unleashing an unreasonable long-range shot that would smash the ball straight into Joe Hart's face. Suchun gritted his teeth fiercely. Since he lacked heavy weaponry, now he would have to rely on sheer flesh and blood to forcefully carve open a path. Even if a wall stood before him, he would shatter it with his head. This was not merely for the system's reward, but for the Arsenal fans filling the stands. To prove that the mockers laughing online were nothing but a pack of blind fools. Arsenal regained possession. Wilshere controlled the ball near the center circle. Suchun quickly retreated from the edge of the penalty area. As he ran, he raised his right hand high. "Jack, over here." Suchun shouted his teammate's name loudly, watching the figure of the number 14 charging once more against Manchester City's iron defense. Wilshere hesitated not a moment, pushing the ball with the inside of his right foot. The sphere skimmed the grass, flying straight towards Suchun. The pass was perfectly weighted. Suchun cushioned the incoming ball with the arch of his right foot, letting it settle obediently at his feet. As Arsenal's absolute offensive core, every time Suchun received the ball, it drew the attention of tens of thousands of fans in the stadium. This time Suchun's position was extremely deep. He had even retreated near the center circle, deliberately creating distance to lure Manchester City's defense out. If any City player followed him, a gap would appear in the packed defense at the edge of the box. But he underestimated Manchester City's resolve to park the bus. Pellegrini shouted orders from the sidelines, adjusting the formation. As long as Su Chen didn't dribble into the dangerous 30-meter zone outside the box, the City players simply ignored him. They let him have the ball in midfield. These multi-million euro stars were determined to turtle at the Emirates Stadium. Su Chen cursed inwardly. These seasoned veterans had truly perfected utilitarian football. At the Sky Sports broadcast booth, commentator Linker shook his head repeatedly at the screen. Manchester City's tactical discipline is too strict. The parked bus has completely neutralized Su Chen. 30 minutes into the match, Arsenal hasn't managed a single decent shot. Carragher chimed in beside him. From now on, this situation will become the norm for Arsenal. Deprived of space to sprint, how will this emerging Chinese talent respond? Online, the FA's court journalist Ma Dexing watched the live broadcast, practically jumping for joy. He immediately typed a new comment on Weibo. The mask has fallen off. Facing a truly strong team, this brainless speedster, who only knows how to accelerate, is completely useless. Add in the fact that he exhausted himself at the supermodel's place last night, he doesn't even have the strength to dribble forward anymore. This remark instantly ignited a frenzy among the haters. On the pitch, Su Chen received the ball and turned. It was effortless, as not a single City player was within 5 meters. After turning, Su Chen lifted his head. Before him lay an impenetrable fortress of steel. Manchester City's defensive system was exceptionally tight, consisting of 3 distinct lines. The first line was the forward-pressing duo of Aguero and David Silva. They didn't seek to steal the ball, only to harass and block passing lanes. The second line was the top-tier double pivot of Yaya Touré and Fernandinho. This was the Premier League's toughest meat-grinder combination, tasked with intercepting all frontal assaults. The third line was the back line, led by Captain Company alongside Clichy and Zabaleta. These 4 burly men clogged the box so tightly that not even a mosquito could fly in. Peeling back the layers, Su Chen took a deep breath. Summing up his experience of being knocked over by Yaya Touré in previous charges, he nudged the ball with his right foot. He began to dribble forward. To score, he had to completely shred all 3 barriers. Pass. Not an option. Facing such a fortress, passing back and forth would only waste time. Only the ultimate individual breakthrough could pry open a hole in this block of iron. Su Chen faced David Silva's press, leading the ball outward with his left foot. His body suddenly accelerated. A simple change of direction and burst of speed. David Silva was no defensive player. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen forcefully brushed past him. First line broken. Crossing the midfield line with the ball, Su Chen arrived before the second barrier. 5 meters ahead, the Ivorian beast Yaya Touré stared at him with fierce eyes. Fernandinho closed in from the side as well. The 2 men sealed off all of Su Chen's angles for a breakthrough. Touré sneered contemptuously. 10 minutes ago, he had knocked Su Chen flat on his back at this very spot. The Chinese kid's physique was nothing in his eyes. Su Chen's dribbling pace slowed. His speed dropped dramatically. Seeing this, Yaya Touré's tense muscles immediately relaxed. What he feared most was Su Chen using his speed to burn him on the flanks. Now that Su Chen had slowed down, he was no threat. He could use his body at any time. At worst, it would be a tactical foul, and Arsenal wouldn't get a free kick in a dangerous position. Touré lowered his center of gravity, bending his knees slightly. Su Chen dribbled closer. Throughout this process, he still showed no sign of accelerating. Planning a feint. Touré snorted. Useless. At this slow pace, any feint would be seen through by his vast defensive experience. Just as he thought this, Su Chen suddenly lifted his right foot. A step over. Or a cut. Touré stared intently at the ball. He saw Su Chen's right foot not step over the ball, but touch it with the inside. He's going to cut inside. Touré made the judgment with utmost confidence. His massive frame immediately shifted to his right, ready to block. But the moment Touré's weight began to shift, Su Chen's right foot, which had touched the ball, nimbly nudged it to the left. The ball instantly skimmed the grass, rolling towards Su Chen's left foot. Touré's heart pounded. He tried to force his weight back, but it was far too late. Su Chen's left foot received the ball and knocked it forward in one fluid motion. A rapid, continuous exchange between his feet, like 2 chopsticks swiftly flipping a meatball in scorching oil. La croqueta. The most exquisite la croqueta. Touré felt as if his aging waist was being twisted apart by this relentless change of direction. His massive frame could no longer maintain balance. His legs stiffened, rooted to the spot. Fernandinho beside him tried to stab at the ball. Su Chen was prepared. He dropped his left shoulder, bracing against Fernandinho's arm. The full power of his core exploded. Fernandinho not only failed to win the ball, but was also knocked off balance by Su Chen's shoulders, stumbling and falling onto the grass. Without relying on explosive speed, it was purely through rhythm changes and ball control that Su Chen squeezed through the gap between Manchester City's 2 defensive midfielders. Second line breached. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. La croqueta. Good heavens, what exquisite dribbling. Commentator Linker leaped from his chair. Carragher also clutched his head in shock. Who would have thought that in the most physically intense league in the world, such a sublime piece of South American samba footwork could be seen? The Emirates Stadium erupted in thunderous cheers. 60,000 fans were on their feet. In the studio of China's national sports channel, commentator He Wei pounded the desk in excitement. He's done it. Su Chen has beaten 2 men. He dismantled City's toughest midfield duo with such elegance. This is a pure crushing of talent. Hiwei's tone shifted laden with deep emotion. In our domestic youth training system, coaches always teach young players to pass more and not be selfish. There's even a famous saying, you can dribble past people now, but can you do it at the professional level? How many of China's footballing geniuses have been stifled by that phrase? But today, Su Chun proves to everyone, yes you can. You absolutely can. On the grand stage of the Premier League, if you have the ability, you can solve the problem by yourself. Domestic live streaming chat rooms were flooded with comments. Come out and see this mod dexing, you traitorous dog. Who said Su Chun's legs were weak? This core strength, this rhythm change, it's like a waist chop to Manchester City. Getting past Hooray is as easy as crossing the street. So damn cool. On the pitch, the situation changed in an instant. After bypassing the double pivot, Su Chun faced Manchester City's final line of defense. Four defenders stood in a row. Seeing Su Chun charging forward, City captain Company was on high alert. The moment Su Chun completed his breakthrough, Company took a large step forward, choosing to press him. Clichy and Zabaleta quickly collapsed inward, forming a tight, inverted triangle encirclement. The entire defensive system operated at its peak within 2 seconds. There was no passing lane. Sanchez and Giroud on the wings were both marked out of the game. This was the terror of the parked bus. Even if you got past the midfield, the box was still packed with bodies. At this moment, Su Chun seemed to merge completely with the turf. He didn't need to think deliberately. Caucus maxed out template word within him. Facing the battle-hardened Company relying on speed alone was impossible. Company's positioning was meticulous, firmly blocking the only path to the penalty spot. Pass. Pass now. Manchester City's defense is set. Don't force it. Wenger shouted anxiously from the sidelines. The old manager knew Company's tackling ability well. Dribbling too much at the edge of the box risked a turnover, and City's counterattack would be deadly. Passing was always the safest choice. But Su Chun never played by the rules. Facing the 1.9-meter-tall Company, Su Chun pushed the ball forcefully to his right front, feinting a drive to the byline. Company sneered. This kid was too naive, thinking he could beat him with speed. Company's massive frame shifted to his left, preparing to body Su Chun out of bounds. But in the next microsecond after Company shifted his weight, Su Chun's right foot, which had pushed the ball, didn't land. Instead, it twisted eerily in midair, the outside of his foot turning into the inside, hooking the ball he had just pushed back with violent force. A ferocious reverse drag. 2 consecutive changes of direction without any pause. The elastico, the signature move of Ronaldinho and Kaká. In this congested box, where even turning was difficult, Su Chun had pulled off a move that defied the laws of physics. Company was completely bewildered. His brain reacted, but his body, due to inertia, couldn't stop. His legs tangled together comically on the grass. With a thud, the Premier League's top center-back collapsed awkwardly in the box. Su Chun stepped over the fallen Company. Breakthrough, straight into the heart of the box. But it wasn't over yet. The box was full of legs. Clichy on the left had already slid in. Zabaleta on the right charged in to shut the door. City goalkeeper Joe Hart rushed out, spreading his arms to block the angle. Blocked ahead, pursued from behind. There was no room to wind up for a shot. A single pause of 1/10 of a second, and the ball would be taken. In this critical moment, immediately after completing the elastico, Su Chun's left foot didn't swing back, relying solely on the force from his toes. He met the bottom of the ball with a rapid concealed poke. This caught everyone off guard. No backswing. No run-up. Everything was executed in the tightest of spaces. The ball transformed into a white line, skimming the ground astonishingly fast. It brushed past the fallen Company, slipped between the legs of the covering Clichy, and headed straight for the bottom corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Joe Hart had just lowered his body to save a low shot. He only saw a flash of white among the crowd. The ball had already slipped under his armpit. Too fast. Hart didn't even make an instinctive swipe. Joe Hart stood frozen, turning his head in despair. The ball struck the inside of the white net, without a doubt stirring up a violent spray. The moment the ball slipped under Joe Hart's armpit and rippled the white netting, the entire Emirates Stadium fell into a second of dead silence. Commentator Linker sat in the broadcast booth, mouth agape. His mind hadn't even registered what had just happened. No powerful blast. No thunderous sprint. Just an incredibly concealed toe poke amidst the clamp of 3 top defenders. The ball is in. Linker snapped out of his stupor, raising his arm and shouting in a hoarse voice. Goal! Good heavens. He scored. Accompanied by Linker's roar, over 60,000 Arsenal fans in the stands leaped to their feet. Red and white scarves waved wildly in the air. Long live Su! A deafening wave of sound swept across the London night sky. In front of the away team's bench, Manchester City manager Pellegrini stood with his mouth wide open, his face deathly pale. He shot up from his seat. With a dull thud, Pellegrini's head slammed hard into the transparent roof of the dugout. It hurt, but he didn't even bother to rub it. Pellegrini stared intently at the goal replay on the big screen, utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? What was this? That Chinese kid, mocked by the entire English media for having weak legs, had actually scored from such an impossible dead end. Pellegrini had imagined many ways Arsenal could score, but he never dreamed that Su Chun would use such pure individual footwork to carve a hole in solid iron. A double step over past the 2 midfielders. An extreme elastico to shake off Company. A toe poke without winding up to beat Joe Hart. The entire goal involved no reliance on pure speed. It was all feints and rapid shifts of center of gravity, an absolute control over the ball that was sublime. Pellegrini's scalp tingled. Speed and explosive power were already hard to defend. Now you're telling me this kid's footwork is also at the level of a South American maestro. What kind of monster is this? Pellegrini's tactical system collapsed completely. The only weakness of his parked bus was the fear of a super player who could dribble continuously in tight spaces. But he had thought Suchun was just a track athlete who relied on speed. Now they were trailing. How could they play this match? Manchester City's players stood on the pitch looking bewildered at Pellegrini on the sidelines. Touré covered his face with both hands. Company sat on the muddy ground pounding the turf frantically. They had contained Suchun's sprints but were humiliated by his samba dance moves. Pellegrini slumped back into his seat helplessly. He was panicking too. Inside the stadium, yellow-white lights shone on the turf. After scoring, Suchun spread his arms and sprinted toward the corner flag. Before he could run far, Wilshere flew in from the side and pulled him down. Cazorla, Giroud, Sanchez. Arsenal players swarmed in crazily. They shouted, laughed, and piled on top of each other. They had been sickened by City's bus for over 30 minutes. Suchun's goal vented all the frustration in everyone's chest. Amazing. How did you do that? Giroud at the top of the pile shouted loudly. In the media stand, Fang Yiqiu, a special female reporter sent to London by a well-known Chinese sports channel, stared blankly at the cheering crowd below. She held a voice recorder in her hand, unable to speak for a long time. As a beat reporter, she had heard too many gossipy rumors about Suchun in recent days. Things like nightclub supermodels being drained of energy. Even her domestic colleague Ma Dexing was leading the smear campaign. This guy is a complete scumbag, learning bad habits at a young age. Fang Yiqiu reminded herself inwardly to remain objective and fair, not to be fooled by the playboy's appearance. But when she saw that goal like a celestial strike and saw 60,000 English fans chanting the name of a Chinese teenager, her heart still pounded uncontrollably. That figure in the number 14 jersey was dazzling under the lights, blindingly bright. Truly remarkable, Fang Yiqiu murmured softly. In the domestic online live studio, commentator He Wei had already smashed his tactical analysis board in excitement. Slap. The crisp sound of the table slap echoed in thousands of homes. A resounding slap on the table. This is truly a slap on the table. He Wei's eyes were slightly red, his voice high-pitched. This goal absolutely deserves to compete for this season's Puskas Award. He used the lightest method to tear apart the most expensive defense in the Premier League. The barrage was already flooded with dense exclamation marks. Oh my God, this is a track athlete. This is a reincarnation of the king of football. Double step over followed by elastico. With that core strength, anyone who said he had weak legs last night come out and take the hit. Where's Ma Dexing? Why isn't that old dog saying anything? In the face of absolute strength, all doubts turned into outright jokes. The match resumed. Trailing by 1 goal, City's bust became a complete joke. Pellegrini gritted his teeth, walked to the sideline, and waved his hand. Push up. Attack. Falling behind meant being beaten. That was the iron law of football. City's 2 midfielders finally crossed the halfway line. The defense also began to push forward. This was exactly the situation Suchun wanted most. The bus was dismantled. The space for the explosive sprints of Ricardo, Isaacs and Dos Santos Leite had finally returned. In the 40th minute of the first half, City pushed forward in attack. Aguero's shot from the edge of the box was calmly caught by Cech. Cech got up and immediately threw the ball long to Cazorla in midfield. Cazorla, without stopping, pushed it directly to Suchun ahead. Yaya Touré, on high alert, immediately closed him down. This time Suchun did not slow down at all. He nudged the ball outward with his right foot. The thigh muscles unleashed terrifying propulsion. Full speed. Touré's massive frame had just started moving when Suchun had already turned into a white lightning bolt gliding past him. Too fast. Touré didn't even have a chance for a tactical foul, grabbing the shirt. Only a gust of wind passed by. Vast open spaces in the front became Suchun's personal racetrack. Suchun dribbled at full speed. Company hurried back, trying to cut off the inside line. Suchun lifted his head at high speed. On the left side of the box, Sanchez was sprinting forward desperately. A gentle flick with the outside of the right foot. The ball skimmed the turf, passed precisely between Company's legs, and pierced the entire defense. Sanchez arrived in time, facing the charging Joe Hart. A calm low shot to the far post. The ball hit the net. 2-0. Suchun with a long-range run delivered a deadly assist. Halftime. Arsenal returned to the dressing room with a 2-goal advantage. The second half began. City became desperate, bringing on Navas to strengthen the wings. But Wenger was prepared. Arsenal retreated entirely, playing pure counter-attacking football. Whenever they won the ball, they immediately looked for Suchun. Up front, Suchun was like a tireless perpetual motion machine, constantly breaking through and drawing fouls. City's players were suffering immensely. In the 68th minute, Suchun overtook Clichy on the wing with raw pace. Near the byline, he crossed the ball. The French striker Giroud, towering in the 6-yard box like a mountain, overpowered the City center back and slammed a powerful header. The ball hit the underside of the crossbar and bounced into the net. 3-0. The match's suspense was completely killed. The final whistle blew. The Emirates Stadium became a sea of joy. Arsenal at home ruthlessly crushed the invincible Blue Moon Manchester City 3-0. They secured their 5th consecutive Premier League victory. On the league table, Arsenal surged to the top. In the post-match press conference, journalists packed the room to the brim. Pellegrini sat in front of the microphone with a gloomy face. Fong Ichio raised her hand and was granted a question. Coach, what is your evaluation of Suchin's performance today? Do you have any advice for this young Chinese striker? Hearing this question, Pellegrini shook his head with a bitter smile. Advice? His performance today completely destroyed my defensive system. What advice does he need? Pellegrini sighed. His footwork made it impossible for us to keep up. I admit our defensive strategy was a total failure. Perhaps the entire Premier League should wake up. Here an unstoppable whale has been born. This high praise was immediately recorded frantically by the journalists. The Manchester City manager was completely defeated. This would definitely be the headline for all European sports newspapers tomorrow. As for Suchin, the man of the match, he had not yet appeared for any interviews. Head coach Wenger went to great lengths to protect his player. The old manager was well aware of the British media's habit of catching shadows. Suchin's recent scandalous news had just subsided. He absolutely would not allow these unscrupulous reporters to trap Suchin. In the Arsenal home dressing room, teammates had showered and left one by one. Suchin sat alone in front of his locker. His heart was racing, not because of the victory, but because of the system prompts ringing madly in his mind. Ding. Win this match. Total distance covered 11000 meters. Successful dribbles 16. Fouls suffered 5. 1 goal, 2 assists. Settlement of this match system bonus 95000 euros. This was just pocket money. The real highlight was yet to come. Suchin took a deep breath and opened the main mission panel. The progress bar was full at 55. Congratulations, host. Main mission completed 5 consecutive Premier League wins. Mission difficulty rating SS level. Issuing basic mission reward A-level skill, heavy cannon shot. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling golden light exploded in the system backpack. Suchin immediately opened the skill description. Skill heavy cannon shot A-level description. When the host takes a long-range shot from outside the box, leg swing power is greatly increased. Initial ball speed increased by 30. Shot power significantly enhanced. Comes with a slight irregular knuckleball trajectory. Note the strongest demolition tool against a parked bus. Close your eyes and power through miracles. Suchin clenched his fists in excitement. With the skill, from now on, anyone who dares to park the bus in front of him, he could kick the ball along with the goalkeeper into the net from 30 meters out. This was a qualitative leap in his arsenal. His original long shot accuracy was 86 points, and now he had filled the gap in power and ball speed. He was now a fully fledged human mobile artillery with no blind spots. However, the surprise was not over. The system's crisp voice rang again. Ding. Detected that the host completed the mission with overwhelming superiority, earning an SS level rating. Triggering extra drop rate reward. Issuing additional cash reward 5 million euros. Suchin's breath caught. 5 million euros. Staring at the string of numbers on the system panel, his heart began to race. This huge sum combined with his previous bonus savings was an astonishing fortune. But this money in the system account was just a string of dead numbers. It had to be turned into real combat power. The intensity of the Premier League was immense. Those defenders who were behind would resort to any dirty tackles, even career-ending ones. Spending money on equipment to protect himself was the wisest choice. Suchin directly opened the system shop. His eyes locked onto the equipment section. Elite shin guard price 30000 euros. Reduces injury probability by 10 after wearing. Appearance can be freely changed to match real items. Elite boots price 6000 euros. Increases shooting accuracy by 1, increases absolute speed by 1, it reduces injury probability by 5. Appearance can be freely changed. By. Suchin didn't hesitate for a second, directly deducting 900 euros. A flash of white light passed. A pair of pure white boots and a pair of lightweight carbon fiber shin guards dropped into the system backpack. Suchin immediately extracted them and equipped them on his body. The appearance then transformed into the current uniform style of Arsenal's sponsor. The shin guards fit perfectly against his calf muscles with no foreign sensation. The boots felt as light as if they weren't there. With these two pieces of equipment as a baseline plus his max level core strength, the risk of injury was greatly reduced. Just then the system's crisp notification sounded again. Ding. New main mission released. System mission: lead the team to win the Premier League half-season title. Mission reward: A-level skill, third lung. Suchin's eyes lit up. He immediately opened the skill description. Third lung, equivalent to having 3 lungs worth of physique. Greatly increases stamina limit, accelerates stamina recovery during matches, and comes with strong anti-fatigue effects. Stamina. This was exactly what Suchin craved most. Although he could recharge with 1 million euro potions, that was ultimately a temporary fix. Once the Premier League's unique Christmas fixture pile-up hit with 2 or even 3 matches a week, buying potions would drain his entire savings. With this third lung, it was like installing a large capacity reserve fuel tank for himself. It would also fundamentally reduce the risk of muscle strain due to fatigue. The strategic significance of this skill was even greater than heavy cannon shot. Half-season champion. Suchin clenched his fists. This mission must be completed. That night, Suchun refused Wilshire's invitation to celebrate at a nightclub and returned alone to his high-end apartment. His phone screen lit up with a suggestive message from Catherine. Suchun glanced at it and tossed the phone onto the sofa. This was a critical period for winning titles and no time for such distractions. He took a cold shower. Lying in bed, closing his eyes, his consciousness sank directly into the system's virtual training ground. The empty green field was brightly lit. Suchun stood in front of the ball. He wanted to test the newly acquired A-level skill heavy cannon shot immediately. He placed the ball 30 meters outside the penalty area. He looked up at the goal. A strange change appeared in his vision. A translucent virtual crosshair floated in the air. The crosshair's color kept changing. When his gaze strayed from the goal, it was green. As he adjusted his focus aiming at the edge of the goal, it turned yellow. When his eyes locked onto the top right corner, the crosshair turned into a piercing deep red. Red meant a high probability of hitting the frame. Suchun took a deep breath and began his run-up. After 3 big strides, his left foot firmly planted on the turf, half a meter to the left of the ball. The heavy cannon shot skill activated instantly. The muscles in his right thigh tightened completely. Power exploded from his calf, meeting the lower middle part of the ball. He struck it fiercely. A thunderous boom echoed across the training ground. Fierce power surged into the ball, its surface visibly distorting under the immense pressure. Without any arc or spin, the ball transformed into a white blur, flying straight and low towards the top right corner of the goal. Bang! The ball smashed into the back of the net, stirring up a spray of white. A perfect strike into the top corner. Suchun's heart surged with excitement as he watched the ball still rolling inside the net. With this aiming assist and power boost, long-range shots were no longer a gamble. They had become a heavy sniper rifle ready to be drawn at any moment. From now on, against teams that parked the bus, all he needed was a sliver of space outside the box to shatter their goal and their defense alike. After testing the skill, Suchun did not leave the training ground. His individual abilities were already formidable. For breakthroughs, he had Kaka's explosive sprint and Samba dribbling. For shooting, he had the cannon-like strike. However, match experience and chemistry with teammates still required extensive accumulation. Initiate combat simulation. Suchun directly selected the highest difficulty opponents, Bayern Munich and Real Madrid. His teammates were the system's one-to-one replica of the entire Arsenal squad. The match began. Facing top defenders like Lam and Boateng, Suchun launched attack after attack. Each time he was dispossessed, he started over. Each time a pass went awry, he repositioned. In the training ground, stamina could be reset at any time. Suchun ran, dribbled, and shot tirelessly. After dozens of high-intensity simulated matches, Suchun's coordination with teammates like Cazorla and Giroud reached a level where they could find each other with their eyes closed. Although physical fatigue was cleared by the system, the mental drain was immense. At 4 a.m, Suchun exited the training ground and slept until dawn. 3 days later, the highlight of the 9th round of the Premier League was about to begin. Arsenal hosted Burnley at the Emirates Stadium. Burnley, this season's promoted team, sat second from bottom in the relegation zone. On paper, this was a one-sided mismatch. Yet the British media whipped up a frenzy before the match. The Sun ran a banner headline: "Manchester City showed the way. Parking the bus is the only antidote to Suchun." The Daily Mail even broke a story. Burnley manager Dyche boasts he will take a point from the Emirates. Back in China, Ma Dexing eagerly jumped into the fray, spouting nonsense on Weibo. Suchun's last goal was pure luck. That kind of tight space dribbling can't work every game. As long as Burnley defends deep in the box, Arsenal will be helpless. Just wait and laugh. Suchun paid no attention to the outside criticism. At 4 p.m, the Emirates was packed. Over 60,000 home fans sang the club anthem, welcoming both teams onto the pitch. The referee blew the whistle. The match officially began. Just 5 minutes and Neville was shouting in the Sky Sports broadcast booth. "My God, what is Burnley doing? 9 defenders plus the goalkeeper all crammed into the box. Only one forward is loafing around the center circle." Carragher shook his head beside him, his face full of disdain. "Too extreme. This is a textbook 9-0-1 formation. Burnley is determined to scrape a draw away from home." It seems Manchester City's bus parking last time gave all the weak teams in the Premier League a huge inspiration. Facing a player with Suchun's terrifying dribbling ability, completely abandoning offense and defending deep is indeed the most desperate yet effective method. On the pitch, Arsenal passed the ball around in the final third. Burnley's players remained unmoved. They let Arsenal pass outside the box, not even bothering to press unless they entered the penalty area. Cazorla held the ball, frustrated by the dense wall of blue shirts. He couldn't pass through. Giroud was sandwiched between 2 towering defenders with no room even to jump. On the wing, Alexis Sanchez was immediately swarmed by 3 players as soon as he got the ball. The Arsenal fans in the stands erupted in loud boos. This was their verdict on Burnley's ugly football. Suchun stood at the edge of the box, observing Burnley's stubborn, unyielding defense. He smirked. It was exactly what he needed. He had been looking for the perfect opportunity to test his new weapon. Suchun stepped back. He retreated to a position over 30 meters from goal. Within a 5-meter radius, there wasn't a single Burnley defender. "Pass it here." Suchun raised his right hand and shouted to Cazorla. Without hesitation, Cazorla played a low pass along the ground. Suchun cushioned the ball with the inside of his right foot. It settled obediently at his feet. Burnley's defensive midfielder, seeing Su Chen so far out, only made a token step forward. 30 meters. In their view, this was not a conventional shooting distance. Su Chen took a deep breath. He looked up. He gazed at Burnley's goal. The aiming system in his mind activated instantly. Green, yellow, red. The crosshairs locked firmly onto the top right corner of the goal. A dazzling patch of crimson. No fancy feints. His left foot stamped hard on the turf. Activate cannon strike. His core strength exploded. His thigh and lower leg whipped forward, the instep of his right foot striking the lower middle part of the ball. Boom. A tremendous blast echoed across the Emirates. The ball, under immense compression, transformed into a streak of white light the moment it left his foot. No dip. Pure linear bombardment. Its speed was so great that the camera lenses on the field could barely track it. Burnley goalkeeper Tom Heaton only saw a flash of white light. By the time he instinctively tried to move, the ball had already slammed into the net behind him. The immense force pushed the netting into a grotesque bulge. The stadium fell silent for half a second. Then an explosion of sound. The Emirates, with over 60,000 people, erupted. Goal. It's a goal. Neville jumped up in the broadcast booth, knocking over his microphone. My God, did you see that? Over 30 meters out. An utterly unreasonable, thunderous long-range strike. The ball was like a cannonball fired from a cannon, blasting through Burnley's goal. Carragher held his head, eyes wide. The power is terrifying. Heaton didn't even make a save. Who said he could only dribble? Who said he had no long-range ability? This is a heavy bomb designed to destroy any parked bus. On the sidelines, Wenger stared blankly at the ball in the net. The old manager turned to his assistant Steve Bold. Steve, that was 30 meters right. Bold swallowed hard, his scalp tingling. Boss, at least 32 meters. When did this kid develop such a strike? That explosive power is unscientific. On the pitch, Su Chen's teammates charged towards him. Wilshere jumped onto his back, screaming hoarsely. That was fing awesome, Su. Your shot deafened my ears. Su Chen laughed, embracing his teammates one by one. Everything was under control. The elite boots' increased shooting accuracy combined with the power of the cannon strike created an unstoppable weapon. On the other side, Burnley's players looked at each other in dismay. The captain stepped forward, clapping his hands to boost morale. Don't panic. That was a fluke. He can't score worldies like that from 30 meters every game. Hold your positions. Don't give him space to dribble. Burnley manager Deitch was also shouting from the touchline. Stick to the plan. Don't push out. Defend the box. In their minds, that long-range shot was a lucky strike. As long as the defense held, Arsenal wouldn't score a second. The match resumed. After kicking off, Burnley played a long ball back to Arsenal and then retreated en masse into the box. The formation remained the impenetrable 9-0-1. Time ticked by. Arsenal continued to pass the ball around. In the 25th minute, Su Chen again received the ball 30 meters from goal. Burnley's defenders watched coldly. They refused to believe he could fluke another one. The defenders didn't even move a step. Seeing their suicidal stubbornness, Su Chen didn't hesitate. He adjusted his stride. The crosshairs locked on again. A blaze of red light. He unleashed a thunderous strike. Boom. The same sound exploded across the pitch again. A white blur screamed through the air. The ball, with irresistible force, skimmed the inside of the post and slammed into the net once more. Goalkeeper Heaton made a save this time, but the ball flew half a meter above his fingertips. He didn't even touch it. 2-0. The stadium went wild again. Burnley manager Deitch smashed his tactical board onto the turf. The plastic board cracked in two. He panicked. Completely panicked. The pre-match plan to defend deep had become a complete joke. By retreating so far, they had handed Arsenal a shooting gallery outside the box. That Chinese kid didn't play by the rules. He could unleash a powerful shot from anywhere past the halfway line. And the power, the speed, the insane accuracy. Goalkeeper Tom Heaton's hands were shaking so much he could barely hold his water bottle. Push up. We can't drop back any further. Move the defensive line 15 meters outside the box. Deitch roared with his raspy voice. 2 goals down, staying deep was just waiting to die. Burnley's players reluctantly began to push their formation out. This played right into Wenger's hands. The old manager sat leisurely on the bench, taking a sip from his thermos. The cannon strike wasn't just a direct scoring tool. Its greatest strategic value was forcing the bus to break up. Once you came out, the vast open space behind you was the perfect racetrack for Su Chen. The second half began. Burnley started committing players forward, trying to create chances through crosses. In the 60th minute, Burnley crossed from the right. Mertesacker rose like a tree in the box, heading the ball clear. It fell to Cazorla at the edge of the box. Cazorla, without a moment's pause, played a direct pass to Su Chen near the center circle. Su Chen received the ball with his back to goal. A Burnley midfielder immediately closed him down. Su Chen nudged the ball with the outside of his left foot, spun his body, and exploded past him. Kaka's max-level acceleration was fully unleashed. His thigh muscles bulged, his legs pounded the turf. He reached top speed from the very first stride. The Burnley midfielder only saw a flash of white. He didn't even have a chance for a tactical foul before he was left far behind. Su Chen sprinted with the ball, charging straight into Burnley's half. Burnley's 2 center-backs scrambled to retreat, trying to close down the space. Su Chen played ruthlessly. At full speed, he nudged the ball right with his right foot, then cut it back left with his left. A violent non-stop change of direction. Both center-backs lost their balance, collided with each other, and fell clumsily to the ground. Facing the on-rushing goalkeeper, Su Chun calmly slotted the ball into the far corner, rolling it along the turf into the net. 3-0. A hat trick. The roar from the stands nearly blew the roof off. But it wasn't over. In the 85th minute, Arsenal played a brilliant combination in the final third. Giroud held off a defender in the box and laid the ball off. Su Chun sprinted onto it, executing a perfect La Croqueta in a tight space, dribbling past two defenders. He unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot. The ball hit the underside of the crossbar and bounced into the goal. 4-0. A perfect four-goal haul. As the final whistle blew, in the Sky Sports studio, Neville and Carragher were completely hoarse. 4 goals. Su Chun single-handedly destroyed Burnley's entire defense. 6 matches. This 18-year-old Chinese teenager has scored 16 goals. This is absolutely the most insane start in Premier League history. In the end, Arsenal thrashed the promoted team Burnley 5-0 at home. On Chinese social media, fans celebrated late into the night. Meanwhile, the repeatedly outspoken FA journalist Ma Dexing had his Weibo account bombarded by furious fans. 100,000 abusive comments forced him to delete his account and flee overnight. This insane scoring rate sent a massive shockwave through European football. Spain. Madrid. In the top-floor meeting room of the Real Madrid headquarters, Florentino Perez threw a thick stack of documents onto the long table. The cover prominently featured a photo of Su Chun in his number 14 jersey. Look at these numbers. Perez tapped the table. 16 goals in 6 matches. Powerful long-range shots, exquisite dribbling long solo runs, and the massive commercial market backed by over 1 billion Chinese people. Get the transfer department to London immediately. I don't care what contract he just signed. I want to see him in Real Madrid's white jersey next summer. At the same time, Paris, France. The wealthy owner of Paris Saint-Germain directly signed a blank check and threw it to the club's sporting director. Get it done. Money is no object. All of Europe's top clubs had been awakened by Su Chun. On the desks of almost every top manager, there was a video of Su Chun's matches. The storm raged outside, but the Premier League schedule rolled on relentlessly. Su Chun's red whirlwind continued to sweep across the British Isles. A montage of news reports bombarded major sports channels. Bild reports. Premier League Round 10, Arsenal away at Swansea. Su Chun delivered an assist and sealed the victory with a thunderous strike. Arsenal won 2-0. Dear audience, this is the national television sports channel. Chinese player Su Chun came off the bench in the English League Cup round of 16, scoring twice to help his team overturn a deficit and win 4-3, advancing to the quarterfinals. That's right, it's Su Chun again. In Premier League Round 11, Arsenal faced a rainy, muddy battle away at Stoke City. Su Chun's direct free kick in the 89th minute secured a dramatic equalizer, snatching a precious point. Su Chun scores to save the day. Premier League Round 12, Arsenal scraped a hard-fought 1-0 win over Southampton. Premier League Round 15, Arsenal secured a resounding away victory against Aston Villa. After Su Chun was substituted, Arsenal's defense collapsed, conceding 2 goals to be held to a draw by West Ham United. Time flew by. Amidst a grueling high-intensity schedule, the date arrived December 19, 2014. Premier League Round 19. The final decisive battle of the first half of the season. Arsenal traveled to face Liverpool at Anfield. Before the season began, no one considered Liverpool a title contender. But under manager Brendan Rodgers, this team had sparked a youthful storm, their counterattacks lightning fast. After 18 rounds of the league, Liverpool had 45 points level with Arsenal. The Gunners only clung to the top spot by a slender margin of 3 goals in goal difference. This direct confrontation, whoever won would be the true half-season champion. Although the Premier League has no trophy for the half-season champion, historical statistics show teams that top the table at the halfway point have an 80% chance of ultimately lifting the Premier League trophy. This was a monumental clash, crucial for morale and the season's trajectory. To make matters worse, this battle for the top spot wasn't just between Arsenal and Liverpool. Chelsea were breathing down their necks. Mourinho's Blues, after losing to Arsenal, quickly regained their form, embarking on a winning streak. Chelsea now had 44 points, just 1 point behind the leaders, sitting in 3rd place. In this round, Chelsea were at home at Stamford Bridge, facing a relegation-threatened team. A home win for the Blues was practically a foregone conclusion. All the pressure now fell upon Anfield. If Arsenal and Liverpool drew, and Chelsea won, then Mourinho would overtake them both to seize the half-season champion's throne. The Mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. This red and white battle was a must-win. London. Coney Training Centre. Su Chun sat in the changing room, gulping down a sports drink. The relentless, grueling matches kept his muscles perpetually tense. Though his 18-year-old body recovered quickly, it couldn't withstand the Premier League's inhumanly demanding physical toll. He desperately needed the reward from the system's mission. Main mission: lead the team to win the Premier League half-season championship. Mission reward: A-rank skill, 3rd lung. With the 3rd lung, he could survive the grueling Christmas fixture schedule of a game every 3 days. For this goal, for over a week, Su Chun had shut out the outside world. Supermodel Catherine had posted a dozen intimate photos on Twitter, trying in various ways to invite him to a party. Su Chun didn't even look, he just blocked her. Women only slowed down his powerful strikes. Right now his eyes were fixed solely on the goal at Anfield. That afternoon, Liverpool, Anfield Stadium. This historic ground capable of holding over 50,000 had always been one of Europe's most fearsome away venues. As Arsenal's team bus approached the stadium, the streets were lined with Liverpool fans, a sea of red, piercing songs, deafening jeers, and burning red flares. An overwhelming wave of pressure was enough to intimidate any visiting team before the match even began. In the changing room, Wenger's face was grim as he gave the final tactical instructions. Hold the line. Liverpool's counterattacks are fast. Cut off their wing play. The veteran manager slammed the tactics board. Boys, get through this, and we are the half-season champions. The Arsenal players roared in unison, their morale high. The match was about to begin. In the tunnel, the two teams lined up. The passage was narrow and dim, the atmosphere suffocatingly tense. The red and white jerseys were starkly divided. Suchin stood at the front of the line, flexing his ankles. He felt a piercing gaze fixed on him from the side. Turning his head, he saw a small black forward in a Liverpool 31 shirt glaring at him with utter provocation. Raheem Sterling, Liverpool's hottest prospect, England's homegrown superstar. Seeing Suchin turn, Sterling grinned and made a thumbs-down gesture. Suchin raised an eyebrow. Wilshere leaned in and whispered, "Ignore him. He's jealous of you." Jealous? Suchin was puzzled. For this year's Golden Boy award, he and Pogba were the frontrunners. Then you burst onto the scene and blew up the entire European football world. Wilshere snorted. Tuttosport's predictions have completely changed. The kid was in the media the day before yesterday, saying he'd teach you what real Premier League speed is all about at Anfield. Suchin couldn't help but laugh softly. Sterling, that famous happy-go-lucky boy, did he really think his flashy tricks could intimidate him? Suchin looked away, not even bothering to glance at Sterling again. This dismissal infuriated Sterling, who clenched his fists in anger. Just as the match was about to kick off in the high-level VIP box at Anfield, a man in a black trench coat sat on a leather sofa. He wore a low-pulled baseball cap and large dark sunglasses. His attire was extremely low-key, not at all like an ordinary fan watching a game. Leaning forward, his gaze pierced through the box's glass fixed on the back of Arsenal's 14 as he walked out of the tunnel. If a live director had switched the camera to him at that moment, it would have caused a sensation across all of England. The Chelsea manager, Jose Mourinho, inside the high-end VIP box at Anfield. The heating was turned up high, but Chelsea manager Jose Mourinho was still wrapped in his iconic black coat. He pulled his baseball cap down low, a pair of large black sunglasses perched on his nose, his entire figure shrinking into the shadows of the leather sofa. For this crucial match for the mid-season title, the outside world believed Mourinho was commanding Chelsea from Stamford Bridge. No one knew that the special one had secretly come to his rival's home ground. His purpose, of course, was not to enjoy Liverpool's anthem. He came for only one person. On the pitch below, players from both sides were finishing their final warm-ups. Through the one-way glass, Mourinho's gaze locked onto the Arsenal player wearing the number 14 jersey, a young Chinese prodigy. Suchin. Mourinho summoned the data card he had studied countless times in his mind. 18 years old, incredibly fast, explosive power, unstoppable in dribbling and turning. In recent matches, he had also displayed utterly unreasonable long-range strikes. A perfect attacking machine, isn't he? Mourinho turned to the man beside him. Sitting next to him was a slightly overweight, middle-aged man in a high-end tailored suit. Jorge Mendes, the super agent titan who commanded European football, holding contracts for a host of top stars and coaches, including Cristiano Ronaldo and Mourinho himself. Mendes looked at the data in his hand and nodded emphatically. In half a season, Suchin had played fewer than 20 Premier League matches and scored an astonishing 22 goals. He had even broken the Premier League record for consecutive scoring. For a newcomer just 18 years old, this defied all footballing logic. What made Mendes's eyes burn even more was Suchin's nationality. Chinese. As a super agent deeply versed in commercial operations, Mendes knew exactly what this identity meant. It was a vast market of 1 billion people. With the right strategy, Suchin had the potential to surpass Messi and Ronaldo, becoming the most commercially valuable sports cash cow in the world. Jose, your judgment of players has always been sharp, but I've heard that fat Italian Raiola has already sent people to London to contact him. Mendes put down his cigar. Mourinho sneered. Then you'd better hurry, Jorge. Suchin's current agent is his uncle, who has no professional experience whatsoever. If you sign him, Chelsea's owner Roman Abramovich is willing to pay over £150 million next summer to bring him to Stamford Bridge. Hearing this figure, Mendes raised an eyebrow. £150 million. That would absolutely shatter the world football transfer record. Is he really worth that much? Better than your own Hazard or Diego Costa? Mendes asked, uncertain. His understanding of football tactics was far inferior to the special one's. Mourinho burst into laughter at the question. You must be joking. Mourinho's smile vanished, and he spoke deliberately, word by word. You dare to compare Hazard to Suchin? In my eyes, Suchin is the kind of monster you discuss alongside Pelé, Maradona, or Kaká in his prime. Mendes gasped. Having worked with Mourinho for so many years, he knew exactly how arrogant this special one was. Hearing the names Pelé and Maradona from Mourinho's mouth was an evaluation of staggering proportions. But Jose, he's only played half a season of top-level professional football, Mendes reminded him. So what? Mourinho crossed his arms. As long as he doesn't get injured, he alone can tear any team's defense to shreds. Bring him to Chelsea, and I can make this team dominate Europe for a decade. Mendes said no more, immediately pulling out his phone to call his assistant. Book me a flight to London for tomorrow right now. Find out the home address of Arsenal's number 14 Suchun. I'm going to visit him personally. Hanging up Mendes and Mourinho's gazes simultaneously fell upon the pitch. Poaching Arsenal's core player was undoubtedly more difficult than scaling the heavens. But with enough leverage, there was no deal in this world that couldn't be closed. Inside the stadium, Liverpool's anthem, "You'll Never Walk Alone," thundered through the air. Over 40,000 Reds fans waved their scarves, turning Anfield into a sea of red. In the commentary box, Sky Sports lead commentator Gary Lineker bellowed, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Anfield. This is the blockbuster match of the 19th round of the 2014 to 2015 Premier League season. Arsenal travel to Liverpool. This is a six-pointer. Whoever wins this match will claim the Premier League mid-season title." Beside him, guest pundit and former Liverpool captain Jamie Carragher was full of confidence back at his home ground. That's right. Currently both teams are tied on 45 points. Arsenal are top only on goal difference. But at Anfield, Liverpool absolutely have the strength to pull the Gunners down. Lineker began reading the starting lineups. For Liverpool, manager Brendan Rodgers has deployed a highly aggressive 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper Minale. The back four from left to right, Enrique Lovren, Skirtle, Glenn Johnson. The midfield trio captain Steven Gerrard sits in the middle alongside Henderson and the Brazilian magician Coutinho. The front three, English star Raheem Sterling leads the line with Lalana and Markovic on the flanks. Carragher added, "Rodgers hasn't chosen to park the bus. He'll use Anfield's trademark high press and youthful energy to overwhelm Arsenal's defense." The camera switched to the away team Arsenal. Wenger sticks with his unwavering 4-2-3-1 formation. The biggest variable is still the 18-year-old Chinese prodigy, playing in the attacking midfield position. Suchun. Meanwhile, at China Central Television's sports channel, commentators He Wei and Zhang Lu were analyzing the match. Today's match is not just about the two teams fighting for the mid-season title. It's also an extremely crucial battle for Suchun to win this year's European Golden Boy Award, He Wei said, watching the players shaking hands on screen. Zhang Lu immediately chimed in. That's right. The two top contenders for the Golden Boy Award are Suchun and the Liverpool striker Sterling, standing opposite him today. They happen to be playing on the same pitch. Whoever performs better will hold an absolute advantage in tomorrow's voting. In the online live stream, domestic fans' comments were already flooding the screen. That happy-go-lucky Sterling dares to compete with our God Sue for the Golden Boy. What a joke. Don't underestimate them. Liverpool's home ground is too tricky. Sterling has been very fast this season. He even gave Suchun a thumbs-down taunt when they entered the pitch. Crush them. Suchun's heavy cannon is ready to fire. At that moment, in the live chat room of the national television sports channel, millions of Chinese fans flooded in chanting, "Suchun go! Beat Liverpool!" Wow, even Zhang Lu, the commentator, is here. This match is huge. Hurry up and start. I can't wait to see Suchun wipe that smug look off Sterling's face. That happy-go-lucky boy dared to give Suchun a thumbs down before the match. He has no idea what's coming. Take down Liverpool. Win the half-season title. Arsenal will definitely claim the Premier League this year. Go Suchun. Let Anfield hear the roar of the Chinese dragon. The entire comment section was in a frenzy. Dense bullet comments completely obscured the live broadcast. All eyes were fixed on the screen. Everyone was watching the Chinese youth in the number 14 red and white jersey, standing alone in the center circle. Everyone was waiting, expecting Suchun to once again stage a frenzied slaughter on this devilish away ground. Suchun's feet pressed into the slightly slick turf of Anfield. He kept jumping in place, flexing his leg muscles. He had to win this match. Win this, and the half-season title would be secured. The system rewarded A-level skill, third lung, would then be safely stored in his inventory. With that skill, he could easily handle the grueling Christmas fixture schedule that lay ahead. The referee glanced down at the timer on his wrist. He took a deep breath and abruptly blew the long whistle to start the match. The piercing sound cut through the uproar of Anfield Stadium. Midfield core Santi Cazorla passed the ball to the retreating Jack Wilshere. At the moment of the whistle, Suchun's legs powered up, sprinting directly full speed into Liverpool's half. "Don't run wild on my turf, yellow boy." Just as Suchun reached the edge of the penalty arc, a low, harsh voice came from the side. He turned his head. Liverpool's starting centre-back Dejan Lovren charged up to him. The Croatian giant, an astonishing 1.88 meters tall, bore a fierce face. His body was as solid as a brick wall. This season in the Premier League, Lovren had made countless strikers suffer with his aggressive pressing and tough style. To reinforce his verbal intimidation, Lovren deliberately lowered his center of gravity and pressed his thick arm against Suchun's back. He wanted this 18-year-old rookie to feel the terrifying pressure of the Anfield defense. Suchun smiled. He had encountered this kind of trash-talking opening many times in the Premier League. Those tall center-backs always like to claim territory this way. It was nothing but meaningless verbal threats. "I hope your footwork is tougher than your mouth," Suchun said, then suddenly lunged forward. Lovren was startled, completely unprepared for Suchun's decisive burst. He hurriedly stretched his long legs to block him. He tried to use his weight to shove Suchun away. Just as their bodies were about to collide violently, Wilshere from the backfield spotted the moment and sent a low-through ball. The ball cut through Liverpool's midfield line and raced towards Suchun's feet. Lovren's eyes lit up as he extended his right leg to intercept. In that split second, Su Chun, with his back to the ball's path, seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. Without turning, he used his right heel to precisely flick the ball backward. This touch defied conventional receiving logic. The ball changed direction, skimming across the cold turf and slipped straight between Lovren's spread legs. Nutmeg. An extremely arrogant back-to-goal nutmeg. The next moment, Su Chen's full-level core strength exploded. He twisted his waist and forced his way past Lovren's left side. Lovren was completely unable to react. The rhythm change was too fast. His proud physical strength became useless against Su Chen's slippery movements. When Lovren turned and tried to chase, he was in despair. Su Chen's absolute speed was like a supercar. The distance between them widened to 3 body lengths in half a second. Su Chen caught up with the ball. Now he stood at the edge of the penalty area. The space ahead was wide open. In his mind, the aiming system of cannon shot activated automatically. Green, yellow, red. The glaring red crosshair locked onto the top right corner of the goal. Su Chen didn't bother dribbling into the box. He planted his left foot firmly on the turf, his thigh muscles bulging to the limit. His right instep hit the lower middle part of the ball. A ferocious, explosive shot. Bang. A thunderous crack louder than the opening whistle exploded over Anfield. The ball deformed under the immense pressure, turning into a white blur that shot upward and then plummeted steeply. Liverpool goalkeeper Simon Mignolet only saw a flash. He instinctively dropped his knees, unable even to make a leap. A loud clang echoed. The ball smashed violently against the white crossbar, causing the entire goal frame to tremble. The ball rebounded high into the air and landed in the 6-yard box. A shaken Mignolet scrambled to pounce on it. He clutched the ball to his chest. He lay on the turf for 5 or 6 seconds, panting heavily, confirming no Arsenal player was nearby for a tap-in before rising with lingering fear. This warning shot sent a chill down the spine of Liverpool's entire defensive line. What are you doing? Mark him. Don't let him take such an easy shot again. Mignolet jumped up, pointing at the retreating Lovren and cursing without restraint. Lovren's face was pale. He lowered his head repeatedly, raising his hand in apology. Then, with a look as if seeing a monster, he stared at Su Chen jogging back. Su Chen clasped his head and tugged at his hair in frustration. He had been too focused on power, and his ankle wasn't low enough, causing the ball to rise just a few centimeters too high. Though the cannon shot was fierce, its in-game striking technique needed more refinement. Even without a goal, this surprise attack in under a minute had stunned the Reds fans in the stands. The originally overwhelming chorus of the team anthem on the stands paused for a full 3 seconds, then erupted into a huge gasp. My God! Su Chen with the ball. A back-turn nutmeg. In the Sky Sports broadcast booth, commentator Gary Lineker shouted into the microphone. When the ball hit the crossbar, Lineker pounded the desk in excitement. The crossbar. That damn crossbar stopped Su Chen's brilliant goal. What a pity. Such a pity. So close. Arsenal was a whisker away from a 30-second lightning strike at Anfield. Jamie Carragher sat beside him, tugging at his tie, a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. As a former Liverpool captain, he was truly worried for his old club. Su Chen's explosiveness is simply unreasonable. Lovren looked like a clumsy wooden post in front of him, Carragher commented with lingering fear. In the away team dugout, Arsene Wenger suddenly jumped to his feet, clutching his head with regret. The old manager let out a long sigh. If that goal had gone in at the start, Arsenal could have comfortably played on the counter-attack for the remaining 90 minutes and slowly worn Liverpool down. However, Wenger quickly sat back, down, a glint of excitement in his eyes. From this 1-minute exchange, he could see no center-back in the entire Premier League could keep up with Su Chen's insane rhythm in one-on-one defense. Su Chen was the ultimate nuclear weapon on the pitch. In the high-altitude VIP box, Jose Mourinho abruptly straightened. He removed his black-framed sunglasses, his hawk-like eyes fixed on the pitch below. Did you see that, Jorge? Mourinho grabbed the shoulder of his agent Jorge Mendes, his voice urgent. That back-turn nutmeg requires extreme body balance. And that shot without any run-up. His core strength is world-class. Mendes was also stunned. He was a shrewd businessman, not a tactical expert, but he knew star players. This clean dribble and powerful long-range strike were a top-tier performance worth a fortune. Mourinho breathed heavily and sat back on the sofa. Tell Abramovich to increase next year's transfer budget by another £50 million. No matter how much it costs, I must have this Chinese kid. Back in China, in the national television sports channel studio, Zhang Lu's iconic laughter rang out. Oh, what a pity. Too bad. He Wei also slapped his thigh repeatedly. That was a beautiful move. Su Chen showed extremely hot form from the very beginning. Exactly, Zhang Lu continued his analysis. Notice Su Chen's actions: heel flick, nutmeg, back-turn acceleration. 3 steps in one fluid motion, no wasted adjustment. Lovren, though physically strong, was completely outclassed by Su Chen's absolute agility. He Wei sighed. I can't believe Chinese football could produce such a prodigy. Zhang, where do you think Su Chen's ceiling lies? Zhang Lu put away his smile, his expression becoming unprecedentedly serious. He Wei, I usually don't speak in absolutes. But after watching him for most of the season, I dare to assert Su Chen is a football genius not seen in 100 years. His physical talent and on-field creativity are comparable to Kaká in his prime. This statement left He Wei stunned. Millions of fans online were also stunned. Kaká, a Ballon d'Or winner who single-handedly tore apart Manchester United's defense at Old Trafford. Zhang Lu had placed Su Chen on such a high pedestal. The live chat exploded. Zhang knows his football. That dribble was pure caca. This is China's caca. Where's Sterling? Not even a single shot. He thinks he can compete for the golden boy. Su Shun is better with one leg. The focus returned to the pitch. Liverpool, having survived a scare, began to tighten their formation and play steadily. Mignolet hoofed the ball upfield. Steven Gerrard leaped high, heading it to Philippe Coutinho on the right. This Liverpool side, built by Brendan Rodgers, had a distinct tactical style. Though lacking top superstars, they relied on young players' running ability and tireless pressing to create a storm of youth in the Premier League. After surviving Su Chin's early shock, the home side began to exert pressure on Arsenal with their collective intensity. The match turned into a high-intensity physical battle. Coutinho took the ball on the wing. The little Brazilian had exquisite footwork. He executed a few step-overs, shaking off Arsenal left-back Nacho Monreal's balance, then sent a precise curled cross. The ball aimed for the center of the box. Forward Raheem Sterling, using his agility, got ahead of Per Mertesacker to head the ball. But the header was too central, easily punched away by Arsenal goalkeeper Petr Cech. Liverpool won a corner. The Anfield crowd regained their voice, their roar echoing across the sky. Sterling ran out of the box to take the corner. As he passed Su Chun, he deliberately puffed out his chest and shot a provocative glance. The message was clear: see, that's a striker's instinct. Su Chun looked at Sterling's back and shook his head in disbelief. This guy must have a screw loose, showing off a header that didn't even score. But as the match progressed, Liverpool, using their home advantage, temporarily suppressed Arsenal. Gerrard's long-range switches, Coutinho's runs in the half spaces, and Sterling's relentless movement forced Arsenal to retreat en masse. Their formation was compressed into their own 30-meter zone. This is the confidence that puts Liverpool high in the league this season. Lineker commented on the passive situation. Arsenal relies on Su Chin's individual bursts to break the lines. Liverpool relies on the tight collective strength of all three lines. Carragher nodded in agreement. The situation is unfavorable for Arsenal. Wenger's team fears this kind of high-intensity pressing. If they keep defending, passively conceding is only a matter of time. In the commentary booth, Lineker and Carragher analyzed the match's flow for millions of viewers. The first half had reached the 12th minute. During this period, except for Su Chin's thunderous long-range shot that nearly broke the crossbar in the first minute, the hosts at Anfield had completely regained control of the pitch. Leveraging the terrifying might of this devil's home ground, Liverpool unleashed a storm-like onslaught upon the visiting Arsenal. Gerrard roamed and orchestrated in the midfield, while Coutinho frequently darted into the half spaces seeking gaps. Arsenal's defensive line had retreated deep. It was a move born of necessity. Su Chin's individual prowess was indeed otherworldly, yet he was ultimately the lone spearhead at the very front. A spear is meant to pierce the enemy's heart. Using it as a shield is a colossal waste. With Arsenal's entire defensive line compressed flat, Su Chun remained alone near the center circle, ever ready for the lethal strike. This forced Arsenal to compensate for numerical inferiority in their defensive half. Over 40,000 Reds fans on the Anfield terraces sang their club anthem, the waves of support rising one after another. The terror that Su Chun had instilled at the opening whistle had long been washed away in this fervent atmosphere. The camera cut away, locking onto the visiting team's dugout, where manager Wenger sat. To the great surprise of countless Liverpool fans glued to their screens, the French veteran, who had held the reins of the Gunners for over a decade, showed not a trace of the anxiety they had expected. On the contrary, Wenger sat with his legs crossed, firmly settled in his leather seat, even having the leisure to unscrew his thermos and take a sip of hot water, utterly unconcerned about the battering his team was taking on the pitch. In truth, Wenger had done extensive homework before the match and had long calculated today's scenario. The away fixture at Anfield had always been the toughest nut to crack in the Premier League. Once Liverpool's young players got into full swing with boundless energy and aggressive pressing, had Arsenal gone toe-to-toe with them in an open fight from the start, it would have played right into Liverpool manager Rodgers' hands. Points were the sole criterion for determining the half-season champion. To win, Wenger set aside the pride of a technical powerhouse and dug a massive pit for Liverpool. His starting formation listed as 4-2-3-1 on the pre-match sheet, but once the game began, the two-wing speedsters Sanchez and Walcott had dropped deep into midfield. Arsenal's actual shape was an extremely conservative 4-5-1 bus formation, with 5 men packed into the midfield. They erected a seamless interception net. The sole purpose was to leave Su Chin isolated at the front, when Liverpool threw everyone forward in attack. The vast expanse of open space behind their defensive line would be exposed, nearly half the pitch. That was Su Chin's favorite racetrack. One mistake from Liverpool, and that open prairie would become their grave. Meanwhile, in London, at Stamford Bridge, a match with little suspense was also underway. Host Chelsea faced relegation-threatened Karlsruhe. Inside the executive box, European super agent Mendes glanced at the latest push notification on his phone. He turned his head to look at Chelsea manager Mourinho wrapped in a black trench coat. Jose, great news. Hazard just drove into the box and won a penalty, which he calmly converted. Chelsea lead 1-0 at home. Hearing this, Mourinho nodded slightly. A knowing smile of control appeared on his usually stern face. With this goal, the live standings underwent a massive reshuffle. Chelsea, with all 3 points, reached 47 points, leapfrogging both Arsenal and Liverpool, who were drawing at Anfield to seize the half-season championship. This year's Premier League trophy would surely bear Chelsea's name. As for the deadlock at Anfield between Liverpool and Arsenal, Mourinho leaned back into the leather sofa and snorted. The tactical system Rodgers had built looked flashy, but was riddled with flaws. A team without world-class superstars to anchor them once trapped in difficulty had no one to turn the tide. A truly top-tier club required not only a rigorous tactical system, but also a monstrous talent capable of scoring unreasonably in desperate situations. And Arsenal now possessed exactly such a monster. As long as Suchun got one decent opening to sprint, Rodgers' defense would be ground to dust. Just as Mourinho was mentally simulating the match's progression, Mendes beside him suddenly exclaimed, "A red card. Good heavens, the referee has shown a red card." Hearing this, Mourinho lunged forward, his gaze fixed through the massive one-way glass onto the pitch below. On the field half a minute earlier, Liverpool's attack had been flowing smoothly. Forward Sterling received a pass from Gerrard on the left flank. This young English starlet, who had taunted fiercely in the tunnel before the match, was burning with desire to prove himself. With dazzling quick steps, he feinted twice before cutting inside and unleashing a powerful shot. The ball was blocked by Arsenal centre-back Mertesacker's long leg and cleared from danger. Because of Sterling's flair, the broadcast cut to a slow-motion replay of his earlier dribble. Lineker raised his voice in the commentary box. "Brilliant dribbling. Sterling is in top form today. That's the quality of England's future star." But before the praise could land, the broadcast feed was abruptly cut. After a violent shake, the camera snapped back to the center of Anfield. A deafening torrent of piercing boos from Anfield fans filled the air, so loud it nearly overwhelmed the broadcast equipment. And at the center of the frame, the referee, his face dark, raised a red card high in his right hand. A straight red, targeted directly at Liverpool's defensive stalwart Dejan Lovren. Every fan watching on TV was stunned. One moment the director was showing Sterling's dribble replay, the next the referee had pulled out a red card. What earth-shattering event had occurred in those 10 seconds? Why was it on the edge of the penalty area? The director frantically called up the full-angle replay of the incident. On the big screen, the entire sequence was laid out clearly. Rewind half a minute. Sterling's shot was cleared by Mertesacker's boot. The ball fell perfectly to Arsenal's defensive midfielder Wilshere. Wilshere looked up, saw the front line, and without hesitation struck a deadly through ball with the inside of his right foot skimming across the turf. The ball sliced through Liverpool's overcommit midfield like a sword. Near the halfway line, Suchun, wearing the number 14 shirt, had already sprung into action. With his back to goal, he cushioned the ball softly with the inside of his left foot and turned in one fluid motion. With Liverpool pushed so high, only centre-back Lovren remained in defense. Ahead lay a vast, unobstructed green prairie. This was the battlefield a Kaka template craved. Suchun strode forward, punching the ball ahead with his right foot. The muscles in his thighs exploded with terrifying power. His legs drove hard into the turf. From the first step, he reached top speed. The wind whistled past his ears. Suchun turned into a white lightning bolt, plunging straight into Liverpool's heartland. The moment Lovren saw Suchun turn with the ball, cold sweat erupted on his forehead. The terror of being nutmegged by Suchun less than a minute into the match once again gripped his heart. Lovren dared not dive in recklessly. Clenching his teeth, he backpedaled frantically, trying to slow Suchun's advance. The distance between them shrank dramatically. 30 meters. 20. The edge of the box. Lovren knew he had no more room to retreat. He lowered his center of gravity, bent his knees, and fixed his eyes on the ball at Suchun's feet. In the midst of his sprint, Suchun's left shoulder suddenly dipped. He feigned a burst to the left. Lovren screamed internally, "It's a fake. Don't bite." He anchored himself, blocking the inside channel. If Suchun cut inside, he would foul him if necessary. But Lovren had completely misjudged Suchun's intent. That feint to the left was not a decoy. Suchun's right instep slammed against the side of the ball. Using his terrifying forward momentum, he nudged the ball to the right. His left foot stamped hard. A leveraged change of direction. It was an utterly unreasonable full-speed turn. Lovren was horrified. He tried to twist his massive frame to give chase. But in such high-speed combat, his knees could not withstand the torque that defied physics. His foot caught the turf. Lovren's huge body stumbled awkwardly across the grass, losing all defensive position. He had been burned. Suchun bypassed Lovren and burst into the box. Only the goalkeeper Mignolet stood in his way. A one-on-one. An absolute one-on-one chance. Lovren watched the retreating, white number 14 jersey. A wave of immense fear and despair washed over him. He must not score. Liverpool must not fall behind. With his mind over, he charged from behind, both feet off the ground, studs raised. A reckless, career-ending scissor tackle. Bang! Lovren's studs missed the ball entirely and slammed into Suchun's shin, even with the elite shin guards from the system. The immense impact sent Suchun, still sprinting at full speed, completely off balance. He rolled once in the air and crashed heavily onto the grass inside the penalty area. A piercing whistle echoed through Anfield. The referee sprinted to the scene without hesitation. His hand reached into his pocket. Red card. No doubt. The referee's arm pointed straight at Liverpool centre-back Dejan Lovren. Anfield erupted. Liverpool captain Gerrard led all the players in red shirts charging forward. They surrounded the black-clad referee, arguing loudly, applying furious pressure, trying to use home advantage to sway the official's decision. But it was useless. The referee pushed Gerard's arm away, his stance absolute. He had seen the incident clearly. Lovren tackled from behind. With no possibility of reaching the ball, he brutally brought Su Chun down man and ball. A tackle from behind plus denying an obvious goal-scoring opportunity. According to FIFA's laws of the game, this was an indisputable straight red card. From the terraces, over 40,000 Reds fans unleashed a torrent of piercing boos loud enough to rupture eardrums. But it could not change the cold reality of playing a man down. On the stadium big screen, the director began replaying the foul in slow motion. In the high-definition close-up, Lovren's massive frame was completely airborne. His raised metal studs landed squarely on Su Chen's shin. The entire action was brutal. In the Sky Sports studio, Lineker gasped. The red card is fully justified. That was a malicious attempt to end someone's career. Carragher, the former Liverpool captain, shook his head repeatedly, unable to defend Lovren. The challenge was far too heavy. Lovren completely lost his mind. Su Chen's pace forced him into the worst possible decision. Every Arsenal fan watching on television held their breath. In the rough-and-tumble Premier League, a scissor tackle like that, directly onto the support leg, could end an 18-year-old prodigy's career with a broken leg. But then the next moment, the big-screen image shocked all of England. Su Chen sat on the grass, tugged at his red sock, rubbed his shin twice, then, with one hand on the turf, he stood up. He even hopped twice. No harm at all. Even Arsenal's team, Dr. Lewin rushing in with a medical kit, was waved off by Su Chen. Others didn't know, but Su Chen understood perfectly. Money buys survival. After the last match, he had spent a fortune of €9,000 on system equipment, and now it had paid off handsomely. The elite shin guards and elite boots provided a 15 hard injury reduction, combined with the top-tier muscle fibers and core strength from the Kaka template. They withstood the blow. Lovren's career-threatening tackle left only a white mark on his carbon fiber shin guards. Not even a scratch. In the high-level VIP box, Chelsea manager Mourinho slapped his thigh. Jorge, did you see that? Mourinho turned to the super agent Mendes beside him. This kid's injury resistance is a miracle. Any other technical forward would be in the hospital for half a year. Mendes was also secretly astounded. A player who was exceptionally fast, incredibly sharp in his breakthroughs, and as resilient as an armored vehicle. This was undoubtedly the perfect player that every coach in the world dreamed of. Mourinho sat back, down, his gaze growing even more fervent. Bring him to Stamford Bridge at all costs. On the pitch, the situation remained chaotic. Lovren was still frantically gesturing to the referee. But the referee had grown tired of it, and directly signaled to Liverpool manager Rodgers that he must immediately substitute to fill the gap. One centre-back short. The defense was leaking. Rodgers smashed his tactical board to pieces on the sidelines. He was burning with rage, but had no other choice. Soon, the fourth official raised the electronic substitution board. A red number lit up. Substituted off. Number 31. Raheem Sterling. Seeing this number, the entire Anfield Stadium fell silent for a second. The English superstar Sterling, standing up front, was utterly dumbfounded. Substitute me. Are you kidding? He had been itching to compete with Su Chen today. Before the match in the tunnel, he had even given Su Chen a thumbs down. And now, the game had been on for less than 20 minutes. He was being substituted. As a forward, he had become a complete tactical sacrifice to fill the gap in the defense. Sterling was extremely displeased. This was a monumental disgrace. He dawdled his way to the sideline. As he passed by Su Chen, Sterling looked at Su Chen with anticipation. He expected to see mockery, or at least a trace of sympathy, in Su Chen's eyes. If only Su Chen would speak. He could immediately retort and salvage some face as an English prodigy. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. Su Chen didn't even turn his head. He didn't even spare him a sidelong glance. Just an insignificant nobody. Why would Su Chen care about his feelings? This utter disregard was like a resounding slap directly across Sterling's face. The happy-go-lucky boy head hung low and utterly humiliated slunk off the pitch. Substitute center-back Kolo Touré jogged onto the field. The match resumed. The referee sprayed white foam on the grass to mark the spot. It was a free kick quite far from the goal, to the left of the top of the penalty arc, estimated to be about 30 meters from the goal. Arsenal's midfield maestro Cazorla, winger Sanchez, and defensive midfielder Wilshere stood in front of the ball. The three of them covered their mouths, discussing how to handle the set piece. Shoot directly. Cazorla immediately shook his head in rejection. The distance was too far. From over 30 meters out, it was too difficult to strike a high-quality curling shot. Too much power, and it would fly over the bar straight into the stands. Too little power, and the ball would be slow, easily caught by the goalkeeper. Cross it into the box, find Giroud for a header. Cazorla proposed the plan. Sanchez also nodded in agreement. Liverpool's goalkeeper Mignolet stood on his line. He also thought Arsenal would absolutely not shoot directly, so he casually called for only 3 defenders to form the wall. Moreover, these 3 stood loosely, all turning their heads to look into the box, preparing to defend against a high ball. Su Chen, standing not far away, took in this scene. His eyes immediately lit up. The opponent hadn't paid attention to the thickness of the wall. He didn't need to figure out how to curve the ball over their heads at all. Most of the goal was directly exposed in his line of sight. A powerful cannon shot. If not now, when? Su Chen strode forward. Hold on. Su Chen patted Cazorla on the shoulder. Leave this ball to me. At these words, Cazorla and the other 2 were all stunned. You? Wilshere's eyes widened. Since when could you take free kicks? Since Su Chen landed in the Premier League, he had never once grabbed the right to take a forward free kick. Even at the training ground, no one had ever seen Su Chen practice free kicks. Su Chen grinned. A free kick from this distance. Isn't it just a long-range shooting drill without defenders? Cazorla and Sanchez exchanged a glance. A shooting drill. Those words were arrogant enough. However, remembering Su Chen's 2 unreasonable long-range rockets in the last match against Burnley, neither of them argued. The ball speed was fast. The accuracy was freakish. Letting Su Chen take a crack at it seemed like an excellent choice. Then you take it. Cazorla voluntarily stepped back half a pace. Do you need me to stand nearby and make a decoy run? Wilshere asked. Su Chen shook his head decisively. No need. Everyone stepped back. In the studio of China's national sports channel commentator, He Wei saw the broadcast footage. He immediately raised his voice. Audience. Su Chen is walking up to the ball. He's repositioning the ball on the grass. Judging by this stance, is he going to shoot directly? Zhang Lu chimed in happily. This is 30 meters out. Su Chen actually grabbed the free kick. But Su Chen just scored a long shot last game. His foot is hot now, no harm in trying. The barrage on the live stream was overwhelming. Holy shit. The cannon is coming. 30-meter shot as practice. That's fucking inspiring. Su the God smashed Liverpool's goal. Let Sterling see what real shooting is from the bench. On the sidelines, Arsenal manager Wenger and assistant coach Bold looked at each other. Has this kid ever practiced free kicks at the Coney base? Wenger asked, stroking his chin. Bold shook his head. Boss, this kid drives straight home after training every day. No way he practices extra. Probably a whim to test his feel for the ball. Wenger nodded, making no further intervention. Since Su Chen wanted the ball, let him have it. Under the gaze of 60,000 eyes in the stadium, Su Chen placed the ball. He began to step back. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He stepped back far, a full 6 or 7 meters from the ball. He stopped. His hands hung naturally at his sides. Liverpool goalkeeper Minale saw Su Chen's exaggerated run-up distance. His heart sank heavily. He shouted loudly. 2 more men. Make the wall denser. Although he was confident in his saving ability. From 30 meters, as long as there was no deflection, he was absolutely sure he could save it. But Su Chen's long shot reputation had already spread throughout the Premier League. He had to be wary. 5 Liverpool players in red shirts formed a wall. Su Chen stood still waiting for the referee's whistle. Peep. A crisp long whistle exploded over Anfield. Su Chen immediately started. His speed grew faster and faster. His body leaned forward slightly. Judging by this stance, there was absolutely no intention of playing a tactical combination. He was going to unleash an extremely violent power shot. With long strides, he reached the ball. At this moment, the cannon shot skill was fully activated. In Su Chen's mind, a translucent crosshair began to move above the goal. Green, yellow, red. In just a tenth of a second, a piercing deep red crosshair locked firmly onto the top right corner of Liverpool's goal. Su Chen's left foot slammed heavily onto the grass beside the ball. His body tensed like a bowstring pulled to its absolute limit. The terrifying thrust provided by the max-level power core transmitted from his waist to his right leg. The muscles in his right leg bulged. He swung it back high. Then, using his hip as an axis, his right instep carved a powerfully shaped semicircle in the air. Meeting the lower middle part of the ball, he struck it with all his might without reservation. Boom. A penetrating dull roar like the sound of a heavy truck tire bursting. The ball, compressed by the terrifying force, even underwent a moment of physical deformation, along with a large chunk of turf beneath the ball. It was all sent flying. Grass clippings scattered in the air. The ball soared up, tearing through the air ahead, emitting a whistling sound. It turned into a white blur, its trajectory barely visible, charging straight for Liverpool's goal. Whoosh. The 5-man wall of Liverpool immediately jumped. But too slow. The ball speed was just too fast. The strong wind from the ball even messed up Coutinho's hair on the edge. The ball cleared the top of the wall. Goalkeeper Minale's eyes widened, his pupils constricting rapidly. The speed of this ball far exceeded the limits of his perception. By the time he reacted, instinctively pushing off with his legs to fully extend his body, everything had become futile effort. Minale was in midair, his hands reaching forward desperately. But all that awaited him was air. Because the ball had already beaten him. It slammed heavily into the white net behind him. The force was so immense that the ball hit the innermost part of the net, pulling the entire net into an incredibly exaggerated conical bulge. Over 60,000 people in the stadium fell into absolute silence. The deathly silence lingered at Anfield for less than a second. Then the away fans section, which had been suppressed for a full 20 minutes, erupted with the most ferocious roar since kickoff. Thousands of Arsenal supporters sprang from their seats, waving red and white scarves and unleashing hysterical shouts. On the pitch, the Arsenal players went wild. Wilshere lunged from the side, wrapping his arms around Su Chen's neck. Cazorla, Sanchez, Giroud. All of them charged madly toward the corner flag, piling onto Su Chen. This utterly ruthless goal had set their blood ablaze. Su Chen, who had just completed the shot, picked himself up from the ground. The immense recoil from the cannon shot skill had nearly caused him to lose his footing after that explosive strike. But that power transfer to the ball yielded an absolutely unstoppable destructive force. In the Sky Sports broadcast booth, legendary commentator Gary Lineker tore at his tie, leaning over the desk, screaming wildly into the microphone. My God, what did I just witness? It's in. Goal. From 30 meters out. A direct free kick goal from 30 meters. That's not kicking a ball, that's firing a missile straight into Liverpool's goal. Beside him, the Reds' legend Jamie Carragher held his head in his hands. His eyes were wide as saucers. Too fast. That ball speed definitely exceeded the reaction limit of any human goalkeeper. Mignolet hadn't even completed his jump before the ball was in the net. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Carragher shook his head repeatedly. He had thought Liverpool had a chance to beat Arsenal at home today. But Součan's strike had shattered his illusions into pieces. The stadium's big screen began a slow-motion replay of the goal. In high definition, the frame, when the ball left Součan's right instep, showed a dramatic physical deformation on its surface. And as the ball sailed over the wall, Coutinho, standing at the edge, felt a fierce gust of wind whip past his ear. Liverpool goalkeeper Mignolet was kneeling on the goal line. He stared blankly at the ball still spinning in the back of the net. His mentality was completely shattered. He was renowned in the Premier League for his quick reflexes. But just now his brain had sent the command to save, yet his body simply couldn't keep up with the ball's trajectory. This overwhelming sense of powerlessness made the Belgian international question if his eyes were deceiving him. Was this truly the power an 18-year-old player could generate? To make matters worse, Lovren had been sent off with a red card. Liverpool were not only a goal down, but also faced a relentless Arsenal onslaught for 70 minutes with a one-man disadvantage. How could they possibly continue playing? In the high-altitude VIP box, the heating was turned up high. Chelsea manager Jose Mourinho abruptly rose from the leather sofa. He clapped his hands vigorously. The crisp applause echoed through the box. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. The special one made no effort to hide his admiration for the goal. Jorge, take a look at this kid. Mourinho turned to his agent Jorge Mendes. That clean leg swing, that terrifying core strength. No unnecessary tactical tricks, just pure, overwhelming power. He not only has Kaká's long-range runs, but also possesses such a world-class cannon. If he comes to Chelsea, I can turn him into the most terrifying goal-scoring machine in the world. Mendes took a deep breath and stubbed out his cigar in the ashtray. He was a businessman. What he valued extended far beyond on-field performance. Jose, you might have missed a statistic. Mendes pulled out his phone from his suit pocket, opened a screen, and handed it to Mourinho. With this goal, Součan has now scored 23 goals in the Premier League this season. Mourinho looked down, his eyebrows shooting up. 23 goals. That was an incredibly staggering number in itself. Remember, the Premier League season wasn't even halfway through. Mendes continued. That's not the main point. The point is on the live European Golden Shoe standings. Součan is ranked first. Hearing this, even Mourinho, who had seen it all, was taken aback. The European Golden Shoe is awarded to the top scorer in all of Europe. The top 5 leagues have the highest goal coefficient of 2. Mendes scrolled on the screen. Currently second is Cristiano with 21 goals in La Liga. Third is Messi with 19 goals. Součan is outperforming the 2 greatest superstars in the world right now. Mendes put away his phone. His breathing grew heavy. This kid is from China. He has a market of over 1 billion people behind him. And now he's statistically surpassing both Messi and Ronaldo. The Golden Boy award, the Golden Shoe. As long as he stays healthy, it's all his for the taking. Jose, I can't wait until tomorrow. As soon as the match ends, I'm going to London to corner him. Mendes's eyes gleamed with predatory ambition. As long as he could sign Součan to his agency, even if it meant paying a hefty commission up front, it would be a guaranteed profit. On the pitch, the game restarted. Liverpool manager Brendan Rodgers stood on the touchline waving his hand. The tactic changed immediately. Total defensive compactness. A man down against Arsenal's front line pushing forward would be suicide. Liverpool's formation shifted to an elastic 4-4-1. The edge of the penalty area was packed with red-shirt defenders. Wenger remained motionless on the sideline. Arsenal began to dominate possession absolutely. Cazorla received the ball in midfield, surveying the dense defensive line. He didn't opt for a cross. Instead, he pushed the ball with his right foot to Součan, who was 30 meters out from the box. Součan controlled the ball. No defender within 3 meters. Liverpool's holding midfielder Henderson only dared to watch him from the edge of the box. Součan didn't hesitate. His gaze locked onto the goal, the cannon shot, crosshair flickering. He pulled the trigger. A thunderous strike. Boom. The deafening sound echoed again. The ball transformed into a streak of white light, hurtling towards the goal. Henderson gritted his teeth, throwing his bulky frame directly into its path. Bang. The ball smashed viciously into Henderson's shoulder, deflecting and spinning out for a goal kick. Henderson cried out in pain, clutching his shoulder and rolling twice on the turf. The force was immense. The muscles at the point of impact were instantly numb. Arsenal took the corner kick. It was cleared by a Liverpool defender out of the box. The loose ball fell again to Součan. He controlled it, then pulled his right foot back once more. Boom. A low-driven cannonball. The ball skimmed the outside of the post and flew into the stands, smashing against the advertising boards with a heavy thud. Mignolet in goal turned pale with fear. Continuous long-range suppression. A 30-meter distance. For others, it would be wasteful pot shots. But for Součan, armed with the cannon shot skill, it was a high-frequency sniper rifle. He didn't need to score every time. As long as each long-range strike hammered away at the psychological defenses of the Liverpool players, the goalkeeper's mentality would be completely shattered. The defender's stamina would be rapidly drained by constant blocking. For the remaining 20 minutes of the first half, the air above Anfield was filled with the dull thuds of Su Chen's powerful strikes. Liverpool's defense was in a state of panic. The referee finally blew the whistle for halftime. The players from both teams headed towards the tunnel. Liverpool's players walked with their heads down, gasping for air. They felt those 20 minutes had been longer than an entire match. The home team's changing room was suffused with a heavy silence. Lovren sat in a corner, his face buried in a towel. Rodgers strode in, slapping the tactics board with both hands. "Heads up, lads. We're only a goal behind," Rodgers declared, his voice carrying an unshakable conviction as he surveyed the room. "Did you see that Chinese striker in the final 20 minutes? He was wasting shots. Mindless long-range efforts from 30 meters out. What does that tell us? It means they can't break down our compact defense. It means they're getting desperate. It's pure disrespect." Rodgers took a long swig from his water bottle. "This is our chance. Stay solid and counter in the second half. When his shots get blocked, we need to spring the ball forward with lightning speed. Coutinho, you'll orchestrate the attacks. Gerrard, protect the area in front of the box. We can turn this around." The Liverpool players' eyes lit up again at this analysis. That was it. If they could just thwart that one shot, Arsenal's backline would be completely exposed. Meanwhile, in the away team's dressing room, the atmosphere was relaxed. Wilshere was laughing and patting Su Chen on the shoulder, showering praise on his free kick. Wenger walked in. The veteran manager clapped his hands with a serious expression, signaling for quiet. "Good work in the first half. But I have an announcement." Wenger turned to Su Chen. "Su, from now on, regardless of the match, if a foul occurs within 30 to 35 meters of the opponent's penalty area, all free kicks are yours to take." At this declaration, key attacking players like Cazorla and Sanchez nodded in agreement. Having witnessed that terrifying ball speed, no one would challenge Su Chen for the duty. It was like adding a regular game-breaking weapon to Arsenal's arsenal. After detailing the tactical adjustments, Wenger raised his voice. "Gentlemen, this is the final 45 minutes of the first half of the season. Liverpool are down to 10 men. This is our best chance to extend the lead. Take the mid-season title, seize the initiative, go out there and smash their goal." The second half was about to begin. In the away team's dressing room, the air was electric. Manager Wenger stood before the tactics board, pounding the table, spittle flying. "Lads, just 45 more minutes. Win this, and the mid-season crown is ours. Think of the mocking media, think of that Chelsea lot. The initiative is in our hands. Go get the 3 points." Wenger craved this title. After this match, the first half of the Premier League season would be over. Winning the mid-season title wasn't just about the points advantage, it was a massive morale boost. Arsenal desperately needed this confidence to challenge for the ultimate league trophy. The players roared in unison, their spirits soaring. Su Chen sat on the bench, adjusting the shin guard in his sock, his mind calculating. They had the lead and Liverpool were a man down. The situation was excellent, but he knew the game was far from over. The reward for the mid-season title was the third lung, a god-tier stamina booster that was crucial for him. The Kaka template was powerful, but those long surging runs were astronomically draining. Coupled with the grueling Christmas fixture schedule in December, without the third lung, he couldn't cope with the high-pressure 3-games-a-week grind. He had to secure this reward. He needed another goal to completely crush Liverpool's fighting spirit. Beep. The referee's long whistle signaled the start of the second half. Against all expectations, Liverpool, a man down, did not sit back. Manager Rodgers was on the touchline, frantically waving his arms, urging his team forward. Liverpool were playing with wild abandon. Buoyed by the anthem of over 40,000 fans at Anfield, the Reds displayed incredible grit. Coutinho, Gerrard, Henderson. They ran tirelessly in midfield, pressing and harrying, effectively cutting off Arsenal's passing lanes. In the 68th minute, Liverpool had their best chance of the match. Gerrard executed a brilliant sliding tackle in the center circle, dispossessing Wilshere. The veteran captain played a low, driven through ball. It found Coutinho on the left flank. The diminutive Brazilian, facing Monreal, performed a dazzling series of stepovers before cutting inside with force. 25 meters from goal, Coutinho's right instep curled the ball with an exaggerated arc. It sailed over Mertesacker's tall frame, heading for the top corner. The shot was powerful and superbly placed. Liverpool fans in the stands rose to their feet, ready to erupt in celebration. Arsenal's goalkeeper Cech dived full length. The tips of his gloves just brushed the edge of the ball. Thud. The ball's trajectory altered, smashing against the outside of the post and bouncing out for a goal kick. "My goodness," exclaimed commentator Lineker in the Sky Sports studio. "Cech has saved them. He's rescued Arsenal." On the pitch, Coutinho, having missed the golden chance, fell to his knees, pounding the turf in despair. So close. It was mere inches away. If that goal had gone in, Liverpool's 10-man fight for a draw against Arsenal would have been legendary. With the momentum shifted, Anfield might have even witnessed a spectacular comeback. A thunderous groan swept through the Liverpool fans, followed by applause, urging their team on. Su Chen, watching from the center circle, took note. Momentum was a fickle thing. Arsenal's defense was being torn apart. They had to suppress Liverpool's rising spirit quickly. Su Chen raised his right hand, shouting to his teammates at the back, "Give me the ball." In the 73rd minute, Cech took the goal kick. After a header from Cazorla, the ball fell just outside the penalty arc. Su Chen, with his back to goal, cushioned it with his chest. The defensive pressure hit him instantly. Liverpool's holding midfielder Henderson was pressed tight against his back, tugging at his shirt. And in front, substitute center back Kolo Touré was poised ready to close down and tackle. Trapped. Su Chen's first instinct was to turn and burst through. But a bold idea flashed through his mind. They had him so tightly marked that any turn was impossible. He possessed the Kaka template, now not that of a brutish brawler. So be it. Su Chen didn't turn, nor did he pass to the supporting Sanchez. His left instep suddenly scooped under the ball. With incredible delicacy, he flicked it upwards. The ball left the turf, sailing into the air. Henderson, bewildered by the move, froze for a second. In that instant, Su Chen pivoted on his left foot, unleashing the full power of his core. He executed a breathtaking 180 turn in midair. Facing the goal, the ball dropped to the perfect height. The cannon shot skill activated silently. His right thigh muscles tensed to the maximum, meeting the ball in midair. A volley. Boom. A deafening blast echoed across Anfield. No touch to control it. No run-up. Pure power from his core and waist. The ball struck with savage force, became a white blur. It flew without any curve, rocketing straight for the absolute top corner of the goal. Liverpool goalkeeper Mignolet was still rooted to the center of his line. His mind didn't register the need to dive. Only when he heard the net behind him rip violently did he turn his head in a daze. The ball was wedged in the corner of the white netting, still spinning furiously. A goal. No one reacted. The normally raucous Anfield was suddenly muted. Over 40,000 Liverpool fans stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed. A full 5 seconds passed. Then from the away section, 3,000 Arsenal fans erupted in a deafening roar. It's in. Goal. In the Sky Sports studio, Linkert jumped onto the commentary desk, tearing at his tie as he screamed. What more can we say? Magnificent. Spectacular. Outrageous. Su Chen has just blasted Liverpool's goal to pieces with an unbelievable turn and volley. Carragher beside him was clutching his head, his face pale, having forgotten to breathe. That move was insane. Under pressure from 2 defenders, he didn't even let the ball touch the ground. This is a goal that will be etched into Premier League history. Linkert's voice was nearly gone. The race for this year's Puskas Award is over. No contest. Unless a miracle happens, this is the best goal in the world this year. On the big screen, the replay showed the goal over and over. The left-footed flick, the turn, the ferocious volley. It was fluid, seamless. It was not only a testament to balance and core strength, but a perfect display of sublime touch. The Liverpool fans watched the replay in silence. A profound sense of defeat washed over the red stands. Against such a display of individual brilliance, any tactical play or gritty defense seemed utterly meaningless. Meanwhile, back in China, the CCTV sports studio was in chaos. The renowned commentator, He Wei, was pounding the table in excitement. Goal. Su Chen has sealed the victory. This is a phenomenal individual performance. Who would believe this was the work of an 18-year-old Chinese boy? Analyst Zhang Lu was beaming, clapping his hands. Oh, what a goal. That's pure talent. Henderson is just a high-class decoration. Su Chen's imagination on the pitch is truly world-class midfield material. The entire Chinese internet was ablaze. Every major forum, social media site, and chat group was buzzing about the goal. The 5-second gif of the strike was shared tens of millions of times in half an hour. Millions of Chinese fans were in awe before their screens. What kind of deity is this? A turning volley cannon. I watched the replay on my knees. That core strength is inhuman. Is Sterling crying on the bench? So good. The Premier League mid-season title is in the bag. Amidst the euphoria, fans remembered something. After holding back for so long, they finally had an outlet. A massive wave of fans mobilized, flooding to the official Weibo account of the Chinese Football Association. The CFA's latest post was from yesterday. It was a routine article about Chairman Chung leading a delegation to inspect the preparation for the Chinese Super League. The photo showed a portly Chung beaming. The fans didn't care what it was about. They unleashed a torrent of fury in the comments. Apologize now. Are you blind? Su Chen is top of the European Golden Boot race, and you pigs are still pretending. Get out here, Chung. Didn't you say Su Chen could only run aimlessly? Go ahead and run your way to a Puskas Award. Keep your national team spots for your cash-paying cronies. Our Su Chen doesn't need them. In 10 minutes, the post had over 100,000 comments, all directed at the CFA's top brass. The #1 trending topic was Su Chen volley blasts Premier League CFA brass play dead. In Beijing, inside the opulent top-floor office of the CFA building, Chairman Chung sat behind his large rosewood desk, his face livid, trembling with rage. Bang! He grabbed his purple clay teacup and smashed it onto the carpet, sending tea splashing everywhere. His assistant stood nearby, too terrified to breathe. Rebellion. Total rebellion. Chung panted, his eyes fixed on the screen, scrolling through the endless stream of abusive comments. The CFA had been slapped in the face by Su Chen repeatedly over the past few days. Every weekend after a game, if Su Chen scored, the CFA would be bombarded with online fury. He thought hiring a tame journalist to smear Su Chen would work. But that journalist, Ma Dexing, had been hounded offline and had deleted his account. Now no writer dared to take on the job of attacking Su Chen. Facing a terrifying striker averaging nearly 2 goals a game, consistently topping the scoring charts in a top 5 league. How could they smear him? It was impossible. Even a blind man could see that Su Chen's value and skill were far beyond the scope of Asian football. Go. Shut down the Weibo comments. Chung ordered through gritted teeth. Chairman, closing comments will only make things worse. It's like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. The assistant whispered a warning. Then what am I supposed to do? Publicly apologize to that brat. Chung slammed his hand on the table. I'm the top man at the CFA. I have my pride. If I apologize, who will be in charge around here? Chung slumped back in his leather swivel chair. Facing the unstoppable tide of public opinion and Su Chin's explosive performances, he could only resort to the CFA's classic tactic, playing dead. Keep quiet, and the storm would pass. Inside the high-altitude VIP box at Anfield Stadium, the heating was ample. Yet Chelsea manager Jose Mourinho sprang up from the sofa, as if jolted by electricity. His eyes, always brimming with a defiant arrogance, were now wide with astonishment. Even though his praise for Su Chin had reached the highest heavens, even though he had witnessed the birth of countless superstars, he still hadn't anticipated this. Under the tight double-teaming of two defenders, Su Chin had unleashed a ridiculously unreasonable spinning volley, forcibly smashing the ball past Liverpool's goalkeeper. Slap, slap, slap. Mourinho clapped his hands vigorously. The crisp sound of applause echoed endlessly within the box. Jorge. Mourinho spun around abruptly, fixing his gaze on the super agent Mendes beside him. His voice carried an unyielding fervor. Call Abramovich right now. Tell that Russian billionaire £200 million. Just bring Su Chin to Stamford Bridge. I guarantee Chelsea will win every single championship trophy in Europe. Mendes took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. A £200 million transfer fee would absolutely rock the entire European football world to its core. But he knew. The Chinese youth down on the pitch wearing the number 14 jersey was absolutely worth that price. Down on the field, Liverpool manager Rodgers hopelessly covered his face. This match was unwinnable. At this crucial moment when the defense needed to be most solid. At this critical juncture when the Anfield atmosphere was on the verge of a comeback, Su Chin, in the most domineering and morale-crushing way, had completely doused the flames of Liverpool's hard-gathered counterattack. The match restarted. 2 goals down, and a man short, Liverpool's formation was in complete disarray. The veteran captain Gerrard was still trying to rally his teammates to hold the line. But the young players' morale had completely collapsed. Some hung their heads low, their steps heavy, merely hoping to minimize the loss. Others, their minds burning with frustration, recklessly charged forward, trying to salvage some dignity at home. This lack of unity turned Liverpool's most famous high-pressing game into a sieve. Vast empty spaces appeared between the defensive lines. For Arsenal, this was a gift delivered on a silver platter. Wenger waved his hand from the sideline. Counter. Obliterate them. The match entered the 82nd minute. Arsenal's fast break was once again bearing down on Liverpool's goal. Su Chin received the ball near the left edge of the penalty area. The moment he settled the ball, Liverpool's defenders, like startled birds, swarmed towards him. 3 men. A full 3 players in red jerseys encircled Su Chin in a semicircle. Left, center, right. All of Su Chin's dribbling paths and shooting space were completely sealed off. The pressure Su Chin had exerted on them throughout this match was immense. Liverpool's defenders would now rather leave other Arsenal players unmarked than give Su Chin even the slightest chance to shoot. The 3 defenders were less than a meter away from Su Chin. They lowered their center of gravity, hardly daring to breathe. Faced with such tight encirclement, Su Chin pinned the ball under his right foot with no intention of forcing his way through. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping rapidly across the entire penalty area. On a football pitch, each side has 11 players. But after Lovren's red card, Liverpool only had 10. Now 3 of them were all focused on him. So elsewhere there had to be an unguarded space. Sure enough, on the far right side of the penalty area, a figure in red and white was sprinting forward at high speed. Su Chin heavily applied the outside of his right foot to the side of the ball, his ankle flicking with extreme subtlety. This pass had no wind-up motion whatsoever. The ball skimmed the grass, speeding through the narrow gap between 2 Liverpool defenders. It became a white line cutting horizontally across the entire Liverpool penalty area. Su Chin's pass. What incredible vision, roared Sky Sports commentator Gary Lineker. The broadcast camera panned rapidly. There on the right side of the box, Arsenal's prodigal son Jack Wilshere arrived on cue. Before him lay a vast, undefended expanse of space. Even goalkeeper Minale had focused his attention on Su Chin just a second before. Facing this spoon-fed opportunity, Wilshere met the ball with the inside of his right foot and pushed it calmly. The ball crossed the line without any suspense. It nestled into the back of the net. 3-0. Jack Wilshere. 3-0. Arsenal seals the victory. A remarkably unselfish assist. Su Chin drew all of Liverpool's defensive fire. In the commentary booth, Carragher was completely silent, his face ashen. After scoring, Wilshere was ecstatic. He sprinted towards Su Chin, leaped onto his back, and roared loudly. What a pass, Su. We've won it. We're going to be the winter champions. The Arsenal players surged towards the corner flag, piling on top of each other in celebration. In the away end, 3,000 diehard Arsenal fans were singing the Gunners' anthem at the top of their lungs. Before the away team's bench, manager Arsene Wenger pumped his fists in the air. His wrinkled face broke into an unrestrained grin of pure joy. Wilshere had scored. Su Chin with 2 goals and an assist. In this current Arsenal squad, Su Chin, Wilshere, Oxlade-Chamberlain, Bellerin, all were youngsters in their early 20s. In this crucial battle for the Winter Championship, these young men had withstood the pressure of Anfield's hostile fortress, tearing Liverpool's own youth movement to shreds. Wenger took a deep, cool breath. With Su Chun as a tactical nuclear weapon, just half a season more of integration, and this Arsenal team would absolutely have the strength to dominate the entire Premier League, and even compete on the European stage in the Champions League. In the stands, a large number of Liverpool fans began to leave early. A red card. 3 goals down. Less than 10 minutes remaining. A comeback. That was a fantasy only found in fairy tales. Large swaths of red seats were empty, and the entire Anfield Stadium had lost its usual roar. Only the away fans were reveling in ecstasy. On the substitutes bench, England's starlet Raheem Sterling had a towel draped firmly over his head. He didn't even have the courage to glance at the big screen. His pre-match provocations now seemed like nothing more than the antics of a clueless clown desperate for attention. A few minutes later, the referee glanced at his watch. He added no stoppage time and immediately blew the long final whistle. Peep. The score was fixed at 0-3. Following convention, the home team's score came first. Arsenal had trampled over Liverpool's corpse away from home to claim all 3 points. With these crucial 3 points, Arsenal's tally reached 48. They leapfrogged Chelsea, firmly securing the top spot in the Premier League standings. Winter champions. The moment the whistle blew, every Arsenal substitute and member of the coaching staff rushed onto the pitch. They embraced each other, shouting for joy. They had endured so much doubt and ridicule over these past 6 months. Today they had finally reached the summit. Su Chun was surrounded by his teammates at the very center. Just as the match ended, the crisp mechanical voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Main quest completed. Lead the team to win the Premier League Winter Championship. Quest evaluation perfect. Beginning reward distribution. A rank skill. 3rd long. As the system notification faded, a surge of intense warm energy exploded within Su Chun's chest cavity. It flowed rapidly through his limbs and bones. The muscle soreness, the thigh cramps, and the burning sensation in his lungs from this high-intensity match. Under the wash of this energy vanished without a trace. Su Chun's breathing became exceptionally steady, and his heartbeat returned to normal. He clenched his fist tightly. It felt as if a reserve fuel tank had truly been installed inside him. An inexhaustible supply of energy was surging wildly. This was definitely a superpowered cheat code for surviving the brutal Christmas fixture schedule. In high spirits, Su Chun opened his mouth and roared to his teammates around him. To hell with the Winter Championship. We're going to win the league. We're going to lift that real Premier League trophy. Hearing this, the Arsenal players around him were stunned for a moment. Then they erupted. That's right. Screw the Winter Championship. We want the title. There's only one team in London. Arsenal are champions. Dozens of players formed a large circle, jumping and dancing on the Anfield turf. In the high-altitude VIP box, Mourinho had put his black trench coat back on. He donned a baseball cap and large dark-framed sunglasses, covering himself up completely. Let's go, Jorge. Mourinho pushed open the door of the box. He had come to Anfield in secret. If the Fleet Street paparazzi caught him, it would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar. He didn't want to land himself in big trouble during Chelsea's crucial title race. Jose, wait. Mendes stopped, looking down at the screen of his phone. His breathing suddenly became extremely rapid. Even the fingers holding his cigar were trembling slightly. You'd better take a look at this first. Mendes handed the phone directly in front of Mourinho. It just happened right after the match ended. What's wrong? Did Chelsea get a last-minute equalizer against them? Mourinho frowned. No, Mendes looked up, his eyes gleaming with intense excitement and fervor. The official Twitter account of Italy's Tuttosport just released an announcement. This year's winner of the European Golden Boy Award has been officially decided. Anfield Stadium. Inside the high-level VIP box, Mourinho stared intently at the phone screen Mendes handed over. The official Twitter page of Tuttosport. On the bold red background, a photo of Su Chun in the number 14 jersey was printed. Beneath it, a line of bold English letters: 2014 European Golden Boy Award winner, Arsenal Su Chun. Mourinho let out a loud, derisive snort at the sight of this result. He tossed the phone back onto the sofa. If the Golden Boy Award isn't given to Su Chun, it would be a crime against all of European football. He snorted coldly. These hypocritical jurors dragged their feet until now to announce the list. I suspect many of them were utterly unwilling to bestow this honor, symbolizing the highest talent, upon an Asian, let alone a Chinese person. Mendes sneered repeatedly from the side. According to past convention, the European Golden Boy Award was usually presented before a home match of the Winners' Club, and it should have been officially announced as early December. Instead, they delayed until the entire first half of the league was over and the winter break was about to begin. This was pure arrogance and prejudice ingrained in their bones. But what could they do? Su Chun had scored 23 goals in half a season in the Premier League. His stats crushed every top striker across Europe. Even Real Madrid's Cristiano Ronaldo and Barcelona's Messi were firmly beneath Su Chun on the instant Golden Boot standings. If they didn't give it to Su Chun, those jurors would be smashing their own reputation publicly. Forget those boring jurors. Mendes straightened his expensive suit and tossed his unfinished cigar into the ashtray. His gaze shifted back to the young Chinese boys celebrating down on the pitch. He saw a mountain of gold, a super gold mine capable of tapping into a market of over 1 billion people. Jose, you focus on your Chelsea. I'm heading to London now. Mendes strode toward the box door without looking back. Tonight, I must secure my golden boy. The mixed zone of Anfield Stadium. Initially, the entire Arsenal squad planned to board the team bus and leave directly, but the tunnel entrance was already packed solid by hundreds of media reporters from across Europe. Each held up long lenses and microphones. All eyes were fixed on one person, Su Chun. If it had been the previous match's manager, Wenger would have scowled and shielded Su Chun, refusing all interviews. But not today. The old master Wenger smiled warmly and patted Su Chun on the shoulder, signaling he could go say a few words. Golden Boy confirmed. Half-season champion secured. In such a glorious moment, the core player had to bask in the spotlight. It was also an essential step on the path to becoming a top superstar. Su Chun nodded. The moment he stepped in front of the advertising backdrop, the flashbulbs of hundreds of cameras erupted simultaneously. White light merged into a sea. Fang Yiqiu, the special female correspondent from China Sports Channel, stood in the front row. She looked at the young man before her, just turned 18, drenched in sweat, yet radiating an overwhelming aura, and felt her heartbeat uncontrollably quicken. A reporter from Sky Sports UK grabbed the microphone first. Su, congratulations on leading your team to the Premier League half-season title. What are your thoughts on this 3-0 victory? Su Chun smiled. 3 points, a perfect victory. Another French reporter immediately followed up with a sharp question. Su, what is your personal ultimate goal for this season? This question was a trap. Answer conservatively, and the media would write you lack ambition. Answer arrogantly, and they'd brand you as conceited. Su Chun didn't hesitate, speaking directly. Premier League champion. League Golden Boot. And the player of the season. The reporters gasped. Such audacity. Any one of these 3 honors was astronomically difficult. This young Chinese kid wanted them all. Yet looking at his absolute dominance on the Golden Boot table, who dared say he was boasting? Fang Yiqiu pushed forward and shouted her question. Su Chun, just 10 minutes ago, Tuttosport officially announced this year's European Golden Boy. Can you guess who it is? Su Chun looked at Fang Yiqiu and gave a soft laugh. Is there any need to guess? As his words fell, all the reporters present exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, no need to guess. 12 Premier League matches, 23 goals, and numerous lethal assists. If the Golden Boy wasn't given to Su Chun, the editorial office of Tuttosport would surely be smashed to pieces by furious fans tonight. Congratulations, Su Chun. You are now the true European Golden Boy. Fang Yiqiu's voice trembled with emotion, almost on the verge of tears. What would you like to say to the fans who support you regarding this award? Su Chun's smile faded. He stared into the dense forest of lenses, his gaze sharp. I want to say this is just the beginning. Far from the end. Su Chun paused for 2 seconds, then dropped a bombshell that would shake the football world. I hope one day, this Golden Boy trophy can become the Ballon d'Or trophy. Boom. Dead silence across the entire room. The reporters were stunned, their scalps tingling. Even the hands holding the recording pens trembled. The Ballon d'Or. That was the highest honor representing the world's #1 footballer. At that moment, it was the exclusive domain of the 2 legends, Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. An 18-year-old Chinese boy, 5 minutes after winning the Golden Boy, directly issued a challenge to the world's #1 throne in front of the entire European media. Click, click, click. Flashbulbs exploded furiously. The reporters went completely wild. This was definitely the super headline that would shake the global sports world tomorrow. Just half an hour later, the interview video went viral on Twitter and YouTube. The entire European fan community exploded. Many people flocked to the world's most authoritative football valuation website, Transfermarkt, to leave frenzied comments. At that moment, Su Chun's valuation had just been updated. Price tag, 30 million euros. As soon as this number was posted, the comment section below was flooded with tens of thousands of furious messages. 30 million. Are you kidding me? One of Su Chun's legs alone is worth more than 30 million. Chelsea's owner is willing to pay £200 million to poach him. Paris Saint-Germain has a blank check ready. Is the editor blind? Change this ridiculous number immediately. The fans were well aware that Su Chun was now the most expensive super rookie in world football. If Arsenal ever loosened their grip, his transfer fee would surely shatter the 100 million record set by Bale. Back in China, the late-night internet was ablaze with the fervor of countless sleepless fans. The European Golden Boy Award. For the first time in history, a yellow-skinned man, a Chinese man, had claimed this immensely prestigious honor. This was a historic moment for all of Asian football. The headlines of major forums all turned crimson red. Amidst the cheers and jubilation, the fans surged in droves toward the official Weibo account of the Chinese Football Association to continue their outrage. 100,000 comments swelled into 300,000. They were all clamorous demands for the FA leadership to step down. Inside the Beijing FA office, Director Ching, staring at the screen full of curses, flew into a rage and smashed all the purple clay teapots on his desk to the floor. He didn't even dare to step outside now, fearing he'd be pelted with rotten eggs by furious fans. But no matter how the outside world raged, he could only grit his teeth and continue playing dead. England. On the highway from Liverpool to London, Arsenal's team bus sped through the night. Su Chun sat in the last row, eyes closed in meditation. The newly acquired third lung energy circulated continuously within his body. All the fatigue from that high-intensity match had long since vanished without a trace. He felt he could immediately get off the bus and run another 20,000 meters. Head coach Wenger walked over and handed Su Chun a bottle of water. Su, well done. The old manager's face beamed with a smile he couldn't hide. I just received word from the club. The award representatives from Tuttosport have already boarded their flight to London. The club's top brass have decided that before the start of our next home match in 4 days, at the Emirates Stadium, we will hold the Golden Boy award ceremony for you. Let 60,000 home fans watch you lift that trophy with their own eyes. Su Chen nodded in agreement. This was an essential part of the club's publicity campaign. He had no reason to refuse. It was also a recognition of the results he had earned through sweat over the past half-season. After Wenger left, Su Chen opened his phone and logged into his personal bank account. He took stock of his current financial standing. The hefty signing bonus the club had paid him combined with his weekly wages for half a season already amounted to a substantial fortune. Not to mention the system task he had just completed tonight. Besides the usual $1,000 pocket money, the system had also disgorged a cash reward of $5 million with an SSS level rating. With all the funds combined, Su Chen's personal wealth had surpassed 15 million. Converted to Chinese yuan, that was over 100 million. Money sitting in the account was just a string of dead numbers. It was the end of 2014 and the domestic real estate market was about to experience another surge. But in London, he didn't even have a fixed decent place to live, having been staying in a rented high-end apartment. As a European golden boy with a net worth over 100 million, he had to buy a top-tier detached villa in London's famous affluent district to improve his living conditions. Just as Su Chen was planning how to use this huge sum, his phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID showed a familiar domestic number. It was his uncle Su Dingfang, who had been handling miscellaneous affairs for him back in China. Su Chen pressed the answer button. Chenzi, jackpot. We've hit the jackpot. As soon as the call connected, Su Dingfang's extremely excited voice came through. Slow down, what's wrong? Su Chen's tone was calm. Su Dingfang took a couple of deep breaths on the other end. You don't know? In the past half hour, my phone has been blown up by almost every major agency in Europe. All the big clubs want to contact you privately. The most ridiculous are the two biggest giants. Su Dingfang swallowed hard. One is that fat Italian guy named Raiola, the other is Mendes. Both of them contacted me. They started promising all kinds of astronomical signing fees and commercial contracts. Chenzi, your uncle, doesn't understand these tricks. This is all up to you. Who do we choose? Upon hearing these two names, Su Chen knew that Raiola and Mendes were indeed the two super agents who commanded the most influence in modern football. If it were an ordinary young player, being courted by these two would have them ecstatic beyond reason. But Su Chen knew all too well the modus operandi of these two men. Raiola, he was a pure vampire. To extract exorbitant agent commissions, he would constantly incite his players to demand transfers and salary hikes, turning the locker room into a mess. Though he made money when it came to the trophy cabinet, aside from a pile of domestic league titles, there were pitifully few major European honors to show for it. Su Chen wanted championships. He wanted the Champions League trophy. He wasn't going to be a money-making tool led around by an agent. On the other hand, Mendes, this businessman, placed immense emphasis on the commercial value development and long-term career planning of his players. His flagship client, Ronaldo, had not only reached the pinnacle of glory as one of the all-time greats, but had also been crafted into the world's most commercially valuable sports brand. Uncle, listen carefully. Su Chen's tone was extremely decisive and brooked no argument. Immediately reply to Raiola's people and tell them to get lost. From now on, no matter what price Raiola offers, ignore him completely. Su Dingfang on the other end of the line was stunned for a moment, then immediately agreed. Good. I'll do as you say. Then what about Mendes? Hold off on Mendes for now. Tell him to come to London to negotiate with me in person. For such super business tycoons, whoever shows eagerness first loses the upper hand at the negotiating table. No sooner had he hung up with his uncle than another call came in. It was his father, old Su, back home in Sichuan. Old Su was a retired veteran who now worked as a physical education teacher at the town's middle school. As soon as the call connected, his father's hearty voice exploded in his ear. Son, well done, European golden boy. Your dad is finally walking tall today. The whole town is watching your matches. You've brought great honor to our Su family and to all Chinese people. Listening to his father's praise, Su Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. His mother grabbed the phone on the other end, earnestly reminding him to eat more nutritious food, dress warmly in the cold weather, and be careful to protect his legs from injury on the pitch. Su Chen patiently answered each one. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I just got a big bonus. I'm going to buy a big villa in London right away. I'll bring you both over to enjoy the good life then. Arsenal's team bus sped along the highway. The cabin was utterly silent. After such an intense red and white battle, the players had long since slumped into sleep, their bodies sprawled carelessly in their seats. Su Chen hung up his father's call and tossed his phone onto the empty seat beside him. Old Su's temperament hadn't changed a bit. The entire conversation was filled with trivial gossip about which town official had come to visit their home and how much face he gained when buying groceries. Domestic trivialities were a headache. Yet they also gave Su Chen a profound sense of grounding. Leaning back in his seat, he closed his eyes, sinking into his consciousness. He summoned the system panel. It was time to settle the spoils of the Anfield battle. Ding. Calculating match data. Completed a Puskas-worthy volley. Scored a 30-meter free kick rocket. Successfully dribbled past 12 opponents. Caused an opponent to receive a red card. Awarded the highest match rating. Issuing match financial reward 155000. Su Chun watched the balance in his account jump continuously. Combined with the 5 million cash reward from completing the main storyline quest of winning the half-season championship and his previous savings, his current deposits had directly broken through the 15 million mark. The first thing to do upon returning to London was to view properties in the wealthy district along the Thames. He would buy a large villa with an indoor training ground, bring his parents over, and end their days of renting once and for all. With the funds tallied, the focus was on the newly acquired A-grade skill, third long. Physical condition was the key factor determining the length of a professional footballer's career. Many of the supremely talented South American stars in football history frequently suffered injuries after turning 25, their form plummeting off a cliff. The root cause was muscle fatigue and strains from insufficient stamina, especially for Ronaldo, whose explosive direct sprints placed the greatest strain on his thigh muscles. Once the stamina red line was triggered, the tragedy of ligament tears was highly likely. Su Chun no longer had such worries. He carefully examined the attribute feedback of the third long. In the final 10 minutes of the previous match, his thigh muscles had been tensed to the breaking point. But the moment the third lung's energy was injected, all the soreness and lactic acid buildup were completely drained away. It was like installing a massive backup fuel tank for the body. With this stamina cheat combined with the system's recovery mechanism during the upcoming Premier League Christmas fixture pileup, even with the high pressure of 3 matches a week, he could run the opposing defenders into the ground. Just as he was contemplating, the system's crisp mechanical voice sounded again. Ding. Detected host has won the European Golden Boy Award, international fame skyrocketing. Commercial value fully activated. Releasing new main storyline quest, Golden Empire. Quest requirement: within 1 month signed the first top-tier commercial endorsement contract of the host's career. Quest reward: A-grade skill, knuckleball. Knuckleball. Seeing those 3 words, Su Chun's spirits immediately soared. This was precisely the free kick killing move he urgently needed. Today at Anfield, he had scored a 30-meter free kick with a powerful blast. But a powerful blast had its limitations. What if the foul occurred right on the edge of the penalty area, just 20 meters from the goal? At such close range, the straight trajectory of a powerful blast would be blocked by the defensive wall. To handle close-range free kicks, one usually needed to strike a curving moonlight scimitar with an exaggerated arc. But that kind of shot was slower, and against top-tier goalkeepers, it was easily anticipated and caught. The knuckleball perfectly solved this problem. Using the explosive power of the calf muscles to strike the lower middle part of the ball would have no spin, rising in a straight line with extremely high initial velocity. After clearing the top of the wall, influenced by the high-altitude airflow, the ball's trajectory would become extremely erratic, swaying left and right. Finally, in front of the goalkeeper, the ball would lose all lift and plummet straight down, smashing into the net. The goalkeeper simply couldn't predict it. With this A-grade skill completing his arsenal, any set piece from any position would become a nightmare for the opponent. As long as they dared to foul, it was like giving away a penalty. However, regarding the commercial endorsement, Su Chun rubbed his chin. He wanted the most top-tier endorsement contract. Such negotiations involved complex clauses regarding image rights, commercial splits, and penalty fees. Su Dingfang was just an amateur who had switched careers midway. Playing mind games with behemoths like Nike and Adidas would see Su Dingfang devoured, bones and all. He had to find a professional with know-how and a strong hand. That person was currently eager to meet him. At 4 a.m. in China, the night was heavy and most office workers were still asleep. But China's internet platforms had already exploded. The national sports channel urgently cut off the scheduled Champions League replay program. They went straight to a red background, white text emergency news flash. The host, not even dressed in a proper suit, held a freshly printed document. Dear viewers, an urgent bulletin with the latest news. Official release from the authoritative Italian media Tuttosport. Our country's 18-year-old player Su Chun, with a dominant record of 23 goals in 18 Premier League matches in the first half of the season, has officially won the 2014 European Golden Boy Award. This is the first time a Chinese player, and indeed an Asian player, has achieved this top international honor. As the news broke, major social software platforms across China crashed completely. Forum servers went down continuously. The top 10 trending topics on Weibo were all dominated by Su Chun's name. Chinese football fans were completely ecstatic. This was the Golden Boy Award. Messi, Rooney, Fabregas. These were the previous winners. Now a Chinese name was ranked alongside these titans of world football. After more than a decade of frustration, Chinese fans had finally found their day of celebration. Large numbers of fans gathered on forums, madly spamming. Awesome. This is the real Golden Boy Award. This is what you call reaching the top in one step. Who dares say China can't produce football geniuses now? European Golden Boy. Let's see if those pigs in the Football Association dare to talk shit now. Amid the domestic revelry, large groups of fans even formed teams to scale the firewall and storm the football forums of Japan and South Korea to taunt them directly. Fans in those 2 neighboring countries were already green with envy. Their pride and joy. The star players studying abroad had played in Europe for years and couldn't even touch the threshold of a Golden Boy nomination. Now Su Chun had directly brought back this trophy, a symbol of the highest talent in world football. He was also topping the European Golden Shoe rankings ahead of Ronaldo and Messi. On South Korea's largest football forum, jealousy ran rampant. Aish, how could a football desert like China cultivate such a monster? There must be a conspiracy. Our players are the true light of Asia. Seeing these comments, Chinese fans directly threw Su Chen's Premier League stats sheet at them. Jealous. 23 goals in 12 Premier League matches. Can your players score that many in 10 years combined? Open your eyes wide, this is just the appetizer. Su Chen said his goal is the Ballon d'Or. 4 days later, London Emirates Stadium. It was another home match day for Arsenal during the grueling Christmas fixture schedule. Yet the theme of this day was far grander than an ordinary Premier League encounter. The Emirates Stadium, capable of holding over 60,000 spectators, was packed to capacity, the stands transformed into a seething ocean of red and white. Giant floodlights beamed down upon the very center of the pitch. The chief editor of Europe's Tuttosport had personally flown to London, standing on the red-carpeted turf. In his hands he held a trophy entirely golden and dazzlingly radiant. Upon its base sat a football model crafted from pure gold, the European Golden Boy Award. Su Chen, clad in a sharp Arsenal matchday jacket, strode confidently toward the center of the pitch. The moment he reached out, accepted the weighty Golden Boy trophy, and raised it high above his head as he turned. Boom. Over 60,000 Arsenal home fans erupted in a thunderous, earth-shattering roar. Su God, European Golden Boy, our king. The stands were a forest of banners, all bearing words of praise written in both English and Chinese. Thousands of cold flares were ignited outside the stadium, crimson smoke billowing across the London sky. Camera lenses zoomed in frantically. Click, click, click. Countless camera flashes merged into a sea of daylight, dazzling the eyes. An 18-year-old Chinese youth brimming with high spirits held aloft the golden ball, symbolizing the pinnacle of talent in world football, with one hand. This visually striking photograph, just minutes later, topped every global social media headline. Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, Weibo. Overwhelming shares completely ignited the frenzy of football fans worldwide. Madrid, Spain. At the top floor of the Real Madrid club headquarters building. That intensely striking photograph was now displayed magnified on a giant LCD screen. Real Madrid's president Florentino sat behind his mahogany desk, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the Chinese youth on the screen. The godfather, who wielded immense power in European football, found his breathing growing heavy. 18 years old Chinese. Real Madrid's sporting director Valdano, standing before the desk, pointed at the data report on the screen. Sir, he possesses not only blistering speed and finishing ability comparable to Kaká in his prime. More importantly, behind him stand a full 1.4 billion people. Once he dons the white jersey of our Real Madrid, he will become the most colossal cash cow with the largest fan base in the world. Our shirt sales and broadcasting revenue in Asia could absolutely triple or more. Florentino nodded emphatically. Nonsense. He was a shrewd businessman and an ambitious club president. Barcelona's dominance in La Liga had become unbearable to him. Messi, Neymar, Suarez. The mere mention of Barcelona's lineup was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Real Madrid desperately needed a super weapon capable of utterly crushing Barcelona head-on. What was Mendez's response? Florentino clasped his hands together and inquired. Valdano opened a file. Mendez relayed Mourinho's assessment to us. Mourinho believes Su Chen is a monster comparable to peak-era Pelé and Kaká. If he goes to Chelsea, he could make Chelsea dominate Europe for a decade. Hearing this evaluation, Florentino stood up. He paced back and forth. For the special one, Mourinho to bestow such high praise was ample proof of Su Chen's unparalleled competitive quality. We cannot let Abramovich get ahead. The godfather stopped pacing and slammed his hand on the desk. Chelsea has money, but Real Madrid has even more. Contact the Arsenal management immediately. Tell them we want to bring Su Chen to the Bernabeu in the winter window. A transfer fee of 100 million. If they won't sell, we can raise it to 150 million euros. Valdano drew a sharp breath, but dared not hesitate, and immediately turned to carry out the order. At the same time, inside the manager's office at London's Coney Training Center. Bang! Arsenal manager Wenger slammed the red landline phone heavily onto his desk. The impact shattered the phone's casing. The veteran manager's face was ashen, his chest heaving with fury. In just the past half hour, he had received a call from Real Madrid's sporting director. After hanging up, a Chelsea executive also called. Both were brandishing checks of 1 or 200 million euros, brazenly trying to poach Arsenal's absolute core player. Arsenal's club CEO Gazidis pushed the door open and entered. Gazidis was a veritable vampire executive, always prioritizing profit. Arsene, why are you so angry? Gazidis rubbed his hands together. I heard about the offers from Real Madrid and Chelsea. 150 million euros. That's far more than Tottenham got for Bale 2 years ago. With that money, we could build a new stadium or buy 10 top young prospects. Wenger glared coldly, his eyes boring into Gazidis'. Don't even think about it. The veteran manager was practically roaring in Gazidis' face. Have they gone mad, or have you? Sell Su Chen. You would be utterly destroying Arsenal's only hope of rising again. Wenger pointed a trembling finger towards the training ground outside the window. Do you understand football? Su Chen is not an ordinary player. He is a system. He is a nuclear weapon capable of single-handedly elevating the entire team by 2 levels. Sell him, and mark my words, tomorrow the Emirates stands will be set ablaze by enraged fans. Gazidis recoiled a few steps, intimidated by Wenger's aura, shrinking his neck. But, it's 150 million. Get out of my sight. Wenger bellowed, pointing at the door. As long as I sit in the manager's seat for one more day, this transfer is off the table. Even if it's 200 million or 300 million euros. Not a chance. Gazzetti slunk out of the office. Wenger collapsed into his chair, letting out a long, weary sigh. The Giants' axes had already begun to swing. Arsenal currently held only a half-season advantage. To make Suchin stay committed for the long haul, they absolutely had to deliver a true Premier League title trophy. By the River Thames in central London. Inside a private high-end cafe with extremely tight security, Suchin sat by the window, a cup of steaming black coffee rested on the table. Across from him sat a slightly overweight middle-aged man in a bespoke high-end suit. Jorge Mendes. This super agent titan, who controlled half of European football, was now beaming at the Chinese youth before him. The match at Anfield had only finished late the previous night. Mendes had chartered a flight to London overnight, forcefully canceling meetings with 3 heavyweight clients just to secure Su Chun before anyone else. Su, I'm delighted you gave me this opportunity. Mendes pushed a very thick folder across the table towards Su Chun. I don't like to waste words in business. This is the top-tier commercial endorsement contract you've always wanted. As the first token of my cooperative sincerity, Su Chun opened the folder. On the first page was the iconic massive red swoosh logo of Nike. This wasn't some regional Asian endorsement. It was a draft contract for a global top-tier, full-line lifetime endorsement deal with Nike. These are the terms I fought for with Nike's global headquarters in half a day. Mendes provided a detailed explanation alongside. An annual signing fee of 20 million euros, plus a 5% royalty on global sales of your personal signature shoe line. You retain 100% of your image rights. This is already the highest tier Nike offers, second only to Cristiano. Suchin carefully examined the core clauses of the contract. Truly a wily old fox. To win him over, Mendes had spared no expense with this letter of fealty. An annual sponsorship fee of 20 million euros, plus the substantial shoe sales royalties. This single deal alone was worth several years of his salary at Arsenal combined. Most crucially, the full retention of image rights. Under the squeeze of top clubs, this was practically a privilege. Just as Suchin closed the file. In his mind, the system's crisp, melodious prompt sounded right on cue. Ding. Detected host has met the prerequisites for signing a top-tier commercial endorsement. Congratulations, host. Main quest completed. Golden Empire. Quest evaluation perfect. Commencing reward distribution. A rank skill. Knuckleball. Boom. A complex series of kicking techniques and calf muscle control memories were forcefully instilled into Suchin's mind and limbs like a sudden enlightenment. Suchin's calf muscles involuntarily tensed for a moment. He felt his right foot now brimming with explosive power. Standing before the ball, he could rely on the terrifying instantaneous burst of his calf to strike a final falling leaf shot that defied aerodynamics, producing bizarre swerves and a sharp, rapid descent in midair. The knuckleball. His free kick arsenal was now truly complete. Even for close-range free kicks within 20 meters, he no longer had to worry about hitting the wall. Suppressing the ecstasy within, Suchin looked up at Mendes across the table. A very good contract, Jorge. Suchin pulled a pen from his pocket and signed his name on Nike's sponsorship letter of intent. Afterward, he also signed his name with a flourish on an authorization contract for Mendes's agency. From this moment on, Jorge Mendes officially became Suchin's exclusive commercial and transfer agent in Europe. Seeing Suchin put pen to paper, a flicker of barely contained fervor flashed in Mendes's eyes. Secured. Mendes's business empire map had finally landed on the eastern continent of 1.4 billion people. With proper management, this Chinese kid would be his #1 cash cow for the next decade. Pleasure doing business. Su. Mendes extended his hand, first shaking Suchin's firmly. This is just the first one. Next contracts with giants like Adidas and PepsiCo, I will secure the highest price for you one by one. Mendes put away the contracts, his expression turning serious. He lowered his voice. He dropped the second bombshell of their meeting. So now that business is settled, we need to discuss your career planning. Just now I received calls simultaneously from Real Madrid's Godfather and Chelsea's Abramovich. Real Madrid offered a transfer fee of 150 million. If you agree, you could be wearing the white number 10 jersey at the Bernabeu next half season with Benzema as your wingman. And for Chelsea, Mourinho promised you the absolute core tactical position with a transfer fee directly reaching 200 million euros. Mendes stared intently into Suchin's eyes. For 99% of professional footballers worldwide, these were both fatal temptations, enough to drive anyone wild to pack their bags immediately and force their original club to let them go. Going to Real Madrid meant becoming the heir apparent to the Twin Titans. Going to Chelsea meant becoming the true leader of a new generation of the resilient Blues. But Suchin's reaction completely defied Mendes's expectations. Suchin picked up his black coffee and took a gentle sip. Please thank the Godfather and Mourinho for their misplaced affection. He placed the cup back on its saucer with a crisp clink. His tone was utterly flat. I'm not going to either of those clubs. Not going anywhere. Suchin's words made Mendes gasp. Mendes was stunned, his eyes bulging like saucers. The offers from Real Madrid and Chelsea were enough to make any player in the world submit a transfer request on the spot. Yet Suchin had directly refused. The Godfather personally called to recruit you. A 200 million euro transfer fee. Doesn't that tempt you? Mendes raised his voice. Suchin leaned back into the leather chair. Real Madrid held no allure of a Galactico club for Suchun. This was purely a rational consideration for his career development. Real Madrid was indeed an all-star lineup, but the locker room there was a mess. The Spanish clique, the Portuguese clique, the French clique. Going there meant not only handling high-intensity matches on the pitch, but also navigating internal politics. That wasn't going to be a tactical core, that was going to a palace intrigue. Was Real Madrid's yearly label of last 16 in the Champions League due to a lack of talent on paper? It was purely due to excessive internal strife. Not to mention Real Madrid buying him was definitely to have him play second fiddle to their superstar forwards. Suchun wanted absolute freedom to shoot. He wasn't there to be a bridesmaid. As for Chelsea, Mourinho was indeed a top-tier coach. But his current tactical core was hazard. Going there would mean fighting for locker room authority all over again. Completely unnecessary. At Arsenal, Wenger had already established him as the absolute core. All tactical setups revolved around him. This was a tactical status that no other top club could provide in such a short time. Real Madrid is a great club, but I'm not considering a transfer at this stage. Suchun interlaced his fingers, meeting Mendes's gaze. Mr. Mendes, just watch. Within 2 seasons at most, I will win the Champions League with Arsenal. Mendes took several deep breaths. This young man's mind was too clear. Faced with the financial temptations of giants, he hadn't been swept away at all. He could objectively analyze the pros and cons. Very well then. Mendes nodded, ceasing his persuasion. Arsenal is also an excellent platform. You are too young. Going to Real Madrid now would indeed risk getting caught in the locker room quagmire. With talent and brains, a person like this was destined to reach the pinnacle of football. The two finalized the competitive route. Mendes got down to business, pushing the Nike letter of intent across the table towards Suchun. Suchun had only hovered his fountain pen over the paper, not yet signing. This €2 million contract from Nike, you can sign it directly. The first year's payment will be in your account by tomorrow. Mendes urged. Suchun put away his pen and slid the letter of intent back to Mendes. This contract is void. Suchun stated decisively. Mendes was stunned. Are you insane? €20 million a year in cold hard cash. This is the second highest price in football right now, second only to Ronaldo. They even kept your image rights. Suchun shook his head. Others didn't know, but as a reborn man he was painfully aware. International giants like Nike and Adidas would behave atrociously in the Chinese market in the future. When the cotton incident broke out, countless domestic celebrities were forced into unilateral breaches and paid massive penalties. He would never be a spokesperson for such brands. Mendes, you don't understand China at all. Suchun tapped the table. I need you to contact domestic Chinese brands immediately. Antal Li Ning or any other domestic brand. Tell them I want to sign a lifetime endorsement for their entire product line. Domestic Chinese brands. Mendes waved his hands dismissively. Can they afford a sky-high price of €20 million a year? Go and negotiate. Go with the titles of European Golden Boy and Premier League top scorer. Suchun laughed. The price they offer will definitely be no less than Nike's. Mendes was skeptical, but he was a professional business promoter. The client's request was the highest command. He put away the Nike contract. All right, leave this to me. Also, I have 2 other endorsement deals. Mendes opened his briefcase and took out 2 new documents. German Siemens appliances €4 million a year. BMW automobiles €5 million a year plus a latest model custom supercar for commuting. Mendes quickly briefed him. These are all carefully selected international giants. Suchun took the documents, scanned the core clauses, and signed his name with a flourish. €9 million were directly deposited. Even his mode of transport was taken care of. Mendes carefully filed the documents and stood up. I'm heading back to the company now. I'll set up a European Affairs department and a China Affairs department specifically for you. Your business empire officially begins today. Mendes proactively extended both hands and firmly shook Suchun's hand. Then he turned and strode away. Suchun paid the bill and walked out of the cafe. He pulled out his phone and called a top-tier local real estate agent. Half an hour later, in the affluent Kensington district on the banks of the River Thames in London, Suchun stood with his hands in his pockets in front of a sprawling standalone villa. A suited agent was enthusiastically pitching it beside him. Mr. So this property is priced at £12 million. It not only comes with a private indoor heated swimming pool and a top-tier gym, but most importantly the backyard has a standard-size 5-side natural grass football pitch. Security patrols around the clock guaranteed to protect your privacy. Suchun walked to the backyard looking at the grass as flat and green as a carpet. He made the decision on the spot. I'll buy it in full. Complete the procedures and get the keys today. The agent bowed repeatedly in excitement and quickly contacted a legal team to handle the transfer. Buying this house allowed him to move his parents from China to live with him. He was putting down roots in London. More crucially, with a private pitch as cover, he could enter the system's full reality green training ground anytime without arousing suspicion from outsiders. The next day, London Coney training ground. A light rain was falling, temperatures near freezing. The pitch was slick. The Premier League's Christmas fixture congestion had officially begun. Arsenal faced a grueling schedule of 3 matches in 8 days. The entire training ground was tense. Head coach Wenger stood on the sidelines clutching a tactical board, shouting player positioning. In the next Premier League match, Arsenal would face West Ham United away. They were known as a lumberjack team with rough, brutal defending. West Ham's defenders will definitely use fouls to stop our advances in the box, Wenger warned the team loudly. The tactical drill ended. The practice match began. Su-chun was on the main team in red bibs facing the reserves in yellow bibs. 10 minutes into the match, Su-chun received the ball in the center circle and surged forward with long strides. Two reserve defenders were brushed aside by Su-chun in one step. He dribbled to the edge of the penalty area about 23 meters from goal. Defensive midfielder Coquelin came in with a dirty tackle from behind and to the side, taking Su-chun and the ball down onto the grass. This simulated West Ham's defensive intensity. The referee blew the whistle. A free kick. 23 meters. This distance was in an awkward zone too close to the goal. There wasn't enough space for the ball to arc in the air. A powerful drive would likely be blocked by the wall or fly over the bar without dipping. Usually Cazorla took free kicks from this position for Arsenal. Cazorla ran over bending down to get the ball. Su-chun stood up and placed his hand on the ball. I'll take this one. His tone was calm. Cazorla froze. At Anfield, Su-chun had stunned the Premier League with a 30-meter thunderbolt. That required a long run-up and a big wind-up. But this was only 23 meters. There was no room to generate power. So it's too close. The ball won't have time to dip after it rises, Cazorla warned kindly. Let me try curling it with the inside of my foot. Who said a free kick has to be a curler? Su-chun grinned. He placed the ball on the spot. Reserve goalkeeper Szczesny stood on the line waving his arms and shouting instructions for the wall. 6 men stood side by side sealing off the near post tightly. Szczesny stood at the far post, knees bent, center of gravity low. He was very confident in his reflexes. With the distance so short, a powerful shot couldn't possibly beat the wall. Su-chun stepped back. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The run-up was pitifully short. Wenger stood on the sidelines frowning. Such a short run-up couldn't engage the thigh muscles for a powerful strike. What was this kid planning? The referee's whistle blew. Su-chun started his run. 3 steps, steady pace. As he reached the ball, his left foot planted firmly half a meter to the left of it. His whole body leaned forward slightly. The muscles in his right calf tensed abruptly like a coiled spring. He didn't rely on a powerful swing of the thigh. It was pure explosive striking power from the calf. The inside of his instep struck the lower middle part of the ball right at the valve. Thud. The impact was exceptionally dull. The ball left the grass at an astonishing speed, turning into a blur heading straight for the wall. But the most bizarre thing was that this high-speed ball had absolutely no spin in the air. The logo and panels were clearly visible to everyone. The ball rose straight up, just clearing the head of the tallest man in the wall, Mertesacker. Szczesny stared at the ball's trajectory. Based on that initial speed and upward angle, it was definitely going to sail over the crossbar and into the stands. Szczesny even gave up on jumping. He straightened up ready to turn and asked the ball boy for the ball. Just as he straightened up, the ball in the air reached its apex, losing all its aerodynamic lift. It was as if an invisible giant hand had slammed it downwards. The ball suddenly plummeted. It traced a steep, physically improbable parabola dropping right over Szczesny's head. Boom. The ball smashed into the back of the net, sending the white mesh flying high. Silence. The entire training ground was so quiet that only the sound of raindrops hitting the grass could be heard. Szczesny stood still, his neck stiff as he twisted to look behind him. He stared at the ball still rolling in the net, his mind buzzing. What happened? Why did the ball suddenly drop? Cazorla stood next to Su-chun, mouth slightly open, speechless. On the sidelines, Wenger's tactical board slipped from his hand and landed in a puddle with a splash. Muddy water splashed onto his expensive suit trousers, but he didn't even notice. Knuckleball. Wenger's throat went dry. He forced out the words. This was a rare free kick technique. No curve, relying entirely on the instant impact to cancel spin, using airflow to make the ball drop sharply. In modern football, you could count on one hand the players who could execute a knuckleball this perfectly. An 18-year-old striker. He could launch long-range sprints with insane speed. He could break the deadlock with powerful long-range shots. And now he had mastered this unsolvable set-piece technique. West Ham liked to use fouls, didn't they? If they dared to foul near the box, Su-chun's knuckleball would completely shatter their goalkeeper's mentality. Su-chun turned to look at Wenger on the sidelines. Their eyes met. Su-chun brushed the grass clippings off his hands. Boss, in tomorrow's match, let's win a few more free kicks. After a day of training, Su-chun drove his newly purchased compact car back to his private villa in the affluent Kensington district. Tossing his jacket onto the sofa, he immediately opened the system's mission panel. Just as he expected. After signing the commercial licensing agreement with Mendes, the prerequisite mission for commercial endorsements was completely marked as fulfilled. The A-rank skill knuckleball, capable of descending with rapid velocity while ignoring air resistance, had been thoroughly integrated into the muscles of his calves. Immediately after, the system's mechanical chime echoed in his mind. Ding. Please select the next main storyline mission for the host. Option 1. Lead the team to qualify for next season's UEFA Champions League. Mission reward, €5 million in cash. Option 2. Win the FA Cup. Mission reward, randomly draw 1 A-rank skill. Option 3. Secure the double this season, Premier League title plus FA Cup. Mission reward, SS rank skill, steel sinews and iron bones. Steel sinews and iron bones, and SS rank passive defensive skill. Skill description: the host will possess bone density and muscle fiber resilience that surpasses human limits. Within the standard physical confrontations of football, no existing human physical force can inflict substantial fracture damage to the host's bones and ligaments, whether from conventional malicious fouls, sliding tackles, or collisions. Su Chun stared at the panel, then rose directly from the sofa. Steel sinews and iron bones. What did this mean? It meant that under the protection of this skill, he was essentially immune to the most devastating external injuries on the pitch. What is the bane of a player's career? It's those butcher-like defenders who lunge in with the intent to break legs. Countless brilliant prodigies have had their entire careers destroyed by a single malicious tackle from behind. While the Kaka template did eliminate natural muscle wear and tear, if someone snapped his shin bone with a heavy stud, he would still be bedridden for half a year. But with this skill as a safety net, human strength alone couldn't break his legs. This was a superpowered cheat that defied any rough defense. Without hesitation, Su Chun clicked on option 3. This season Arsenal must win the double. The following week the Premier League ushered in the world-famous Christmas fixture congestion. This was an infernal test of the squad depth and stamina reserves of every Premier League team. Within just 10 days Arsenal had to play 3 high-intensity league matches. Across the league the key players of every team were utterly exhausted, their running distances plummeting. Su Chun was the sole exception. With the boost from the A-rank skill third lung, he started every match. He played the full 90 minutes without even breaking a sweat. By the 85th minute the opposing defenders were gasping for air, hands on knees. Yet Su Chun could still sprint 30 meters at full speed down the pitch. This superhuman display of stamina left the entire English football world dumbfounded. While he triumphed on the field, his commercial ventures off, it also exploded. Mendes acted swiftly. He assembled a dedicated 30-person core business team and flew personally to China. Following Su Chun's strict order, no foreign brands, only domestic ones. Within a week Mendes signed massive global exclusive endorsement contracts with China's Anta Sports and Huawei Communications. Anta offered a sponsorship fee of 25 million euros per year and created a brand new independent product line called Morningstar specifically for Su Chun. Huawei invested heavily, signing Su Chun as the exclusive global brand ambassador for their entire high-end smartphone series. The signing press conference was broadcast live globally via the internet. The news traveled back to China. Chinese fans went wild. So proud. A European golden boy endorsing our own domestic brands. I'll sacrifice next month's meal money to buy a pair of Su Chun's signature boots. This is such a big deal. This is the power of China going head-to-head with Nike and Adidas. On the day the ads officially launched, commercials featuring Su Chun in his Arsenal kit played around the clock on the big screens in commercial centers across major Chinese cities. Lines hundreds of meters long formed outside Anta stores. Trucks making deliveries were swarmed by frenzied fans before they had even come to a full stop. Su Chun's signature boots sold out on the online store within 3 seconds of going live. The backend data crashed, 3,000 pairs of inventory were snapped up instantly. Sales of Huawei's new phone model shattered all sales records for that quarter. This terrifying ability to drive sales left the previously hesitant corporate executives slapping their thighs in regret. They were now waving checkbooks and queuing up to go to London to negotiate with Mendes. Inside the Chinese Football Association office in Beijing, Director Chung sat in his executive chair staring at Su Chun's ubiquitous endorsement poster on his computer screen. In a fit of rage, he smashed the ashtray on his desk to pieces. An endorsement fee of 25 million euros a year, and that was just from one company. Such a massive cash cow had been completely pushed to the opposite side, all because of his own arrogance and prejudice. Now not only could the CFA not get a single cent, but they were also subjected to the curses of hundreds of thousands of netizens every day. This made Director Cheng's envy burn fiercely, but he was powerless, left to stare helplessly. With the arrival of the winter break, the European transfer window officially opened. Arsenal's club building was buzzing with activity. Real Madrid's Florentino Perez directly sent 2 executives who slammed a formal offer of 150 million euros onto the desk of Arsenal CEO. Chelsea's Roman Abramovich was even more ruthless, publicly declaring that no matter what Arsenal asked, Chelsea would add 20 million to Real Madrid's bid. Manchester United and Manchester City also sent in astronomical inquiries. Faced with these spendthrift tycoons, Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger displayed unprecedented firmness. At a press conference, hands on his hips, he announced loudly to dozens of cameras, "None of them are for sale. Even if they put a mountain of gold here, Arsenal will never let Su Chun go." Wenger not only guarded this treasure fiercely, but also quietly made a targeted signing. A few days ago at the end of training, Su Chun casually mentioned a remark. He was charging forward on the front line, and behind him, he absolutely needed an indefatigable sweeping defensive midfielder to cover the defense. He then named an obscure black player from the French League One side, Can. Wenger took Su Chun's suggestion very seriously and immediately sent a scout to France to investigate. It took only one day. Arsenal spent a mere 8 million euros to bring that defensive midfielder who stood just 1.68 meters tall to London. N'Golo Kante. This future world-class midfield destroyer was snatched up by Arsenal in a massive bargain before anyone else had realized his value. The moment Kante reported to the Coney training ground and saw Su Chun, the shy French lad immediately ran over to ask for an autograph. He was completely in awe of Su Chun's dominant performances in the Premier League and was content to be his dedicated protector. The holiday period passed quickly. The entire Arsenal squad regrouped at the Coney base to prepare for the first match of the second half of the season. Players walked into the changing room in groups of 2 or 3, all of them having gained a bit of weight. The club's medical director, the beautiful team, Dr. Eva, walked in holding a stack of test forms. Everyone take off your shirts and go to the testing room immediately. I need to see your muscle fatigue index and cardiopulmonary data. Eva was a notorious workaholic with very strict demands. The players obediently lined up, attached various electrodes to themselves, and got on the treadmills for testing. Suchin stepped onto the treadmill. His body was covered in a dense web of data cables. Eva switched on the instrument and directly adjusted the treadmill's speed to the sprint setting. 15 minutes passed. Beside him, Wilshere was gasping for breath, his sweat soaking through his pants as the instrument emitted a piercing alarm. Yet Suchin continued to stride powerfully on the treadmill, his breathing rhythm undisturbed. Eva stared at the real-time data curve on Suchin's cardiopulmonary monitor. Her beautiful large eyes grew wider and wider. Stop, stop, stop. Eva slammed down the red stop button and grabbed a stack of printed reports. She walked quickly over to the instrument, scrutinizing Suchin from head to toe, her brows knitted into a deep, tight knot. Suchin pulled off the electrodes, grabbed a towel, and wiped his non-existent sweat. Is there a problem, Dr. Eva? Eva ignored Suchin. Clutching the data sheet tightly, she turned and dashed straight out of the testing room, running all the way to the head coach's office. She pushed open the door. Wenger was sitting at his desk studying the match footage for the upcoming game against Stoke City. Boss, something's wrong. You need to see this right now. Eva slapped the stack of reports directly in front of Wenger, her face ashen. What's happened? Wenger was startled and quickly picked up the reports. This is Suchin's cardiopulmonary function test report. Eva pointed to a red line shooting straight upward on the chart. Boss, compare this to his data from when he first joined the club 6 months ago. After half a season of high-intensity matches, especially that terrifying Christmas fixture schedule recently, any human's cardiopulmonary system and muscles would suffer severe fatigue and wear. But Suchin's data shows no sign of decline whatsoever. His cardiopulmonary volume has even nearly doubled. Wenger listened, utterly confused. His heart and lungs are stronger, which means his stamina is better. Isn't that a great thing? It's not what you think at all. Eva shook her head repeatedly, her expression very grave. Boss, this completely defies the basic principles of exercise physiology. For a normal person's data to skyrocket this much in such a short time, the only explanation is that his heart has developed severe compensatory hypertrophy, or that his internal organs are on the verge of a dangerously overloaded state. If we don't find out the cause, he could suffer a sudden cardiac arrest on the pitch and collapse at any moment. At the words cardiac arrest, the pen in Wenger's hand dropped onto the table with a clatter. The old manager's face turned deathly pale as he jumped straight up from his chair. Suchin was now the absolute core of the entire Arsenal team. If his body had such a fatal hidden danger, then Arsenal's newly ignited hope for revival would be completely extinguished. Stop all of Suchin's training immediately, Wenger shouted. Contact the best cardiovascular hospital in London. Have the entire medical team accompany him and take him for the most comprehensive and detailed MRI and blood screening right now. Half an hour later, Suchin, completely unaware of what was happening, was forcibly escorted by Eva and several team doctors into an ambulance and taken directly to the special care unit of the Royal London Hospital. This whole ordeal took an entire day. Various scans, blood draws, and imaging machines were used, one after another, examining Suchin from head to toe. The next morning, in the conference room at the Coney base, Wenger was pacing anxiously on the spot, rubbing his face vigorously with his hands, unable to even eat breakfast. The door was pushed open forcefully. Eva walked in with a thick file folder. Wenger immediately went up to her and grabbed her arm. Well, did they find anything? Is his heart really problematic? Does he need surgery? Wenger's voice was trembling. Eva took a deep, long breath. She placed the file folder on the conference table and pulled out the diagnostic certificate stamped with the hospital's highest-level expert seal. Boss, I have to admit my medical understanding has been completely overturned. Eva looked at Wenger and swallowed hard. All the examination reports show that Suchin's heart has no pathological hypertrophy. All his organs are very healthy. The density of his muscle fiber arrangement far exceeds that of an average football player. He shows no signs of overfatigue. Wenger stood frozen. Then how do you explain his skyrocketing cardiopulmonary data? Eva gave a wry smile. The attending physician in charge of the consultation told me that this kid's lung capacity and cardiac pumping ability are naturally extraordinary. His current oxygen uptake and lactate metabolism rate, let alone playing a 90-minute football match. Eva paused, deliberately emphasizing her tone. He is fully capable of running a full 42-kilometer marathon and then immediately going on the field to play another full 90-minute high-intensity football match with terrifying stamina. This is a medical miracle of limitless stamina. Outside the special care unit of the Royal London Hospital, Arsenal's medical director, Eva, holding a long list of examination sheets, strode briskly back to the conference room at Coney. Wenger, who had been waiting impatiently, went straight up and took the report. Boss, I must emphasize this again. Eva placed both hands on the conference table, pointing to the medical report for Wenger to see. His physical constitution completely defies common sense. No cardiac pathology, muscle fiber strength far exceeding normal. What does this mean? Wenger swallowed hard. It means he has an unlimited stamina reserve. Eva explained seriously. If he wanted to, he could run a full 42-kilometer marathon in one go, then immediately put on his boots and go on to play a full 90-minute high-intensity football match. This is a true medical miracle. The entire office was dead silent. Wenger stood motionless for a full 10 seconds. Then the old manager burst into loud laughter. He slapped the examination sheet onto the table. He didn't care at all whether it was a miracle. As long as it was confirmed that Su Chun had no health issues and could still sustain high-intensity matches, that was enough. Wenger immediately called an assistant coach bold. Completely overturn our previous conservative tactics. Wenger drew 3 massive forward-pointing arrows on the tactical board. Before, we were afraid of Su Chun exhausting his stamina, so we had him drop back less on defense. That's no longer necessary. Let's practice a new tactic. High press all over the pitch. Push the game's tempo to the maximum. Bold looked at the tactical board, clicking his tongue in amazement. Boss, this high-pressure, fast-paced tactic is a test of the whole team's stamina. Bold analyzed. But with Su Chun up front as that tireless engine constantly harassing the opponent's backline, it's bound to create a ton of one-on-one chances with the goalkeeper. Just then a team coach pushed open the door to report. The club's new signing from the winter transfer window, the defensive midfielder N'Golo Kante from French side, had arrived at the Coney training ground. Wenger immediately waved his hand. Excellent. We need him to reinforce the backline's toughness. Tell him to change into his kit and join the first team training session directly. On the training pitch, Kante, who stood only 1.68 meters tall, looked a bit reserved in his new Arsenal training kit. He was a shy young black Frenchman. New to a top Premier League club like this, he knew he had to quickly learn the dressing room's hierarchy. He soon figured it out. In this star-studded team with internationals like Cazorla and Sanchez, the biggest star was the just-turned 18-year-old Chinese striker, Su Chun. When Wenger announced the new tactics, he was completely biased. For coordinated pressing up front, Su Chun has absolute freedom. Wenger shouted through the megaphone. He can choose at will to press the opponent immediately or to lurk in space. Kante, whenever you win the ball in midfield, your first passing option must be Su Chun. Everyone, all attacking combinations up front must ultimately create space for Su Chun. Kante felt a chill run down his spine. In his time playing in League One, he had never seen a club give such high tactical freedom to a young player. This was essentially staking the entire team's fate on one man. Kante dared not object. He was assigned to the reserve team, tasked with marking Su Chun, who was wearing a red bib. As soon as the practice match whistle blew, Kante immediately closed him down. He wanted to test the mettle of this Chinese golden boy. Less than 10 minutes later, Kante was completely convinced. Su Chun received the ball with his back to goal. Kante had just lowered his center of gravity. Su Chun flicked the ball with his right foot, completely unreasonable, relying purely on explosive power to blow past him. Kante only saw a flash of white before finding himself 2 meters behind. Then from outside the penalty area, Su Chun unleashed a ferocious strike. The powerful shot blasted the ball along with the reserve goalkeeper Szczesny into the back of the net. Next came the free kick practice. From 25 meters. Su Chun struck the ball with the power of his right shin. The ball flew without spin, soaring high into the air. After clearing the wall, it suddenly lost lift and plummeted rapidly, nestling firmly into the bottom corner of the goal. Szczesny didn't even make a move to save it. He just stood there shaking his head. Kante was gasping for breath on the sidelines, his heart completely won over. With blistering speed, unreasonable shooting, and that terrifying knuckleball weapon, Kante no longer harbored any thoughts of testing him. He understood his task was very simple. Just run hard, win the ball, and then faithfully pass it to Su Chun's feet. Following a big brother like this, winning the championship was a sure thing. Over the following week, the Premier League entered the world-famous Christmas fixture schedule. Teams played every 3 days. A large number of players were cramping up and collapsing from exhaustion. Arsenal traveled to face West Ham United. The West Ham manager had specifically arranged a triple team on Su Chun, instructing his players to go in with hard tackles and fouls whenever he got the ball, planning to use brutal lumberjack tactics to cripple Arsenal. But they couldn't even touch Su Chun's shirt. In the 35th minute, Su Chun dribbled past 2 defenders and was brought down at the edge of the penalty area. A 24-meter free kick. Su Chun unleashed his devastating knuckleball. The ball dipped wickedly into the corner of the net. West Ham goalkeeper Adrian lay on the turf for a long time without getting up. In the second half, the West Ham defense completely collapsed. Su Chun's tireless stamina overwhelmed them. A resounding 3-0 victory. 3 days later, Arsenal returned home to face Stoke City. By the 88th minute of the match, the Stoke City players on the field were exhausted, hands on knees, barely able to walk. But at that moment, Su Chun burst into action. He sprinted 70 meters from the back, striding past 5 defenders in great bounds. He slotted the ball into the empty net. The grueling fixture schedule ended. Arsenal secured consecutive victories, firmly holding onto the top spot in the Premier League standings. Fans across China celebrated wildly online. This stamina is insane. Everyone else is dead tired, and he's still sprinting past people in the 89th minute. Did you see that knuckleball? The goalkeeper was stunned. He's turned the Christmas fixture schedule into an ATM. No wonder he's the European golden boy. The league took a brief break. Then the draw for the 3rd round of the FA Cup was officially announced. When the draw master opened the 2 white plastic balls, the media across Britain went into a frenzy. The North London Derby. Arsenal away against Tottenham Hotspur. This was a match unrelated to league points, a battle for life and death rooted in a century of hatred. Both clubs were from the same neighborhood. For over 100 years, every encounter had drawn blood. German media and Sky Sports in England published extensive coverage. Most media outlets were pessimistic about Arsenal's chances. Because Arsenal had just endured a brutal fixture schedule, their key players were heavily fatigued. And now they had to play away at their rivals White Hart Lane. Tottenham manager Pochettino launched a verbal attack at the pre-match press conference. "We are well rested and waiting." Pochettino leaned back in his chair, his face full of arrogance. "Wenger relies too much on that Chinese kid. He's played several full matches in a row. His stamina must be completely drained by now. This is White Hart Lane, and I'm going to give the entire Arsenal team a nightmare they'll never forget." Tottenham captain and first-choice goalkeeper Hugo Lloris also posted publicly on social media, tagging Součan's account. "I guarantee in front of the goal at White Hart Lane, you won't get a single shot on target." At the entrance of the training base, dozens of journalists had completely blocked the road. Součan had just parked his car when all the microphones were shoved in his face. "So do you have anything to say about Pochettino's provocation? Can your physical strength sustain this high-intensity derby match?" Součan pushed the microphones aside. "A nightmare that will be unforgettable." Součan's tone was calm. "Didn't he watch the last game's news? I hope he can still laugh after the match." As for Lloris, Součan looked into the camera. "His mouth is indeed very hard. I hope when the match starts his action of picking up the ball from the net is also so stubborn." January 9th. At 8 o'clock in the evening local time, the White Hart Lane Stadium in northern London was brightly lit. This stadium, with a long history, welcomed the most heavyweight match of this season. 36,000 diehard Tottenham fans wearing white home jerseys filled the stands. As soon as the Arsenal bus arrived outside the stadium, they were greeted by a barrage of debris and deafening curses. Security here was at the highest level, with riot police filling the entire street. The players from both sides lined up in the tunnel. The two sides didn't even want to look at each other. The atmosphere was tense. At the end of the tunnel, both teams stepped onto the pitch. The on-site DJ began to announce Tottenham's starting lineup, and the home fans responded with thunderous cheers. When Arsenal's starting lineup was announced, the whole crowd immediately turned into a furious booing sound. "Number 14, Součan." The DJ shouted out the name loudly. Boom. The sound in the stands suddenly tripled. 36,000 people made a piercing noise in unison. This was the most terrifying home pressure in the entire Premier League. Ordinary rookie players couldn't even control the ball in this environment. The broadcasting camera immediately gave Součan a close-up face shot. The hostility at the Veltins Arena was nothing compared to White Hart Lane. On the big screen, Součan faced the whole stadium's boos with no extra expression on his face. He strode towards the center circle. He looked down and stepped on the grass under his feet. On the Sky Sports commentary desk, Lineker shouted loudly. Both teams have taken their positions. The focus of the whole stadium is on Součan. Everyone wants to know if this 18-year-old golden boy still has the physical strength to burst Tottenham's defense. In the live broadcast room of China National Radio's sports channel, millions of Chinese fans who stayed up late watching the match clenched their fists in front of the screen. A barrage of comments flew across the screen. "Go Součan. Kick these Tottenham guys back home. Smash them. So what if it's White Hart Lane? We'll still smash the venue." On the sideline coaching area, Wenger and Pochettino shook hands and sat back in their respective seats. Pochettino immediately crossed his legs. He put all his bets on Součan's physical exhaustion. He firmly believed that if they seized possession at the beginning and bombarded with the home atmosphere, Arsenal would definitely not be able to last 20 minutes. Beep. The referee's long whistle pierced the White Hart Lane air. The match officially began. Tottenham striker Harry Kane passed the ball back to the midfield. Tottenham's midfielder Dele Alli took the ball. He was about to look up to observe the running of his front teammates and slow down the pace of the game. However, the next second, Alli's vision was completely blocked by a figure wearing a red and white jersey. Součan. As soon as the whistle sounded, Součan did not walk around in the front court as usual. He directly accelerated and ran more than 10 meters at a 100-meter sprint speed, directly sticking to Alli's face. Alli was completely unprepared for this close combat at the beginning, and in a hurry he passed the ball to the fullback Walker on his side. Součan did not stop. He immediately turned back and continued to press Walker at full speed. Not only Součan, the whole Arsenal team went crazy. Sanchez attacked from the left flank. Wilshere on the right quickly pressed forward. N'Golo Kante behind him directly crossed the midfield line, blocking all Tottenham's passing routes. High pressure, fast pace. Everyone went crazy for steals. Just 1 minute into the game, Tottenham's defense was shattered by Arsenal's unreasonable violent momentum. Walker was forced by Součan and could only kick the ball out of the sideline with a long shot. The booing in the stands was abruptly cut off. More than 30,000 Tottenham fans were all stunned. Pochettino's crossed legs were immediately put down. He launched himself from the coaching seat and rushed to the sideline to the edge of the white line. His eyes were wide open like copper bells. What's going on? Pochettino stared intently at Součan, who was tirelessly running for the ball in the front court. Wasn't it said that Arsenal had gone through a schedule of hell and their physical strength was exhausted? This kid's speed and pressing intensity, where is there any sign of physical exhaustion? This runs even harder than someone who just returned from a long vacation. Watching Arsenal quickly take the sideline ball, Suchin again strode into Tottenham's penalty area. Suddenly a premonition of impending disaster rose in Pochettino's heart. Arsenal had absolute reasons to defeat Tottenham. Suchin wanted to win the double crown and get that SS-level invincible defense skill. Wenger also had reasons to defeat Tottenham. He wanted to lead Arsenal to step on Tottenham's corpses in their enemy's White Hart Lane to advance and completely establish the status of London's hegemon. And what about Tottenham? Facing the suddenly high-intensity pressing from the sky, facing the completely suffocating fast-paced running brought by Arsenal. The whole team was confused, especially when they saw Suchin, who was criticized by the outside world as physically exhausted, was now like a mad cheetah, even directly rushing towards goalkeeper Lloris, trying to steal the ball under his feet. Former Dortmund coach Klopp once became famous in the Bundesliga with this dog-like pressing, but today Wenger directly brought this tactic to the Premier League. On the Sky Sports broadcast desk, Lineker immediately noticed the change. Arsenal's playing style has completely changed. Lineker shouted into the microphone. Wenger abandoned the slow and steady passing. They are now playing the most extreme pressing football. Push the offensive starting point as far as possible to the front of Tottenham's penalty area. Carrick repeatedly shook his head beside him. This tactical concept requires a huge cost. That is physical strength. But how long can Suchin's physical strength support this wave? All eyes were focused on Suchin. Tottenham's backline organization fell into a huge disaster. Lineker continued to report. As his words were spoken, the football was passed back to Lloris's feet. Lloris stepped on the ball and shouted loudly to the disorganized defenders in front of him, "All of you hold your positions. Their running style can't last long. That Chinese kid is charging so hard, he will cramp and be taken off before the first half ends." Lloris didn't care that Suchin was just a dozen meters away from him. Hearing Lloris's mockery, Suchin didn't respond. Cramping and being taken off in the first half. What a pleasant dream. Lloris saw the gap and kicked the ball to the midfield with a long shot. Then he turned around and spread both hands towards Suchin. "Don't waste your efforts." Lloris laughed loudly at Suchin. "With such limited physical strength reserves, if you continue to run like this, I'm afraid that when the time comes, the medical staff will have to carry a stretcher to come in and pick you up." Suchin stopped running and looked sideways at Lloris. "You said in the pre-match press conference that I can't even take a shot within the goal frame, right?" Suchin's tone was very calm. "That's of course." Lloris raised his chin. "Very well." Suchin nodded, directly turned and ran towards the midfield, prepared to pick up the ball from the net. At this moment, the long ball kicked by Tottenham. The landing point was firmly controlled by Kanté. The French little guy jumped high and headed the ball forward to Wilshere. Arsenal's players had no unnecessary dribbling. They immediately launched a storm-like attack forward. Wilshere dribbled the ball over the midfield line. Suchin immediately retreated to receive support. Wilshere passed a low pass. Suchin used his right foot to pad the ball and passed it to Sanchez, who was charging up the left flank. He then completed a turn and strode deeply into Tottenham's penalty area. Sanchez understood and made a direct pass that pierced through Tottenham's defense. Suchin squeezed past Walker, the defender beside him, and the ball arrived at the same time as him. No adjustment. He directly shot with his left foot. The ball skimmed across the slick turf of White Hart Lane and hurtling towards the bottom left corner of the goal. Lloris reacted with lightning speed, executing a desperate dive to his left. He managed to get a hand to it, deflecting the ball's trajectory. A recovering Tottenham center-back hoofed it clear for a corner. Lloris scrambled to his feet, his heart pounding wildly and his chest still shaken from the close call. Suchin didn't even spare him a glance, striding directly to the corner flag to prepare for the set piece. On the sidelines, Tottenham manager Mauricio Pochettino stood with his brow furrowed into a deep, troubled knot. His pre-match plan was to exploit home advantage and superior stamina, launching an all-out attack against Arsenal. Now it had devolved into Arsenal battering Tottenham, who were pinned helplessly in their own half. Over 30,000 Tottenham fans in the stands erupted in a cacophony of piercing jeers, all directed at Suchin. Every touch, every run he made was met with a torrent of abuse. Yet Suchin was involved in half of his team's possessions. With the reserve energy tank provided by the system, he felt so light on his feet, he could almost fly. His movement covered the entire midfield and attack, his constant off-the-ball runs creating vast expanses of space. The match reached the 23rd minute. Picking up the ball on the left flank, Suchin suddenly accelerated and cut inside. The terrifying, explosive first step from the Kaka template left the defender a full body length behind. He swung his right foot, unleashing a powerful swerving shot. The ball traced a white arc through the air. Lloris roared, launching himself high with a powerful push from his legs, punching the ball clear of the box with both fists. Suchin shoots. Brilliant. A world-class save from Lloris. Suchin's strike threatens the Tottenham defense once more. Lloris is in phenomenal form today, the commentator bellowed from the broadcast booth. The Tottenham fans in the stands gasped in unison, then erupted in a collective roar of support for their captain. Great save, skipper. Show him what a real goalkeeper looks like. That Chinese kid won't get past this door. After his save, Lloris sprang to his feet, pumping his fist and roaring at the sky, fueling his own fire. Suchin stood at the edge of the penalty area, watching the cleared ball. He's in great form. Even Wenger on the sidelines had raised his arms in anticipation of a goal. Seeing Lloris's miraculous save, he could only lower them helplessly and shake his head. Loris is on fire today, assistant coach Bold muttered beside Wenger. Football can be so irrational. Once you face a goalkeeper in a state of grace, no matter how precise your shot, he'll find a way to claw it out. It's incredibly demoralizing for the forwards. Bold even worried that Arsenal's relentless pressure might leave them vulnerable to a counterattack. However, Wenger's gaze remained fixed on Součan. Don't worry, Wenger said with a chuckle. There was no trace of anxiety or frustration on Součan's face. This put Wenger's mind completely at ease. For a young player, the greatest danger is having their mentality shaken after repeated saves leading to poor technique. Součan remained utterly unfazed. He didn't even sigh, simply jogging back to his position. He has an exceptionally rare big-game mentality, Bold remarked following Wenger's gaze. Wenger nodded. He had initially thought stamina was Součan's greatest weakness, but that miraculous fitness report had erased all his doubts. With stamina no longer a constraint, what in the Premier League could stop this goal-scoring machine? Wenger couldn't think of an answer. He's on the express train to becoming the world's best, Wenger said, his voice filled with pride as he watched Součan on the pitch. A goalkeeper in top form. Against absolute talent and strength, even a peak performance can only hold out for so long. The match reached the 35th minute. Pochettino's face was ashen. Tottenham was utterly dominated. The ball couldn't be cleared past midfield, their formation was like a spring compressed underfoot, unable to release. If not for Loris's extraordinary performance, Tottenham's goal would have been breached numerous times. Pochettino glared at Součan, who was still sprinting at full tilt. What the hell is going on? Every media outlet in England was analyzing that Arsenal had pushed Součan to his limit over the past fortnight, his stamina surely in the red zone. Yet, just after the winter break, this 18-year-old Asian kid showed no signs of fatigue, instead running faster. Boss, you need to see this. A Tottenham data analyst hurried to Pochettino's side, holding a tablet. What is it? Pochettino asked impatiently. This is the real-time running data for Arsenal's number 14, the analyst said, his voice trembling as he pointed to the steadily rising red line on the screen. It's only been 35 minutes, and he's already run a full 5 kilometers, including 15 high-speed sprints. Pochettino gasped. His eyes bulged. 5 kilometers before halftime. This wasn't a leisurely jog, this was on the chaotic, brutal Premier League pitch. Constant physical contact, sudden stops, changes of direction, being fouled, getting up to sprint again. Any normal player running like that would have their lungs burst. And Součan. Pochettino looked up and saw him completing a 30-meter recovery run without even breathing heavily. His expression remained eerily calm. Damn it. Pochettino kicked a water bottle furiously. Did Arsenal's medical team inject that kid with performance enhancers? Pochettino cursed loudly, but he knew it was impossible. No top club would risk a continent-wide ban for such stupidity. Especially since Součan's value had already exceeded €100 million, making him Arsenal's most precious asset. Boss, what do we do now? The analyst asked nervously. What to do? Pochettino gritted his teeth. Park the bus, he shouted. Tell the players to hold on for the last 10 minutes, no matter what. I'll reorganize the tactics at halftime. Just as Pochettino ordered a defensive stand, Arsenal won the ball back in midfield. Canny delivered a pinpoint short pass to Součan, who had dropped to the center circle to receive. Součan controlled the ball at his feet. Tottenham's midfield linchpin Dembele was immediately on high alert. Dembele lowered his center of gravity, blocking Součan's path. Součan feigned a shoulder drop, making a dummy move as if to cut inside for a long-range shot. Dembele shifted his weight to block the angle. In that split second of weight transfer, Součan used the outside of his right foot to knock the ball past Dembele's weaker side, bursting past him like a cannonball. Full explosive power unleashed. Dembele was beaten cleanly without even time to turn and chase. If Součan broke through, he would face Tottenham's exposed defense. Acting on instinct, Dembele reached out. He grabbed the back of Součan's jersey, hanging his entire weight on it. At the same time, he stuck out a leg, tripping Součan's ankle. Součan lost his balance at full speed, crashing heavily to the turf. He rolled several meters. The referee immediately blew a sharp whistle. He reached into his pocket and showed Dembele a yellow card. The traveling Arsenal fans erupted in angry protests. Meanwhile, the Tottenham fans cheered, considering it a successful tactical foul. Součan brushed the grass clippings from his kit and stood up. He flexed his kicked ankle. A dull ache throbbed. Součan's gaze turned cold. This was the price of fame. Every defender in the Premier League now knew how dangerous his dribbling was. Their first reaction to being beaten was a cynical foul. They didn't care if the challenge was dangerous. This made Součan even more eager to complete the main quest and obtain the Iron Bone skill. Only by surpassing human limits in bone and muscle density could he tear opponents apart without restraint on this meat grinder of a pitch. The foul was committed just outside the Tottenham penalty area, slightly to the left, about 25 meters from goal. It was a prime position for a direct free kick. Arsenal's designated free kick taker Cazorla carried the ball to the spot. He placed it on the turf, adjusted a few blades of grass, and began to step back. Součan walked over. Santi, he said, tapping Cazorla on the shoulder. Let me take this. Cazorla hesitated. He looked at the distance, then at Součan. So it's too close. Your powerful drives will struggle to dip over the wall. Cazorla advised kindly. In his mind, Součan's specialty was long-range power shots. This position required a precise curler to bypass the wall. No need for power, Součan said, taking the ball from Cazorla. Leave it to me. Seeing Su Chen's insistence, Cazorla nodded and ceded the spot. In this team, Su Chen had unlimited shooting privileges, a special right granted by Wenger. "Su, this ball is yours." Cazorla picked up the ball and handed it to Su Chen. He relied on the wide swing of his thigh. The muscles in his right calf suddenly tensed like a spring compressed to its limit. With his knee as the axis, the inside of his instep struck Su Chen's shoulders solidly before he stepped back to provide cover. 25 meters from the goal, the middle lower part of the ball. Bang! A dull thud echoed across the entire half. The ball soared into the air. Its initial speed was terrifyingly fast. Tottenham's wall leaped vigorously. The center back's position was too close for a long-range blast, yet lacked sufficient space for a curling shot. It was a severe test. Vertonghen only felt a gale rush past the top of his head. The ball had directly cleared the highest point of the wall, a testament to the kicker's skill. Above White Hart Lane, a deafening wave of boos descended. Off target, Loris watched the ball fly high, his tense, nerves relaxing. Even though he had vowed to keep Su Chen scoreless before the match, he knew better than anyone that this Chinese prodigy would crush him. Over 30,000 Tottenham fans created maximum noise. A torrent of profanities rained down from the stands. Su Chen's shooting was terrifying. As long as the ball headed for the stands, he would consider it a successful defense. But before Loris could even catch his breath, the ball, already airborne, cascaded down from the stands. Su Chen picked up the ball and walked to the foul spot. He lowered his head and nudged the ball with his boot. After clearing the highest point of the wall, the ball underwent a bizarre transformation. There was no spin from air resistance. The UEFA logo on the ball was clearly fixed in Loris' sight. Then the ball lost all its upward momentum. He scraped away the turf and placed the ball steadily on the smooth grass. Not far from the goal, the ball plummeted. It wasn't a gentle parabola, but a straight dive towards the ground. During its descent, the ball wavered left and right in the air. It was impossible to predict whether the landing point would be left or right. Loris' body went rigid. His feet felt nailed to the ground. Tottenham captain Loris was shouting hoarsely, "Lol, King, get nailed to the turf." He couldn't even make the leap for a save. He could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed over his head. Boom. It smashed into the bottom left corner of the net. You stand on the far left. Dembele, block that gap. Hands behind your back. Loris' white net was billowed into an exaggerated arc. Goal. Arsenal lead 1-0 away. My God. The Sky Sports commentary box erupted. He frantically directed the defense. Having just saved a shot from Su Chen, he was outwardly arrogant, but inwardly terrified. Lineker leaped from his chair, screaming wildly into the microphone. It's in. The ball's in. Su Chen's long-range penetrating power was well known throughout English football to prevent Su Chen from scoring. My goodness, what kind of divine shot is this? A knuckleball. An indisputable knuckleball. Loris stood there like a wooden post, completely bewildered. To block a low drive, Loris had fullback Danny Rose lie flat on the turf at the base of the wall. Above the eye, Arsenal takes the lead. Scoring this magnificent goal is the invincible Chinese golden boy, Su Chen. Carragher shook his head beside him. It's utterly unreasonable. With 5 tall players blocking above and Rose covering the ground ball. Loris retreated to the center of the goal line. This striking method completely defied a goalkeeper's saving instincts. Tottenham's goal had been torn wide open. In China, late-night viewers spammed the live stream chat until it lagged. Holy crap. Holy crap. That's a knuckleball. He clapped his gloves and shouted provocatively at Su Chen. Come on, Chinese kid. Your knuckleball is back. This is way too cool. The ball didn't spin at all. It just smashed in. That Loris was so cocky before the game, saying he wouldn't let Su have a single shot. Now he's too scared to even dive. The broadcast cut to the Sky Sports commentary box. Lineker stared at the screen, frowning slightly. Su Chen took the initiative to claim the free kick. That's an unexpected twist. His face is getting slapped red. This is his comeuppance. So strong, hitting an unstoppable wonder goal from 25 meters really brings honor to us Chinese. The broadcast replayed the goal repeatedly. Lineker analyzed quickly. Su Chen had scored a free kick from over 30 meters before. That relied on sheer power. From the camera angle behind Loris, the ball's downward trajectory in midair was terrifying. But now the position was only 25 meters from the goal. Carragher shook his head beside him. Pochettino kicked the turf in frustration. His expression was grim. He never imagined Su Chen had such a devastating weapon in his arsenal. At this distance, a powerful drive simply won't work. The ball lacks enough flight distance to complete its descent. Pochettino growled through gritted teeth. Where did this monster crawl out from? Pochettino cursed. Wenger in the other technical area hugged his assistant, bold in excitement. Boss, he really kicked it. An absolute knuckleball. A knuckleball in a real match. Bold shouted. Wenger was beaming. This Arsenal signing was an incredible bargain. Infinite stamina plus a versatile finishing method was the correct solution. This was the ultimate weapon on the football pitch. On the field, Su Chen couldn't even be bothered to celebrate. He turned and walked towards the center circle, pausing as he passed the slumped Loris. Duan Xian stared intently at the screen, his voice high-pitched. Facing Loris' insane provocation, Su Chen chose to stop. Remember to go fetch the ball from the back of the net. Leaving that remark, Su Chen strode away. Loris' face flushed crimson, too humiliated to utter a single word. The match restarted with Su Chen taking it himself. This is Arsenal's best chance to score in this match. On the live stream screen, millions of fans' bullet comments scrolled frantically. Su Shin can also take close-range free kicks. Never saw him use that before. The match restarted. The Tottenham players, after conceding, had a subtle shift in mentality. They became hesitant in defense because they discovered a fatal problem. There was simply no way to defend Su Shin. If you defended his dribble, his explosive pace would burn you alive. If you dropped back to defend against his dribble, he could unleash a powerful long-range shot. If you resorted to tactical fouls, the previous knuckleball was the answer. Giving Arsenal a free kick just outside the box was equivalent to gifting them a goal. How do you defend that? Dembele and Vertonghen exchanged glances, seeing only deep despair in each other's eyes. To make matters worse, the match was already in the 40th minute. Su Shin was still tirelessly sprinting up front. The Kaka template combined with third lung meant he didn't know the meaning of fatigue. During every Arsenal attack, Su Shin was always the one running the furthest forward. Candy won the ball back in defense like a sticky piece of gum, and without looking he stuffed his hands in his pockets, staring fixedly at the field. Despite Lineker saying Su Shin wasn't good at this type of ball, he felt a growing sense of unease. In the 43rd minute, Su Shin received a pass again on the right side of the box. The ominous premonition grew stronger. Too many things had happened with this Chinese kid that defied common sense. Wenger passed the ball. Su Shin dipped his right shoulder, feigning a cross to the byline. Defender Rose slid in to block the passing lane. But Su Shin flicked his ankle and pulled the ball back. A sudden stop and change of direction left Rose sliding 2 meters away. Su Shin brought the ball inside straight for the penalty spot. Center back Vertonghen panicked. As Su Shin was about to face the goalkeeper one-on-one, Vertonghen charged in from the side. He didn't dare make a tackle inside the box, fearing a penalty. So he positioned himself half a meter outside the box. Su Shin retreated. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Then he suddenly started his run-up. He completely abandoned the traditional long shot stride. Vertonghen hit him like a wall, wrapping his arms around Su Shin's waist. They both crashed heavily onto the edge of the box. Beep. The referee immediately strode forward. Su Shin took a large step forward, planting his left foot firmly beside the ball, creating a deep divot in the soft turf. The referee didn't hesitate, pulling out a yellow card and showing it to Vertonghen. He awarded a direct free kick 20 meters from goal. This position was even closer and slightly more to the right than the previous one. The muscles below Su Shin's right knee were taut like steel cables. The over 30,000 home fans at White Hart Lane had fallen completely silent. The booing had stopped entirely. Everyone was fixated on the Chinese youth walking towards the penalty spot. They were all praying that the previous knuckleball was just a lucky fluke. Loris stood on the goal line, drenched in nervous sweat. This time he called for 6 men in the wall. He even brought striker Harry Kane back to be a human shield. Loris constantly adjusted his position, his eyes locked on Su Shin's every move. Su Shin took the ball and placed it steadily. He ignored the Tottenham players' panic. He stepped back 3 times again. He looked up at the top right corner of the goal. The referee blew his whistle. Start. Step. The calf muscles explosively unleashed their terrifying power again. Bang. Struck by immense force, the ball shot into the air. It was the same trajectory, without any spin. Tottenham's wall jumped in unison, but didn't even graze the ball. Too high. Loris looked up at the ball soaring into the air. His tense nerves completely relaxed. Such a high launch angle would definitely fly over the crossbar and hit the stands. Loris didn't even make a move to save it. He straightened up, ready to turn, and asked the ball boy for another ball. But just half a second before he turned, a sudden change occurred on the field. The ball, having reached its peak, wobbled in the air like a drunkard. Loris predicted the direction this time, pushing off with both legs and diving to his right. He stretched his body to its limit. But the ball, less than a meter in front of Loris, plummeted straight down without warning. It narrowly avoided the edge of Loris' outstretched glove. It scraped the inside of the right post and smashed into the net. Boom. 2-0. Su Shin scored a brace. The 36000 Tottenham fans in White Hart Lane were left speechless. The booing had completely ceased. The entire stadium was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Tottenham goalkeeper Loris slumped on his goal line, staring blankly at the ball. A knuckleball. A free kick from 25 meters smashed into the top corner with a knuckleball, and he scored 2 of them. Was this even a technique a human could execute? Su Shin couldn't even be bothered to celebrate. He turned and jogged towards the center circle, passing the prostrate Loris without even a glance at the French international who had provoked him so fiercely before the match. This disregard was more hurtful than a direct insult. Tottenham manager Pochettino stood on the touchline, frozen like a piece of wood struck by lightning. His well-prepared defensive tactics had become a huge joke in the face of Su Shin's ruthless set-piece prowess. The match continued. Trailing by 2 goals, Tottenham became desperate, pushing forward in an attempt to fight back. But they were facing a monster whose stamina never ran out. The Kaka template combined with the third lung reserve tank allowed Su Shin to still sprint at terrifying speeds, even in the 70th minute. In the 75th minute, Canny intercepted the ball in defense, and without looking launched a long pass forward. Su Shin burst from the halfway line. The 2 Tottenham center-backs chased back with all their might. But they were horrified to find the distance between them, and Su Shin was growing at a visible rate. He was burning them with pure pace. Su Shin dribbled the ball on a one-on-one run into the box. Facing the rushing Loris, he calmly pushed the ball with the inside of his right foot. The ball skimmed the grass, passed through Loris' legs, and rolled into the empty net. 3-0. A hat trick. The sound of scattered footsteps echoed through White Hart Lane as many Tottenham fans unable to bear the sight any longer covered their faces and left early. The referee blew the final whistle. Arsenal on enemy soil had trampled over their rivals and advanced to the next round of the FA Cup. The livestream bullet comments in China flooded the screen, causing lag. Suchun is a beast. He totally exposed Tottenham's weakness. Where was Loris? Didn't he boast before the match that Suchun wouldn't get a shot? Now he's conceded 3 goals. His face must be swollen from the slaps. Running for 90 minutes without even panting, that stamina is inhuman. Brilliant. White Hart Lane has turned into a library. At the post-match press conference, the atmosphere was frigid. Pochettino sat before the microphone with a livid face. The Fleet Street reporters below were all struggling to suppress their smirks. Mr. Pochettino, before the game you predicted Arsenal would suffer from fatigue, but Suchun ran a terrifying 13 kilometers. How do you comment? A reporter asked loudly. Pochettino gritted his teeth and slammed the table. This defies all logic, he roared, losing his composure. How could an 18-year-old player just coming off a grueling schedule have this kind of stamina? Pochettino shouted, his emotions spiraling out of control. I seriously question the integrity of Arsenal's medical staff. The FA must launch an investigation. The room erupted in shock. An open accusation of doping. He had lost his cool and was now flipping the table. Once Pochettino's words spread, a massive uproar swept through English football. That evening, just as Arsenal's team bus pulled into the Coney Training Centre, 3 black cars bearing the insignia of the FA's anti-doping committee blocked the main entrance. A dozen officials in white coats carrying sampling tubes forcibly demanded an unannounced urine and blood test for Suchun. Wenger cursed loudly in the hallway but couldn't stop the official procedure. Chinese fans erupted online, accusing Tottenham of being sore losers who couldn't handle defeat and resorted to dirty tricks. 2 hours later, the expedited test results landed on the desk of a high-ranking FA executive. The results were clear. Suchun's blood and urine samples contained not a trace of any banned substance, not even residue from common cold medicine. All his health indicators were alarmingly pristine. Once the report was made public, Pochettino became a laughingstock across European football. Tottenham issued an apology late that night, admitting Pochettino's remarks were inappropriate. In an interview the next day, Wenger fired back without mercy. When someone is an incompetent fool, they assume everyone else is a fool too. Suchun's stamina is a gift from God. Jealousy is useless. This FA Cup storm catapulted Suchun's name onto the front pages of sports media across Europe. The Times, a miraculous knuckleball descends on London. The Chinese golden boy conquers White Hart Lane. Munich Evening News, the perpetual motion machine, returns to football. Is there no limit to his stamina? Back in China, the national sports channel dedicated a special half-hour segment on total football to Suchun. Duan Xin passionately reviewed every one of Suchun's goals on screen. At Antaz's physical stores and online platforms, Suchun's signature Morning Star boots were selling like hotcakes. Every new batch was sold out within 10 seconds of going on sale. The €25 million endorsement fee was recouped in less than a month through sales alone, with profits doubling. Far away in the Beijing Football Association building, director Chung stared at the sales data on his computer screen, his eyes burning with jealousy as he smashed his newly purchased Yixing clay teapot to pieces. The post-winter break celebrations didn't stop. After advancing in the FA Cup, Arsenal's focus returned to the Premier League title race. In the 22nd round of the league, Arsenal faced Sunderland away. Suchun started the match. In the 60th minute, he blasted a powerful shot from outside the box, smashing the ball into the net. A 1-0 victory. In the 23rd round, Arsenal hosted Aston Villa. A defensive error led to an early goal conceded. Just as the home fans grew anxious, Suchun stepped up. He scored one in each half. Using the explosive acceleration of the Kaka template, he twice outpaced the opposing center-backs to score on breakaways. Arsenal came from behind to win 2-1. They held firmly onto the top spot in the Premier League standings. But what drove English football even wilder wasn't just Arsenal's winning streak. It was Suchun's terrifying personal statistics. The Daily Telegraph ran a huge blood-red headline on its front page: "The Miracle Maker. He's one step away from the throne." The attention of the entire English football world was captivated by a long-standing record. The Premier League's consecutive goal-scoring record. Previously, this record was held by Manchester United legend Ruud van Nistelrooy, who scored in 10 consecutive games across 2 seasons. Now, Suchun had scored in every game since the second half of the season began. Counting previous matches, he had now scored in 11 consecutive Premier League games. He had directly broken Van Nistelrooy's record of 10 games, claiming the title of the Premier League's all-time best. And his streak continued. His total league goals for the season had reached an astonishing 28. This was despite missing several early season games due to the FA controversy. With 15 rounds remaining in the Premier League, breaking the all-time single-season record of 34 goals was almost a foregone conclusion. But before that, everyone was fixated on the next match. 12 consecutive Premier League games with a goal. If Suchun could score in the next game, he would push this Premier League record to an unprecedented and likely unbreakable height. For the traditionally proud English football establishment, this was a shocking development. A top-tier record since the Premier League's inception was about to be claimed and continuously broken by an 18-year-old Chinese teenager. English media outlets voiced their calls for Arsenal's next opponents to do everything in their power to stop Suchun. Arsenal's 24th league opponent was the notoriously tough Premier League side Newcastle United, nicknamed the Magpies. Before the match, Newcastle's local head coach Pardew made a bold statement in front of dozens of media cameras. "We will not be the backdrop for Suchun's record. The Premier League's greatest record should not be taken by an Asian player who's only played half a season. I will assign someone to man-mark him for the entire game. Even if it takes 3 red cards, Newcastle's goal will not be open to him." Pardew's words sparked a fervent response from local English fans. This was no longer an ordinary league match. It had become a battle to defend the dignity of native football. February 15th, the Emirates Stadium in London. The 6,000-seat arena was packed. Over 2,000 traveling Newcastle fans were in attendance. They held up a massive banner reading, "The record breaker stops here." In the tunnel, the Newcastle players wore grim, determined expressions. They had received a strict order. Today's sole task was to disrupt Suchun's attacking rhythm. Suchun stood at the front of the Arsenal line, his expression calm and indifferent. Breaking the record. He didn't even consider it a difficult task. With the maxed-out Kaka template and limitless stamina, scoring was as simple as eating or drinking. The referee blew the opening whistle. Newcastle had no intention of attacking. They set up an extremely defensive 5-4-1 bus formation at the back. 2 defensive midfielders clung to Suchun like Siamese twins, constantly tugging at his jersey, trying to wear him down with disruptive defending. Time ticked by. The Newcastle fans in the stands began to sing taunts loudly. "He can't run in this bus. The streak ends here." However, the mocking songs had barely begun. The match was only 8 minutes old. Arsenal's defensive midfielder Kante made a precise interception at the edge of the box, stealing Newcastle's aimless long clearance. Without hesitation, Kante played a low-through ball to the retreating Wilshere. Wilshere cushioned the ball with his right foot and passed it to Suchun, who was being double-teamed. The 2 Newcastle midfielders immediately closed in, intending to use their strength to knock Suchun down. In that split second of being trapped, Suchun's legs exploded with power. His starting burst, rated at 96, was on full display. He planted his left foot, poked the ball forward with his right. His entire body shot forward like an armor-piercing shell. Just before the gap between the 2 closing midfielders sealed completely, he forced his way through, bursting out. A violent physical overpowering. The 2 defenders, each weighing over 80 kilograms, were sent staggering by the immense force of Suchun's burst, collapsing onto the turf. A thunderous roar erupted from the stands. Newcastle's vaunted bus defense had been torn wide open right down the middle by Suchun's unstoppable acceleration. Suchun drove the ball forward in long strides, charging straight towards Newcastle's penalty area. Facing a center-back who rushed out to block, Suchun didn't even bother with a feint. He simply nudged the ball to the right and beat him with pure speed. A nutmeg. He was deep in the penalty area. Facing the on-rushing goalkeeper, Suchun drew back his right foot and drove a powerful low shot. The ball shot into the net like a white blur, nestling perfectly into the corner. 1-0. Just 8 minutes in, Newcastle's bus defense was in shambles. The roar from the Emirates Stadium threatened to lift the roof off. "It's in. It's in." The commentator in the broadcast booth was so excited he jumped onto his desk screaming. 12 consecutive games with a goal. He's done it. He's broken Van Nistelrooy's record. A brand new chapter in Premier League history, rewritten by an 18-year-old Chinese teenager. Newcastle's coach Pardew held his head in his hands, staring blankly at the ball in the net, his face ashen. All his pre-match bravado was ground to dust by the sheer violence of that 8th-minute burst. Just as Suchun ran to the corner flag, raising his arms high to bask in the adulation of 60,000 fans, a system notification exploded like thunder in the depths of his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have broken the English Premier League's consecutive goal-scoring record. Ding. The hidden record honor panel has been triggered, distributing massive monetary reward, €5 million credited to host account. Ding. Detecting host is creating history. Issuing ultimate side quest, god of strikers. Quest requirement: break the Premier League single-season record of 34 goals before the end of the season. The conditions for releasing the quest reward are extremely strict. Upon completion, you will directly draw 1 extraordinary SS-level exclusive skill, along with a multi-million euro monetary reward. In the away team's changing room at Arsenal, the only sound was the rain pattering against the window. Assistant coach Bold slammed Chelsea's starting lineup sheet heavily onto the tactical board. 5 defenders. All starters. Wenger stared at the list, his mind racing. He knew Mourinho too well. That Portuguese madman didn't care how ugly the game was as long as he won. But deploying 5 defenders at home, that was just too cowardly. No. Wenger suddenly reached out, his finger pressing firmly on a name on the list. Chelsea's midfielder Ramirez. Ramirez had the nickname Blue Kenyan. His speed was blistering, his stamina absurdly good, often sprinting across the pitch tirelessly. Wenger's expression changed. He looked up at the team. Look at Ramirez's position. He usually plays as a box-to-box midfielder. But in this lineup, both Fabregas and Matic are there. Ramirez has no place. Wenger's voice rose an octave. Bold was baffled. Boss, do you mean Chelsea will play 3 defensive midfielders? Completely lock down the midfield? Worse than that. Wenger gritted his teeth. Ultimate man-marking. This is definitely a man-marking tactic specifically designed for Suchun. The players in the changing room exchanged glances. Wenger drew a circle on the tactical board framing Ramirez and Su Chin's names together. Ramirez's speed and stamina can keep up with the game's pace. Mourinho's plan is to sacrifice one of his own midfield starters to stick to Su Chin for the entire match, using one man to neutralize our most important attacking core. That's his confidence. Wenger analyzed thoroughly, using a blue-collar workhorse to trade for the opponent's golden boy. Once Su Chin was locked down, Arsenal's attacking system would be completely paralyzed. So shameless. This wasn't tactical maneuvering, it was outright thuggery. Do you really think one man can mark Su Chin? Bold cursed in anger. Never underestimate Mourinho's low standards. Wenger took a deep breath. Su Chin, are you ready? Today you'll face the toughest sticky defender in the entire Premier League. Su Chin sat on the bench. He listened to Wenger's analysis while tying his shoelaces. Hearing the words, ultimate man marking, Su Chin looked up. He wasn't afraid of being defended, he just hoped the opponent would bring something new. Meanwhile, in Chelsea's home changing room, the atmosphere was fervent. Mourinho stood in the center shouting at the top of his lungs. Ramirez. Mourinho pointed at the Brazilian midfielder sitting in the corner. Boss. Ramirez responded loudly. In this match, I don't need you to organize attacks. I don't need you to drop back and defend. I don't even need you to touch the ball. Mourinho walked up to Ramirez, pressed his hands on his shoulders, and ordered fiercely. You have only one task. For the entire 90 minutes, no matter what happens, the distance between you and that Chinese kid must never exceed 1.5 meters. If he goes for a drink, you stand right next to him. Even if he retreats into his own goal, you follow him in and stand there. Understand? Understood. Ramirez nodded firmly. Mourinho turned his gaze to Hazard in the front row. In this crucial top-of-the-table clash, Ramirez was to disrupt and lock down the opponent's key player. The rest of the burden fell on the other 10 Chelsea players. Once Su Chin is neutralized, Arsenal is a soulless zombie. Mourinho waved his fist. Hazard, Willian, use your speed to tear their defense apart from the wings. This is Stamford Bridge. Bury these North Londoners here. The entire changing room erupted in a huge roar. 5 minutes before the match, the players lined up in the tunnel. Stamford Bridge was packed to capacity. Over 40,000 Chelsea diehards sang wildly in the stands while piercing boos rained down. In the BBC Sport broadcast booth, Lineker and Carragher looked at the starting lineups in their hands and immediately started shouting in front of the national audience. 5 defenders. Mourinho at his home ground against the league leaders has set up a bus parking formation. Lineker waved the list. How shameless. Did Chelsea fans buy tickets just to watch them all park the bus in their own half? Carragher, wearing headphones, stared intently at the monitor. Notice how Ramirez is positioned strangely. Carragher pointed out the anomaly. On the overhead view, the other Chelsea players were in their positions. But Ramirez crossed the midfield line and strode over to Su Chin, who was waiting for kickoff at the center circle. My God! Lineker exclaimed in shock. Man-marking. This is a dinosaur-age full-court man-marking tactic. Ramirez has become Su Chin's personal shadow. Back in the domestic broadcast room, millions of Chinese fans stayed up to watch, and the live comments exploded. Damn, the madman has truly lost his mind. No regard for a top club's dignity. Trading a starter for Su Chin. What a clever calculation. But Su Chin has unlimited stamina. Isn't Ramirez afraid of running himself to death? Ramirez's nickname is the unkillable runner. These two are definitely going to clash head-on today. No matter what kind of bus they park, Su Chin will blast it to pieces with his cannon shot. Beep. The referee's long whistle cut through the cold, damp London air. The Premier League top-of-the-table clash had officially begun. Su Chin immediately sensed something was wrong. Arsenal kicked off. The ball was still being passed around in the back line. Ramirez directly closed in on him. Not only was he close, but his hands were constantly grabbing. One hand subtly tugged at the hem of Su Chin's shirt while the other kept pushing at his waist. He even blocked Su Chin's running lanes. Hey! Su Chin turned to look at Ramirez and said bluntly, your defenders are all back in the box. Why are you still following me? Ramirez grinned, showing a row of white teeth. Marking you is my job today. The boss said you won't get an inch of space to receive the ball. Su Chin frowned slightly. The ultimate man-marking tactic. They specifically deployed a stamina freak to run all over the field, completely abandoning involvement in overall attack and defense, relying purely on physicality and fouls to disrupt. They really think highly of me. Su Chin sneered. He refused to believe it. He suddenly burst forward, pushing off his right foot, sprinting towards the left flank. Ramirez reacted quickly, turning and following immediately. The two engaged in a pure speed duel on Stamford Bridge's slick turf. After sprinting over 10 meters, Su Chin suddenly stopped, halting his body abruptly, then reversed direction and accelerated. Ramirez slipped and nearly fell. But with his excellent core strength, he wrapped his arms around Su Chin's waist, using the pull to steady himself and close the gap again. Mourinho saw this from the sideline and jumped up and down in frustration. Ramirez, watch the man. Watch the man. Forget about the ball. Stick to him like glue. Mourinho roared wildly in the rain. Cunning. This kid was too cunning. Ramirez wiped the rain from his face. He dared not be careless anymore. He stopped looking at the ball altogether. His eyes were fixed on Su Chin's shoulders and hips, trying to predict his next move. Whenever Su Chin received the ball, Ramirez would directly hack at it, never giving Su Chin a chance to turn and accelerate. Arsenal's attack stalled. Without Suchin's link-up play and dribbling up front, Arsenal's midfielders Cazorla and Wilshere could only pass laterally outside the box. Chelsea's five-man defense was like a steel wall. Arsenal's few crosses were all headed clear by the towering Terry and Cahill. In the 12th minute, Arsenal unable to break through pushed too far forward. At that moment, Chelsea's centre-back Terry headed the ball clear in the box. The ball fell perfectly to Fabregas's feet. Counter-attack. The 40,000 Chelsea fans at Stamford Bridge roared in unison. The deafening sound nearly tore through the curtain of rain. Cesc Fabregas didn't even lift his head. He delivered a pinpoint long overhead pass accurate to the millimeter. The ball sailed over the halfway line straight toward the gap on the right flank of Arsenal's defense. Their Chelsea's core player Eden Hazard had already begun his sprint. Arsenal's right back Hector Bellerin chased back desperately, but Hazard's acceleration was too fast. He received the ball near the touchline, deftly cushioned it forward with his thigh, and directly bypassed Bellerin's defense. A one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Arsenal's defensive midfielder N'Golo Kante lunged in from an angle with a sliding tackle. Hazard's footwork was lightning quick. He nudged the ball with the outside of his right foot, just evading Kante's slide. He then dribbled into the penalty area. Facing Wojciech Szczesny, who had rushed out, Hazard showed no greed. He pushed the ball with the inside of his right foot toward the far post. The ball skidded rapidly across the wet turf. Szczesny dived, but his fingertips didn't even graze the ball. Bang! The ball struck the inside of the far post and bounced into the net. A goal. 1-0. The home side Chelsea had broken the deadlock. Boom. Stamford Bridge erupted. Over 40,000 fans all stood up, wildly waving their blue scarves. The thunderous cheers made the entire stadium shake. After scoring, Hazard sprinted to the corner flag and executed a long sliding celebration. On Chelsea's bench, all the players rushed onto the field for ecstatic embraces. On the sideline, Jose Mourinho was completely delirious. The special one sprinted from the technical area, his suit soaked through in the rain. He dropped to both knees on the wet turf and slid for 5 or 6 meters along the water. His fists clenched tightly, he roared wildly at the sky. This was his tactic. This was his strategy. Lock down Such and sever Arsenal's attacking lifeline. Then exploit Hazard's individual brilliance to strike a lethal blow. In this top-of-the-table clash, Chelsea had taken the lead. Sky Sports commentary booth. Gary Lineker held his head, shouting repeatedly, "Good God. Chelsea have scored." A classic Mourinho counterattack. Hazard delivered the finishing blow. Jamie Carragher slammed the table. Arsenal are in big trouble. Trailing away from home, Chelsea will now park the bus even more firmly. Suchun can't even get the ball now. This match looks grim for Arsenal. In the domestic live stream, a chorus of despair. We're done for. We conceded first. Those Chelsea players are too dirty. Ramirez's tackle on Su was so rough, and the referee didn't even show a card. This is what an away game in the Premier League is like. The referee is clearly biased toward the home side. Today, Su doesn't even have a chance to shoot from distance. Ramirez is marking him too tightly. Is this where the record ends? Is Arsenal's winning streak about to be stopped? On the pitch, Arsenal's players looked dejected. Captain Per Mertesacker clapped loudly, trying to encourage his teammates, but his voice couldn't carry far amid Chelsea's full-throated cheers. Suchin stood near the center circle. Rainwater streamed down his hair. They were trailing. The top-of-the-table clash, facing a desperate situation. Ramirez still stood less than a meter away. Watching his teammates celebrate wildly, Ramirez turned to Suchun and shouted provocatively, "I told you. Today you won't make a single ripple on this pitch. We've got this game in the bag." Suchin remained silent. He raised his head, looked at the scoreboard 1-0, glanced at Mourinho, who was still making arrogant gestures on the sideline. Listening to the piercing jeers of 40,000 Chelsea fans screaming their lungs out, Suchin's heartbeat quickened. His blood boiled. Since acquiring the Kaka template, he had sailed smoothly through the Premier League, crushing everything. Whether defenders slid in or managers played mind games. In the face of absolute power and speed, all crumbled. But this was Chelsea. This was Stamford Bridge. The best defense, the shrewdest manager tailored tactics. This was the real challenge. This was football's most thrilling moment. The Bundesliga was too weak, La Liga too soft. This Premier League meat grinder deserved such a close-quarters life-or-death battle. Conceding first, then just score twice. The 1-0 scoreline hung brightly on the huge screen above Stamford Bridge. More than 40,000 die-hard Chelsea fans in the stands were completely delirious with joy. Countless blue team scarves waved wildly in the rain. All kinds of loud shouts mixed with the cold rain pouring down on the pitch. On the sideline, Chelsea manager Jose Mourinho even slid several meters across the wet turf. His expensive suit was soaked through with mud, but he didn't care. He pounded his chest with both fists and roared at the broadcast camera. This was his tactical victory. Just a dozen minutes into the game at home against league leaders Arsenal, he used the dirtiest tactic of extreme man-marking to neutralize the opponent's core threat, then struck with a lethal counterattack. In the top-of-the-table clash, Chelsea had seized the upper hand. At the center circle, Chelsea's defensive midfielder Ramirez stood less than half a meter from Suchun. He didn't even bother running over to celebrate with his teammates. The boss had given him strict orders. Even if the sky fell, he was to stick to Suchun like glue. Hear that cheering? Ramirez wiped the rain from his face and shouted smugly at Suchun, full of arrogance. That's the Stamford Bridge welcome. Your Arsenal winning streak ends here. Even if I have to kill myself on this pitch, you won't take another step forward. Faced with such crude trash talk, Su Chun didn't even turn his head. He wiped the rain from his eyelids with the back of his hand. He watched the Chelsea players celebrating wildly in the corner. Enough with the nonsense. Su Chin's tone was flat, the words blunt. There are still over 70 minutes left. Hope you still have the energy to bark when you're fetching the ball from your own net. Sky Sports Studio. Gary Lineker and Jamie Carragher were frantically gesturing at a tactics board. So disgusting, but extremely effective. Lineker exclaimed. Mourinho has thrown away all dignity, using a full-time defensive workhorse to neutralize Arsenal's attacking engine at home. We can see that in the past dozen minutes, Su Chun hasn't had a single comfortable touch. Every time he receives the ball, Ramirez is right on him to disrupt. Carragher shook his head repeatedly. Arsenal are in huge trouble. Trailing by 1 goal away from home, Chelsea will now park the bus even more stubbornly. Facing a 5-man defense led by John Terry and Gary Cahill, once Su Chun is locked down, Arsenal's lateral passes outside the box can't break through this iron wall. In China's CCTV sports studio, Duan Xin squeezed the microphone, sweat beading on his forehead. The situation is unfavorable for us. After taking the lead, Chelsea's defensive shape has dropped very deep. Su Chun is now isolated. Mourinho's extreme man-marking tactic has indeed hit Arsenal's Achilles heel. On the live stream screen, millions of Chinese fans staying up late exploded. The screen was flooded with comments. Damn. That old fox Mourinho is shameless. A top club playing a turtle formation at home, using a defensive workhorse to mark Su. You can hear his calculations all over Europe. It's over. Su must be feeling so stifled in this game. Ramirez, known as Never Stop Running, is sticking to him like glue. Why isn't Arsenal's midfield stepping up? Is the winning streak really going to end at the bridge today? On the sideline, Arsenal assistant coach Steve Bold was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. Boss, we need to adjust. Su Chun is completely tied up by Ramirez. He can't even turn. If we keep playing like this, Chelsea will score another counter-attack goal. Arsene Wenger stood in the heavy rain without an umbrella. He stared at Su Chun on the pitch and snorted coldly. Adjust what? Just because Chelsea sent a dog that only knows how to bark, we should disrupt our own rhythm. Wenger knew this 18-year-old Chinese striker all too well. Exhausted. Impossible. Outpaced. Even more unlikely. Did Mourinho truly believe that a brute with stamina could shackle an awakened leopard? The notion was sheer fantasy. The referee blew his whistle. The match resumed. Arsenal kicked off from the center circle. Su Chun jogged into the forward line. Ramirez clung to him like a phantom, one hand subtly tugging at the hem of Su Chun's jersey. Everyone thought Su Chun was neutralized. Even Ramirez believed it himself. But they had no idea that deep within Su Chun's consciousness, in the all-true green training ground, he had already set the man-marking double-teaming defensive mode to the highest hellish difficulty and practiced it tens of thousands of times. For Su Chun, Ramirez's level of tight marking didn't even qualify as a warm-up. Arsenal midfielder Cazorla received the ball in the backfield. Facing Chelsea's impenetrable defense, he found no forward passing lane and could only pass back to the defender. Just at that moment, Su Chun, who had been jogging, suddenly tensed the muscles in his right thigh. His starting explosive power, rated at 96, erupted fully. The studs of his boots dug deep into the slick turf, splashing up a clod of mud. There were no feints. It was pure linear acceleration. His entire form, like a heavy armor-piercing shell launched from a barrel, charged straight towards the edge of Chelsea's penalty area. Ramirez was not slow to react. Within half a second of Su Chun's burst, he gritted his teeth and gave chase. But after only 10 meters, Ramirez realized with horror that no matter how hard he pushed off the turf, no matter how fast he pumped his arms, the back of the number 14 red and white jersey was pulling away from him with an unreasonable speed. This wasn't a contest on the same plane. It was like a man on a rickety tricycle desperately trying to catch a V8 supercar with the pedal floored. The distance between them stretched wildly. Past. Su Chun created a massive pocket of space in the gap, raising his hand to demand the ball. Cazorla's eyes lit up. He sent a low-driven pass that sliced through the midfield line, finding Su Chun's feet with precision. Su Chun controlled the ball smoothly. By the time Ramirez caught up, he was gasping for air. That 20-meter sprint felt more exhausting than running 3 kilometers. Eager to redeem himself, Ramirez launched into a desperate slide tackle, aiming to take down both the player and the ball. Su Chun didn't even glance at him. With a gentle nudge of his right foot's outside edge, the ball sailed just beyond Ramirez's sliding reach. Su Chun took the ball in stride, charging with long, powerful steps straight into the heart of Chelsea's penalty area. The roar from the Stamford Bridge stands died in the throats of the fans. Chelsea supporters stared in disbelief. The supposedly unstoppable Ramirez had been left in the dust by a straight-line sprint. So much for sticking to him like glue. He'd been bypassed as easily as a training cone. Mourinho's face turned green on the sidelines. Close the door? Defenders, close the door now. Don't let him shoot. Chaos erupted inside Chelsea's penalty area. Captain Terry and his partner Cahill, seeing Su Chun approaching with the ball, rushed forward from the edge of the box in alarm. They converged from left and right, attempting to form a closing pincer with their strong physiques. They left him no room for a long-range shot. The double team from 2 world-class defenders covered a vast area. In the midst of his high-speed dribble, Su Chun's body suddenly made a pause motion. Terry and Cahill, anticipating a sudden stop and a cut inside, quickly lowered their center of gravity and braked. But Suchin didn't stop the ball at all. After pausing for a tenth of a second, he suddenly pushed the ball with the inside of his right foot, sending it to the left flank for the sprinting winger Alexis Sanchez. Then without the ball, he darted like a knife straight into the center of the box. Terry and Cahill, completely off balance from Suchin's feint, were a step slow in turning to give chase. Receiving the ball near the end line, Sanchez wasn't greedy. He glanced at the box and delivered a low cutback cross. The ball skimmed across the slick turf, rolling rapidly towards the center of the penalty area. Suchin arrived at the perfect moment. He was surrounded by Chelsea defenders. Terry on the left, Cahill on the right, and Ramirez desperately recovering from behind. The space was so tight it was hard even to turn. By conventional logic, a striker receiving the ball here would instinctively try to control it and set himself, or simply wind up for a powerful strike. But in this kind of multiplayer swarm, winding up for a shot would allow the defenders to block it immediately. However, Suchin possessed the supernatural ball control from the Kaka template. Facing the incoming ball, Suchin suddenly dipped his upper body to the left. His right leg made an exaggeratedly large backswing. He's going to shoot. Terry bellowed, throwing his entire body horizontal to block the shot. Goalkeeper Courtois also shifted his weight towards the left side of the goal. It was an incredibly realistic shooting feint. In the split second when Chelsea's entire defensive line was fooled and their weight shifted, Suchin's high-raised right leg didn't unleash a powerful strike. His lower leg deftly retracted, and the tip of his right foot precisely struck the lower middle part of the ball. No backswing needed, no long run-up required. It was the simplest street football move. A hidden subtle poke with the toe. Bang! The ball absorbed the force. Its trajectory shifted instantly, skimming across the rain-soaked turf of Stamford Bridge like a venomous snake emerging from its den. Brushing past Terry's back as he slid, it pierced through the densely packed defensive gap, hurtling straight for the absolute bottom right corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Courtois, with his towering frame of 1.99 m, had become a complete liability. He had already been deceived by Suchin's feint, leaning his center of gravity to the left. Now folding his nearly 200-pound body to dive right was utterly impossible. Courtois could only watch helplessly as the ball skimmed past half a meter from his fingertips. Then, it slammed violently into the white netting, splashing up a torrent of murky rainwater. Goal. 1-1. Arsenal levels the score. Less than 5 minutes had passed since Chelsea's goal. In an instant, the entire Stamford Bridge stadium transformed into a vast silent library of 10,000. Not a sound was heard. Just a moment ago, over 40,000 Chelsea fans were mocking Arsenal's goal drought. The next, they were all choked silent by this stroke of genius, a toe poke shot. Sky Sports commentary room. Lineker slammed his tactical board onto the table and roared wildly into the microphone. It's in. It's an in. My God. What kind of finishing is this? What calm judgment. In this tight space, surrounded by 4 defenders, Suchin didn't choose a powerful strike. He used a toe poke. Unpredictable. Absolutely unpredictable. Courtois didn't even make a save. Who said Ramirez could mark him out of the game? In that sprint just now, Ramirez was like a panting dog led around by the nose by Suchin. Mourinho's limit man-marking tactic has completely failed. Carragher beside him was tearing his hair out, too terrifying. This kid's football IQ is off the charts. Not only is his physique monstrous, but he also knows how to deliver the killing blow with the most efficient method in the most critical moment. Domestic livestream room. The bullet comments erupted into a frenzy. Holy SHD. Suchin is a legend. That's what you call a toe poke. Using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. He made the entire Chelsea defense look like fools. Where's Ramirez? Come out and show yourself. Wasn't he boasting he'd run himself to death on the pitch? He was exhausted like a dog after just 20 meters. Face slap. This is an instant face slap. Mourinho on the sidelines was stunned. 13 consecutive games with a goal. Suchin's miracle continues. The moment the ball hit the back of the net, the score became 1-1. This was far more than just an equalizer. A record-breaking goal. At the same time, back in China, news that Suchin had shattered a decades-old Premier League record with that artistic toe poke exploded across the internet. Chinese fans erupted into unrestrained frenzy. The top trending topics on every major social platform were completely dominated by this Chinese teenager's name. In the CCTV Sports Channel studio, commentator Duan Xian pressed his hands firmly on the desk, his throat emitting a completely hoarse roar. The barrage of comments on the webcast was so dense the screen was barely visible. 13 consecutive games with a goal. Even ordinary people who never watched football understood clearly what it truly meant to shatter a top-tier record that had been admired by forwards across Europe for decades. And the one who created this great miracle was a genuine Chinese teenager. Everyone was shocked, overjoyed. At this moment, Suchin had stirred up an unprecedented football frenzy across the land of China. He became the most dazzling role model in the hearts of countless Chinese youths. The power of role models is infinite. Chinese football, struggling in the darkness for too long, desperately needed this piercing ray of light. The scene shifts back to London. On the streets surrounding Stamford Bridge, a large number of Arsenal fans who hadn't secured away tickets were gathered in the pouring rain. For this title-deciding clash, Chelsea's management had given Arsenal fans a mere 3,000 tickets to maximize home advantage. Yet today, over 10,000 diehard Gunners had braved the rain to gather outside Stamford Bridge. What to do when you can't get into the stadium? Thousands upon thousands of Arsenal fans stood shoulder to shoulder packed tightly against the high red brick walls outside the stadium. They held portable radios volume maxed out, relying on the commentary to watch the game. They wanted to use their voices to give strength to the Arsenal players just beyond the wall. Arsenal intercept in midfield. Cazorla with a long ball. Suchin receives it. Through the rain curtain, the commentator's sharp cry came from the radio. Then the commentator's volume soared to its limit, breaking into a screech. A toe poke. It's in. The tens of thousands of Arsenal fans outside the high wall held their breath. A moment ago they were so quiet, they dared not breathe, afraid of missing a single word. Now all the pent-up fervor in their chests exploded. A colossal roar like a crashing tsunami. Suchin, long live. Thousands roared to the sky, arms raised high, cheering and leaping. Blue and white umbrellas were flung high into the air, splashing into puddles. Long live. Long live. Record broken. Long live Arsenal. Long live Suchin. No one cared anymore about what the radio was still blabbering. The streets around Stamford Bridge were completely conquered by the rough, bold songs and roars of the Arsenal fans. This immense wave of sound pierced through the stadium's thick concrete walls, crashing directly into the airspace inside Stamford Bridge. It even suppressed the noise of the 40,000 home Chelsea fans inside the ground. On the pitch, after scoring, Suchin didn't bother with Ramirez's look of utter disbelief. He pushed away his celebrating teammates, sprinted to the corner flag, and raised his arms high. That broad back clad in the red and white number 14 jersey was instantly etched into the eyes of every Chelsea defender. Stamford Bridge fell into a rare dead silence. Chelsea captain Terry and vice-captain Cahill stood in the box. They stared fixedly at Suchin's back, their eyes filled with panic and a deep sense of helplessness. They were the toughest defensive team in the Premier League, the Iron-Blooded Blues. They had just laid an inescapable net, a four-man encirclement plus Ramirez's man-marking limit tactic. And the result? Their opponent's number 10 had torn their steel defense to shreds like waste paper with just a simple feint and an unpredictable toe poke. This attitude of treating goals as child's play sent chills down the spines of Chelsea's Iron Men. Heads up, everyone. Snap out of it. The game is far from over. Terry clapped his hands forcefully on the penalty spot, shouting at his dazed teammates. Our defense isn't made of paper. That was just an accident. We need to attack them. Push the line up. Terry pointed at the slippery wet turf roaring at the top of his lungs. Look around. This is Stamford Bridge. Our turf. Don't be timid and make fools of ourselves. The captain's roar forcibly awakened the scattered fighting spirit of the Chelsea players. He's right. This is our home ground. Why fear a brash youngster? Only Suchin is terrifying. The rest of Arsenal are nothing to fear. They high-fived each other, gritting their teeth. In football, you never give up easily. By the sideline technical area, Chelsea manager Mourinho stood in the rain, his face ashen with fury. He clutched his tactical notebook, his knuckles white from the excessive pressure. An early lead. Yet the advantage had lasted less than 10 minutes. This was absolutely disastrous. What should Chelsea do now? Mourinho's mind raced, calculating countermeasures. He suddenly felt his pre-game defensive strategy was fundamentally wrong. Using a workhorse to mark Suchin, that was pure suicide. Suchin's current physical state and ice-cold football IQ made him unstoppable on the pitch. Relying on defense to secure victory was a pipe dream. So there was only one way to win. Attack. Use Chelsea's vast and top-tier attacking force to score more goals than Suchin, no matter the cost. Mourinho took a deep breath. During a dead ball, as they prepared to kick off from the center circle, he waved his hand and called Ramirez to the sideline. He didn't substitute anyone, but changed the team's formation on the spot. Ramirez no longer needed to stick to Suchin like a leech. He dropped back, directly forming a double pivot with Matic to build an intercepting barrier in midfield. Fabregas was pushed up to the attacking midfield position, taking full charge of organizing attacks. Willian and Hazard no longer dropped deep to defend, they became the two sharpest wing blades. Up front, the lethal striker Diego Costa led the line. A 4-3-3 attacking formation possessing immense midfield hardness and disruptive power was instantly formed. In world football, the winger duo of Hazard and Willian could tear apart any elite defense. Mourinho was going to pour all his firepower onto Arsenal's half. On the other side, Arsenal's celebration didn't last long. Every Arsenal player knew it clearly in their hearts. Leveling the score was satisfying, but the game had only just begun. This achievement was nothing to be proud of. More importantly, even with the score tied, Arsenal still led the league table, but Chelsea could overtake them at any moment. They needed a victory, an absolute victory, taking all 3 points from this century-old hostile fortress. If they only took 1 point today, the initiative in the Premier League title race would slip from their grasp, leaving them to passively pray for Chelsea to slip up against other teams. Handing your fate to others is not the way of a giant. Win. We must win today. Suchin strode back to the center circle, raising his right fist and barking orders at his teammates. Their defense is a joke. Win the ball and give it to me. We'll trample them and take the 3 points. Win. We must win. Kanté and Cazorla roared back in unison. On the sidelines, Wenger watched his team, their morale boosted by Suchin. This usually gentle, scholarly Frenchman had eyes full of deep satisfaction. He suddenly felt that this 18-year-old with his dominant aura of believing in himself alone had fully earned the right to wear Arsenal's captain's armband. With a crisp whistle from the referee, the game restarted. The 40,000 Chelsea home fans in the stands also rallied from the blow of the goal. The noise and jeers on the pitch were even more frenzied than at the start. In this top-of-the-table clash, no one would take a step back. After Chelsea kicked off, contrary to everyone's expectations, the equalized iron-blooded Blues showed not a trace of panic. Under Fabregas's orchestration, they controlled the ball with great composure. They began launching wave after wave of oppressive attacks towards Arsenal's half. In the Sky Sports studio, commentator Lineker raised his arms. Yes, this is Chelsea's pedigree. This is Mourinho's iron-blooded Blues. Being pegged back is just a minor setback. Nothing can make them bow their heads. Lineker commented loudly into the mic. Their formation is incredibly aggressive now. Control of the game has been seized back by Chelsea. They are very composed, and that's why they are Champions League favorites. Facing Chelsea's relentless attacks, Arsenal didn't simply sit back. They brought out their most practiced tactical weapon from the past fortnight. High press, relentless pressing, and interception. In this regard, Arsenal had absolute confidence. That was their physical advantage. The average age of Arsenal's starting 11 was a full 3 years younger than Chelsea's. More critically, Chelsea had just endured a high-intensity Champions League knockout match midweek, draining their key players' energy. Meanwhile, Arsenal had no European commitments that week. The whole team rested and ready, waiting at ease for an exhausted foe. Especially Su Chun tirelessly pressing high up the pitch. Television cameras from Germany frequently zoomed in on Su Chun. Football journalists across Europe were already astonished by Su Chun's stamina. In the fast-paced, high-contact meat grinder of the Premier League, Su Chun played the full 90 minutes every game, topping the sprint statistics. He was simply an unscientific physical monster. In fact, in the last 2 league games, the FA's anti-doping unit had stormed the dressing room after every match to forcibly take urine samples from Su Chun for testing. The results were naturally as clean as a whistle. Both sides engaged in a ferocious battle in midfield. Sliding tackles sent players sprawling in the mud and water constantly. However, experience still told. Chelsea's core group had played together for too many years, possessing exceptional chemistry.